Chapter 451, Cold War. Girls, dinner is ready. Grandma called out from the living room. Coming, Grandma. From the rooms downstairs and upstairs, Lu Linlin, Lu Lily, Xie Yujia, and Zhao Yanzi came out almost at the same time. In her apron, Grandma couldn't stop smiling. Zhen Kongming yawned while he walked out of his room with Little White following him closely. Hao Ren walked downstairs from the second floor wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Come and eat zongzi. Grandma led the girls to the table and put chopsticks before them. Thank you, Grandma, Xie Yujia and the other three girls said simultaneously. The fillings are duck egg and fresh pork. Each of you must eat at least 2 zongzi, or you'll get hungry. Grandma smiled and asked, how were your sleeps last night? Very good, Grandma, Zhao Yanzi answered before the others. That's good. Grandma nodded with satisfaction. Ren, you are a young man and must eat at least 3 zongzi. Okay. Hao Ren sat at the table and sighed helplessly when he saw that the zongzi were as big as fists. Little White, come. You eat a zongzi too. Grandma put a small bowl on the floor and unwrapped a small zongzi before putting it into the bowl. Little White sniffed at it and decided that it didn't want to eat it. This puppy is picky. Grandma patted Little White's head lightly. Little White, be good. Xie Yujia urged. Reluctantly, Little White lowered its head and began to nibble at the zongzi. When it was halfway through the dumpling, it found something else besides meat. It was an essence combination pill. It was a type of elixir pill that was most fitting for spirit beasts since it could improve the spirit beast's physique and accelerate their growth. Exhilarated, Little White's eyes lit up and swallowed the rest of the zongzi. It looked up at Grandma expectantly, hoping for another one. However, Grandma called out, Zonghua, Yu Yang, drive the kids to school. Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang each drove a white Ford to the gate of the house, beckoning at them. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily ran over and got in Yu Yang's car before the others. Auntie. Zhao Yanzi jumped into Yu Yang's car. Obviously, Yu Yang liked her more than Hao Zonghua. Xie Yujia helped Grandma to clean up before walking out and getting into Hao Zonghua's car. Hao Ren followed her into the car as well. Stretching, Zhen Kongming also got into Hao Zonghua's car. Yu Yang bought a new white Ford. With 4 members in the family, 1 car had been sufficient for them. However, with the increase of the temporary and permanent residents living in their home, 1 car could no longer meet the needs of the family. Due to yesterday's rain, the road was slippery, and the Ford driven by Yu Yang, who was not a very skillful driver, was very soon left behind by Hao Zonghua's Ford. Yesterday, I had a small argument with your mom, Hao Zonghua said while he drove the car. Huh? Hao Ren turned to look at Hao Zonghua. Over some minor things. Hao Zonghua shook his head and looked at Xie Yujia who was sitting in the back seat through the rear-view mirror. Yujia, are you going to the US for the summer break? Ah? Surprised, Xie Yujia nodded. I'm supposed to visit my parents in the US. Hao Ren turned to look back at Xie Yujia, but he remained silent. Xie Yujia missed her parents in the US, and it was natural for her to keep them company during the summer vacation. Ren, do you want to go with Yujia? Hao Zonghua asked suddenly. Hao Ren looked at Hao Zonghua in surprise. Yujia's parents cared for you when you were little, and they hoped that you could visit them in the US, Hao Zonghua continued. N0V3LTR0V served as the original host for this chapter's release on NOV3LB1N. Oh, Hao Ren hesitated. Aren't Yujia's parents very busy with their business? Their factories recruited several managers. Besides, their business is usually slow in July and August, and they are not busy in that period, Hao Zonghua said. Hearing his father's words, Hao Ren turned to look at Xie Yujia and nodded. Okay, I'll go and visit them. Okay, Hao Zonghua nodded with satisfaction. I'll take a few days off and go with you. Isn't Mom going? Hao Ren asked immediately. Hao Zonghua tightened his grip on the steering wheel and said, she will be busy, and I don't think she can take any time off after the end of June. Oh, Hao Ren didn't ask any more questions. He glanced in the rear-view mirror on his side and couldn't see Yu Yang's Ford anymore. When Hao Zonghua dropped off Zhen Kongming at the gate of Lingjiao Elementary School, Hao Ren who was sitting in the passenger seat saw a white Ford stopped at Lingjiao Middle School not far from them. Vivacious Zhao Yanzi got out of the white Ford and waved at the driver enthusiastically. Whoosh! Hao Zonghua started his Ford and passed Yu Yang's Ford. It was evident to Hao Ren that his parents were in a Cold War. About 10 minutes later, Hao Zonghua drove Hao Ren and Xie Yujia to the gate of East Ocean University. Thank you, Uncle. Xie Yujia got out of the car and felt a little awkward. Dad, drive safe. Hao Ren said to Hao Zonghua. I will. Hao Zonghua waved at him before turning the white Ford smoothly toward the direction of the Ocean Research Institute where he worked. Standing before the school gate, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia looked at each other with some embarrassment. Let's go. The first class is about to begin, Xie Yujia said. Okay. Hao Ren turned immediately and strode into campus. Shoulder to shoulder, they walked toward Academic Building C with thoughts weighing on their minds, but neither of them wanted to share their thoughts with each other. The campus road was wet and full of puddles. While they walked around the puddles, they saw the reflections of them walking shoulder to shoulder in the water. If it's not convenient for you, you don't have to go and visit my parents, Xie Yujia said in a low voice. Oh, it's not like that, Hao Ren answered hurriedly. There are many things that I haven't told them, Xie Yujia said again in a low voice. For example, Hao Ren asked tentatively. For example, I haven't told them that I like you, Xie Yujia said. Splash. Hao Ren stepped into a puddle. He turned to look at Xie Yujia and saw her expression didn't change. I'm just kidding. My parents miss you as well. Xie Yujia quickened her steps and walked into Academic Building C. After flicking the water off his shoes, Hao Ren hurriedly entered the Academic Building C after her. They walked upstairs to the third floor and entered classroom 312. Their classmates had gotten used to seeing them coming to class together. After all, in everyone's eyes, Hao Ren was Xie Yujia's boyfriend, and they were an official couple. There were 2 vacant seats in the front row of the classroom. Even though Zhou Liren, who was sitting in the last row, waved at Hao Ren enthusiastically, Hao Ren followed Xie Yujia, and they sat in the 2 empty seats in the front row. Damn. You forget your buddies when you're with your girlfriend, Zhou Liren muttered, ignoring the fact that he himself would immediately ditch his buddies at the sight of beautiful girls. Pitter-patter, it began to drizzle outside the classroom. The students who had just returned from the Dragon Boat Festival holiday were all tired while the teacher on the platform was discussing the summary for the final exam. Xie Yujia borrowed Ma Lina's notes and began to copy them earnestly while Hao Ren looked up and listened carefully. After reaching Gen level, not only his cultivation strength grew, but his IQ experienced an increase as well. He understood everything the teacher said while the complicated structures of the mechanical parts took shape in his mind quickly. He just couldn't understand why Zhao Yanzi, who had reached Gen level and thus was supposed to be a gifted girl, would be so poor in her studies. He attributed it to her inattention to her classes. The only sounds in the classroom were the teacher's voice and the scratching sounds on paper as students took notes. Outside, the drizzle washed the dust off the flowers and grasses, making the red and green colors more vibrant. Suddenly, he remembered the inspector's token that he had tossed into his necklace. He took it out immediately and attached it to a string on his waist. Come to my office when the class is over, Suhan's voice sounded suddenly. Okay, Hao Ren answered immediately. All the other students and the teacher looked at Hao Ren, who had spoken suddenly. Nothing. Hao Ren lowered his head slowly. He was still not used to receiving messages from Suhan through the token. How was your trip to 6th heaven? Suhan asked. How did you know that I went to 6th heaven? Hao Ren asked in surprise. Of course, it was convenient to communicate without opening his mouth, but he had a weird feeling as if Suhan was living in his heart. Do you think the Dragon God Shrine doesn't know everything you do? Suhan said coldly. Hao Ren was surprised that the Dragon God Shrine still knew his whereabouts after he put the token, equivalent to a tracker, into his storage space which could disconnect nature essences and spiritual senses. It seemed to have nothing to do with the token. The intelligence network of the Dragon God Shrine had spread to places above 5th heaven, and its ability in collecting information was phenomenal. I just looked around on 6th heaven. What are you doing? Hao Ren asked. No matter how powerful the intelligence network was, Hao Ren thought that it was not able to penetrate the ethereal summit, which meant that the valley on 5th heaven was absolutely his private territory. I'm drinking tea and cultivating, Suhan said. I see. Hao Ren could imagine the scene of Suhan cultivating in her office. On a rainy day like this, Suhan would look especially charming while she sat at the window. If it's convenient for you, Suhan suddenly sounded hesitant. Can you ask Xie Yujia to make 2 more beauty pills for me? You want them for someone? Hao Ren asked. For myself. They are really effective. My skin got smoother after I took it, Suhan answered. Hao Ren lowered his head in exasperation. Chapter 452. Women's minds are hard to guess. Ask Xie Yujia to come with you after class. That's all. Suhan disconnected their communication. Touching the token at his waist, Hao Ren knew he could call Suhan any time but didn't dare to interrupt her cultivation. There are 3 ways to control the DC motor speed, which are connecting the armature circuit with resistance in series, changing the armature voltage and weakening the magnetic flux. The teacher was still talking on the platform. He turned his head and found Xie Yujia writing her notes in great detail. These notes would be the greatest help to them on their final exams. Didi, Hao Ren got a text message on his cell phone. He clicked it open and saw it was from Zhou Liren. Please make a copy of Xie Yujia's notes for your buddies in miseries. Hao Ren looked back at Zhou Liren, who was smiling flatteringly at him with his hands in a praying gesture. Hao Ren looked at him in disgust, and turned back to the lesson. Didi, he got another text message. You are coming to tutor me tonight, right? It was from Zhao Yanzi. Hao Ren exited the message app and logged into his QQ account on his cell phone. Sure enough, Zhao Yanzi was online. The final exams are near. You must focus on reviewing in class, Hao Ren typed. The teachers are boring. You teach better than they do, Zhao Yanzi replied immediately. I'm busy tonight and can't go to your place, Hao Ren replied. What? You don't dare. Zhao Yanzi got frustrated by his message. Picturing Zhao Yanzi pouting in her classroom, Hao Ren couldn't help smiling while he typed his answer. Don't go up to the 5th heaven these few days and focus on reviewing. I'll go over tonight. Humph. 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 Zhao Yanzi typed 4 humphs and nothing else. Hao Ren turned his head and looked out of the window at the misty campus in the drizzle. Zhao Yanzi must be seeing a similar scene in her school while she is sitting in her classroom with her mind wandering, Hao Ren thought. Ding, the bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Xie Yujia returned the notes to Ma Lina, and she would copy them again back in her dorm. She was the most diligent student in the class as well as the best student. Even when she had to spend energy to manage class affairs, she received scholarships each term. Big brother. Big brother. Zhou Liren dragged Huang Jianfeng and others to Hao Ren's side. Can we borrow notes from our sister-in-law? Now that Xie Yujia was Hao Ren's girlfriend, they thought they were close to her as Hao Ren's buddies. Since they received no reply from Hao Ren, they came to beg in person. Although she still had some authority over them as the former class president, Xie Yujia blushed slightly when she heard them call her sister-in-law in the front of the whole class. Sis, before Zhou Liren could finish, Xie Yujia hurriedly packed up and said, go get them from Ma Lina. All my notes are on my bookshelf. Thanks a lot, sister-in-law. Zhou Liren turned to Ma Lina happily. Ma Lina snorted lightly. Follow me. Okay. Thank you, big sister. Zhou Liren followed Ma Lina closely. After all, he and his buddies had failed several courses last year. If they continued like this, they would be finished. What a bonus to be buddies with Hao Ren. After Zhou Liren left, Xie Yujia turned her head back with pinkness still on her face. I'll go to the library and borrow some books. I'll go with you, Hao Ren said as he looked at the drizzle outside. Xie Yujia had left her bicycle at her dorm building and had to walk to the library. In the drizzle, the air in the school was exceptionally fresh, and the students who were passing them added energy to the campus. Xie Yujia lifted her slim white arm and placed her palm above her forehead to block the fine drizzle. With her white skin, slim fingers, and perfect arm shape, she looked even more beautiful than those artistic statues made with great efforts. The male students who were on their way to class all kept glancing at Xie Yujia. That guy is Hao Ren, right? His girlfriend Xie Yujia is really beautiful. The whispered gossips entered Hao Ren's ears. Let's go. Hao Ren held onto Xie Yujia's hand and quickened his steps. Surprised, Xie Yujia's eyes opened more, and she immediately quickened her steps to match Hao Ren's. The fine drizzle left moisture on her arms, and her skin felt cool. When Hao Ren held her hand and silently injected a trace of fire elemental nature essence into her body, she suddenly felt a sense of warmth. Xie Yujia's life-death notes could absorb nature essence from the surroundings. At this moment, her heart felt warm along with her body. Wearing a short-sleeved denim shirt and a fluttering plaid skirt, her long and slim legs attracted the male students' attention. Although she was wearing a pair of flat canvas shoes instead of high heels, her figure was more eye-catching than those girls who spent lots of time on their makeup and outfits. The guys who kept looking back at Xie Yujia with longing suddenly stumbled forward into the academic buildings as a gust of wind blew at them. Suhan asked us to go to her office. I didn't mention it in the classroom with all the classmates near us, Hao Ren said. Okay. Xie Yujia nodded and forgot that she planned to go to the library. Holding Xie Yujia's hand, Hao Ren jumped over the puddles steadily while they walked toward the administration building which was beside the library. In her canvas shoes, Xie Yujia jumped agilely between the puddles while holding tightly onto Hao Ren. This is enough for me, Xie Yujia told herself silently. Hao Ren didn't release Xie Yujia's slim and soft hand until they stepped onto the steps of the administration building where the teachers worked in, and he brushed the raindrops from his jacket. Xie Yujia lowered her head to tidy up her hair and followed Hao Ren up to the third floor. Hao Ren was familiar with the way and walked directly to Suhan's office door. "Come in." Sensing Hao Ren's arrival, Suhan said before Hao Ren knocked on the door. Hao Ren pushed open the door while Xie Yujia stood by his side nervously. "Ms. Su." Xie Yujia saw Suhan and greeted her cautiously. Although she had seen Suhan several times outside of the school and even watched the dragon boat race during the Dragon Boat Festival yesterday with her, Xie Yujia was still nervous when she saw this iceberg-like, beautiful teacher in the school. "Come in," Suhan said calmly. Hao Ren walked in, and Xie Yujia followed him immediately. "I'll go to the Kunlun mountain with you," Suhan stared at Hao Ren and said. "Kunlun?" Hao Ren was baffled. "Yeah." Suhan nodded. "I went to the Dragon God Shrine and looked up the 7-core 5-color lotus. It turned out that it came from Kunlun. We may find another lotus there." Hao Ren suddenly understood that Suhan meant to look for another 7-core 5-color lotus in Kunlun and realized that she left yesterday to look up the origin of the 7-core 5-color lotus in the Dragon God Shrine. Suhan did things in her own way. However, Hao Ren didn't expect Suhan, who spent each second on cultivation and never minded other people's business, would help him find information about the 7-core 5-color lotus without being asked. At this thought, Hao Ren looked at the cold-faced Suhan and felt a bit touched. "Don't be grateful. Helping you is helping myself. After all, the elevation in your realm is beneficial to me." Seeing the appreciation on Hao Ren's face, Suhan said coldly. Her words dampened Hao Ren's spirits like a basin of cold water. "Ah, what do you know about the Kunlun mountain?" Hao Ren immediately adjusted his mood and asked. The Kunlun mountain is the last territory that human cultivators have on First Heaven and a forbidden place for dragon cultivators. It's equivalent to the holy place of our dragon cultivators, the Nine-Dragon Palace, which is located on Fifth Heaven, Suhan said. It was Xie Yujia's first time to hear about this, and she listened carefully since it concerned Hao Ren's future. Hao Ren vaguely remembered that when Suhan passed by the Kunlun mountain on her way to the Sky Mountain in the northwest region, she was stopped by some cultivators and was let go due to her identity as an inspector. He didn't know that the Kunlun mountain was the last territory of the human cultivators on land instead of the territory of the dragon cultivators. "What kind of cultivators are in the Kunlun mountain?" Hao Ren asked. "I don't know the specifics, but it said that some soul formation realm cultivators reside there. If you want to look for the 7-core 5-color lotus, I'll take the risk and go with you." Suhan's expression was calm while her tone was mild. Soul formation realm cultivator. Hao Ren thought of the old grandma who sent Zhao Kuo, a master, flying. Although Suhan was at top-tier Qian level, she was no match for a god transformation realm cultivator. "I'll go with you," Xie Yujia said suddenly. Hao Ren, who had been in deep thought, turned his gaze toward Xie Yujia while Suhan looked toward Xie Yujia's shoulder. 7-core 5-color lotus, Kunlun mountain. Hao Ren was quite tempted. After all, compared with the 3 lotus seeds that required careful nurturing, it would be quite convenient if they could find a mature 7-core 5-color lotus. However, there were 3 risks. Firstly, there might not be more 7-core 5-color lotuses. Secondly, the grandmasters on the soul formation realm had unpredictable moods. Thirdly, Kunlun was the origin of the human cultivation sects, and the dragon cultivators were not allowed to enter. "Forget it. Let's not take risks." After some consideration, Hao Ren decided against the idea. Just like how the Nine Dragons Palace didn't welcome trespassing human cultivators, the Kunlun Mountain didn't welcome dragon cultivators. Although Suhan's cultivation strength was equivalent to a top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator, she couldn't afford to mess with a soul formation realm cultivator. "If you say so, we'll postpone it." Suhan exhaled lightly and looked at Xie Yujia. "Do you have any more beauty pills?" "Yeah, I have some." Xie Yujia immediately took out a small porcelain bottle from her bracelet. Suhan took it and found 3 pills in it. With a big smile, she said, "Just give me 2 pills." "It's okay. Take them all," Xie Yujia said without hesitation. With her current elixir-making skills, it wasn't hard for her to make beauty pills as long as she got all the necessary materials. "Okay." Suhan didn't reject it. Putting the small porcelain bottle into her bracelet, she said in satisfaction, "I won't take your pills for nothing. How about this? I'll tutor your cultivation before you reach the core formation realm." Suhan's realm was equivalent to top-tier nascent soul realm. Although she didn't know anything about the essence cultivation scroll, her experience could still benefit Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia had been probing along all by herself in cultivation and was happy to get mentored by Suhan, a cultivation maniac. Then, how about me? Hao Ren immediately leaned over and asked. Suhan's face turned cold instantly. Get out. I am about to tutor Yujia with her cultivation. Hao Ren lowered his head in powerlessness, and he was pushed out of the door by a huge force pressing on his chest. Chapter 453. Elixir Master on Fifth Heaven. The 2 classes in the afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. Since the final exams were drawing near, the teachers would give them key points for the exams in the last few classes, and Hao Ren paid more attention to these classes. He could borrow Xie Yujia's notes for the courses he took with her. However, for the courses he didn't take with her, he had to consult her old notes which might cover different key points from those of his own exams. As to the courses he had selected with Zhao Jiayi and the others which Xie Yujia hadn't taken, he was on his own. Zhou Liren and others were no help at all since they had to rely on Hao Ren before they could get help from Xie Yujia. Despite skipping classes, Hao Ren had a sharp memory. After the morning classes, it was noon and lunchtime. Gongzi. Lu Lily's clear voice sounded outside of the academic building gate. Walking out of the building with Zhou Liren and the others, Hao Ren saw Lu Lily and then Lu Linlin a moment later. Pouting, Lu Linlin's long face indicated that she was probably still angry at Hao Ren for peeking at them in their room with spiritual senses. However, Lu Lily was warm to Hao Ren, thinking it was okay as long as it was Hao Ren. Zhou Liren and others saw the Lu sisters and their eyes lit up instantly. Lu Linlin looked cold, but Lu Lily was smiling and waving enthusiastically, showing 2 kinds of beauty. Ruff, ruff, Little White shot out from a nearby bush and trotted toward Hao Ren. Sister, don't be mad. I'm sure Gongzi didn't do it on purpose. Lu Lily pulled Lu Linlin toward Hao Ren. Seeing the Lu sisters coming over, Zhou Liren and others were dazed. Little White crawled up from Hao Ren's knee to his arms, and its wet paws left paw prints on his clothes. Gongzi. Lu Linlin walked to Hao Ren's side and greeted him sweetly. Well, how was your class today? Hao Ren asked them. Very good. We are in the final preparation stage for the exams, Lu Lily said sweetly. They were 1 year lower than Hao Ren and studied in the films program, and it was hard for them to meet Hao Ren on campus if they didn't come over to see him. Let's go. Lunch is on me, Hao Ren said. Great, thank you, Gongzi. Lu Lily smiled with pleasure, and her eyes curved up like pretty new moons. Glancing at Lu Lily, Lu Linlin silently lamented about her sister's lack of principles. However, looking at Hao Ren, she softened and allowed herself to be pulled toward the cafeteria with a pout. This is too much, too much. Following Hao Ren to the cafeteria, Zhou Liren silently cussed Hao Ren 100 times. Inviting beauties to eat in the cafeteria. Only Hao Ren can do such an ungentlemanly thing. However, Lu Lily had no objections, and she smiled with great pleasure. It's fate. Standing at 1.8 meters, Zhou Liren almost beat his chest for the unfairness of fate. The cafeteria was not crowded since most students had finished lunch quickly to grab seats in the library or study rooms for the preparation of the exams. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily chose a quiet place and took seats while Hao Ren went to buy food with his prepaid cafeteria card. Zhou Liren was burning with envy seeing the 2 super beauties waiting for Hao Ren to buy them food. Looking at Hao Ren's casual expression, Zhou Liren suspected that he had eaten many meals with the twin beauties. He seemed so careless while many guys in the school didn't even have the opportunity to get close to the girls, Zhou Liren thought. He didn't know that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had spent several nights in Hao Ren's home. While Hao Ren carried 3 platters of food over, Zhou Liren, Zhao Jiayi, Jiyu Jiadong, and the others immediately took seats at the nearby table. It was a rare opportunity for them to look at the famous beauties of the school at such a close range. While their eyes were locked on the Lu sisters, they almost sent the stewed pork to their noses. At this moment, Xie Yujia and Suhan came into their sight with platters of food in their hands. Suhan. Hao Ren waved at her casually. Zhao Jiayi and others shrunk their necks subconsciously at Hao Ren's call. Hao Ren dared to call Suhan by her name, and he did it in the cafeteria. To their astonishment, Suhan's expression didn't change while she led Xie Yujia to Hao Ren's side and sat opposite him. At this sight, Zhao Jiayi and the others gaped so much that their jaws almost dropped. It was strange enough to see Xie Yujia and Suhan having lunch together, and more astonishing to see Suhan coming to Hao Ren's side at his beckoning and sitting down at his table. Instantly, they were stunned. They didn't know that Suhan could easily find Hao Ren's whereabouts on campus since both of them wore the inspector's tokens. Seeing four beauties eating lunch with Hao Ren, Jiu Jiadong and the others almost shivered with shock. Zhou Liren was especially excited, and even his legs shook, wishing that he could be in Hao Ren's place. Yujia told me that you are doing well on Fifth Heaven, is that so? Suhan asked while eating her soup elegantly. Yeah. Zhen Kongming built an array formation, and I cut out some cave abodes. Hao Ren looked up at Suhan. Do you want to visit it? Can't go these days. Maybe later. Suhan glanced at him. In a few days, you must go to the Dragon God Shrine with me for formal registration. Okay, Hao Ren answered. In the inspector system, Suhan was his guide and senior. Now that he had become an official inspector, he could enter the interior of the Dragon God Shrine, the huge black building shaped like a square tower. Yujia. How was the lesson today? Hao Ren changed the subject and asked Xie Yujia. Ms. Su. Sister Su was very detailed with her teaching, and I probably can reach mid-tier foundation establishment realm in 1 month with the aid of elixirs, Xie Yujia said. She couldn't call Suhan Ms. Su, and she was too shy to call her by her full name. However, Sister Su sounded good. Why don't you teach me as well? Hao Ren complained. I don't have the energy to teach the two of you at the same time. Suhan rolled her eyes and stood up with her platter. I'm done, so I'll be going now. Suhan's dissatisfied expression sent shivers to Zhou Liren. He shivered not because of fear but of excitement. Even when Suhan rolls her eyes, she is still so alluring, he thought. After Hao Ren looked at Suhan and turned back his head, he suddenly noticed that all the guys in the cafeteria were looking his way, and some were even swarming over. Obviously, Suhan, who liked to be quiet, didn't appreciate to be watched like this. We'll go to Fifth Heaven later, and I'll help you arrange, Hao Ren said to Xie Yujia. Okay. Xie Yujia nodded slightly. Last night after Hao Ren acquired the secret technique about the 7-core 5-color lotus from the Sky Mountain sect on 6th Heaven, Xie Yujia spent the entire morning carefully studying this ancient script before they returned home and summarized several conditions for growing the 7-core 5-color lotus. Firstly, they must have 8 kinds of level 6 spiritual herbs to make the flower fertilizer. The so-called level 6 spiritual herbs were the best materials in nature for making elixir pills, and the 7-color snow lotuses Hao Ren took to save Zhao Kuo's life was one of them. Secondly, they needed 2 5-elemental cultivators with the same cultivation strengths, preferably top-tier nascent soul realm, to use their vital energy to and activate the nature essence in the lotus seeds. Thirdly, they needed a complicated array formation to collect the nature essence from nature and feed it to the seeds of the 7-core 5-color lotus. Fourthly, they needed fertilizer, or feces from spirit beasts, preferably snow lions. Fifthly and the most importantly, they must have the seeds of the 7-core 5-color lotus. All these conditions were extremely hard to achieve, and no wonder the 7-core 5-color lotuses had almost become extinct. For example, the first condition of getting 8 kinds of level 6 spiritual herbs to make the flower fertilizer was already though. In the whole world, there were only 10 kinds of the so-called level 6 spiritual herbs. The most astonishing discovery for Hao Ren was the miraculous effect of Little White's poop. However, on second thought, he understood the prosperity of the 7-color snow lotuses in the lion cave at the Sky Mountain on First Heaven. It was probably due to the poop of the snow lions. It seemed like the reason behind Sky Mountain sect's specialty in raising snow lions was to grow the spiritual herbs for making elixirs. After reading this rare technique, Hao Ren got a sudden understanding of it all. Ruff, ruff. Little White rubbed its head against Hao Ren's legs and barked. Hao Ren looked down at it and suddenly felt like this little creature was quite cute. He tossed a big pork rib at Little White, and it barked cheerfully and began gnawing at it while holding the bone with its 2 front paws. With help from the Lu sisters, Zhen Kongming, and Little White, all the conditions were not hard to meet, except for the first one. It was hard to collect 8 kinds of level 6 spiritual herbs. They had to feed the spiritual herbs with spiritual herbs. They could also feed Little White with elixir pills, and its high-quality fertilizer would grow many high-quality spiritual herbs which could be made into elixir pills. Then, they would collect more materials with these elixir pills. Half an hour later, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia came to the valley entrance of the ethereal summit. Hao Ren made a small wooden board, and he wrote on it with charcoal, seeking 10 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs for the price of 100 level 4 foundation establishment pills. He didn't know what effect this offer would create on Fifth Heaven. However, some cultivators had recently come to the entrance of the valley to ask for elixir pills, and soft-hearted Xie Yujia had tossed them some level 3 pills which she considered trash with Zhen Kongming's standard. In a small circle around the territory near the ethereal summit, The rumors were circulating about an elixir master on the nascent soul realm living in the Herb King Valley. That's it. Let's see what happens. Looking at the small wooden bulletin board which looked like a forum, Hao Ren dusted off his hands and said lightly. Okay. Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren gently, finding that everything was a pleasure to her as long as she was with him. Then, Hao Ren looked at Xie Yujia and rubbed his hands. I'll make a trip to the Kunlun mountain. Huh? Xie Yujia was alarmed. I declined Suhan's offer because I don't want her to take risks for me, but her information is very important, and I plan to go myself, Hao Ren said with a smile. Chapter 454. Soul Formation Realm Master. This, Xie Yujia tensed up immediately. I'll just go there and have a look. Little White flies fast, and I'll be fine, Hao Ren said. Then, I'll go with you, Xie Yujia said after a moment of consideration. Rough. Little White jumped around Hao Ren's feet. Hao Ren hesitated for a few seconds. He told Xie Yujia his plan, so she would know where he was trapped if he couldn't make it back. However, he didn't plan to take her with him. If we are just there to take a look, I don't think anything will happen to us, Xie Yujia said. She was afraid that Hao Ren would venture deep into the Kunlun mountain and get into danger. If she went with him, she could stop him when necessary. Okay. Then, we should go now so that we can make it back early. Hao Ren clutched Little White's ears. Bam! Little White turned into a magnificent snow lion, and the golden fur on its 4 legs emitted radiant light. After Hao Ren and Xie Yujia got up on its back, Little White shot up with colorful light beneath its paws. Hao Ren and Suhan went to the Sky Mountain in the northwest to collect snow lotuses, and they had passed by the Kunlun mountain. Therefore, Hao Ren had a vague impression of Kunlun's general direction. They flew in the clouds on second heaven, and Hao Ren created an energy sphere to block the tiny raindrops. Sitting behind Hao Ren with her hands around Hao Ren's waist and her face against his back, Xie Yujia looked at the small and dense raindrops flying around them and felt somewhat melancholy. I live in Kunlun, and I see immortals. They left for the heaven, and I missed the opportunity to follow them. Thinking of this poem by Cao Cao, Xie Yujia tightened her arms subconsciously. Sitting before her while steering Little White, Hao Ren suddenly felt Xie Yujia's arms tighten around his waist. Thinking that she was cold, he pressed his hands on hers and injected some fire elemental nature essence into her body. This simple gesture showed Xie Yujia that Hao Ren did care for her. Secretly scolding herself for being too sensitive and melancholy, she dozed off on Hao Ren's wide back. She didn't sleep last night since she studied the rare technique for growing 7-core 5-color lotus. This is Kunlun, a restricted zone. Any trespasser will be killed. Suddenly, a loud shout startled Xie Yujia from her warm dream. Meanwhile, dozens of flying swords shot toward Hao Ren. Hao Ren was only at Gen level, which was a little above the core formation realm, so he didn't have a chance to explain himself. Not expecting that he would be attacked suddenly while he was only meters into Kunlun's territory, Hao Ren was alarmed and immediately released hundreds of sword energies, blocking the flying swords. As soon as his sword energies met these flying swords, he was able to tell that the people who attacked him were all at core formation realm. The flying swords retreated half a meter before attacking him again. Last time when Suhan passed this place, she released the aura of a top-tier Qian level cultivator. Sensing her aura and seeing her inspector's token, the patrolling human cultivators had no choice but to let her pass. However, Hao Ren, who tried to break into the Kunlun mountain, was only at Gen level. Therefore, they wouldn't let him pass. Forming an 8-trigram array formation, the flying swords swirled toward Hao Ren, intending to destroy him. 2 dragons array formation. Hao Ren's sword energies formed 2 light beams that were entangling with each other, and they rushed into the center of the 8-trigram before exploding and scattering the flying swords. Afraid that Hao Ren would lose in the fight with his rivals, Xie Yujia released a big silver note. The golden one was Life Note, and the silver one was Death Note. Nature 5 elemental life death notes. Suppressed by the huge note, which was at least 1 meter long, the cultivators who were hiding in the clouds screamed and tumbled down into the mountain. The life-death notes Xie Yujia got from old grandma had the power of nascent soul realm. Soon, dozens of more light beams shot toward Hao Ren. This is no good. Hao Ren only planned to have a look around the outer edge of Kunlun and didn't expect to be attacked the moment they stepped within the range of the mountain. If the situation continued, they would be in big trouble. He kicked lightly on Little White's belly. Knowing they needed to retreat, Little White emitted colorful light from its paws while it immediately ran out of Kunlun's range. Hit and run? Are you here to mess with us? A thunder-like voice sounded from the depth of Kunlun. In the air before Hao Ren, a huge pale silver palm suddenly appeared and scooped toward Little White. Wah! 320 sword energies stabbed into the vague palm and disappeared. Xie Yujia hurriedly launched a huge silver note, but it only created ripples when it hit the palm. Light-splitting sword shadow scroll, a weird technique to cultivate, 5-element life death notes. From the depth of the mountain, that voice muttered while the palm in the sky crashed toward them like a huge mountain or a tsunami. The palm engulfed Little White while the fingertips caught Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. At this moment, the dozens of light beams finally reached Hao Ren's side and surrounded them. Now, Hao Ren found out that the patrolling cultivators were all young girls in green robes of almost the same age. They glared at Hao Ren and Xie Yujia while the longswords in their hands shook slightly as if they were going to kill these two despicable trespassers of Kunlun. The cultivators who had been struck down to the valley by Xie Yujia's attack flew up one by one and joined their team. They were also young girls wearing green robes. Snow Lion, the Sky Mountain sect. No, the young man has a dragon core in his body, and more strangely, he has 1,000-year cultivation strength stored in him. He's also an inspector from the Dragon God Shrine. It's not a good idea to kill him. That voice in the depth of the mountain was still murmuring to himself. In the grip of the vague palm, Hao Ren was panting but couldn't move a muscle. He looked at Xie Yujia and saw that she wasn't doing any better. Ha! The mark on this girl's left shoulder, the palm that was gripping them suddenly loosened a little, and the voice from the depth of the mountain turned serious. Girl, who is your master? My master, suddenly remembering that old grandma told her to give out her name when in danger, Xie Yujia said, my master is Qingfeng Hermit. Oh, the disciple of Qingfeng on First Heaven? I'll be in trouble if I mess with this crazy and overprotective old woman. The voice in the depth of the mountain muttered again. With the suppression on his body reduced, Hao Ren found the old eccentric man in the depth of the mountain was a rattlebox. Okay. I won't punish you two kids. But if you dare to trespass my Kunlun mountain in the future, I'll do more than a spanking. The huge palm suddenly opened, and it flicked its finger onto Little White's butt. With an ouch, Little White flew out more than 10 meters with a wronged expression and tears in its eyes, wondering why it got the spanking while it was Hao Ren who had tried to break into Kunlun mountain. However, knowing they couldn't stay here any longer, Little White bore the acute pain in its rump and fled swiftly with colorful lights on its paws. Before they could rush out of the boundary of Kunlun mountain, the huge palm suddenly caught up and blocked Little White. With 4 paws swimming frantically in the sky, Little White just couldn't get out. Why did you come to Kunlun? The voice in the depth of the mountain suddenly asked. We came to look for 7 core 5-color lotuses, Hao Ren said. The voice was silent for a few seconds. I don't have any 7 core 5-color lotus. The last one was given to the Dragon God Palace dozens of years ago. He continued, you are both in luck and out of luck since I just came out of seclusion this month. Girl, what do you want? I want, Xie Yujia thought for a while. 10,000-year-old black herb, 10,000-year-old green wood, 10,000-year-old iron essence flowers, 10,000-year-old soul grass, 10,000-year-old golden hammer, 10,000-year-old daphne, and 10,000 bronze drumskin. If you have 10,000-year-old 7-color snow lotus, it would be great. Well, I got a toothache. I wonder why old Qingfeng took such a greedy disciple. You want 8 out of 10 best elixir making materials in the world. I have lots of female disciples but don't have many herbs. Okay, I'll give you 3 kinds. 3 boxes suddenly flew from the center of Kunlun. Sitting on Little White's back, Xie Yujia immediately caught them. When she opened the boxes, she saw 10 pieces of 10,000-year-old colorful snow lotuses, 3 pieces of 10,000-year-old green wood, and 5 blocks of 10,000-year-old daphne. Having some knowledge about spiritual herbs, Xie Yujia was happy to see these herbs. I hope these gifts will stop you from telling your master tales about my hurting you with my pinch. If you dare to venture into Kunlun in the future, I won't be so merciful. The pale silver palm turned into a gale which sent Little White flying for 1,000 meters. Little White tumbled several times while Hao Ren and Xie Yujia had to clutch tightly on its fur to stay on its back. When they looked back, there was no trace of Kunlun. The cultivator living in the depth of Kunlun mountain was obviously a peer of old grandma and thus was someone Hao Ren and Xie Yujia couldn't mess with. However, he seemed to fear Xie Yujia's master. Otherwise, he could have kicked them out without giving Xie Yujia spiritual herbs on the condition that she wouldn't tell old grandma about this incident. Xie Yujia rubbed her shoulder. Despite the pain inflicted by the palm in the sky, she was pleased to receive 3 kinds of rare spiritual herbs. We got unexpected gifts, but we can't go to Kunlun anymore. Placing the 3 boxes into her bracelets, she said to Hao Ren with a smile. From her perspective, the final warning of the Soul Formation Realm cultivator was very harsh, and they shouldn't take such risks again. Hao Ren nodded. regretting that he had put Xie Yujia in danger by bringing her here. However, from this incident, he found his identity as an inspector of the dragon god shrine as quite useful. They were simple-minded and didn't know that the old eccentric soul formation realm cultivator in Kunlun spoke those last vicious words to prevent them from blackmailing him in the future after receiving gifts from him. The name of Qingfeng Hermit was quite notorious for her fierceness in the circle of soul formation realm cultivators. On the one hand, Qingfeng Hermit's life-death notes were powerful, and any sane cultivators of soul formation realm didn't dare to fight her head-on. On the other hand, Qingfeng was known for her overprotectiveness of her disciples, and anyone that messed with her disciples would receive great retaliation. Let's head back. Hao Ren lightly rubbed Xie Yujia's sore shoulder and steered Little White toward the direction of East Ocean. Chapter 455. Third Uncle, this is called youth. Upon returning to East Ocean University, Hao Ren left Little White with Xie Yujia and went to Zhao Yanzi's place on his own. Zhao Yanzi was indeed a little spoiled, but Hao Ren was still worried about her schoolwork. After all, she needed to have good grades at her age in order to live a normal mortal life. It looked like Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang didn't plan on keeping her in the Dragon Palace. On the other hand, they wished to let her grow up on land. Zhao Yanzi didn't enjoy staying at the boring Dragon Palace anyways, and she had always considered herself a mid-schooler. Hao Ren arrived at the stop after half an hour on the bumpy bus. Then, he walked to Zhao Yanzi's door. A few vines climbed up on the iron gate with fresh green leaves, and there was a layer of dark green moss over the wetland. Summer is really coming. Hao Ren pushed open the iron gate and knocked on Zhao Yanzi's home's door. You are here, Ren. Zhao Hongyu opened the door with a bright smile. Auntie, Hao Ren smiled cheerfully, and he carried his bag into Zhao Yanzi's house. Humph. Zhao Yanzi pouted in the living room when she saw Hao Ren coming in. Zhao Guang was busy as usual in the study room, flipping through documents. Premier Shah was in his Hawaiian t-shirt, and he stood beside Zhao Guang's desk in the study room, reporting some matters. Zhao Kuo had his arms crossed in front of his chest, and he sat on the couch with a stern face, watching a TV show. Time for dinner. Zhao Hongyu shouted as she walked out of the kitchen with dishes in her hands. Zhao Yanzi quickly ran over since she was starving. Hao Ren saw Zhao Guang coming out of the study room, so he went over to the dinner table and sat beside Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Kuo turned off the TV and sat down opposite to Hao Ren, and his serious look pressured Hao Ren. Zhao Guang walked beside the dinner table calmly and sat in his usual seat. Premier Shah walked out of the study room with his back hunched. He didn't know if he should stay or leave since the Dragon King's family was having dinner together. Come and eat with us, Premier Shah, Zhao Hongyu said. How could I? Premier Shah immediately shook his head. He had been the premier of the Dragon Palace for hundreds of years, so he knew exactly the difference between him and the king's family. Come and join us, Zhao Guang said calmly. Premier Shah slowly walked over at Zhao Guang's command. After picking the furthest seat, he sat himself down. Would you like some rice or noodles? Zhao Hongyu asked. I shouldn't, Premier Shah waved immediately. It was a great honor to sit with the Dragon King. How could he imagine dining with them? Forget about all the rules now that we are on land, Premier. I think you should have some noodles, Zhao Guang said to Premier Shah. Yes, my lord, Premier Shah nodded with reverence and awe. Zhao Hongyu got a bowl of noodles for him, but Premier Shah was too shocked to take the bowl when he saw Zhao Hongyu handing him the noodles herself. Okay, let's eat. Zhao Guang waved. Zhao Yanzi picked up a piece of pork rib with her chopsticks. Then, she put it in Premier Shah's noodles. Premier, have some ribs. Thank you, Princess. Premier Shah was too touched to talk. Have some more, Ren, Zhao Hongyu said to Hao Ren. Hao Ren nodded. Zhao Kuo was busy eating the big bowl of rice. Hao Ren thought to himself, although this is the family of the Dragon King of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, they are still lovely and intimate. Why are you crying, Premier Shah? Zhao Yanzi asked all of a sudden. Hao Ren turned over and found Premier Shah crying ceaselessly with the bowl of noodles in his hands. What's the matter, Premier? Zhao Hongyu asked. Premier Shah put the bowl on the table and wiped the tears off. The old Dragon King helped me to cultivation, and your majesty thinks highly of me. I will do whatever it takes to serve you. I wouldn't say a word if I need to go through fire and blades for you. Why are you saying this suddenly? Zhao Hongyu looked at Premier Xie and said, come on land whenever you have time. Also, don't always wear Lu Qing's outfits. Ask him to take you shopping for some suitable clothes. Thank you, Dragon Queen. Premier Shah wiped the tears off the corner of his eyes. He was too moved to say a word. Zhao Yanzi put the bowl of noodles in Premier Shah's hand. She seemed to be spoiled, but she had a kind heart. She didn't remember much, but she knew that Premier Shah watched her grow up. Premier Shah wasn't able to say anything at this moment. Enjoy your noodles. You might need to come over to report to me in the future, so you will have to stay for dinner a lot, Zhao Guang said. Premier Shah nodded, and he finally suppressed his emotions and started eating the noodles. Zhao Horan used to trust him a lot, but the old Dragon King was never this kind to Premier Shah. After having served 2 generations of Dragon Kings, Premier Shah was very grateful. Hao Ren smiled as he thought to himself, Zhao Horan, at the peak Qian level, convinced people with his strength, but Zhao Guang won people by virtue. They each had their advantages. Hao Ren wouldn't have survived a day if Zhao Horan knew Zhao Yanzi lost her dragon core to Hao Ren. However, if Zhao Horan oversaw the East Ocean Dragon Palace, the West Ocean Dragon clan wouldn't have been so aggressive. Ren, Zhao Guang looked up and said, Zhao Kuo said that he would try his best to teach you for a while in order to thank you for the 7-core 5-color lotus. Hao Ren stopped moving his chopsticks and looked at Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo snorted as he bit a piece of pork rib and carried on eating. Zhao Guang continued as he looked at Hao Ren, don't doubt it. Zhao Kuo mentioned it himself. He will teach you for a month and leave to cultivate afterward. Is third uncle still leaving? Hao Ren thought as he looked at Zhao Kuo in surprise. Although Zhao Kuo was only at Dewey level, he used to be a peak Qian level master. He was only 1 step away from the heavenly dragon realm. Most importantly, Zhao Kuo was cultivating the light-splitting sword shadow scroll as well, and he must have a more profound understanding of it. Since he reached Dewey level in such a short time, he must have transferred all his previous cultivation experience into this technique. If he could devote his heart to teaching Hao Ren could cultivate more smoothly and make a huge improvement. For lower-level cultivators, the instruction of a higher-level cultivator was way more valuable than any elixir pills or techniques. However, most higher-level cultivators would be busy cultivating and wouldn't have the time to tutor a lower-level cultivator. This was a first for Zhao Kuo to give up an entire month to instruct Hao Ren. I will also teach Z, Zhao Kuo said abruptly. Thank you, third uncle. Zhao Yanzi cried out immediately. She wasn't fond of cultivating in the past, so she skipped it whenever Zhao Kuo offered to teach her. But after entering 5th heaven, she felt the pressure when Xie Yujia reached the foundation establishment realm. She needed some guidance from a master. Zhao Kuo was a peak Qian level master, and the cultivation of human and dragons were essentially the same. Therefore, it was indeed easy for Zhao Kuo to instruct Zhao Yanzi on cultivation. Zhao Hongyu was surprised to see Zhao Yanzi's sudden eagerness in cultivation. Hao Ren wondered to himself, Suhan is tutoring Xie Yujia, and Zhao Kuo will be tutoring Zhao Yanzi. Who knows which one of them will improve faster? After dinner, Premier Shah opened his umbrella as he was about to head back to the Dragon Palace. Zhao Yanzi waved to him at the door and said, Come here for dinner again, Premier Shah. Yes, Premier Shah kept nodding. He thanked Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu again before he walked onto the road under the umbrella. Premier Shah slowly walked away, hunchbacked. He had always abided by the rules. Therefore, in weather like this, he would never fly into the sky. Go ahead with tutoring, you guys, Zhao Hongyu said to Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. Oh, Zhao Yanzi turned to her room, pouting. Hao Ren grabbed the tutoring material from the living room and followed Zhao Yanzi upstairs. Zhao Yanzi was in her pajamas and slippers, and she looked very lively as she hopped upstairs. Her long black hair fluttered loosely on her back. As she wobbled, her hair gave out a hint of a pleasant scent. Hao Ren followed her closely into her room. The room was a bit messy, but compared to the slight drizzle outside, the room had a warm, refreshing smell. A hand suddenly appeared between the door and the doorframe when Hao Ren was about to close the door. Zhao Kuo pushed the door open and entered the room. Zhao Yanzi looked at him, confused. I'm just here to check, Zhao Kuo smiled with his mouth open. You don't know any of these anyways, third uncle, Zhao Yanzi pouted. Just checking. Zhao Kuo sat himself down in a little chair despite Zhao Yanzi's complaints. Let's begin. Hao Ren moved a chair to the desk and took the paper out of his bag. Zhao Yanzi dragged over her swivel chair, and she pulled her feet up and sat in it with her legs crossed. Then, she took out some scratch paper and a pen and started working on the mock exam Hao Ren prepared for her. Her pajama was a bit loose. She rested her head on one hand and wrote the exam with the other. Her smooth white neck appeared under her collar. Ahem. Zhao Kuo coughed twice by the window. Hao Ren looked at him before turning back at Zhao Yanzi's paper. Rain dripped off the eaves of the house. Zhao Yanzi read the question carefully, and she pouted, bit her lips, and frowned from time to time. Her facial expression was very interesting. Here, all done. Zhao Yanzi pondered for a bit at the last question. Then, she wrote, "Don't know how," on the paper before she handed the paper to Hao Ren. Hao Ren took the paper and read through it carefully. Their tutoring sessions had been pretty effective lately. Zhao Yanzi was able to finish 70% to 80% of the questions that she didn't know how to solve before. She could even use her own ways to answer some of the questions. Zhao Kuo's hip was a little sore from sitting. Therefore, he stood up and came over to take a look. He was glad to see Hao Ren's checkmarks on most of the questions. As an uncle, he had no idea what these middle schoolers' school work was about. However, it didn't stop him from caring about Z's grades. "You made a mistake on this one. This is what you should have done." Hao Ren pointed at the first mistake she made and started showing her the right answer. Zhao Yanzi moved her chair closer to Hao Ren. She rested her arms and upper body on the desk and listened carefully. Hao Ren picked up the pen and said, "And this one? Let me show you how to solve it." Zhao Yanzi moved a bit closer, and her head was almost on Hao Ren's shoulder. "See, this is a linear equation here," Hao Ren wrote quickly on the scrap paper. Zhao Yanzi pouted her little mouth. The two chairs had already become one, and half of Zhao Yanzi's body was already right in front of Hao Ren. She laid comfortably in Hao Ren's arms with her head right under his chin, and she looked closely at Hao Ren's problem-solving procedures. Ahem. Zhao Kuo couldn't help but cough twice. Zhao Yanzi looked up at Zhao Kuo and complained, "We are working on a question, third uncle. See here, you need to use factorization." Hao Ren was very focused. Zhao Yanzi nodded immediately. Her hair touched Hao Ren's chin, and she decided to ignore Zhao Kuo completely. Although she was still sitting on her own chair, her body was completely snug in Hao Ren's arms like a mermaid. She didn't mean to take advantage of him, it was just really comfortable to be in Hao Ren's arms. Zhao Kuo's eyes opened wide. He didn't think it was a good idea to leave Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi alone in the room, so he came to check on them, but Hao Ren was. "So, x equals 12, and y equals 6. Then, we have the answer." Hao Ren held onto Zhao Yanzi's shoulders and said. "Oh, I see." Zhao Yanzi looked like she understood it as she laid in Hao Ren's arms. Zhao Kuo shouted. "Quiet, third uncle. I am trying to think." Zhao Yanzi rested her chin on her palms as she stared at Hao Ren's solution. "Stop yelling, Zhao Kuo." Zhao Hongyu suddenly appeared at the door. "No, but..." Zhao Kuo didn't know what to say. He pointed at Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi who were sitting together by the desk. "Come out and stop interfering." Zhao Hongyu rolled her eyes at him. But, Zhao Kuo walked out in surprise. "Get some rest after tutoring, Z. And don't play any games," Zhao Hongyu said to Zhao Yanzi before she closed the door behind her. "I know, Mom." Zhao Yanzi leaned back, sticking her little round head on Hao Ren's chest. She stared at the paper and asked, "And the next question?" Chapter 456. I don't need your company. After going through the paper, Hao Ren's legs were a little sore from Zhao Yanzi's weight. But since she was very soft, Hao Ren felt like he was holding a large cat in his arms. Therefore, Hao Ren didn't feel uncomfortable at all. "Anything else you don't understand?" Hao Ren turned to her and asked. Zhao Yanzi was at the age when she had the best skin. There was no flaw on her face whatsoever, and she was as smooth as a porcelain doll. "No," she shrugged at Hao Ren's stare, and her shoulder accidentally hit Hao Ren's chin, making him almost biting his tongue. Zhao Yanzi placed her hands on the table like a nimble little kitten. Then, she hopped from Hao Ren's chair into her own chair. The spot where she laid on was still warm, and Hao Ren took another look at Zhao Yanzi and felt like she really looked like a cat that he couldn't even catch. If she likes you, she will stick around for a bit. If she doesn't, you wouldn't even be able to touch her, Hao Ren thought. Hao Ren looked at her smooth neck underneath her hair and asked, "You have been well behaved lately and have been focusing on your studies. You haven't gone out with Ling?" "She has a boyfriend now," Zhao Yanzi answered absent-mindedly as she noted down the answers Hao Ren just gave her. "Where is he from?" Hao Ren asked casually. "Lu Yuntao, from class 3. He is very good at basketball." Zhao Yanzi tilted her head as she wrote the answers down. "Watch your posture." Hao Ren reached out and straightened her up. Annoyed, Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes at Hao Ren. Then, she bit the tip of the pen while she recalled the procedure Hao Ren wrote down for the questions and rewrote them on her own paper. Hao Ren sat beside her, and he felt like she looked like a regular middle schooler to him no matter what. "Have there been any love letters from boys in your school lately?" Hao Ren continued to ask. "Who dares? They all know that I have a boyfriend now." Zhao Yanzi scanned the paper with her black gem-like eyes and said casually. She suddenly looked up at Hao Ren and said, "Don't get any wrong ideas." Ah! Hao Ren was stupefied, thinking, I didn't get any ideas. Sun Yi from class 6 is quite cute, and he is the captain of the soccer team. Zhao Yanzi stuck out her little tongue as she said. I used to be on the soccer team too, said Hao Ren. Really? Zhao Yanzi raised her eyebrows. Yeah, I was the goalkeeper, nodded Hao Ren. Peeved, Zhao Yanzi snorted and said, Xie Zhaofeng from the high school department comes to school on his motorcycle every day. There are a lot of middle school girls who like him. Zhao Yanzi kept on telling Hao Ren about the gossips at school. Maybe it was because Ling got a boyfriend and there wasn't anyone else to chat with. Zhao Yanzi just poured it all on Hao Ren. Hao Ren listened to her as she went on and on. She was indeed a little girl in middle school. However, Hao Ren's characteristic and personality didn't suggest to people that he was someone a mid-schooler would like. Xie Zhaofeng invited me to karaoke this weekend, Zhao Yanzi continued. You can't go. Hao Ren shouted out without thinking. Zhao Yanzi turned to him. Why not? Because, Hao Ren didn't know what to say. It's great to relax after the exams. Ling needs to go shopping with her boyfriend, and I don't want to be the third wheel, Zhao Yanzi said. I'll go with you if you want to go karaoke, Hao Ren said. I don't need your company, Zhao Yanzi sniffed, you are an uncle. Hao Ren pointed at himself as he was at a loss for words. I am going to sleep now, so you should head back. Zhao Yanzi pushed Hao Ren's chair. She put the paper in her backpack. She probably would work more on it during school the day after. Zhao Yanzi walked to her bed, whipped her slippers off, and slid under the blanket. Hao Ren sighed and opened the door to her balcony. Shoo! He headed toward the East Ocean University on his sword energy. Xie Yujia was studying in Academic Building D, so Hao Ren went straight to see her when he returned to school. He needed to tutor Zhao Yanzi since her finals were coming up. However, his own finals were also coming up, so he needed some tutoring from Xie Yujia. Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang never asked a lot for him, but their bottom line was that he needed to pass all his courses. Hao Ren had to study hard since he didn't want to get scolded by his parents. This was the same case with Zhao Yanzi. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili appeared as soon as Hao Ren stepped into the classroom. They had thick books and notes in their hands. Apparently, they were here to review for their exams as well. Little White wiggled its tail as it ran in front of the twins. After Hao Ren stopped controlling it, Little White had gotten very familiar with all the buildings in East Ocean University. Sometimes, it went to the postgraduate dorm to see the Lu sisters. Sometimes, it went to the dorm buildings in the south to find Xie Yujia. And sometimes, it went to the front of the library to get food from the students. Most girls were familiar with this puppy that ran around the campus now, and they would always keep some food in their bags in case they ran into Little White. The school's gardener had been quite busy lately because some of the bushes had been growing like crazy. He even wondered if these bushes were mutated. Since it was close to finals, the study rooms were crowded. Xie Yujia saved a seat for Hao Ren, but there weren't any empty seats left for Lu Linlin and Lu Lili. Let's go somewhere else, Hao Ren said. Where? Xie Yujia looked up. Hao Ren smiled. Half an hour later, the four of them arrived at the ethereal summit on Fifth Heaven. Little White went into its doghouse to enjoy the comfortableness of its personal cave. Xie Yujia went to the entrance of the valley, and she noticed that the three sects already left their names on the wooden bulletin board that Hao Ren made. It meant that the three sects had taken up the mission. 100 level 4 foundation establishment pills was a tremendous reward. Although level 6 spiritual herbs were very precious, it was useless in the hands of cultivators who didn't know to make elixirs. Foundation establishment pills, on the other hand, could increase the chances for Qi refinement realm cultivators to get to the foundation establishment realm. Also, 100 level 4 foundation establishment pills would take a large sect on Fifth Heaven years to make, so this enticed all the three small sects around the valley to look for level 6 spirit herbs. Xie Yujia admired Hao Ren for coming up with this mission method herb collection. She used to think that it was going to be hard to collect level 6 spiritual herbs. However, it seemed like as long as she could make enough good quality elixir pills, she could have all the cultivators on Fifth Heaven working for them. Hao Ren is pretty smart, Xie Yujia thought to herself cheerfully. She went back to her cave abode and saw the 16 goose egg-sized night pearls Hao Ren and the Lu sisters placed on the roof, lighting up the interior. Put another curtain here. Hao Ren nailed a piece of blue cloth at her cave entrance. Zhao Yanzi got the robes from Fifth Heaven cultivators' storage bags, and Hao Ren ripped them open and modified them into curtains. Hao Ren put the stone table in the middle and laid 4 chairs around it. Then, a quiet and cozy study room had been created. Hao Ren renovated the cave into their own little study room, and Xie Yujia looked down and laughed, thinking, although Hao Ren seems clumsy, he is quite good at setting the mood. I asked Ma Lina to make copies of the study materials for Zhao Jiayi and the guys. This copy is for you, and I have highlighted all the key points while I was waiting for you. Xie Yujia took thick copies of study materials from her bag and put them on the stone table. Hao Ren flipped it open and saw highlighted parts right in the pages. His copy was the advanced version made by Xie Yujia, while the copy Zhao Jiayi and the guys fought over was the original version. Also, Xie Yujia was studying with him, so she could answer his questions whenever he ran into one. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were a bit jealous when they saw how well prepared Xie Yujia was. They regretted listening to Lu Qing and entering the films program, which was less stressful. If they were in the same program as Hao Ren, they could take advantage of the same material. Linlin and Lily, you guys can ask Yujia or me if you have any questions too, Hao Ren said to them. Thank you, Gongzi. They both nodded. Lu Linlin wasn't a petty girl. She realized that Hao Ren didn't try to spy on them with his sword energies on purpose. Therefore, she wasn't upset about it anymore. Hao Ren, on the other hand, felt sorry about it, so he decided to bring them along for this final review session. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili adored this ordinary life. They felt closer to Hao Ren as they acted more like mortals. In the Lu sisters' opinion, Hao Ren was more shy than dumb. Hao Ren knew about everything they had done, and they considered him cute for that. In the meantime, a young girl sat on a hay-covered stone bed in her light yellow silk dress. She was in the back mountain of the Sky Mountain sect on 6th heaven, and she kept poking the two scarecrows in her hand with a small knife. Pervert. B*TCH. I will cut you up when I get out of here. She gritted her pearl-white teeth as she poked. How dare you take my jade away? How dare you take my jade away? There was a layer of white light over her cave entrance. It was the array formation of the Sky Mountain sect, Tiangang lightning array formation. She would get shocked as soon as she laid her finger on it, let alone getting through it. At this time, Zhao Yanzi had the beautiful and smooth jade from Duan Yao around her neck. She was in a deep sleep, and she didn't know that it was a pair of jades, and Duan Yao could locate her with the one she had left. Chapter 457. Zhao Yanzi is mine. In the next few days, Zhao Yanzi, Hao Ren, Xie Yujia, and the Lu sister were all busy studying. The relaxing university life suddenly became intense. Hao Ren made sure to attend the review classes for each course during the last week of school. Then, he would head to Zhao Yanzi's house in the afternoon for her tutoring session. In the evening, he would go up to 5th heaven to go through all the key concepts with Xie Yujia as well as help the twins with their university English. Xie Yujia would also find time to get some instructions from Suhan in her office. Her grades were excellent, so she wasn't worried about the exams at all. The cultivation instructions Suhan gave, on the other hand, was more important to her. The only thing that brought some joy to the pre-exam cramming atmosphere was the appearance of Suhan. Suhan. Suhan is here, the guys on the sidewalk shouted. Suhan ignored them with a folder under her arm. Her high heels made a series of sharp sounds as she walked to an academic building from the administrative building. Her slim legs were luring under her light brown fallbala skirt, and her thin, light blue shirt emphasized her mature body. The buttons seemed to be having a hard time locking her strong aura inside. The beauty pills Xie Yujia gave to her worked very well. Although cultivation could empower her body to a certain degree, Suhan had a bad diet since she didn't know how to cook and was too lazy to eat out. The beauty pills not only kept her face beautiful but also improved her body. No wonder it was the holy elixirs for female cultivators. Suhan walked into the academic building under the guy's glowing stare. Then, she stepped up the stairs and walked into the classroom. The guys in the class all gasped deeply. Suhan seemed even more beautiful after a week. This is the last review class. Suhan scanned everyone with her cold eyes as she put her folder on the podium. What do I do? What do I do? Zhou Liren squeezed by and held onto Hao Ren's arm. He was almost crying. I can't see Suhan anymore. This was her last class of the course, weak optical signal processing, and some guys came to the classroom to grab a seat 4 hours before the class started. Zhou Liren was Suhan's hardcore fan, yet he only got a middle row seat. Hao Ren looked up at Suhan and found her more charming than before. Her skin got smoother and her eyes got brighter. Suhan was already exceptionally beautiful, but she was even more gorgeous than before. No wonder she took the guy's breaths away. There is a lot of content, so we will skip the break, Suhan said coldly as she opened up her materials. First of all, the photoelectric detector. The guys didn't want to miss a minute of watching Suhan, so they had no problem with skipping the break. Zhou Liren sat beside Hao Ren with his arm around Hao Ren's arm. He stared at Suhan as if her beauty intoxicated him, and he held Hao Ren's arm tightly as if it was Suhan's arm. It made Hao Ren feel disgusted, so he took his arm back immediately. 2 hours passed quickly. Suhan closed her folder up and said, "That is the end of this semester." She fixed some loose hair behind her ear and looked around the classroom with her clear yet cold eyes. This charming yet straightforward move stunned all the guys. When everyone was waiting for her to wish them good luck on the exam, she said lightly, "Come with me, Hao Ren." Tick, tock, everyone could hear the clock ticking. Oh, Hao Ren stood up and walked around the desks to the door. Suhan and Hao Ren walked out of the classroom side by side. Damn, the guys growled in the classroom. Xie Yujia, who was sitting in the last row, smiled. If she wanted to make all males go crazy over her, she needed to reach Qian level just like Suhan. What's the matter? Hao Ren asked Suhan when they exited the classroom. Although Suhan was beautiful, Hao Ren could control himself better since he was a Gen-level cultivator after all. However, anyone would get nervous when they were this close to Suhan. "You went to Kunlun?" Suhan asked as she headed for the stairs. Hao Ren looked at her timidly and asked, "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Suhan glimpsed at Hao Ren with her beautiful eyes and said, "A soul formation realm cultivator appeared in the Dragon God Shrine yesterday and injured a dozen inspectors. He said announced that no inspector is allowed to run into Kunlun ever again." Hao Ren's heart sank after hearing about this. That soul formation realm cultivator must have been pissed when an inspector ran into his territory after he came out of seclusion cultivation. Most importantly, Xie Yujia injured a dozen of his patrolling disciples. Since he couldn't do anything to Xie Yujia, he decided to get back at the Dragon God Shrine. As a soul formation realm cultivator, he could do whatever he wanted. This cultivator from Kunlun had a blast at the Dragon God Shrine since he was in a bad mood. Suhan walked down the stairs. She wasn't wearing any stocking, but her legs looked even prettier than the girls with stockings. Her jade-like skin made people wonder if she was carved out of jade. "The Dragon God Shrine wants to look into this issue, so I wondered if you have gone to Kunlun," Suhan continued. "Me? Why would I do that?" Hao Ren said immediately. He looked so serious that it seemed like he was genuinely mad at that inspector as well. Suhan reached the turning point of the stair. She tiptoed and turned to Hao Ren. "Stop pretending. I know it was you." Hao Ren was at a loss for words. His acting skills weren't good enough to fool Suhan. "You are pretty bold to barge into the Kunlun mountain." Suhan continued walking down the stairs. "I was kicked out before I got in," Hao Ren answered. "The Dragon God Shrine has an agreement with the Kunlun mountain. Regular dragon cultivators are not allowed near the Kunlun mountain. Those who go in without permission will be killed immediately. The inspectors can pass by Kunlun in case of an emergency. However, they must stay on First Heaven when they pass. In the meantime, cultivators from Kunlun cannot leave the mountain randomly and couldn't kill inspectors," Suhan said. "The manual didn't mention that," Hao Ren said. "The Dragon God Shrine won't mention Kunlun in public, but inspectors are not allowed near that area. You are just a Gen-level cultivator, and you barged into Kunlun as an inspector. No wonder that Soul Formation Realm cultivator got so mad and put so much pressure on the Dragon God Shrine," Suhan said lightly as she exited the academic building. Hao Ren thought, there is more to it, he must be furious since Xie Yujia also took 3 kinds of spiritual herbs from him. All the students looked over when Hao Ren and Suhan exited the academic building together. Hao Ren, the popular character, was very close with Suhan, and the entire school had been gossiping about it. Some people admired him, and some people were jealous of him. However, Huang Zuji was the only one who showed up to teach Hao Ren a lesson. Some younger male professors united and tried to punish Hao Ren, but they cancelled their plan when they learned that Hao Zonghua was Hao Ren's father. "I will pretend that I don't know anything about you going to Kunlun. But in the future," Suhan turned to Hao Ren and said, "Take me with you." "Okay." Hao Ren agreed, confused. Suhan looked very cold, but she covered for Hao Ren on a lot of things. She wasn't a timid person, and she had some interest in Kunlun as well. However, she was more interested in the 9-Dragon Palace in comparison. Hao Ren promised to go there with her, and she never forgot about that painful strike from Chu Niu. "That's all. You can go now." Suhan waved casually and headed toward the administrative building. Hao Ren stood at the door, watching Suhan as she walked away. He realized that it was tough to figure out what this beautiful woman was thinking about. "She's gone, and you are still looking." Zhao Jiayi suddenly wrapped his arm around Hao Ren's neck from the behind. Zhao Jiayi was quite jealous of Hao Ren as well. Hao Ren seemed to be an ordinary guy, yet many pretty girls were suddenly fond of him. Did all his luck suddenly arrive? Zhao Jiayi thought. Hao Ren removed Zhao Jiayi's thick arm and said, "Are you going to be okay on the exams?" "Not a problem. I made a copy of Xie Yujia's notes." Zhao Jiayi pressed on Hao Ren's back like a rock. Hao Ren grabbed Zhao Jiayi's right hand and threw him over his shoulder. Zhao Jiayi landed steadily and hit Hao Ren's chest hard. "The championship is on the 20th in Yanjing. You should come and watch." Okay. Hao Ren was going for sure. Even if he became a Qian-level master in the future, he wouldn't forget a good buddy like Zhao Jiayi. "I will pull an all-nighter with you guys tonight." Hao Ren missed the times when they studied together in the dorm. "Finally being a human, eh?" Zhao Jiayi knocked on Hao Ren's shoulder. Hao Ren's finals will take place in the following week. The East Ocean University allowed students to pick their own elective courses. Therefore, all the public courses exams were spread throughout the exam days. Therefore, most students had exams for 5 to 6 days. Comparing to their arrangement, Zhao Yanzi's grade 8 exams were much simpler. Maths, history, physics, Chinese, English, politics, biology, geography, and chemistry would take place one after another on Thursday and Friday, and she would be done after that. After an entire day of exams, Zhao Yanzi exhaled deeply after her teacher took her chemistry exam paper away. Then, she put her pencil box in her bag. She wanted to talk to Ling about some of the questions, but Ling already ran to class 3, next door, to see her boyfriend. "Inhumane," Zhao Yanzi murmured. She picked up her backpack and walked to the school gate. Vroom. Vroom. A silver motorcycle passed by Zhao Yanzi and blocked her way all of a sudden. The driver took off his helmet and smiled handsomely. He pointed the backseat with his thumb and said, "Hop on." Whoa, the surrounding girls couldn't help but exclaim. Xie Zhaofeng, the handsome high schooler, was after Zhao Yanzi. Shoo! A vehicle suddenly stopped outside of Ling Zhao Middle School. Beep. Beep. Hao Ren sat in the convertible Ferrari in the black and white shirt that he specifically picked out. He glimpsed at Zhao Yanzi and pointed at the passenger seat, "Get in." Chapter 458. A Tough Girl. Just when Zhao Yanzi was about to go around the silver motorcycle in annoyance, she saw Hao Ren. Like a little bird that suddenly became happy, she was overwhelmed with joy. She swung on her backpack and ran out the gates. Then, she opened the door of the Ferrari and sat down. The high school student on the motorcycle was shocked. His improved Yamaha motorcycle was worth tens of thousands of yuan, and it was something he could use to show off at the school. However, it was nothing compared to a Ferrari. This high school student tried to maintain his cool composure on the motorcycle, but he could only quietly watch Zhao Yanzi fly into the Ferrari like a little bird. Every student at the gate, regardless of their grades, witnessed how Hao Ren picked up Zhao Yanzi in a Ferrari. That's Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend. How rich, a spoiled second-generation rich kid, but he's actually pretty handsome. It's my first time seeing this. I heard that they kissed in front of the academic building. Your news sources are so old. He already came to our school many times. I heard he goes to City North First High School. Gossips quickly spread at the school's front gate. As the engine of the car roared, Hao Ren started the Ferrari and drove away. Zhao Yanzi looked as happy as a blooming flower. She hugged her backpack and leaned against the car seat. "How were your exams?" Hao Ren asked her. "They went okay," Zhao Yanzi responded lazily. Since she finished all her exams, she didn't want to think about it anymore. Zhao Yanzi was that type of person. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0V3LB1N. She closed her eyes and relaxed as the wind blew against her face. She tightened her legs and raised her arms high to stretch. "Hey." Zhao Yanzi suddenly opened her closed eyes and turned to ask Hao Ren, "Why did you suddenly come to pick me up?" "Your mom told me to pick you up," Hao Ren answered. Zhao Yanzi suddenly pouted and looked extremely unhappy. "I'm just joking." Hao Ren looked at her expression and couldn't help but laugh. "I'm picking you up because I want to." Zhao Yanzi looked over with her peripheral vision as she doubted his words. Ring, 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 her phone in her bag suddenly rang, and she put her hand in her bag to pick it up. "Mom. Where are you? I don't see you at the front gate," Zhao Hongyu said through the phone. "Mom. Uncle, Hao Ren already picked me up," Zhao Yanzi responded. "Oh, I was wondering why you disappeared. I thought you went to karaoke with your classmates again. Then, I'm just going to go home. Ask Ren to come over for dinner tonight." Zhao Hongyu sighed and hung up. She knew that Zhao Yanzi finished her exams today, so she came to pick her up from school. She never thought that Hao Ren would be one step ahead of her. Zhao Yanzi put her phone back in her bag. Then, she turned to Hao Ren and finally believed that he came to pick her up at his own will. Hao Ren not only washed his car, but he also cleaned himself up nicely. He was wearing a black and white shirt, which made him look very classy, and his clean hair that was a little messy looked shiny. There was one word that could be used to describe Hao Ren today, and that was handsome. At Zhao Yanzi's age, it was only natural for her to be a little vain. She was delighted when Hao Ren dressed up and drove the Ferrari to pick her up. She didn't care if Hao Ren caused an uproar when he appeared. Exams were now over, and summer had started. No one would remember this 2 months later. "Where should we go?" Hao Ren asked her while driving. "Let's play games," Zhao Yanzi said as her eyes lighting up. She knew that Hao Ren had his university exams next week, but playing was definitely more important for her right now. Okay. Hao Ren knew what games Zhao Yanzi was talking about. He lightened pressed his foot on the gas pedal, and the Ferrari drove toward the city center. Hao Ren parked on the road across the Friendship Business Building, and the two getting off the car and walking towards the building attracted much attention. The Ferrari was very eye-catching. Also, Zhao Yanzi was wearing a school uniform and backpack, so it naturally attracted attention as well. Her light blue school uniform fluttered a little in the wind, and the tag that said, Grade 8, Class 2-2, Zhao Yanzi, was on her chest. The guys who were about Hao Ren's age were very jealous of him because he was with such a young and energetic girl. Such an animal, they glared at Hao Ren and cussed on the inside. "Let's go. Let's go." Zhao Yanzi was looking to relax after her exams, so she pulled Hao Ren toward the basement of the Friendship Business Building. Since it was Friday evening, there were quite a lot of young people at the arcade park at the Friendship Business Building. Zhao Yanzi pulled Hao Ren into the building and quickly took off her name tag before throwing it in her bag. However, the design of her school uniform exposed her identity as a middle schooler immediately. Hao Ren took out 100 yuan to exchange for gaming tokens, and he gave half to Zhao Yanzi. However, Zhao Yanzi wasn't interested in drumming and dancing games. Instead, she liked fighting games. She went straight over to Street Fighter and inserted multiple tokens. The man who was smoking and playing the game smoothly saw the new challenger next to him. He pounded on the keys with his right hand and chose 3 characters. Zhao Yanzi stared at the screen for a while and chose 3 female characters. "Uncle, help carry this for me." Zhao Yanzi handed her backpack to Hao Ren. Then, she stared at the screen with intense focus and decided on the order of her characters for the fight. "Ready, go." Zhao Yanzi held the joystick with the left hand and moved it swiftly, and her left hand was on the keys. Pa, 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 pa. Her fingers moved quicker than if she were playing the piano. The man who was smoking couldn't even hold the cigarette in his mouth anymore. The cigarette dropped to the ground, and the man put his right foot on the chair. He leaned extremely close to the machine and tried his best. "You win." Zhao Yanzi easily beat the opponent. The man turned around and looked at Zhao Yanzi only to find out that the person who beat him was a little girl who was still in middle school, and this girl even looked exceptionally pure. "Uncle, wanna play?" Zhao Yanzi asked as she turned and looked at Hao Ren. Hao Ren shook his head as he held her pink backpack by the side. He understood that play games did not mean gaming at an internet cafe to her. However, he didn't think Zhao Yanzi would be so good at street fighting games. It didn't fit her personality. Instead, it made her look like a young gangster-like girl. From how smooth she was with the controls, one could tell that she came here often. From the King of Fighters 97 to Street Fight, and from the Last Blade to Samurai Spirits, Zhao Yanzi played them all. Only a few who were really masters could beat her. Otherwise, she beat them all. "Uncle, why are you just watching me?" Zhao Yanzi won the last fight and looked at Hao Ren with a little bit of discontent. "That's because I can't beat you," Hao Ren said. Hao Ren looked around and saw that many guys were staring at him with hostility. Zhao Yanzi went down the line and defeated the guys in order. It was quite provoking. "Okay. Let's go play something else," Zhao Yanzi said happily as she dragged Hao Ren to another row of arcade machines. This row was made up of vertical shooter games. Hao Ren was better at these, so he sat down at one of them. Dang, 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 Zhao Yanzi put a few gaming tokens in the machine and chose a plane. Hao Ren chose another plane, and the 2 planes they chose appeared on the screen. "I'm for sure better than you at this," Hao Ren said. He used to go and play these games with his friends in middle school, so he was confident that his method of avoiding bullets was superior. However, as the game progressed, he realized that it wasn't the case. "Dummy. I have to go and save you." Zhao Yanzi dodged the raining bullets easily and then went to help Hao Ren to fight off the enemy in front of him. More and more people came over to watch them play as this game was incredibly difficult. In the last stage, the bullets filled the screen, so it was an incredible thing to see. "Dummy. Use the bomb." Zhao Yanzi was controlling her own plane but couldn't help but reach over to Hao Ren's controls. Hao Ren was flustered when he saw a screen full of bullets. But Zhao Yanzi didn't care how many people were watching him and kept calling him, dummy. Bang! It was the sound of the last giant-sized boss plane exploding, and Zhao Yanzi had carried Hao Ren and successfully beaten the game. Wow! The crowd behind exclaimed. Zhao Yanzi smiled with joy. She picked up her bag and then dragged Hao Ren toward another row of games by grabbing his wrist. Hao Ren was no match for her, but they coordinated well. There's too much pressure playing with you. I'll just go buy us some drinks. Hao Ren wiped off the sweat in his palms and walked over to the service desk to buy some drinks. Just when Hao Ren brought back 2 bottles of drinks, he saw a bald man who was sitting next to Zhao Yanzi and trying to talk to her. Drinks. Hao Ren put the 2 bottles of drinks on the control station of the arcade machine. You, the bald guy stared at Hao Ren viciously. He was just about to stand up when Hao Ren put his right hand on the former's shoulder, forcing him to sit down. I told you that my boyfriend is really strong. Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes at this bald man, and she also knocked on his head with her fist. She was holding half a bag of gaming tokens, and they left marks on this bald man's head. Then, Zhao Yanzi kicked the man's chair, and the chair slid half a meter away, causing the bald man to fall onto the ice-cold floor. Seeing how swift Zhao Yanzi's movements were, Hao Ren knew it wasn't a good idea to get on her bad side. If it weren't for Zhao Hongyu keeping an eye on Zhao Yanzi, Hao Ren would probably get his butt kicked by Zhao Yanzi a long time ago at home. The bald man fell to the ground, and a few other men came over, surrounding them. Hao Ren held 2 fists and aimed at their chests, scaring them off. Then, Zhao Yanzi carried her backpack and left this area that was filled with smoke with Hao Ren. Before Zhao Yanzi lost her dragon core, she was at Gen level. Therefore, she was not a bit scared of these gangsters. Outside the fighting and war arcade machine were multiple player arcade machines, and there were many games designed for couples. Hao Ren looked at the many gaming tokens he and Zhao Yanzi had left and asked, "Do you want to?" Who would play these childish games? Zhao Yanzi immediately responded. Hao Ren almost felt like crying. He actually wanted to play, but he was called childish by a middle schooler. Zhao Yanzi grabbed the gaming token from Hao Ren and gave both her and Hao Ren's tokens to a girl who looked nice. Here you go. That girl held the 2 bags of gaming token as she was incredibly confused. Zhao Yanzi dragged Hao Ren into the arcade park but then dragged him out. The upper floors of the Friendship Business Building had many retail stores, so Hao Ren thought for a bit and asked, "Why don't I buy you some clothes?" Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes at Hao Ren and said, "Who wants to buy clothes? I'm hungry, and I want to go home and eat dinner." Sigh. Hao Ren let out a light sigh and pulled her out of the building. Zhao Yanzi was slim, but she was starting to grow taller. Even though she wore her school uniform, one could see her nice body shape. She was at the age where she didn't have to care about accumulating body fat, so she didn't need to bother with diets. Also, Zhao Yanzi was a great athlete at school. Her ponytail was neither short or long, and it swayed as she walked. No one could have thought that this middle school girl who looked like a good student just beat so many guys at arcade games. A few young people were looking at the parked Ferrari and thinking who it belonged to. Hao Ren led Zhao Yanzi over to the car, and they opened the door and went in. The bystanders all looked at them with shock. Hao Ren turned the steering wheel, and the car dashed out of the parking spot. The Ferrari that was very expensive was indeed different when being driven. Ah! Zhao Yanzi exhaled deeply as she was extremely relaxed and put her bag on her lap again. Hao Ren looked at her and thought, if she puts half the effort that she invested into gaming on learning, I won't need to tutor her. However, he was quite happy when he thought about their gaming experience just now. They had played a full hour on a vertical plane shooting game, and all the little things such as how Zhao Yanzi complained and how she smiled made it interesting. She doesn't only have shortcomings. Hao Ren stopped at a red light and turned over to look at the left side of Zhao Yanzi's face. There was a loose red string near her neck, and Hao Ren didn't think much and reached out for it. Pa! Zhao Yanzi hurried and slapped away Hao Ren's hand. A breeze blew by, and Hao Ren suddenly realized that the direction his hand was moving toward was her chest. What is hanging around your neck? Hao Ren asked awkwardly. Zhao Yanzi looked down and pulled the red string out. At the bottom of the string hung a jade pendant. Hao Ren reached for the jade pendant and looked closely. He felt how smooth it was on one side and saw the lion head carving on the other. The carving was very delicate and well done, and it was also filled with nature essence. This jade pendant was the one that Zhao Yanzi got from Duan Yao. If one wore this jade pendant while cultivating, it could help with both the concentration and the cultivation speed. D. The car behind them honked. Hao Ren saw that the red light in front of them had turned green, and he also saw the driver behind them looking at him strangely from the rear view mirror. Hao Ren noticed how he was slanted toward Zhao Yanzi with his hand in front of her neck holding the jade pendant. The seats blocked the real details of the situation, so the car behind them might have imagined a different scene. Hao Ren's face turned half red, and he stepped on the gas pedal and dashed across the intersection. "What are you beeping at?" Zhao Yanzi turned over and looked at the car behind them with discontent. It was good that she didn't figure out what was happening. Just when Hao Ren was going to park on the street in front of Zhao Yanzi's house, he noticed that it was full already with tens of Mercedes from out provinces parked there. Chapter 459. Little gifts? There were a few other families around Zhao Yanzi's home, but the Mercedes all parked around Zhao Yanzi's home. They were obviously her family's guests. Who are these people? Both Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were confused. Hao Ren parked the car on the side and hurried in to see what was happening. There was probably no one who was brave enough to pick a fight at the East Ocean Dragon King's home on land since the East Ocean City was under Hao Ren and Suhan's jurisdiction. "Mom. I'm home." Zhao Yanzi was a bit worried, so she shouted out loud when she opened the main gates. "Come in," Zhao Hongyu said from inside. Zhao Yanzi was relieved, and she took out her keys to open the door. However, she was smart with her actions so that she would be able to act if anything was wrong and give Hao Ren some time to prepare for battle. The house was filled with tens of strangers. There were some old people as well as some mid-aged people, and there were also heavy boxes on the living room floor. "This is my daughter Zhao Yanzi, and this is the Fuma of our dragon clan, Hao Ren." Zhao Guang introduced them to everyone else. "He looks brilliant and full of potential, they're a perfect match." Many praises flooded the room. Hao Ren recognized the person who stood beside Zhao Guang. He was the wood elemental elder from Yuhong Mountain who appeared at the Dragon God Shrine's general exam, and the person next to this elder was the wood elemental cultivator who got severely wounded. The wood elemental cultivator looked much better after resting but was still a bit pale. It looked like that the first elder of Yuhong Mountain hurried here to thank the East Ocean Dragon Clan for everything as soon as his disciple was almost fully healed. "Ren, let me introduce everyone to you." Zhao Guang stood in front of Hao Ren and pointed to an elder whose face was full of wrinkles as he said, "This is Yuhong Mountain's Wood Dragon Palace's Dragon King, Xian Dragon King. This is the first elder, Elder Song, and this is Elder Song's first disciple, Wu Yi." Hao Ren put his hands together and gave a slight bow. "Nice to meet you, Dragon King." The dragon tribe was split into 5 big clans according to their elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Since there were a large number of water elemental dragons, and they were scattered around the world, they were further split into 4 groups: stream, river, lake, and ocean. Therefore, according to the categorization, the 4 ocean dragon palaces were only higher ranked than the stream, river, and lake dragon clans and managed all the water elemental dragons, but they were equal in ranking compared to the other elemental dragon clans. It meant that the Wood Dragon Palace at Yuhong Mountain was on the same level as the East Ocean Dragon Palace in theory. The East Ocean Dragon Palace could assert pressure on the Dongjing Lake Dragon Clan, but it couldn't issue commands to any of the wood elemental dragons. Those stream, river, and lake dragon clans under the East Ocean jurisdiction would come pay tribute at the East Ocean Dragon Clan once a year, and those dragon kings would also come to the East Ocean Dragon Palace's annual celebrations. However, the wood elemental dragon kings wouldn't come unless they were friends with the East Ocean Dragon Palace, or they received grand invitations. Therefore, Hao Yuhong Mountain sent not only the first elder as well as the Dragon King himself to pay a visit to Zhao Guang was something very special. The scale of the visit was rather significant. "There's no need to be so courteous." Dragon King Si Yun lightly lifted Hao Ren's arms and told him he did not need to bow. "This is Kangye Dragon King from the Wood Dragon Palace at Kangye Lake, and these are Elder Shi and Elder Yu." Zhao Guang slowly introduced everyone to Hao Ren. Hao Ren quickly gave another bow. "This is Yingtian Dragon King from the Earth Dragon Palace at Longhu Mountain, and this is the first elder, Elder Yi." Hao Ren immediately bowed and greeted them. The rest of them were the followers of the 3 Dragon Kings and the elders, so Zhao Guang didn't introduce them individually. Hao Ren held his hands together, walked around and bowing to greet them to show his respect. "Yanzi, show some manners," Zhao Hongyu lightly said when she saw Zhao Yanzi holding her backpack and looking perplexed. "Hello, uncles," Zhao Yanzi said in a crisp voice. The 3 Dragon Kings and elders saw how energetic Zhao Yanzi was and smiled. "Dragon Kings, please sit down," Zhao Guang said as he held his hands out to show the way to the sofa. From the look of it, Hao Ren knew they had just arrived and hadn't gotten the chance to sit down yet. "Yanzi, go make some tea," Zhao Guang said with a stern face. There were no maids around, so it was up to Zhao Yanzi to make the tea. Zhao Yanzi put down her backpack and skittered into the kitchen with a huge smile on her face. The three dragon kings sat on the sofa, and Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu joined them there. None of the remaining elders and disciples dared to sit down, and Hao Ren looked around and didn't sit down as well. I've come from afar this time to thank the East Ocean Dragon Palace for saving Wu Yi, the first disciple of Yuhong Mountain. Xian Dragon King faced Zhao Guang and said slowly. This Dragon King looked the oldest. The 5 elemental dragon clans come from the same root, and we should help each other often, Zhao Guang said politely. Zhao Guang was also a bit shocked when the 3 dragon kings suddenly appeared at his door. Zhao Guang had been dealing with some business matters at the Mingri group. If it weren't for the intelligence network of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, he wouldn't have known that the 3 Dragon Kings and the elders had entered the East Ocean City. We were planning to visit the East Ocean Dragon Palace but were afraid that Dragon King Zhao would throw a huge banquet for us. After some discussion, we decided to visit your home. Xian Dragon King looked at the other 2 Dragon Kings and said, Kangye Dragon King and Yingtian Dragon King are old friends of mine, and I invited them to join me. Tea's here. Zhao Yanzi let out another crisp shout. She was holding a large tray with 5 to 6 cups of Tiguanyin tea. She walked toward the center of the living room and put the teacups down one by one on the tea table in front of the sofa. Please drink. Zhao Guang said politely. The 3 Dragon Kings grabbed the cups and sipped. Then, they nodded and put the tea back on the glass tea table. It's such a great honor for us to have you 3 Dragon Kings gather at East Ocean. The East Ocean, Yuhong Mountain, Kangye Lake, and Longhu Mountain should take advantage of this opportunity and communicate well, Zhao Guang said with a big smile on his face. He wasn't as old as the other 3 Dragon Kings, but his communication skills were on par with them. The 3 Dragon Kings had come all the way here with so many people. It could be a good sign or a bad sign, so Zhao Guang didn't speak too fast or too direct. Yuhong Mountain was the most influential dragon clan in the southwestern territories. Although one couldn't really say that Kangye Lake and Longhu Mountain relied on Yuhong Mountain, they did follow Yuhong Mountain since their interests were aligned. In reality, Kangye Lake and Longhu Mountain were quite influential in the southwestern region themselves. They were at least as powerful as Dongjing Lake in East Ocean's territory, and they had at least tens of thousands of cultivators. There was little water in the southwestern region, so it was basically controlled by wood elemental and earth elemental dragons. Therefore, they could not be underestimated. That was also why Zhao Guang was cautious with his words. Xian Dragon King saw that Zhao Guang was still reserved, so he waved his hands. The disciples standing behind the sofa immediately started to open all the boxes on the floor. One box was full of 10,000-year-old agarwood, one box was full of purple gold sand, one box was full of black truffles, and the last box contained an ancient tree stem that was saturated with strong nature essence. These are just small gifts from us to thank the East Ocean Dragon Clan for helping us, Xian Dragon King said as he stroked his beard. Yuhong Mountain had spent a lot of effort in training Wu Yi these few hundred years, and he is extremely valuable to us. If he were to lose his life at the Dragon God Shrine's general exams, Yuhong Mountain would have suffered a tremendous loss. Zhao Guang didn't know what were in those boxes, so he was still on the lookout. Now seeing that they were all valuable gifts, he was relieved. He now knew that Xian Dragon King came with the other 2 Dragon Kings to thank them, so he said immediately, these gifts are too valuable, the East Ocean cannot accept. Agarwood and purple gold sand were great material for making Dharma treasures and elixir pills, especially 10,000-year-old agarwood because it cannot be penetrated by fire or water. Even a small piece could be made into a pendant. If one carved an array formation in it, it could become a strong defense Dharma treasure. Now, there was a full box of agarwood. The black truffles were also a great material for making elixir pills. However, even if it weren't used for elixirs, one could put it in hot water and drink it. It had positive effects such as improving energy flow and strength. These were very useful things to cultivators, and it was very generous for Xian Dragon King to gift them a whole box. That ancient tree stem was for sure something valuable. Zhao Yanzi quietly went to Hao Ren's side. She turned to him, and he could see her eyes filled with excitement. She had never experienced something like this. 3 Dragon Kings came to her home just to thank them. The tributes that the Stream, River, and Lake Dragon clans gifted to the East Ocean Dragon Palace were usually given to them by premiers of the Dragon Palaces or elders. Dragon Kings would normally not visit in person, so it was extremely rare for 3 Dragon Kings to visit. In reality, Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang had never experienced such an event as well. Both the valuable gifts and the appearance of the 3 Dragon Kings were strong signs that these 3 Dragon clans wanted to establish friendships with East Ocean. The East Ocean Dragon Clan was on the rise. This is just a small gift. Dragon King Zhao, you don't need to be so polite. Xian Dragon King looked up and saw Hao Ren behind Zhao Guang. Dragon King Zhao's Fuma is really a talented person. He is very good. It was obvious they were impressed by Hao Ren's performance at the Dragon God Shrine's general exams. They probably also knew that Hao Ren had been promoted to a level 3 inspector. Zhao Guang smiled pleasantly as he turned around and looked at Hao Ren. The look on his face was filled with more affection and fatherly love. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0v3LB1N. I still have another request, but I don't know if Dragon King Zhao will accept it. Xian Dragon King asked. Please do say. Zhao Guang said very directly. I want to see the Elixir Master of East Ocean. That was such a valuable pill, so I wanted to return a small gift in person, Xian Dragon King said sincerely. Chapter 460. The request from a Dragon King. This, Zhao Guang hesitated for a bit. Ren, go bring Yujia over if she is free, Zhao Hongyu said as she turned her head over and looked at Hao Ren. Okay. Hao Ren said without any hesitation. He walked over to the door that connected to the back garden and brought out Little White from his necklace. He formed a red energy sphere and flew out speedily on Little White. The first elder of Yuhong Mountain had seen Hao Ren's snow lion at the Dragon God Shrine's general exams, so he wasn't surprised at all. However, the other elders and the 3 Dragon Kings were a bit shocked when Hao Ren rode on a demon beast. The East Ocean Dragon Palace is indeed strong enough to have the resources to train demon beasts, the 3 Dragon Kings thought as they picked up their teacups. Hao Ren was the regional inspector of the East Ocean City, so he was allowed to fly in the sky. With Little White, it only took him the blink of an eye to get from Zhao Yanzi's home to his home. Little White flew to the back of the house, and Hao Ren went close to Xie Yujia's room's window and saw her studying. Xie Yujia was in her blue pajamas and had on a pair of small slippers. She just washed her hair, and she didn't tie it. Overall, she had a gentle temperament. Dong, 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 dong. Hao Ren knocked on her window lightly. Xie Yujia turned her head, looking a bit confused. She saw Hao Ren at the window and looked a bit surprised but hurried over to open the window. Yanzi's mom wants you to come over for a bit. The cultivator whom you saved last time came over with his dragon clan to thank you. However, it's okay if you don't want to go, Hao Ren said as he sat on Little White. It's okay. I'll go check it out. Xie Yujia put down her pen. Then, she looked down at herself and saw that she was still in pajamas. She wanted to change first, but Hao Ren was at the window. Yujia, come out. Little White was floating in the air outside, and Hao Ren was knocking on the window. Oh! Hao Ren suddenly realized and twisted Little White's ear to order it to turn around. Their backs were now facing her window. Xie Yujia blushed while she closed her curtains. A few minutes later, the curtains reopened, and she carefully climbed out of the window. She had changed into a clean white shirt and jeans, making her look especially fresh. Hao Ren reached over to catch her by her arms so that she could climb over to Little White's back from the window. Xie Yujia's room was on the first floor, and it faced the garden, so there was still some distance between the window and the ground. Careful, Hao Ren supported Yujia by her shoulders, hugging her directly. Her body felt soft but was a bit different from Zhao Yanzi's. Xie Yujia was between mature and young. I'm okay. Xie Yujia sat in front of Hao Ren. She shoved his hands away gently, and her face was a bit red. Although she and Hao Ren knew each other well, she was still too shy to let him touch her body. Hao Ren let go of her, feeling a bit embarrassed. He wanted to explain but thought there was no real purpose to it. Also, the way Xie Yujia came over to open the window felt like they were seeing each other secretly. In reality, Hao Ren just didn't want to be questioned by Grandma, so he didn't go through the front door. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N.O.vel. B. in. Ahem. Little White, go to Yanzi's home. Hao Ren patted Little White's butt. Little White groaned but still flew toward Zhao Yanzi's home. Dong. Little White landed in the back garden of Zhao Yanzi's home. The 3 Dragon Kings had just had 2 sips of tea, and Hao Ren already brought Xie Yujia over. It was incredibly fast and efficient, and the Dragon Kings were all impressed by the demon beast's flying speed. Uncle, Auntie, Xie Yujia greeted Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu as she followed Hao Ren in from the back door with a slight blush on her face. Zhao Yanzi lightly snorted when she saw Xie Yujia. Come over, Yujia. Zhao Hongyu stood up enthusiastically and led Yujia over to the center of the living room. She then introduced her to the 3 Dragon Kings. Xie Yujia didn't understand the concepts of dragon palaces, so she treated them like seniors with good manners and respect. These 3 dragon kings, as well as their elders and disciples, couldn't suppress their astonishment when they saw how young the East Ocean Dragon Palace's elixir master was. They all thought that an elixir master who could make level 4 elixir pills would at least be a few hundred years old. The first elder of Yuhong Mountain had seen Xie Yujia before, but he didn't expect that such a young girl would be the well-respected elixir master of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. They were all shocked and were weighing Xie Yujia's abilities. She was pretty without dispute, but she did not give out any auras from her dragon core. Could she be on Qian level or Kun level? The 3 dragon kings smiled as they secretly passed messages to each other with their eyes. She probably isn't a dragon cultivator, Yingtian Dragon King from Longhu Mountain said lightly. The other 2 dragon kings were both slightly surprised. They realized how great of a strategy that the East Ocean Dragon clan had, taking in an elixir master who wasn't even a dragon cultivator. When Zhao Hongyu saw them passing looks around, she reminded them by saying, "Xian Dragon King." Oh, right, Xian Dragon King reacted quickly. He took out a box from his ring while smiling kindly at Xie Yujia. Yuhong Mountain is a poor area, and we don't have anything special. Here are 6 blood ginsengs as a symbol of our gratitude. Xie Yujia took over the box from Xian Dragon King stiffly. Then, she carefully opened the box. There were 6 well-organized red ginsengs, and they looked extremely potent. Zhao Guang was secretly shocked since the value of the 6 blood ginsengs far exceeded the treasure boxes. Xian Dragon King of Yuhong Mountain said he was in a poor area, but that was just to be polite. Yuhong Mountain had rich lands in the southwestern region, and it had many spiritual herbs. The East Ocean Dragon Palace was in the East Ocean, and it had many corals and shells. Xian Dragon King of the Yuhong Mountain controlled over a few surrounding canyons, so it too had many rare things. Agarwood was one of Yuhong Mountain's special local products, and the blood ginsengs were extremely unique. The blood ginseng's importance to Yuhong Mountain was like the mystic ice to the West Ocean Dragon Clan. Xian Dragon King was underplaying the value of these gifts. The crystal-clear blood ginsengs were invaluable as it would take at least 1,000 years to grow into that quality. Xie Yujia held the box but didn't know what to do with it. "Yujia, you should accept the gift since it is from Xian Dragon King," Zhao Hongyu said. "Thank you, Dragon King." Xie Yujia smiled sweetly and put the box in her ring. She had spent a lot of time recently reading about spiritual herbs, but the red-colored ginseng was nothing she had seen before. Therefore, she couldn't estimate the value of these 6 ginsengs. These blood ginsengs were just ranked right below the level 6 spirit herbs, which were the best elixir-making materials. The blood ginsengs were level 5 spiritual herbs, and they were almost extinct. That was why the encyclopedia Zhen Kongming gave her didn't record it. If Xie Yujia showed Zhao Guang the 3 ingredients she got from Kunlun, he would be for sure in greater shock. There weren't many level 6 spirit herbs in the world, and the Sky Mountain sect's capability of growing 7-colored lotus, which helped them secure a powerful position on 6th heaven, was already evidence for how valuable level 6 spirit herbs were. Humph. Zhao Yanzi, who was very excited just now, was a little jealous after she witnessed Xian Dragon King gifting Xie Yujia. "I still have another request." Xian Dragon King hesitated for a few seconds and said in a respectful tone. A level 4 elixir master might just be an honorable guest at the East Ocean Dragon Palace, but he or she would be very important to smaller forces. Even though Yuhong Mountains was wealthy as well, their powers were still no match for the East Ocean Dragon Palace. "Please." Xie Yujia also respected him. The 2 dragon kings besides Xian Dragon King also looked more earnest. Zhao Hongyu also looked serious now. She knew that it was impossible that the 3 dragon kings came to the East Ocean Dragon Palace to only greet them. Zhao Guang also realized that, so he was careful with his words and behaviors in front of the 3 dragon kings. Of course, the East Ocean Dragon Palace had helped one of Yuhong Mountain's wood elemental cultivators, thus leading to them show gratitude. However, that wasn't enough for Xian Dragon King to come here himself and bringing along 2 other dragon kings. "Our wood elemental dragon clan has deep bonds with spirit herbs, and therefore we know a bit of elixir making. However, we focus on cultivation, so we still need to work on our elixir making skills," Xian Dragon King slowly said as he looked at Xie Yujia. "Now that our Yuhong Mountain Wood Elemental Dragon clan is becoming friends with the East Ocean Dragon Palace, would you be willing to make one pill for us?" Zhao Hongyu was secretly relieved after finding out Xian Dragon King's real intention. The value of the boxes of treasures and 6 blood ginsengs were not lower than the life fortune pill that Xie Yujia had given Yuhong Mountain. However, the life fortune pill was incredibly rare, and no one was willing to sell it. They came here with many gifts, and it made Zhao Hongyu nervous. Now that their intention was known, Zhao Hongyu was relieved. Xie Yujia didn't know what to do in such a situation. The pills she made were consumed by herself or stored away for Hao Ren, and she had never come across a very important guest who came all the way over to ask her to make a pill for him. He was also a dragon king, so she couldn't just accept his request since it was a political situation. She looked over at Hao Ren looked at Zhao Hongyu, and Zhao Hongyu looked at Zhao Guang. Xie Yujia belonged to the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and Zhao Guang should decide whether she should make the pill for these guests from afar. Xian Dragon King looked a bit embarrassed. He gifted a few boxes of treasures to thank the East Ocean Dragon Palace for their help while also hoping that he could get a recommendation so that the Elixir Master could help him. He didn't expect the Elixir Master to belong to the East Ocean Dragon Palace wholeheartedly, and the final call was in Zhao Guang's hands. On the other hand, Xian Dragon King was further impressed by the strength of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. "What pill are you looking for, Xian Dragon King?" Zhao Guang asked. His voice sounded especially composed. To Xian Dragon King, Zhao Guang's voice also represented the mighty strength of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. "It's a level 4 rejuvenation pill. I prepared all the materials and only hope this lady could help me make it," Xian Dragon King said. Since the Elixir Master wasn't hired as he had expected, he couldn't directly ask the Elixir Master himself. Therefore, he had to open up with Zhao Guang. "Yujia, what do you think?" Zhao Guang turned over to ask Xie Yujia gently. "Level 4? I can give it a try," Xie Yujia nodded and said. "Thank you." Xian Dragon King was ecstatic. He took out a palm-sized golden box from his ring and handed it over to Xie Yujia carefully. A level 4 rejuvenation pill was famous on First Heaven for its ability to prolong one's life. As long as the quality of the ingredients was good, the pill could extend one's life for 100 years. For some older dragon cultivators, this 100 years may be their most critical 100 years. Yuhong Mountain was well respected in the southwestern region, but Xian Dragon King was already more than 600 years old. Since he was at Suhan level, he was reaching the end of his life. His eldest son was only about 300 years old, but he was still charging at Suhan level. He still lacked in credibility and power to lead the clan. However, if Xian Dragon King were able to prolong his life for another 100 years, things would be different. Even if he couldn't break through, he could buy time for his son to reach higher levels in cultivation, better preparing him to take over the Yuhong Mountain Dragon Clan. Therefore, this rejuvenation pill was the key for the Yuhong Mountain Dragon Clan to stabilize its interior affairs. "I'll revisit the East Ocean Dragon Palace in 1 month, and I hope you could finish the pill by then," Xian Dragon King said to Xie Yujia with a big smile on his face. He had high hopes for her. Just when Xie Yujia moved her lips as she wanted to say something, Xian Dragon King took out a thumb-sized jade furnace from his ring quickly because he thought she was going to go back on her words. He uttered a spell, and this jade furnace that originally looked like a toy slowly became bigger and bigger in his palm. Xian Dragon King put the jade furnace down on the floor, and it turned bigger until it was barely able to be held up by 2 arms. This is the Herb King Furnace, and it is one of Yuhong Mountain's most valued treasures. You could use this jade furnace to make the pill, and the process should be more efficient, Xian Dragon King said. Xie Yujia looked down at the jade furnace and then at Xian Dragon King again. She still had things to say. Xian Dragon King suddenly waved his hands at Zhao Guang. "We will forever remember how the East Ocean Dragon Palace helped Yuhong Mountain. If the East Ocean Dragon Palace needs help in the future, Yuhong Mountain will for sure try our best to help." Making a level 4 pill was not a simple task. Xian Dragon King was scared that Xie Yujia would rescind, so he didn't bother with manners and turned away. He was ready to leave. Seeing that Xian Dragon King was about to step out the door, Xie Yujia finally said, "Dragon King, it won't take a month to make the pill. If you can wait for about an hour, and I'll have the pill for you." Chapter 461. Can't bully you no more. An hour. Xian Dragon King, who already stepped 1 foot out the door, suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Xie Yujia, wondering if something was wrong with his ears. The other 2 Dragon King who came along with Xian Dragon King also stared at Xie Yujia in astonishment. "Yes, it should only take an hour, at most 2 hours. You can enjoy your tea while I go make the pill for you." Xie Yujia looked at him and said sincerely. Zhao Hongyu smiled and ordered Zhao Yanzi, "Yanzi, hurry up and get new tea for the 3 Dragon Kings." Zhao Yanzi was a bit stunned but hurried to run into the kitchen. Zhao Guang, who was walking the 3 Dragon Kings to the door, remained calm. He said, "There's no hurry. Please stay and enjoy some tea." The 3 Dragon Kings looked at each other and walked back to the living before sitting down on the sofa. Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren, conveying a very specific message and saying that she needed his help. Hao Ren smiled. He lifted the jade furnace with one hand and threw it into his necklace. Then, he walked out to the garden with Xie Yujia and Little White. Although this seemed normal to Hao Ren, it looked extremely shocking to the three dragon kings. The jade furnace was quite large, and it hadn't been shrunken with the Dharma spell. However, Hao Ren was able to lift it easily and then store it in his storage space. The size of his storage space must be enormous. They thought, the storage Dharma treasures of the East Ocean Dragon Palace are extraordinary as well. Amongst the 5 elemental dragons, the metal elemental dragons were best at cultivation, the wood elemental dragons mastered elixir making, the fire elemental dragons were good at making Dharma treasures, the earth elemental dragons specialized in array formations, and the water elemental dragons were the most ordinary, but they just outnumbered the other clans and were geographically dispersed, forming a strong force. Of course, compared to the human cultivators, the dragon cultivators had dragon cores, longevity, and faster cultivation. The dragon cultivators could easily reach Gen level, which was equivalent to the core formation realm. However, after a few hundred years, if they knew they couldn't reach Suhan level, they would start using their clan's resources on studying elixir making, Dharma treasure making, or array formations. The human cultivators, on the other hand, could figure out whether they could reach the core formation realm in a few decades. If they were able to reach the foundation establishment realm but had no hopes of entering the core formation realm, they would spend the next 100 or 200 years focused on other things. That was why the cultivation sects on and above 5th heaven were much better than the dragon cultivators in everything other than cultivations. In theory, water elemental dragons shouldn't be good at any of these subjects. However, the level 4 elixir master and Hao Ren's necklace did not align with traditional stereotypes and surprised the 3 dragon kings. The East Ocean Dragon Palace not only has a level 4 elixir master but also a strong Dharma treasure master. This Dharma treasure master could create enormous storage treasures, they thought. Please drink tea, Zhao Guang said happily, looking as if he were smiling brightly. At this moment, Hao Ren was taking Xie Yujia up toward 5th heaven. Since Xie Yujia wanted to make elixirs, she couldn't do it at Zhao Yanzi's home. 5th heaven was the best place to do it. They first opened the array formation before going into Xie Yujia's elixir making room. Xie Yujia took out the spiritual herbs from the golden box by order. Then, she found the recipe for the rejuvenation pill from the stack of recipes that Zhen Kongming gave her. Recipes were essential. For many pills, just having the materials weren't enough since the proportion of materials greatly influenced the quality of the pills. However, Xie Yujia had the support of Zhen Kongming, who was a grandmaster in this field. Zhen Kongming had so many rare recipes that he could just give them to Xie Yujia as if they were just white paper. There was nothing to worry about. Bam! Hao Ren put the jade furnace in the center of the elixir making room. There were initially 2 elixir furnaces in Xie Yujia's elixir making room, but the 2 furnaces had been heated by Little White's demon fire too many times. Since Little White was already a level 2 demon beast, its demon fire was much more powerful. Therefore, one of the elixir furnaces was no longer usable, and the other one seemed like it couldn't be used for much longer either. Hao Ren, help me guard this place, Xie Yujia said to Hao Ren as she stood in front of the jade furnace. Okay. Hao Ren gave her a firm nod. In this concealed ethereal summit, Xie Yujia wouldn't usually be disturbed. However, with Hao Ren by her side, she felt safer. Elixir making was something that required incredible focus for the pills not to be damaged. If this process was disturbed, the nature essence in the elixir furnace might cause a backlash against the elixir master, so they had to have their own elixir making room. Xie Yujia knew what to do after she looked at the recipe. She pointed with her fingers, and a golden note flew out, collecting one type of materials from the stone desk and putting it into the jade furnace. Little White! Xie Yujia exclaimed lightly. Roar! Little White spit out its demon fire. It wasn't Little White's first time helping Xie Yujia in making elixirs, so the two of them already had some excellent coordination. Of course, if Little White didn't spit out the fire in time, its butt would get punished by Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia's fingers kept moving, and the ingredients that were wrapped in the gold notes flew into the jade furnace. It had been a while since Hao Ren watched Xie Yujia make elixir pills. This time, he was able to see it up close and realized how much she had improved. Xie Yujia's movements were elegant and skillful. If she were wearing a white robe with an 8 trigram symbol on it, the scene would have been even prettier to watch. Little White continued to spit out demon fire. Making elixirs was a type of training for Little White. After reaching level 2, there was a small demon core formed inside its body. As it continued to spit out the fire, the demon core was also being tempered to a certain extent. There was no lid on the jade furnace, so white smoke came out as Little White's demon fire continued to heat it up. Xie Yujia's gold and silver notes turned into gold and silver lights, dancing on top of the jade furnace, forming a small tornado. Little White used all its energy to spit out the fire, and it sniffed with its nose hard, sucking in the white smoke through his nose. The smoke from cooking spiritual herbs had some nature essence in it. It contained too many impurities for cultivators, but it was great for demon beasts. Wah, 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 wah. Xie Yujia used another 4 natal dharma notes. The jade furnace that was originally sitting on the floor steadily started to spin in the air. Little White had just taken a deep breath and sucked in some of that white smoke. It wiggled its tail and spat out stronger demon fire. The heavy jade furnace spun faster in the air under the burning flames. Xie Yujia picked up the last few ingredients lightly with her right hand and threw them into the furnace with a smooth trajectory. Good technique, Hao Ren couldn't help but praise. Xie Yujia was really good at cooking, and she also had great potential in elixir making. Both cooking and elixir making were similar to Xie Yujia. Little White was breathing heavily, sticking out its tongue but continuing to spit out demon fire. It was tired from all the fire breathing. They knew that using demon fire to make elixir pills usually required the demon beast to be at least level 4 or level 5. For Little White, the purity of the demon fire wasn't a problem, but it wasn't as powerful. However, all the elixir pills that Xie Yujia fed Little White wasn't wasted. Any other level 2 demon beast would not be able to withstand Little White's fire. It's done, Little White! Xie Yujia exclaimed. Little White immediately took back its tongue and lied on the floor exhaustedly. Xie Yujia threw it 3 essence replenishment pills and 3 energy fusion pills. Little White stuck out its long red tongue and devoured the 6 pills without even chewing. Bam! The jade furnace landed again on the floor. Xie Yujia hit it with 3 life death notes, and it rang 3 times. Then, 3 pills bounced out of the jade furnace. Almost simultaneously, Xie Yujia took out a white jade bottle from her bracelet. She raised it high up and caught the 3 pills accurately. Ding, 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 the pills rolled into the bottom of the bottle. Hao Ren looked amused watching Xie Yujia's smooth movements. He suddenly thought that her movements were beautiful. Her arms were exceptionally white. Even the white jade bottle wasn't as pretty as her arm and fingers. Xie Yujia used a piece of red cloth to close the bottom. Then, she let out a long sigh of relief and turned to Hao Ren who was standing at the entrance. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "What is it?" Hao Ren shook his head and smiled. Xie Yujia really improved. She no longer was the girl who needed the life-death notes to make elixirs. She now had the skill of her own to do it. Her smooth movements in the elixir-making room were a delight to the eye. Hao Ren used 5 elemental sword energy while Xie Yujia used the 5 elemental life-death notes. Now, Xie Yujia's movements looked like she could disperse life-death notes in all directions. Although Xie Yujia could only use tens of life-death notes now, she might be able to handle hundreds or even thousands of them in the future. That scene would be incredible. Hao Ren had witnessed the power of life-death notes before. The life-death notes could be small or big, powerful or weak. The powerful ones could collapse a mountain to the ground while the smaller ones could slip into one's body and lock acupoints. It was a technique even more domineering than the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Therefore, it was understandable why the soul formation realm cultivator from the Kunlun mountain was scared of old grandma. However, after Xie Yujia read the techniques, she realized that she wouldn't be able to practice and cultivate the life-death notes if old grandma didn't plant the origin notes in her body. It meant that even if Hao Ren wanted to, he would not be able to learn this set of techniques. Also, the origin notes were the symbols that told everyone Xie Yujia was the disciple of Qingfeng hermit. As long as Xie Yujia used the life-death notes, similar-level opponents wouldn't be able to defeat her, and the more powerful cultivators would have to keep some distance from her. Old grandma pretty much gave Xie Yujia the ability to never lose. What is going on? Xie Yujia walked over to Hao Ren and waved her hands in front of his eyes. Nothing. I just realized that I can't bully you anymore. Hao Ren returned from his thoughts and said jokingly. What are you saying? Xie Yujia murmured softly. She bent down, dusted Little White's butt, and sat on its back. Chapter 462. Helping East Ocean. When Hao Ren and Xie Yujia returned to Zhao Yanzi's home, the tea in the teacups of the 3 Dragon Kings was still warm. Sorry for making you wait. Xie Yujia walked into the room and went straight to Xian Dragon King. Xian Dragon King was just talking about the situation of the southwest region with Zhao Guang when he saw Xie Yujia coming, and he was shocked at how fast she was. It was much faster than he had expected. Your pills are done. Please take a look. Xie Yujia took out the white jade bottle and put it on the tea table. Sea and Dragon King picked up the bottle. He paused for half a second before taking out the red cloth that was sealing the bottle. The debut release occurred at NOV3L equals B, J, N. Normally speaking, if he trusted the East Ocean Dragon Palace enough, he should just put the bottle away without inspection. However, these pills were too important for both him and Yuhong Mountain, so he couldn't help but take a look. D, the 3 red pills rolled out from the bottle at once. This, Sea and Dragon King's eyes opened widely. I thought there were sufficient ingredients, so I made more. You could give the other 2 to these 2 Dragon Kings. I hope you don't mind, Xie Yujia explained. The 2 Dragon Kings who were beside Sea and Dragon King were both shocked and delighted when they heard what Xie Yujia said. They accepted Sea and Dragon King's invitation to visit the East Ocean Dragon Palace together. They thought it would be an excellent opportunity to build relationships with the East Ocean Dragon Palace as well as support Sea and Dragon King. However, they never thought that coming here would get them each a rejuvenation pill. Of course, I don't mind. Sea and Dragon King's wrinkled face brightened. The Earth Elemental Dragons were the best in making elixirs amongst the 5 elemental dragons. Although Sea and Dragon King couldn't make elixir himself, he was still good at distinguishing the levels of pills. These 3 pills were the real deal, level 4 rejuvenation pills. 1 pill could increase their life expectancy by 100 years. Of course, one could only take 1 pill since the second pill wouldn't have the same effect. However, 100 years was enough for Sea and Dragon King. He, thanks to Sea and Dragon King, we've got it too. Kangye Dragon King and Yingtian Dragon King stood up and thanked Xie Yujia. Even though they weren't as desperate for the rejuvenation pills as Sea and Dragon King, a level 4 elixir pill could be stored, and it could be extremely useful in the future. Zhao Hongyu looked at Xie Yujia and thought happily, she is really a considerate girl. We will forever remember the favor that East Ocean had done for Yuhong Mountain. There are still a lot of things to deal with in the mountains. Once I'm done, I will visit again with more gifts. Sea and Dragon King put the white jade bottle in his ring and stood up straight. He held his hands together and bowed at Zhao Guang gratefully. Kangye Dragon King and Yingtian Dragon King also stood up and said, the Kangye Lake Dragon Clan and the Longhu Mountain Dragon Clan will help out if the East Ocean Dragon Clan needs any help in the future. Kangye Lake and Longhu Mountain were 2 medium-sized clans in the southwestern region. However, since there weren't large clans like the East Ocean Dragon Clan in that region, together with Sea and Dragon King, they represented the majority of power in the area. Of course, Zhao Guang was ecstatic. He never thought that Xie Yujia's pill could lead to friendships with 3 southwestern dragon clans. In fact, these 3 elixir pills had led to an alliance between the East Ocean Dragon Clan and 3 southwestern dragon clans. Geographically speaking, the southwestern region was closer to the West Ocean Dragon Palace. However, the West Ocean Dragon Palace was more arrogant, so other non-water elemental dragon clans didn't have a good relationship with them. Now that the East Ocean Dragon Clan had bonded with the 3 southwestern Dragon Kings, it was a bigger threat to the West Ocean Dragon Clan. Therefore, the West Ocean Dragon Clan would not dare to make a move so easily. Thank you for the pills, Elixir Master. If there's a chance, please come and visit Yuhong Mountain, Sea and Dragon King said to Xie Yujia politely. He only knew the East Ocean Dragon Clan had a level 4 Elixir Master before, but now he knew that she wasn't simple. Their wood elemental dragon clans also had experience with making elixir, but they would have to pay close attention for at least a week to make level 4 pills. However, if adding the amount of time required to get ready, it would take at least half a month. That was why he gave Xie Yujia a month just in case other events took place. Sea and Dragon King had indeed given Xie Yujia more ingredients, but that was taking failures and leakage from the elixir making process into consideration. He never expected that the Elixir Master of the East Ocean Dragon Palace would use some materials of her own to create 3 rejuvenation pills. From all aspects, Sea and Dragon King thought that this Elixir Master's real power far exceeded that of a regular level 4 Elixir Master. Regardless of which dragon clan she belonged to, it was worth building a good relationship with her. Yujia is like half a daughter to me. If we ever have the chance to visit Yuhong Mountain, I'll bring her along with me. Zhao Hongyu lightly took hold of Xie Yujia's hand and said to Sea and Dragon King gently. She knew what Sea and Dragon King was thinking about very clearly. After all, an elixir master like Xie Yujia would be beneficial to any power, and they would want to win her over using any method. What Zhao Hongyu just did showed East Ocean's close relationship with Xie Yujia, signaling to Sea and Dragon King that it would be a waste of time and effort for Yuhong Mountain to try to win Xie Yujia over. Congratulations to you, Dragon Queen, for having such a talented and beautiful daughter. I'm very jealous." Suhan Dragon King laughed energetically to relieve the awkwardness. After some thought, Suhan Dragon King realized that the East Ocean Dragon clan would for sure keep such a talented elixir master close. On the other hand, since such a talented elixir master was willing to help the East Ocean Dragon clan, it only meant that they had good relationships. Everything made sense if Xie Yujia was like a daughter to the Dragon Queen of East Ocean. Zhao Hongyu responded with an elegant smile and no further explanations. Zhao Yanzi pouted, feeling like Xie Yujia was more like a daughter to her mom than her. "Thanks for the help today. I'll come again next time to show my gratitude officially," Suhan Dragon King said and gave a slight bow. As he did that, he stared at Hao Ren, thinking, this young Fuma of the East Ocean Dragon clan is strong. Although I didn't see his performance at the Dragon God Shrine's general exams, all the elders who went told me great things about him. This young man is respectful, humble, not greedy, and patient. Rumor had it that he is also the commanding general of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. This step of befriending the East Ocean Dragon clan seems like a good step to take. This jade furnace. Hao Ren took out the big jade furnace from his storage space. With all the thoughts in his mind, Suhan Dragon King almost forgot about the jade furnace, which was one of the most precious treasures of the Yuhong Mountain Dragon clan. He. Suhan Dragon King smiled friendly and cast a Dharma spell to turn the jade furnace smaller. Then, he put the small jade furnace into his storage ring. Damn! What a virtuous young man! Suhan Dragon King praised Hao Ren secretly. The jade furnace was a great treasure. After Suhan Dragon King received the 3 rejuvenation pills, he was so thrilled that he forgot about it. If he left without asking it back, he might not be able to get it back in the future. However, Hao Ren had no intention of keeping the jade furnace for himself and gave it back voluntarily. Suhan Dragon King had lived for 600 years, and he looked at Hao Ren and thought secretly, this young man will reach great heights in the future. The 3 Dragon Kings and the elders and their disciples walked toward the door. Zhao Guang, Zhao Hongyu, Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi, and Xie Yujia all went out to see them off. Since Yuhong Mountain didn't need to wait a month to come back to get the pills, it didn't mean that they couldn't come back. Instead, they would come back for sure with even more valuable gifts. The 2 other Dragon Kings who came along with Suhan Dragon King would also send gifts to the East Ocean Dragon clan since they got rejuvenation pills as well. The conversation between the 4 Dragon clans was quite smooth, and it seemed like they could become great allies. The tens of Mercedes drove away slowly, and Zhao Guang was delighted and let out a long relieved breath. The East Ocean Dragon clan had destroyed the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Then, the East Ocean Dragon Palace destroyed the West Ocean Dragon Palace's troops. On land, Mingri Group had acquired Conqueror Group subsidiaries, pushing Conqueror Group into a dangerous position. All these things would make the East Ocean Dragon Palace look dominating and pressing. Suhan Dragon King of Yuhong Mountain was well respected amongst the Wood Elemental Dragon clans because he was fair and mild. Even the Earth Elemental Dragon clans respected him. Both the Wood Elemental and Earth Elemental Dragon clans were deep in the forests, so they were often neighbors with close relationships. It also meant that they were somewhat distant from the Water Elemental Dragon clans. Unlike the retired Dragon Kings, Suhan Dragon King was in charge of Yuhong Mountain, and his words could influence the perspectives other Wood Elemental and Earth Elemental Dragon clans had toward the East Ocean Dragon Palace. With Suhan Dragon King's good impression of the East Ocean Dragon clan, there should be more and more clans that would be willing to establish relationships with the East Ocean Dragon clan, allowing East Ocean to have a better reputation and have access to more resources. Hee. Let's go have dinner, Zhao Guang said happily as he watched the cars disappear. Then, he turned around and walked into the house. The relationships that the East Ocean Dragon clan had with other dragon clans were those from past generations. Some were Zhao Hongyu's father's friends, while some were elders that lived in the deep woods around East Ocean City who were willing to say good things for the East Ocean Dragon clan. However, since they were distanced from core power now, their words were not convincing. The East Ocean Dragon Palace could not visit other elemental dragon clans due to its high status, and those other elemental dragon clans also didn't like visiting East Ocean since they were far away. Now, Yuhong Mountain had come to visit on their own, and this solved a huge headache for Zhao Guang. Zhao Hongyu knew what was going on inside Zhao Guang's mind, so she smiled happily. Yuhong Mountain's Suhan Dragon King was a fair person. After he gets back, he would for sure help the East Ocean Dragon clan bond with other dragon clans. From the look of it, the East Ocean Dragon Palace would become much livelier in the future, and Premier Shah, who had nothing to do at the moment, would be so busy that he wouldn't have time to rest. Chapter 463. Little White's poop. When Zhao Hongyu went back inside the house, she felt extremely relieved. Dinner was already cooked, but it was postponed since Xian Dragon King came over. She told everyone to gather around the dinner table for the meal. "Auntie, I already had dinner," Xie Yujia said softly as she saw Zhao Hongyu bring out dishes from the kitchen. "It's okay. Come and eat a few bites," Zhao Hongyu said as she put the last dish on the table. Then, she went over directly to Xie Yujia and pulled her over to the dinner table. "Okay. Thank you, Auntie." Xie Yujia couldn't reject Zhao Hongyu's enthusiastic invitation, so she smiled and sat down. "Yujia, come." Zhao Hongyu put the utensils in front of Xie Yujia. Zhao Yanzi was sitting across from Xie Yujia, looking a bit angry. "Yanzi, go get the rice," Zhao Hongyu told Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi pouted and stood up to fetch the rice in the kitchen. Hao Ren smiled. He understood what Zhao Yanzi was feeling. When Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua paid more attention to Xie Yujia than him, he felt a bit jealous as well. "It's not the first time you've been over, Yujia. Make yourself at home." Zhao Hongyu smiled when she talked to Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia nodded, but she looked a bit shy. She held her chopsticks and started eating the dishes in front of her in little bites. "Eat some meat." Zhao Hongyu picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in Xie Yujia's bowl. Zhao Hongyu was very hospitable toward Xie Yanzi, but that made Xie Yujia a little bit uncomfortable. However, Zhao Hongyu was better at cooking than Xie Yujia, so her braised pork was delicious. Humph! Zhao Yanzi couldn't stand it anymore, so she picked up a big piece of braised pork with her chopsticks and put it directly in Hao Ren's bowl, even though he was across the table. Hao Ren was silent, focusing his attention on eating. Therefore, he was shocked and thought why he was suddenly involved. "Eat some more." Zhao Yanzi pouted and said to Hao Ren. "Okay." Hao Ren just looked down and had a bite of the braised pork. The act of Zhao Yanzi picking up meat and putting it in Hao Ren's bowl was supposed to be something sweet, but Hao Ren smelled jealousy in the air. "Xie Yujia, try this." Zhao Hongyu stared at Zhao Yanzi. Then, she got a piece of steamed carp and put it in Xie Yujia's bowl. Since Xie Yujia wasn't actually a part of the East Ocean Dragon clan, she didn't need to make pills for the Dragon Kings, especially not level 4 pills. Regardless of how long it took, making level 4 elixir pills was extremely energy-consuming. Zhao Hongyu's kind acts were to show her gratefulness, but Zhao Yanzi started to get jealous. "Eat this." Zhao Yanzi picked up a piece of fish from its tail and put it in Hao Ren's bowl. Hao Ren looked innocent and pure at this moment. In a short period of time, his bowl was piled with food. "Tood, tood." Zhao Guang tapped the table with his fingers. Zhao Yanzi wasn't entirely convinced but still took her arm back. She didn't feel comfortable about her mom being so lovely toward Xie Yujia. "The things I said weren't just to be polite. I like how you, Yujia, is so considerate and well-mannered, so I do see you like half a daughter of mine," Zhao Hongyu said while looking at Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia blushed a little. Even if the things that happened today didn't occur, Zhao Hongyu still treated Xie Yujia well in the past. Xie Yujia was gentle, unlike how crazy Zhao Yanzi was. That was why adults liked her. Also, Zhao Hongyu was an incredible motherly figure and was gentle in temperament. "If only our Yanzi is half as good as Yujia, I wouldn't have to worry about her so much," Zhao Hongyu said. "Mom," Zhao Yanzi said, sounding slightly discontent. Beside her was Zhao Guang, who had on a serious face. That was why she didn't dare to shout at the dinner table. "Yanzi is very cute and energetic," Xie Yujia said. "Hee hee." Zhao Hongyu smiled. She thought it would probably be impossible for Zhao Yanzi to learn how to be like Xie Yujia. She didn't mind taking in another daughter, but it was up to Xie Yujia. When Zhao Yanzi turned into a human cultivator, the soul formation real cultivator helped her build the foundation, and Xie Yujia had taught Zhao Yanzi the specific cultivation techniques. According to the rules of the cultivation sex, Xie Yujia was Zhao Yanzi's senior, while the soul formation real cultivator was her teacher. Overall, Xie Yujia treated Zhao Yanzi fairly well. If it weren't for Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi wouldn't be so hostile to Xie Yujia. Zhao Hongyu knew this point well. She turned around and looked at Hao Ren as he just focused on his food, pretending not to see Zhao Yanzi's angry face across the table. "Ren also has it tough," Zhao Hongyu thought as she shook her head. Dinner went by slowly. Zhao Guang asked how the exams were in the middle of dinner, and Zhao Yanzi turned speechless. Zhao Yanzi scratched her head and had no more aggressiveness. Her grades were her weaknesses. Since she didn't study hard enough, her status wasn't that high on the dinner table. After dinner, Xie Yujia volunteered to help tidy up, and Zhao Hongyu didn't decline her offer. When she saw how well her mom and Xie Yujia worked together, Zhao Yanzi wrinkled her nose, and her two little, pointed teeth showed. She looked as if she was ready to bite someone. Hao Ren was sitting on the sofa, which was far from Zhao Yanzi. He was scared that he would become a sacrificial lamb when she exploded from her anger. "Auntie. Thanks for having me over today." Xie Yujia cleaned the table. She said and bowed slightly to Zhao Hongyu. "We're really happy to have you over. I haven't even thanked you for the beauty pill from last time," Zhao Hongyu said with a smile. "It's no big deal." Xie Yujia smiled sweetly. "Okay. Ask Hao Ren to bring you home, and come over and eat dinner with us when you have time. Hao Ren helps out at my studio on the weekends, so you can come over and take a look as well," Zhao Hongyu said amiably. "Okay. Thank you, Auntie." Xie Yujia nodded slightly. She was extremely well-mannered. Her own parents were in the US, so they couldn't take care of her. Yu Yang did pay attention to her life, but she was a strong and independent female scientist, so she didn't have a gentle motherly temperament like Zhao Hongyu. That was why Zhao Hongyu's motherliness made Xie Yujia feel incredibly warm. "Go home and rest early today. You have exams at the university next week, so you should study well." Zhao Hongyu nagged a bit and shouted out, "Ren, you should go back earlier too." Hao Ren jumped up from the sofa and hurried to the door. He was extremely cautious of the angered Zhao Yanzi as she was ready to bite someone. The Ferrari parked outside could bring Xie Yujia home. "Mom, I want." Zhao Yanzi stood up and mumbled. Zhao Hongyu had raised Zhao Yanzi for tens of years. Zhao Hongyu knew very clearly what Zhao Yanzi was planning in her little head. She smiled and said, "You can go to Ren's place. Go along now. Exams are over anyway." When Zhao Yanzi heard this, she jumped up and ran over to the door happily. After all, Zhao Hongyu cared about her a lot. She didn't care what expression was on Hao Ren's face. If she wanted to stay over at Hao Ren's place, there was nothing he could do to stop her. If he didn't let her, she would use Hao Ren's grandma as her ultimate weapon. However, when grades come out, and you're not top 3 in your class, you can't go anywhere this summer vacation, Zhao Hongyu continued to say. Zhao Yanzi's footsteps became heavier. She dragged herself by Hao Ren and suddenly turned into a good girl. She realized that she still needed Hao Ren's support. If her grades didn't meet Zhao Hongyu's expectations, even with Hao Ren's grandma on her side, she couldn't get away from trouble, unless Hao Ren helped her say a few good words. "Let's go. Let's go." Hao Ren could only lead Xie Yujia away as he saw Zhao Yanzi looking extremely depressed. The Ferrari was still parked across the street. This limited edition Ferrari now exposed one of its biggest weak spots. It couldn't take two beauties at the same time. "I can ride Little White back," Xie Yujia said. She made an energy sphere, and Little White who was by her feet turned into its snow lion form immediately. Rough, Xie Yujia rode on Little White, and they soared through the air. Normal cultivators couldn't fly in the city, but it was East Ocean City, the district under the surveillance of Hao Ren and Suhan. Xie Yujia was also a disciple of a soul formation realm cultivator, so she was able to have special permission to soar through the city skies. Zhao Yanzi watched as a round sphere flew quickly towards the sea. She pouted and sat in the car. Hong, Hong. Hao Ren started the Ferrari, and it turned into a beam of light. When he came home, Xie Yujia had already climbed back into her room through her window. Little White returned to its puppy form and was rolling around on the living room floor, eating a piece of apple from Grandma's hand. Grandma was extremely happy. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily suddenly appeared, startling Hao Ren. These two poor girls, their grandpa is out doing work, and they don't have a place to eat at. Grandma hugged Little White and said to Hao Ren. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily made innocent faces together. Hao Ren didn't have a choice but had to let them stay, though he didn't know whether Lu Qing was in East Ocean City or not. However, Lu Qing didn't know how to cook, so the Lu sisters did not have much to eat. "Grandma, I'll take Little White." Hao Ren held Little White by the neck, and he walked towards the stairs. This little beast discovered that the food Grandma fed it had the elixir pull Xie Yujia secretly put in, so it was nice to Grandma. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily raced up the stairs. "Grandma." Zhao Yanzi walked in and said cutely to Grandma. Then, she followed Hao Ren up the stairs. Xie Yujia's room door was opened. She saw Hao Ren taking Little White up, so she smiled at Grandma and also followed him up. Grandma was sitting on the sofa. When she saw 4 girls following Hao Ren up the stairs, she smiled with happiness. Apparently, Little White's poop could act as a catalyst for the spirit herbs. "We could try it today," Hao Ren said as he walked towards the balcony in his room. "Okay." Xie Yujia's eyes brightened. She also wanted to confirm whether the writings on the rare technique was true or not. However, she was so busy studying recently that she didn't have time to try. Both Hao Ren and she were engineer students, so they were willing to conduct experiments. Hao Ren grabbed a pot of cactus and put it under Little White's butt. He knelt to observe Little White. Zhao Yanzi was blinking her big eyes, curiously. She also knelt and stared at Little White. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily also knelt with their elbows on their knees and their hands holding their chins. They surrounded Little White. Xie Yujia knelt next to Hao Ren. She stared anxiously at Little White's butt. It was very important to her as an elixir master to know whether Little White's poop was as potent as it was said to be. In the center, Little White's butt was on the cactus, and its 2 legs were shivering. How can I poop when so many people are watching? Little White thought as its eyes turned watery as if it were going to cry. Chapter 464. Super Fertilizer. Little White's back legs were on the edges of the pot, and its front legs were on the wall in front of it. It let out light groaning sounds. Little White, you can do it. Zhao Yanzi clenched both hands and couldn't help but say. Little White looked at Zhao Yanzi innocently, and it continued to frown. Pooping was something that should not be forced, and Little White had never experienced this. There were so many people surrounding it, staring at it anxiously as it tried to poop. They already treated Little White as a mount, but now they were trying to manage when it was going to poop. A light breeze blew from the sea, making Little White's butt shiver. It doesn't seem to be working. Let's feed Little White. Xie Yujia got 3 energy fusion pills from her bracelet and put it in front of Little White. Once it saw the elixir pills, Little White instantly brightened up. It stuck out its red tongue and devoured the pills on Xie Yujia's hands. As soon as the pills were eaten, Little White felt an urge. It shook its butt, and little golden nuggets fell. Huh? Why isn't it stinky at all? Zhao Yanzi was curious, so she almost went to smell it up close. Hao Ren rushed to stop her. Regardless of whether it smelled bad or not, it was still poop. However, it did smell pretty good. This typical swirl-shaped poop let out a fragrant scent, and it was now in the flower pot which held the cactus. Currently, there was no change to the cactus. Hao Ren put the flower pot back onto the balcony. Then, he lifted Little White, who was exhausted from pooping, and used a tissue to wipe its butt before putting it back on the floor. Little White regained its energy again and started jumping up and down toward Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi rushed to dodge as she didn't want to hug Little White now because it just finished pooping. Then, Little White jumped toward Xie Yujia, and the latter opened her eyes widely and rushed to dodge as well. Little White saw that they both didn't want to hug it, so it jumped toward Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. The Lu sisters were incredibly clean people, so they shrieked and blocked Little White. Little White didn't give up just yet. It shook its butt and jumped at them once again. It had just used all its energy to poop, so it wanted some love and care. The 4 girls were screaming and dodging in Hao Ren's room. They were so loud that Grandma, who was sitting on the living room sofa and watching TV, couldn't help but look up in the direction of Hao Ren's room and shook her head. Very soon, the 4 girls were running out of Hao Ren's room with Little White chasing after them. They scattered in 4 different directions. Little White essentially was a snow lion, but it didn't have a lion's mindset. It loved to play. Therefore, the more the girls ran, the more it wanted to catch them. The house was instantly turned into a wild playground. Grandma sat still on the sofa, watching the girls running around in the living room. She smiled happily. It was deep into the night. Hao Ren was sitting on his bed, quietly circulating his nature essence according to his light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Ever since he ate the elixir pill that old grandma gave him, his cultivation speed hadn't been as fast as it used to be. Of course, Hao Ren knew that it was because his meridians inside his body were now secured. If he had followed the way he used to train, striving to only charge at higher levels, there would be more and more hidden injuries inside his body. If his body collapsed because of his reckless training, even a level 9 golden pill couldn't save him. Hao Ren was busy with his usual mortal life, but he wouldn't slack off his training because it was not only for himself but was also for the safety of Zhao Yanzi in the future. Old Grandma enabled Zhao Yanzi to cultivate human cultivators' techniques, but that only made her body stronger. Fundamentally as a dragon, the problem of losing her dragon core hadn't been fixed. His nature essence was slowing circulating as the sword energies flowed around him. Hao Ren's room was lit up colorfully as hundreds of sword energies, as thin as needles, flew him like fishes that were swimming in the deep sea. Wah, 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 wah. Hundreds of colorful thin needles flew up toward the clouds through the crack of the window. Hao Ren closed his eyes in his room. However, he was able to feel the great sea at night. The hundreds of thin sword energies were scattered in the sky, and each of them absorbed the nature essence. Rain was starting to fall into the sea. The dark clouds were close to the sea surface, and the thunder roared. The thin floating needles were charged by the lighting as they floated in the clouds. Break! Hao Ren lightly shouted while his eyes were still closed, and he was still sitting in his room. Pung! The hundreds of golden needles formed into one large golden dragon, swirling the waves tens of meters high. Then, the waves twisted toward the clouds. Wah, 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 the hundreds of needles dashed into the clouds again, absorbing all the lightning energies in them. Whoosh! All the golden needles pierced into the sea. At that moment, everything was dead silent. Two dragons array formation. Hao Ren was able to move the sword energies as he wished. Hong! The 320 sword energies formed two large waves as they rushed out from the bottoms of the sea. Hao Ren's home was next to the sea. Therefore, Hao Ren was able to fly the sword energies thousands of meters away and practice in the middle of the night. Two beams of strong sword energies went through the sky. Then, they separated into thin needles and flew a few thousand meters to return to Hao Ren's room. Pa! Hao Ren's dragon core finally got another opening. He had absorbed the nature essence from nature and the lightning, and it was nourishing Hao Ren's body. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll was overbearing as it could absorb lightning energy and create sword energies that could feed back information to the practitioner. Cultivating the 5 elements altogether required 5 times the nature essence, but it was also 5 times the power of a single elemental cultivator. Xie Yujia's 5 elemental life-death notes contained the 5 elements as well, but it didn't require the 5 elements to cultivate. Her technique relied on yin and yang. One was life, and the other was death. It had the power to plunder energy between heaven and earth, so it was even more overbearing than Hao Ren's light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Tens of thousands of dharma notes as well as tens of thousands of sword energies, Hao Ren pictured it as he cultivated. However, Xie Yujia's talent wasn't the best since the natural 5 elements in her body were mixed. That was why old grandma taught her the 5 elemental life-death notes. If she were like Zhao Yanzi who naturally had a pure water body type, Xie Yujia wouldn't have such a hard time cultivating even without a dragon core. Contrastingly though, she wouldn't be able to use the life-death notes in that case. If Xie Yujia wanted to use tens of thousands of dharma notes at the same thing, she would need to put in an enormous amount of effort. The thin needle-like sword energies turned into soft light dots and floated in the room. Hao Ren carefully tempered the new opening and was no longer as abrupt as he used to be. He no longer dared to be rough and was willing to spend more time firming the realm rather than forcefully creating a new opening. If his dragon core broke, he would lose all his strength like Zhao Yanzi's third uncle after the heavenly tribulation if he got lucky. If he weren't fortunately, he would die instantly. Hao Ren didn't have Zhao Kuo's level of talent to cultivate back to his original realm even after his dragon core broke. He also couldn't match Suhan's talent as well. The most important thing was that if his dragon core broke, Zhao Yanzi's life would be in danger. That was why Hao Ren was more careful with his training as he was responsible for himself and more importantly Zhao Yanzi. Dawn slowly arrived, and Hao Ren exhaled and finished cultivating for the night. He slowly opened his eyes after cultivating using the light-splitting sword shadow scroll 72 times. The morning sunlight shined through the window. Huh! Damn! Hao Ren couldn't help but shout. Outside the window, the cactus had climbed up to the roof, covering Hao Ren's room as if it were in the Amazon. Hao Ren stood up and rushed to open the balcony door that was stuck shut. His balcony had become completely occupied by the cactus. The cactus on the balcony looked as if it were hundreds of years old. It was big and thick, and each of the branches stood up straight. They almost broke the balcony. Damn! Hao Ren didn't expect the cactus to grow so much in one night. Before Little White pooped on it, it was still the size of a palm and was used for decorations. With this crazy growth speed, it would take less than 3 days for it to cover Hao Ren's home by the sea completely. The sky was brightening up, and the cactus continued to grow explosively on his balcony. A part of it even fell from the balcony, reaching the first floor. Hao Ren quickly shot out 16 sword energies to cut the roots of the cactus. Cactuses weren't special spiritual herbs, so it was easy for blades to cut through them, let alone Hao Ren's sword energies. The 16 sword energies cut straight through the bottom of the cactus, and Hao Ren used wood element al nature essence to protect his palms as he lifted the thorny cactus. This little cactus that used to grow in a flower pot was now 2 meters in diameter at the bottom. Hao Ren lifted the enormous cactus and threw it straight into the sea. If Grandma saw this enormous cactus, she would have a heart attack. Pung! The cactus landed in the sea, creating waves over a meter high. The cactus was the size of the balcony, and it floated on the water. It didn't seem like it was going to sink. When Hao Ren saw it, he had the goosebumps. He was scared that the cactus would continue growing. so he shot 16 sword energies to cut the cactus into even smaller pieces. In one night, a cactus that was small grew explosively into one that couldn't fit on the balcony. The small amount of poop from Little White had a potent effect. If this cactus were seen by Hao Ren's dad, he would for sure use it as a biology research project. Hao Ren's 16 sword energies once again started to stir in the cactus, cutting even the floating pieces on the surface of the ocean into tiny bits. Then, he relaxed and went back to his balcony. The other flowerpots and flowers on the balcony were crushed. Hao Ren looked at the concrete fence, and there were cracks on it. The growing power of the cactus was indeed shocking. Toot, toot, toot. A knocking noise sounded on Hao Ren's door. Hao Ren opened the door and saw Xie Yujia in her pajamas. I was helping Grandma in making breakfast, and I suddenly remembered the cactus from yesterday. How is it doing? Xie Yujia said with a faint smile. She was in her pajamas and had a pink apron on. It made her look cozy and virtuous. She rushed through Hao Ren's room to go to the balcony. Where's the cactus? Xie Yujia asked Hao Ren hastily when she didn't see the cactus. Look on the floor, Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia opened her eyes and saw cactus thorns all over the ground. The thorns were as long as one's middle finger, and she was able to picture how big the cactus had become. She picked up a random yellow thorn and tried to break it with her fingers, but she couldn't even bend it. These cactus thorns were even thicker and stronger than the thickest sewing needle at home. Where's the cactus? Xie Yujia couldn't help and asked as she turned her head around. She blinked with curiosity and anticipation, which was adorable. How can I leave it here when it was bigger than the balcony? Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia gaped a little, and her eyes were wide open with shock. She suddenly understood how large the cactus had become. It was too big, and I was scared that it would frighten Grandma. Therefore, I threw it into the sea and cut it to bits before I could tell you to come over and see, Hao Ren said. Okay. Xie Yujia understood, and her eyes began to shine. We should store Little White's poop from now on since it's so potent. Hao Ren didn't know how to respond. Xie Yujia was a girl, so Hao Ren couldn't let her do these kinds of things. The Lu sisters, Zhao Yanzi. Hao Ren thought of the people who could interact with Little White but found that he was the only one who could do this mission. Thinking that he would have to catch little poop every time, Hao Ren felt like his life was extremely sad. The spiritual herbs in the ethereal summit are still young. Now that we have Little White's poop, the elixir pills will be much more potent, Xie Yujia said happily, and she looked like she was filled with anticipation. Yujia! Grandma shouted from downstairs. I'm coming, Grandma. Yujia ran out from Hao Ren's room and down the stairs. Hao Ren slapped his cheeks hard and followed her. What tea did you give me last night? I slept really well and feel very energized today. Grandma looked very healthy and asked as she held a porcelain teacup. It's herbs that I got from someone. I don't even know the name, but it's used to make tea. It's pretty good. Xie Yujia went over to support Grandma and said softly. Hao Ren was curious and looked over, and he saw something red in Grandma's teacup. The blood ginseng from Yuhong Mountain. Hao Ren guessed that Xie Yujia cut off a small part from one of the 6 blood ginsengs. Xie Yujia made the rejuvenation pill for Yuhong Mountain, which meant a lot to them. Therefore, Yuhong Mountain gave 6 blood ginsengs as a sign of appreciation. They were also invaluable. If it were in the ancient times, even the emperors couldn't get their hands on them. However, Grandma was able to drink the tea made from it to improve her health. Hao Ren was right. Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators and even Core Formation Realm cultivators would kill for these blood ginsengs since they could increase nature essence. It tastes quite good. Grandma gave out a satisfied smile and had another sip. Grandma, 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 you're even more precious than an emperor, Hao Ren secretly thought. I still have a few. This one should last for a week. When you finish it, I'll cut you another section, Xie Yujia said with a smile. Okay. 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 Grandma held her teacup and nodded a few times. These blood ginsengs wouldn't last a few months at Grandma's rate of consumption. If the cultivators on Fifth Heaven knew how a mortal used up the 6 blood ginsengs, they would feel like it was such a waste. If Sea and Dragon King found out, he would be so shocked that he might spit out blood. However, Xie Yujia didn't feel like she was wasting it. As long as Grandma could be healthy, she was willing to use even rarer spiritual herbs. She asked Zhen Kongming already, and he said that the blood ginsengs could be used for tea for mortals. However, their effect would be reduced more than 1,000 times on normal people. You guys have exams next week. Don't waste your time and go study. Grandma will make you guys food, Grandma said as she took off Xie Yujia's apron and tapped Xie Yujia's shoulder. Okay. Xie Yujia smiled sweetly and went to her room to get her study materials. Hao Ren saw that their relationship was like grandma and granddaughter. Xie Yujia treated grandma well. And Hao Ren loved how she was considerate and kind. As long as grandma was healthy, picking up little White's poop was nothing. He could use the spiritual herbs to make grandma even healthier. Soon after, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily came downstairs from their room yawning. Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were away for a conference, so they weren't home this weekend. Therefore, their room was available for Lu Linlin and Lu Lily to stay in. Hao Ren thought a bit and believed that they came over to spend time with grandma, with the additional benefit of getting free food. They both treated grandma well as well. They had come over prepared. Not only did they bring their cartoon pajamas, but they also brought their studying materials. It was almost the rainy season, so the chance of raining increased dramatically. At the moment, rain started to pour outside. In this kind of rain, there were no signs of melancholy. Rather, the house was filled with a warm and intimate atmosphere. The four sat around a small square-shaped table. On the other side of the glass wall was the beach. It was an extremely pretty scene as the rain connected the heaven and the sea. All sorts of notes, papers, textbooks were laid out on the table, making it seem like a good studying environment. Zhao Yanzi just woke up and came out from grandma's room. She was in her tiny slippers. She walked down the stairs and went over to see what they were studying. Then, she saw that she didn't understand a thing on the books and was a little bit disappointed. After all, there was a minor generation gap between her and Hao Ren. However, she was only disappointed for a few minutes and recovered very quickly. She picked up a flowery apron and helped grandma make food in the kitchen. Her exams were over, but Hao Ren had to study. That made her happy. Humph, humph, humph. Let's see how many courses you will fail. Zhen Kongming walked out of his room and stretched lazily at noon. The elementary school finals were a piece of cake to him. Little White followed Zhen Kongming out and jumping up and down. It didn't have final exams. Even without Hao Ren's parents, the house by the sea was still very lively and warm this weekend. The final exams week in the East Ocean University would be taking place in the rainy season. Hao Ren was well prepared, so he was not scared at all. Damn. Hao Ren, you're like a god of exams, Zhou Liren said as he followed Hao Ren out of the last exam. Hao Ren finished all the exams in half the time. Zhou Liren chose all his classes according to Hao Ren's schedule, so he could cheat by peeking at Hao Ren's answers. Hao Ren would move half a shoulder when Zhou Liren poked him so that the latter could see, but it was up to Zhou Liren whether or now he could see clearly. Hao Ren was godlike during exams, gaining Zhou Liren's respect. They walked down out of the academic building D together, and the weather was sunny now. Suhan, who was wearing a sapphire blue one-piece dress, was waiting for Hao Ren outside. Chapter 465. Entering Dragon God Shrine. Let's go. Suhan stared at Hao Ren and said with almost no emotions. Okay. Hao Ren didn't think much and walked to Suhan. Suhan turned around swiftly and walked toward the school gate. She wore a pearl necklace around her slender neck, and the sapphire blue one-piece dress made her look gorgeous. Zhou Liren stood at the academic building, looking astonished. Zhao Jiayi came out from the same examination room. He was standing on the sky bridge that connected Academic Building C and Academic Building D, and he shouted, "Where's Hao Ren? Let's go eat together before summer vacation starts." Zhou Liren finally reacted, and he pointed to the school's front gate and shouted, "He left with Suhan." Damn it. Inhumane, Zhao Jiayi was so mad that he jumped into the air. At that moment, Hao Ren walked with Suhan out of the school and into a deserted crossing. When Suhan told him to come with her, he didn't think much. He knew it was because of work. Suhan was especially pretty today, so there was a moment that caused Hao Ren to freeze. Today was the last day of school, and Suhan dressed up a little bit prettier than usual as a type of self-liberation. That pearl necklace made her elegance come out. If it were the ancient times when men fought over girls, she would have been able to create absolute chaos with her beauty. Hao Ren couldn't help but secretly think about Suhan's beauty. "What are you looking at?" Suhan asked coldly. Hao Ren quickly looked away. If Suhan knew what he was thinking about, he would for sure get a beating that he could never be able to escape from. Since it was almost summer vacation, some of the students who finished their exams early had gone home. The area surrounding the school no longer had as many students as it usually would. Suhan created a red energy sphere. The white jade longsword grew longer under her foot, and she grabbed Hao Ren as they flew up high into the sky. "I told you that I needed to take you to the Dragon God Shrine to report," Suhan said with a cold voice. "Okay." Hao Ren let out two sword energies under his feet. He adjusted his body and stood on the back of Suhan's jade sword. It was very uncomfortable to be lifted by the shoulder like how Suhan was doing to him now, But it was still easier to stand on her jade sword as it saved him energy. As a Qian level master, her white jade longsword had no problem of carrying another person. Suhan turned around and rolled her eyes at him but didn't say anything. Hao Ren unconsciously smelled the faint scent behind Suhan's neck. Since Suhan was a beauty, she was very sexy when she rolled her eyes. Wah! The white jade longsword moved so fast that a white flash followed behind it. At that moment at school, Huang Zuji was about going home in his Mercedes S350. He suddenly saw a little white dog rolling around in the grasses behind the library. Its fur was white, and its claws were golden. Isn't that Hao Ren's dog? Huang Zuji thought. The little white dog had come to the school a few times, and it is slowly becoming the favorite animal of the female students. Little White was getting more and more famous to the extent that Huang Zuji knew about it. He parked his Mercedes S350 by the grass. Little White was rolling on the grass and biting a stick. It paused for half a second and looked at Huang Zuji but continued to play around with the stick. Huang Zuji slowly walked over, but Little White didn't mind him and just continued playing with its stick. Super. Huang Zuji looked around and didn't see any other students around. Most of the exams at East Ocean University had ended this morning, so the majority of students had already gone home. The girls who usually went to the grasses behind the library to feed Little White were no longer in sight. Huang Zuji had been training at the famous Sun Yun martial art dojo, so he was agiler than before. He swooped over to catch the rolling dog. Hao Ren's pet dog. Even though I can't do anything to Hao Ren, I can eat his dog. Huang Zuji smiled evilly. He was about to take Little White to his car, but Little White struggled hard. You useless little dog, want to escape? Huang Zuji couldn't help but be full of himself. He had failed because of Hao Ren a few times. However, since Hao Ren came from a better background than him, he couldn't have his vengeance, so he was furious. The little dog was just the right thing for him to vent his anger. Especially since Hao Ren is always around this little dog, he must love this dog very much. If he loses it, he must feel very sad. Huang Zuji opened his car door and was about to throw Little White inside. Roar! Little White, who was only the size of a palm, suddenly turned into a fierce white lion. This snow-white lion was bigger than the Benz S350. Huang Zuji opened his eyes wide, and his legs felt weak. Bam! He sat helplessly on the cement floor. Monster, his head was blank. The harder he thought, the emptier it was. When he quickly rubbed his eye, he saw a little white dog. This little dog left him as it ran away with its round butt, wriggling its tail. It jumped right into a pretty female student who was walking by the library, and it bit that girl's fingers lightly to get her attention. *T. It must be that my head is too blank after the exams. I must have a hallucination. Huang Zuji rushed to get up from the ground and into his car. He restarted the S350's engine, but he discovered that there was a dent in the shape of a large paw print on top of the engine cover. It was a Mercedes that was worth more than 1 million yuan. Huang Zuji touched his pants and discovered it was all wet. He had been so scared that he peed himself, and he also fainted for a moment there. When he saw the dog happily racing across the plaza in front of the library, he no longer could tell what it was. The dent in the front of the car might have been from a student who doesn't like me, and he hit my car with a rock when I fainted momentarily. Little White played in the East Ocean University campus freely. Now, Hao Ren and Suhan had reached the Dragon God Shrine. The enormous round platform that was supporting the Dragon God Shrine let out a mysterious light. This was the most complex array formation on First Heaven. It far exceeded the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces protection array formation. According to the agreement made hundreds of years ago, the dragon cultivators and the human cultivators had their own territories. However, they were still cautious toward each other. If a large-scale war were to break out, the Dragon God Shrine would be the dragon tribe's military headquarters. This type of complex defense formation array was therefore necessary. If you don't have your token, you can't see the array formation unless you have reached Qian level or Kun level, or you have extraordinary spiritual senses, Suhan explained to Hao Ren as they rode on her sword and entered the place. As they crossed the array formation, the token on Hao Ren's waist flashed once. This was an inspector's token. Each inspector would only have one and would need to use nature essence to activate it. It was basically a natal dharma treasure. If the inspector died, the token would self-explode. If the inspector were seriously injured, the token would also react. There was no need to worry about other cultivators stealing an inspector's identity to try to sneak into the Dragon God Shrine. The array formation around the Dragon God Shrine would only open a few layers during the few days around the Dragon Boat Festival for the Dragon God Shrine's general exams. However, those few days were when the dragon god shrine was the strongest. The inspectors who worked outside returned, and plenty of dragon cultivators could be here. During this time, even if the array formation were a few layers weaker, the human cultivators would not dare to invade the dragon god shrine. Usually, a regular cultivator would not be able to see the dragon god shrine, just like how a mortal would not see the energy sphere cultivators created. The red energy spheres of dragon cultivators were extremely powerful techniques to mortals, and the dragon god shrine's array formation was also extraordinary to those cultivators who were below Kun level. When they crossed the energy sphere, they saw that the rooms that were used for the exams and the buildings that were used for residence during the exams were quiet. No one could be seen. The dragon god shrine only opened to the public once a year. That was why these places were quiet right now. Of course, if a large-scale war were to happen between the dragon cultivators and the human cultivators, the dragon god shrine would become the headquarters, and a lot of dragon cultivators would be able to be fit in here. There was a black wall surrounding the outer city. The battling arenas were in between the war and the core dragon god shrine. After some reconstruction, the damage done during the combat exams had been restored. The east exam area that was wiped to the ground by Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo now was restored to its original form. It had 25 small arenas there. Hao Ren, who was standing on Suhan's jade longsword, couldn't help but remember the fierce battles he had fought. Every year, talented inspectors would be chosen from the winning dragon cultivators. Hao Ren didn't fight until the last battle, but he had proved himself to the dragon god shrine. Near the dragon god shrine were a few inspectors riding on their dharma treasures. They were flying around, but the number of inspectors was much less compared to during the exams. They landed by the east entrance of the dragon god shrine. Suhan pulled back her white jade sword and turned to face Hao Ren. Hao Ren was a bit nervous when she looked at him. Strictly speaking, only official inspectors could enter the dragon god shrine. During this year's exams, the people from East Ocean Dragon Clan and the West Ocean Dragon Clan had gone inside to discuss businesses, and that was the only exception. Aside from that incident, the Dragon Kings and the former Dragon Kings were not allowed inside. Hao Ren was a level 3 inspector, so he should be able to go in. Hao Ren took a deep breath. It was the first time he was entering the Dragon God Shrine. Chapter 466. Dragon Tribe's central agency. The towering Dragon God Shrine looks similar to the Grand Tower in the Nine Dragon Palace. In fact, the Dragon God Shrine, which was in the center of the floating platform, was based on the Nine Dragon Palace. No matter how grand the Dragon God Shrine was, it was unable to exceed the presence that the magnificent Nine Dragon Palace. If the Nine Dragon Palace were East Ocean City, then the Dragon God Shrine's platform would only be a piece of land in the East Ocean City, and the Dragon God Shrine would be a skyscraper on top of that land. The Dragon God Shrine was made of innumerable pieces of black stones. Hao Ren felt a shiver down his spine as soon as he stepped inside. These black stones were not ordinary materials. Many cultivators would admire the Dragon God Shrine just by the materials that it was made from. The power of the Dragon God Shrine was extraordinary. These materials were used to form numerous array formations, turning the Dragon God Shrine into a large Dharma treasure. Each area inside the Dragon God Shrine has specified access levels, so you can't just go running around. Suhan turned around and instructed Hao Ren as she walked inside. Okay. Hao Ren nodded, and he observed the inside of the Dragon God Shrine as he walked. The interior was all made from black stones, and it let out shivering waves of cold air. The more inward Hao Ren got, the colder it was. Hao Ren couldn't help but shiver. Then, he immediately started to use the light-splitting sword shadow scroll to warm himself up. Aside from the ice-cold temperature, the rooms were standard, so it gave a dull impression. From the outside, the Dragon God Shrine was a square building. Who knew that everything, including the pillars, were square-shaped even inside the building? Actually, every zone in the East Ocean Dragon Palace had specified access levels. Since you're related of Zhao Guang, no one would block you, Suhan said. Hao Ren turned around and looked at Suhan as she continued, in the Dragon God Shrine, no matter what royal background you came from, you're only a level 3 inspector. If you do anything wrong, the Dragon God Shrine has the power to punish you. Suhan looked serious, making Hao Ren feel very nervous. The East Ocean Dragon Palace valued relationships, but the Dragon God Shrine was stricter with rules. This could be shown by Qin Xiaoyang from the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan. He was arrogant but never dared to disobey the Dragon God Shrine's rules. In Suhan's case, she was a Qian-level cultivator. Because of what happened in the East Ocean, she was demoted to a level 3 inspector without exception. Inspectors having special privileges also meant that they were bound by the Dragon God Shrine. Click, 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 Suhan's heels made a series of crisp sounds as she walked on the black stone floor inside the dragon god shrine. "Take your token out and put it by your waist," Suhan said. Hao Ren followed her orders and took out his inspector's token from inside his body. He suddenly realized that the token had turned yellow when they came inside. The inspectors coming toward them had white tokens by their waists. These few inspectors respectfully cleared a path for them to pass through. The tokens all look similar outside the dragon god shrine. What's different is the number of golden dragon claws carved on it. However, when you're inside the dragon god shrine, the tokens will appear in different colors. White for level 1 inspectors, silver for level 2 inspectors, yellow for level 3 inspectors, and golden for level 4 inspectors. Suhan continued to explain. With her personality, she didn't like speaking much. Since it was the first time Hao Ren entered the dragon god shrine, she had to give him some explanation. Of course, this rare patience was only toward Hao Ren. "I recommend you put your token out when you're in the dragon god shrine. Different levels have different access restrictions," Suhan said. When they were talking, a level 4 inspector walked by. Suhan waved and said hi, but he only lightly nodded and walked by. He didn't even look at Hao Ren. In the dragon god shrine, higher-leveled inspectors could command lower-leveled inspectors to do stuff. Normally though, the level 4 inspectors only command level 1 and level 2 inspectors, so you probably don't need to worry about that. Suhan continued to explain to Hao Ren as they walked, "And since you're mine, I don't think any level 4 inspectors will dare to make you do anything." "You're mine." Hao Ren was stunned. Suhan's words were calm, but the underlying meaning was domineering. In the whole inspector system, there weren't that many level 4 inspectors. Suhan was almost the strongest amongst all the level 4 inspectors before, so all the other level 4 inspectors recognized Suhan. That was why even when Suhan was demoted to a level 3 inspector, they would still pay Suhan some respect. Su Hao led Hao Ren into a small room. Inside the room sat an old man who looked a bit like Premier Shah. He had wrinkles all over his face and looked ancient. "Elder Luo," Suhan said as she led Hao Ren in. "This is the old cultivator whose last name was Luo," said as he squinted at Hao Ren. "He's the new level 3 inspector, Hao Ren. I brought him here to register," Suhan said. "Oh, I remember now, he was your assisting inspector." The old cultivator nodded. "Han, you never had assisting inspectors before. This was a first." Assisting inspectors were not allowed inside the dragon god shrine but were still required to be registered, which would be done by their supervising inspectors. Hao Ren jumping from assisting inspector to a level 3 inspector was a big change, so this old cultivator who oversaw registration knew of him. However, he never expected the new level 3 inspector to be this young. "He's also now the regional inspector at the East Ocean City," Suhan said. "Understood. Understood." The old cultivator handed Hao Ren an ink brush and pointed at the name registry. "Sign here." Hao Ren held the brush and used nature essence on it. The tip of the ink brush turned stiff, like a fountain pen, and Hao Ren wrote his name using it. The old cultivator reached out to lightly touch the token by Hao Ren's waist. Tens of light dots shined on the yellow token but then disappeared immediately. "You're a new inspector, so let me explain. I have not only the registry but also different missions you could take." The old cultivator took out a thick book and put it in front of Hao Ren. Hao Ren flipped open the book, and on it were lines and lines of missions for the inspectors. He flipped to the recent records and saw that some had already been completed. The Wuyi Mountain couldn't deal with the 100-year-old demon bees, and they requested help from the Dragon God Shrine. Level 3 Inspector Yi Feijing had taken on the mission. He had killed all the bees on February 16, year Xinmao. Shuan level cultivator, Kong Ling, had caused great disruption and deaths at the West Ocean's Thousand Spirit Island. Level 4 Inspector, Hong Fongyang, took on the mission. Kong Ling was caught and imprisoned on March 6, year Xinmao. A spirit stone was discovered by ordinary researchers at the 1825 Art District of the East Ocean City. Level 2 Inspector, Mo Xie, took on the mission. He destroyed the spirit stone on April 3, year Xinmao. Hao Ren's eyes brightened when he saw this. That spirit stone was the one he accidentally dropped on the roof. Didn't it end up being sent to the country's research centers? Hao Ren thought. It seemed like the spirit stone had been destroyed by an inspector, and the one in the research center was probably just an ordinary rock that replaced the one destroyed. No results would come out now from the research. Let's go, Hao Ren. Suhan tapped Hao Ren. Inspectors can improve their contribution by taking on missions that were set out by the Dragon God Shrine. The inspectors would receive certain rewards for their missions, as well as gaining some experience from the job. However, Suhan thought Hao Ren would be better off sticking to his usual training for now. The stamp has been unlocked. Han, bring him over, the old cultivator said. Thanks, Elder Luo, Suhan said politely and led Hao Ren out of the room. What did the blinks on the token resemble? Hao Ren asked softly. It's your first time at the Dragon God Shrine, and your authorization will only be unlocked when you register here. Otherwise, you'll fall into the many traps ahead, Suhan said. Hao Ren was secretly shocked by how well the defense of the Dragon God Shrine was. Even the strong cultivators who were able to duplicate Inspector's token to trick the array formations and enter the Dragon God Shrine would not be able to reach deep inside. This old man acted as the first guard on the first-floor lobby of the Dragon God Shrine. Any new inspectors who enter the Dragon God Shrine for the first time must go to him so that he could recognize their faces and grant them access according to their respective levels. What realm is he on? I couldn't tell, Hao Ren asked. Qian, Suhan responded calmly. Hiss, Hao Ren gasped and thought, the Dragon God Shrine sure is powerful. Eve Guard is on Qian level. There are many powerful people here at the Dragon God Shrine. It's better not to do anything recklessly. Suhan warned Hao Ren as she saw right through him. Suhan led Hao Ren to a staircase that was also made of black stone. Beside the staircase was a square pillar that had a two-clawed golden dragon mark on it. The two-clawed golden dragon mark means that we are going into the area accessible to only inspectors who are level 2 or beyond, Suhan said. Hao Ren followed Suhan up the stairs. He looked back at the lobby and thought to himself, level 1 inspectors could only stay on the first floor of the Dragon God Shrine. Except for that old man's room where inspectors could take on missions, there were only some lounges for communication and resting on the first floor. Those cultivators who risked their lives to become inspectors would typically become level 1 inspectors. With the identity of inspector, they would be able to enter the Dragon God Shrine and have the opportunity to get different missions. Even enough it was just that, all the dragon cultivators fought day and night for these few quotas. This only went to show the difference in resources between big forces and small forces. Don't you think that there's something different in the Dragon God Shrine compared with the outside? Su Hao asked as she continued walking. Different, Hao Ren went blank for a moment and then started to think about it in more depth. Inside the ice-cold Dragon God Shrine, the nature essence intensity was 7 to 8 times higher than the outside. Hao Ren trained in 5th heaven often, and 5th heaven had 3 or 4 times the nature essence intensity than 1st heaven. The ethereal summit had even higher concentrations of nature essence than other places on 5th heaven, around 7 to 8 times more than 1st heaven. That was why even though Hao Ren felt cold, he didn't feel anything special about the Dragon God Shrine. However, the Dragon God Shrine was like a cultivation heaven to many dragon cultivators since it was so dense with nature essence. As long as one became an inspector, even if it were just level 1, he or she would be able to enjoy this nature essence intensity. Since the Dragon God Shrine was like an essence stem, cultivating here would be more efficient. I joined the Dragon God Shrine because I wanted to advance faster, Suhan said calmly. Anything on and above 5th heaven were the territories of the human cultivators. Those weren't the places that traditional dragon cultivators could easily access. Hao Ren cultivated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll which required simultaneously pulled in all 5 elements, while Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia cultivated using human cultivation techniques. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili weren't dragon cultivators, and Zhen Kongming didn't have the aura of a dragon as well. That was why they were all able to move freely on 5th heaven. The dragon cultivators above Zhen level but below Kun level did not dare to enter 5th heaven recklessly because they couldn't guarantee that they would be able to go back in one piece. They wouldn't dare to even go into a valley, let alone creating a cave abode there. Even Suhan didn't dare to trespass into 5th heaven before she reached Kun level. The cultivation sects had deep hostility toward dragon cultivators, and they were also very sensitive to dragons' auras. 5th heaven was the front line for the cultivation sects, and it was key to fend off possible invading dragon cultivators. The dragon cultivators who succeeded in passing through 5th heaven would immediately face cultivators from 6th or even 7th heaven. These stairs are round, Hao Ren suddenly said as he followed Suhan up the stairs. Everything in the Dragon God Shrine was in squares, but this staircase was oddly in a circular design. On one side of the staircase was a gold wall. On the other side, the staircase was connected to floors full of rooms. These rooms were like the designs in a hotel or an office, with rooms right next to each other. Some larger rooms were made with transparent crystals, resembling gyms, libraries, and bars of a luxury hotel. They corresponded to training rooms, cultivation rooms, and resting areas. These crystal rooms had a 3-clawed golden dragon or a 4-clawed golden dragon mark on their lintels or doorposts. Those resembled the access restrictions of the inspectors. The Dragon God Shrine was the place that one could improve their skills fastest. It had the best environment for cultivation, had the best cores, had the best techniques, and different opportunities where you could gain fighting experience both internally and externally, Suhan said. Hao Ren nodded. Hao Ren had seen the riches in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, so he wasn't especially impressed. However, for the cultivators who came from middle to smaller-sized powers which lacked resources, the Dragon God Shrine was the highest source of agency and school they could attain. That was why they admired and longed to enter the Dragon God Shrine. The pillar beside the staircase had a 3-clawed golden dragon mark. Anywhere beyond it was restricted to level 3 inspectors or above. The higher one went, the colder it was. The colder it was, the denser the nature essence. Hao Ren leaned against the wall by the side. He never thought he would have walked for so long up the stairs. It was probably equivalent to walking up 30 floors in a normal building. If it were an ordinary person, he or she would have been exhausted by now. The staircase was extended by a counter-clockwise spiral. Hao Ren turned around to look at the wall on his left and suddenly realized that this was one long and big pillar. The pillar linked the bottom of the Dragon God Shrine to the golden ceiling. Chapter 467. Meeting an acquaintance. The dungeon. The room above is ours, Suhan said when she saw Hao Ren pausing. Our room. This phrase sounded a bit strange. Hao Ren hurried to catch up with Suhan as they walked upward. Inside the Dragon God Shrine were strong array formations. With Hao Ren's ability at low-tier gen level, he wasn't able to break the restriction of the array formations and fly up even if he had the authorization. They continued to climb up a few floors. Then, Suhan finally turned into the corridor connecting to the stairs, and Hao Ren rushed to follow. This swirling staircase in the Dragon God Shrine linked different floors and corridors as if it were a maze. On the 2 sides of the corridor were stone doors. East Ocean City. On the top of a heavy stone door was engraved 3 ancient characters. Suhan took out her token and put it in the dent on the door. The door slowly opened, and a wide space appeared. This place couldn't even be described as a room. It was like a top-class presidential suite. The super living room was made of black stones. Because of the black color, it looked solemn and luxurious. There were a few crystals mounted on the walls, and they acted like windows, allowing the people inside to look out. Because a giant floating platform lifted the Dragon God Shrine, and Hao Ren's suite was on the 34th floor, the sceneries he saw through the crystal windows was the blue sky and white clouds. This was like a top-class suite that floated in the sky. The flooring was black, and the tables and desks were also made of black stones. However, they were not rough because they had been polished smooth. Also, the nature essence inside was even denser than outside. The East Ocean City is one of the 4 largest cities that are connected with the 4 ocean dragon clans, so the regional inspectors of East Ocean City have the best treatment compared to other regional inspectors. Suhan put the token by her waist again and walked inside elegantly. This is our resting place at the Dragon God Shrine. Hao Ren walked in and saw a bedroom in the suite. Rather than calling it a bedroom, it was more like a cultivation room because there was a white jade bed instead of a regular bed. You can go and give it a try, Suhan said. Hao Ren walked into the bedroom that was to the left of the door. Inside this room were other daily essentials in addition to the white jade bed that was in a square shape and 3 meters on each side. Hao Ren reached out to touch the white jade bed, and he cooled down immediately. Don't underestimate this white jade bed. It's made of 10,000-year-old cold jade. Its quality isn't too different from my natal Dharma treasure. Hao Ren thought back to Suhan's white jade sword. He believed that the material that made Suhan's natal Dharma treasure wouldn't be bad. It was an extreme luxury to use this piece of material as a bed since it was of similar material as Suhan's white jade sword. It meant that this white jade bed was far more expensive than a bed made from pure gold. Hao Ren almost wanted to run over and chip some of it for his own use. Of course, he wouldn't do that kind of stuff. If it were Zhen Kongming though, he might have done it. Hao Ren lied down on the white jade bed and started to use the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, and it was no longer cold. Contrastingly, he felt a warm energy embracing him. The 4 openings that were recently unlocked in his dragon core were nurtured by the warm energy. This type of 10,000-year-old cold jade bed looks like ordinary cold jade. But when nature essence is used, it would have the characteristics of warm jade. That is why this white jade bed could not only be used to assist with cultivation but also for healing. Suhan's words disrupted Hao Ren's experience. Hao Ren turned around and saw that Suhan had lied down sideways on the white jade bed as well. He had been absorbed in cultivation for the last hour. This white jade bed was 3 meters wide and 3 meters long, so there was still a distance between the two. However, they were still sleeping on the same bed, so Hao Ren immediately sat up straight. For the next 2 months, I'll cultivate here in hopes of breaking through my current plateau. Suhan looked up at Hao Ren and said. She was holding her neck with her hands. Suhan was Suhan after all. She was still gorgeous when she lied down as if she were from a delicate painting. The bed, Hao Ren looked around. Is this the only one? It is a precious treasure. How many do you think there are? Suhan asked him. Hao Ren was speechless. I don't mind using this white jade together, Suhan said. Hao Ren quickly straightened his back and said, no need, no need. He finally understood why Suhan was so against Qin Xiaoyang being the regional inspector of the East Ocean City. If she and Qin Xiaoyang were both regional inspectors of the East Ocean City, they had to share a room in the Dragon God Shrine. Hao Ren wasn't sure if Suhan was being serious when she said that she didn't mind him sleeping on the same bed, but he wanted to be safe. Therefore, he politely rejected Suhan. Suhan quickly sat up and reached for 2 black robes in the closet. Change into this black robe. I'll take you to other places. Suhan handed the larger robe to Hao Ren. Hao Ren reached over immediately. Then, he looked at Suhan, and she was looking back at him. I'll go out. Hao Ren held onto the robe and suddenly came to a realization. Then, he stiffly walked out of the bedroom. He took off his jacket and put on the black robe. He had worn a similar robe when he participated in the Dragon God Shrine's general exam, so he didn't have any unfamiliar feelings. Then, he waved his sleeves and turned around to walk to the bedroom unconsciously. At this moment, Suhan had taken off her sapphire blue one-piece dress and was putting on the black robe. The bedroom didn't have any doors, and Hao Ren saw Suhan's body altogether when he turned around. She was only wearing her undergarments, and her body was even more beautiful than all the models Hao Ren had seen on television and in magazines. There was absolutely no extra fat on her arms, legs, and waist. Her body ratio was also perfect. Suhan looked straight at Hao Ren with laser beam eyes. Shua. The white jade sword by Suhan's side suddenly flew up and dashed at the middle of Hao Ren's eyes. Hao Ren quickly used his hands to block as the Hundan sword energies appeared before his hands. He couldn't cancel the power, so his body flew backward uncontrollably. Bam! Hao Ren hit the black stone pillar at the back of the room. He felt like the bones in his body were all shattered. Suhan had put on the black robe now. She walked over with a cold expression, and she plucked out the white jade sword from Hao Ren's hands. There were 2 holes in Hao Ren's hands as he put his hands together when he tried to block. Therefore, when Suhan drew the sword, Hao Ren felt excruciating pain. Suhan stared at him without saying anything. Then, she suddenly turned around, opened the stone door, and walked out. She took a few steps and realized that Hao Ren was still sitting in the corner of the room. She looked back coldly and said, "Why are you not catching up?" Hao Ren knew that he was in the wrong, so he crushed a detox pill and spread it over his wounds. Then he hurried to catch up with Suhan. Suhan wearing the black robe made her look much dashing than normal, but she was still pretty in a unique way. She loved wearing white, but her white robes were usually bigger, making her look a bit fluffy. The long silk black robe was a bit tighter on her, showing more body curves. Hao Ren was scared that Suhan was still mad at him, so he didn't dare to walk side by side with her. He intentionally left a 2-step distance between them. From that angle, he was actually able to see her best side. Did something happen? Suhan asked Hao Ren as she suddenly turned over to him. No, nothing happened. Hao Ren immediately responded. Then, why are you scared of me? Suhan raised a brow and asked. Hao Ren slightly nodded and hurried to walk side by side with Suhan. The 2 black robes each had a 3-clawed golden dragon on each shoulder, indicating that they were both level 3 inspectors. The clothes were more visible as symbols of their status than their tokens. The level 1 and level 2 inspectors bowed to them from afar. To reach level 3, a level 1 inspector would need to complete a large number of missions and accumulate a lot of contribution points, or they would have to increase their realms drastically. Suhan ranked first place in the general exams that year, so she started as a level 3 inspector. After she completed a few difficult missions which involved catching evil dragon criminals, she was promoted to a level 4 inspector and became the regional inspector for an important city, the East Ocean City. Hao Ren became a level 3 inspector due to his spectacular performance at the Dragon God Shrine's general exams this year as well as his relationship with Suhan. To be the regional inspector for the East Ocean City, one had to be at least a level 3 inspector. The Dragon God Shrine's arrangement was mainly to fulfill Suhan's wishes. I'm going to take you to the restricted area of the Dragon God Shrine, the dungeon. Suhan said calmly as she led Hao Ren to a cloister. The entrance of this cloister had 2 large and heavy stone gates that could be separated, and there was a three-clawed golden dragon mark on both doors. Suhan took out her token and put it onto the dent in the middle, and the door slowly opened. Unlike the corridors they had just walked past, this one was a lot more humid and dark. It was even colder, but the nature essence was extremely thin. Bam! Dung! The cages and prison cells started to shake violently as the prisoners saw inspectors walking in. Damn you! Come fight me if you dare! Let me out, or I'll bite your neck until you die. Come! Come! Kill me! There were all sorts of shouts around Suhan and Hao Ren. Suhan maintained her usual calm expression, leading the way. She used her normal composed tone and said, "If you see someone you want to fight, you could take on him or her in a battle. If they win, they can get 10 years off their sentences. But you need to remember, they don't hold back." Hao Ren turned around and looked at the prisoners on the two sides of the dungeon. The prisoners looked in the direction of Hao Ren and swore at them to try to provoke a fight. All sorts of abusive languages and mockeries were aimed at Hao Ren. Every cultivator imprisoned in the Dragon God Shrine was extremely evil. Otherwise, the local dragon palaces would deal with them themselves rather than letting the Dragon God Shrine do the work. The Dragon God Shrine would not kill them but would keep them locked up for hundreds of years. Some prisoners wouldn't be able to finish their sentences before they die. Little kid from East Sea. I didn't expect that you piece of sh*t could become an inspector. The Dragon God Shrine is getting weaker. A sharp but violent voice sounded from Hao Ren's left. I, Black Wolf, will come out and murder your entire family. Ha ha ha. I'll kill that girl of yours and also that old witch. A sharp voice continued to shout out. Chapter 468. Who dares to hurt my family? He's Black Wolf, a top-tier assassin from the West Ocean Dragon clan. He killed mortals, dragon cultivators, and even inspectors. He'll stay here all his life. Suhan looked over coldly and said. Calmly, Hao Ren took several steps forward. Thud! Thud! Black Wolf grabbed the iron bars of the cell and shook them with force. He cranked his neck and stared at Hao Ren through the iron bars with a distorted face. Hao Ren looked at him calmly and continued to walk. Wah! Black Wolf's right hand suddenly reached out from the cell, but he didn't grab onto Hao Ren since the latter moved half a step away. Thinner than before, Black Wolf's two white eyeballs bulged out horribly while the long knife scar on his chilling face was noticeable. When the West Ocean Dragon clan came to the Dragon God Shrine to restore their crown prince's cultivation abilities, they wanted Black Wolf back. But after knowing that he had lost all his cultivation strength, they gave up on him, Suhan said as she stood by Hao Ren's side. West Ocean Dragon Palace. West Ocean Dragon Palace. Suddenly, Black Wolf yelled and reached out his hands from the cell, glaring at Hao Ren and Suhan. I'll kill you all. The prisoners here are divided into Jia, Yi, Bin, and Ding according to their strengths. The Jia level is the strongest while the Ding level is the weakest, Suhan continued, ignoring Black Wolf. Hao Ren turned his gaze toward Black Wolf in the cell and saw the character, Ding, engraved on his forehead. However, among the prisoners here, he had committed the worst crimes since he had killed mortals, dragon cultivators, and even inspectors. When I get out, I'll kill your entire family. All of them. That Xia Yujia had tender skin, and I'll torture her slowly. I'll tear open her clothes slowly and break each of her bones. Black Wolf leaned his face against the iron bars and said chillingly before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I want him, Hao Ren said mildly. He's a Ding-level prisoner, and it's useless to fight him, Suhan said. The inspectors could select their practice opponents from the dungeon, but he couldn't randomly. The contribution points of the inspectors would be deducted by doing this. The point deduction would be less if the inspectors chose the prisoners closer to their own strengths and more if it was the other way around. Suhan brought Hao Ren to the prison as part of the orientation tour and didn't expect him to practice fighting with prisoners. I don't care, Hao Ren said. With a short puff, Suhan picked up Hao Ren's token from his waist and placed it into a dent beside the cage. Hiss, the cage opened automatically. In the center of the aisle suddenly rose a round platform. All kinds of white lights lit up in the dim prison suddenly, and only a black light beam shone on the round platform. Black Wolf tumbled onto the round platform. Although the white lights had no effects on the inspectors who were wearing tokens, they were deadly to prisoners. Hao Ren took 3 steps forward and entered the round platform. Kill him! Kill him! Kill the inspector! Hit him! Hit him! All kinds of yells exploded instantly. The prisoners in the cells on both sides suddenly became the audience, and they shook the cages violently and created chaotic noises. Standing on the round platform, Black Wolf said with a distorted face, "When I get out one day." Slap! A heavy punch landed onto his face suddenly. Black Wolf fell to the ground. Before he could get up, Hao Ren gave him a vicious kick. Dang! His foot kicked Black Wolf's belly, making a loud noise as if he was beating on a drum. After rolling for 5 to 6 rounds, Black Wolf crashed onto the edge of the array formation of the round platform before bouncing back. Kill! Kill! The prisoners on both sides glared with red eyes and yelled with all their forces. Rushing over, Hao Ren lifted Black Wolf with one hand and punched his face heavily, breaking 3 teeth. Black Wolf, who had been yelling arrogantly, now had blood all over his mouth. With one hand, Hao Ren grabbed Black Wolf's ragged clothes and smashed him onto the ground of the round platform heavily. Kid, you are good. Suddenly, Black Wolf smiled wickedly and stabbed his palm toward Hao Ren. Tear, his sharp fingernails cut into Hao Ren's black robe and left a deep scratch in his chest beneath it. Ignoring the pain in his body, Hao Ren grabbed Black Wolf with both hands and crashed him toward his knee. Crack! The crisp noises of bones breaking resonated in the area, and all the prisoners heard it. If you dare to touch my family, I'll kill you. Hao Ren put particular emphasis on the last word while his fist slammed heavily into Black Wolf's chin. Crack! Black Wolf's jaw dislocated and shattered. Black Wolf spat out a mouthful of blood that was mixed with his saliva. Wide-eyed, Black Wolf swung his hands across Hao Ren's chest continuously. Thud! Thud! Hao Ren's fist landed onto Black Wolf's face viciously and repeatedly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Clutching Black Wolf's collar with his left hand, Hao Ren launched his right fist forward mechanically, and each of his punch was full of rage. Gradually, Black Wolf lost the ability to defend, and his waving hands lost their vigor. Then, the shouting prisoners slowly quieted down. They had never seen such a fight between an inspector and a prisoner like this before. Hao Ren, that's enough, Suhan said. Hao Ren finally stood up with both of his hands covered in blood that came from Black Wolf and himself. His continuous punches opened the wounds in his hand and bruised his knuckles. Thud! Without Hao Ren's support, Black Wolf fell listlessly, and his head hit on the ground. His whole face was distorted, and Hao Ren broke all his teeth. Wide-eyed, only his irregular and weak breathing showed that he was still alive, just barely. With a wave of her hand, Suhan sent Black Wolf flying from the round platform into a corner of his cell cage like a kite without a string. Then, she dug out the inspector's token from the dent beside the cell cage and tossed it to Hao Ren. Hiss! The cell cage closed automatically. The white lights and the black lights slowly disappeared while the round platform gradually lowered back into the ground. The prison was silent. You'll be punished if you kill the prisoners, Suhan said while she led Hao Ren to the entrance of the prison. The prisoners in the cages on both sides of the aisle looked at Hao Ren and Suhan, holding their breaths. Dang! After they walked out, the massive stone gate to the prison closed again. Suhan led Hao Ren back to their own room. Clean yourself up. You are covered in blood and have quite a few wounds. Suhan picked up a soft white cloth and tossed it at Hao Ren. Hao Ren took off his black robe, revealing his muscular body. Here he goes again. Exasperated, Suhan turned to look at the scene outside of the crystal window. Black Wolf had left dozens of wounds on Hao Ren's chest and belly, and some deep ones almost touched his internal organs. Hao Ren sealed his acupoints with the light-splitting sword shadow scroll to stop the flow of blood before entering the bedroom and healing his wounds on the white jade bed. With the automatic circulation of his nature essence according to light-splitting sword shadow scroll, the chilliness turned into warmth while his wounds healed quickly. Hao Ren didn't want to beat Black Wolf with his cultivation strength. He just wanted to hit the latter to half-death with his fists. Otherwise, Black Wolf wouldn't have been able to touch him. While his fatigued body recovered, his nature essence and muscles all relaxed. Hiss! Hao Ren shivered and opened his eyes immediately after a while. Suhan was sitting cross-legged by his side while cultivating. Sorry, I fell asleep. Hao Ren sat up in a hurry. Suhan opened her eyes a little and glanced at him. Put on your clothes. Seeing that Suhan had placed his jacket on the white jade bed, he reached over and put it on quickly. While he got dressed, he looked down on his chest and found that all the wounds had healed without leaving behind a single scar. Even a small mark he had on the front side of his waist beforehand was turned into flawless skin. The white jade bed is not only a cultivation treasure but also a beauty treasure, Hao Ren thought. He even suspected that Suhan's smooth skin was a result of her monthly visits to this place. He sneaked a glance at Suhan and found she changed out of the black robe and into her previous sapphire one-piece dress. Aren't you going to cultivate in this place for 2 months? Hao Ren asked her. Do you know the way back if I don't go with you? Suhan rolled her beautiful eyes at him. Hao Ren found his heart racing, and he shook his head in embarrassment. No, I don't. Exhaling slightly, Suhan rolled her eyes again and said, "You were fierce, but you are dumb as well." As she swung her long, slender legs, she turned around on the white jade bed and put on her pale blue sandals with engraved flower patterns. While she bent down to put on her sandals, the edges of the dress caressed her thighs, creating a tempting image to men. No, no, Suhan is a Qian level master and can kill me with one strike. Hao Ren hurriedly pushed the thought away. After smoothing her dress with her hands, Suhan walked toward the stone door. Hao Ren hurried to follow her, afraid that he would lose his way in the maze-like dragon god shrine. They walked down the spiral staircase and reached the ground floor of the dragon god shrine. The prison was located in between the restricted area of level 3 inspectors and level 4 inspectors, and the prisoners could never escape when being surrounded by such dense array formations. Suhan took Hao Ren to the old man on the first floor to check his contribution points, and a lot of points were deducted. The remaining points were not enough to trade for anything. "Let's go." Suhan took out her longsword and pulled Hao Ren onto it. In fact, Suhan seldom took missions from the Dragon God Shrine and didn't have too many contribution points. She focused on only one thing, cultivating hard continuously. As to the Dragon God Shrine, it provided her the title of the Regional Inspector of East Ocean City and all kinds of privileges. It was worth it to keep such a Qian-level master in its system. After all, this world respected powerful people. The white jade sword dashed forward in the wind and quickly approached the East Ocean City. However, Suhan didn't drop off Hao Ren in the city. Instead, the longsword continued to fly toward the direction of the seashore. "You're so kind to fly me to my home," Hao Ren couldn't help commenting. "Hee hee, didn't your grandma invite me to visit?" Suhan said lightly while the sword flew toward Hao Ren's home. Chapter 469. Rare Beauty. Well, Hao Ren choked. Looking at Suhan's beautiful figure, he suddenly realized that Suhan dressed up to visit his home today. The longsword shot into the sea and split waves. While the red energy sphere broke, Suhan withdrew her sword, and the two of them stood on the beach. Her movements were so smooth that it looked like she had just come to the beach after surfing on the waves. "Are you really going to my home?" Hao Ren looked at her hesitantly. Suhan smiled at him as a response and walked directly toward the house. In the past, when Hao Ren was only her assisting inspector, Suhan had no interest in his family matter. However, now that Hao Ren was a level 3 inspector and her partner at East Ocean City, she felt it was necessary to know his full background. Following her closely, Hao Ren knew he couldn't stop her from visiting his home. "Little Shui, you can't bully Kongming," Grandma's voice sounded when Hao Ren went to the door and took out the key. Click. Hao Ren opened the door and saw Zhen Kongming and Wu Luoxue each having a controller in hand on the sofa, playing games in front of the TV screen. Gazing at the screen attentively, Zhen Kongming curled his lips and scratched his head while his fingers moved quickly on the buttons. However, Wu Luoxue looked as casual as before while her fingers pressed the buttons at ease. Frustrated, Zhen Kongming threw down the controller. It was obvious that he lost again. Wu Luoxue picked up a cup of green tea by her side and sipped, looking calmly at Zhen Kongming. "More? Change the game. Change the game," Zhen Kongming yelled. Looking at them, Hao Ren suddenly remembered that they were also on summer break. "Ren, are you back?" Hearing the door opened, Grandma called out. When seeing Suhan behind Hao Ren, she looked pleasantly surprised. "Well, Han is here as well." Embarrassed, Hao Ren wished Grandma didn't address Suhan so intimately. "Grandma, how are you?" Suhan walked in with an umbrella in one hand and a fruit basket in the other. "I came to return the umbrella to you. Thank you very much." Hao Ren looked at Suhan in astonishment, wondering when she got those things from. "It was just an umbrella." "Well, you even bought me fruits." Grandma stood up from the sofa and took Suhan's hand in hers warmly. "In the future, just come and visit me and don't buy anything." "It's nothing." Suhan smiled lightly. Hao Ren looked at Suhan in surprise. He suddenly felt like she wasn't bad at socializing. "Zonghua. Yu Yang. Stop your work. We have a guest," Grandma called out in a loud voice. Her voice was so resonant that she didn't sound like an old lady over the age of 70. Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua, who had been doing their quarterly report, immediately walked down from the second floor. Hao Ren was even more nervous at the upheaval they caused. "Oh, it's Ms. Su." Seeing Suhan, Hao Zonghua greeted her politely, remembering that she was a teacher from East Ocean University. Suhan nodded slightly. "Han is a university teacher?" Grandma asked. "Mom, she's a teacher at East Ocean University," Hao Zonghua explained patiently. Grandma hadn't paid much attention to Suhan when they first met, but she felt like this girl was nice afterward. "Oh, you're a teacher at Ren's school? Then, you must be here for a home visit, right?" Grandma was immediately cautious. "Ms. Su, come and have a seat. Zhonghua, hurry up and make tea for the teacher." Due to her respect for teachers, Grandma called Suhan, Ms. Su, and her expression turned serious. "You are so kind to bring present when you are paying us a home visit. Our Ren hasn't had teachers visiting our home since he was in middle school. Ms. Su, please take a seat," Grandma urged. Instantly, Suhan got nervous, and Grandma broke her composure. She said hurriedly, "No, I'm just a university lecturer, and I'm not here for a home visit." "Not a home visit," Grandma relaxed. "I thought our Ren caused trouble at school again." Standing by Suhan, Hao Ren's face turned red out of embarrassment. Although he had indeed caused trouble in his elementary school and middle school days, that was a long time ago. "Ms. Su, please have some tea." Hao Zhonghua walked over with a cup of tea and placed it before Suhan. "Thank you." Suhan took the cup, "But you can just call me Han." "Zhonghua." Grandma scolded, "Han is close to us. Don't make it so formal." Embarrassed, Hao Zhonghua stood to one side, thinking, it was you who acted so serious and formal just a moment ago. He didn't know that Grandma had grouped Suhan into her camp with her words. No wonder. Grandma looked at Suhan happily and sat with her on the sofa. "I see that you are not much older than Ren. You just graduated, right?" "Yeah. I just graduated and stayed in the school to be a teacher," Suhan said. "Then, you must have been an excellent student." Grandma picked up Suhan's small hand genially. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Hao Ren had been drinking water, and he almost choked at Grandma's question. "Not yet." Hearing Suhan's answer, Hao Ren almost spat out the water again. "Very well. Grandma will watch out for you and introduce a good young man to you." Grandma looked at Suhan and said with a smile. Hao Ren thought, "Grandma, you stay home all day. Where can you find a young man for Suhan?" At this thought, his heart lurched. He felt like he understood something. "I heard that Mr. Hao is working on a project to find dragons, right?" Suhan suddenly turned her head to look at Hao Zhonghua. "Right." Hao Zhonghua sat on the sofa on the side and nodded. Since Suhan was their guest, he must keep her company, not to mention that they had met each other before. Yu Yang sat beside Hao Zhonghua and observed Suhan. With a woman's instinct, she felt like Suhan had other reasons for visiting their home. However, she was very beautiful, wearing a pearl necklace and a sapphire one-piece dress. Yu Yang was attracted by her elegance unconsciously. "Did you have any progress recently?" Suhan continued to ask. No progress yet. However, if the project is successful, we'll make a discovery that will shake the whole world," Hao Zhonghua said. Sitting on the other side of Grandma, Hao Ren listened to their conversation attentively. He suddenly thought about Suhan's identity as an inspector and one of the Dragon God Shrine's missions where it was to destroy the Spirit Stone. Is my dad one of the key targets of surveillance of the Dragon God Shrine due to his large-scale scientific project? At this moment, Suhan changed the subject and asked, "Grandma, do you believe that there are dragons in the world?" "Of course." Grandma perked up immediately. "I saw one. Girl, you may be doubtful, but I saw a dragon flying in the sky when I worked in the fields as a young girl. It was a summer day with great winds, and thunder cracked constantly. Some girls and I were working in the fields and saw that a storm was coming. As we hurried to find shelter, I saw a huge dragon flying from the east to the west. However, only I saw it, and the others were busy looking for shelter and didn't see it. When I told them, they didn't believe me at all." Grandma described the scene vividly. Hao Zhonghua had heard it several times before and hadn't believed it until he saw a white dragon himself. Since then, he had never debunked Grandma's story. However, Yu Yang shook her head helplessly when she heard Grandma repeating the same old story. She didn't believe that such mythical creatures existed since no one had such pictures or caught such creatures. The photos that circulated on the internet were all proved to be fake. Anyway, she didn't object when Hao Zhonghua insisted on establishing a scientific project to find dragons, thinking that they might find some near-extinct creatures or even species they had never discovered before. "Then, Grandma, do you believe that there are dragon kings?" Suhan continued to ask. She looked at Grandma's teacup, and her pupil contracted a little when she saw a small piece of blood ginseng in the tea. Blood ginsengs were rare spiritual herbs, and experienced cultivators knew that they were great at replenishing essences. This type of blood ginseng only grew in Yuhang Mountain under heavy guard. Grandma picked up the white teacup and sipped to moisturize her throat. "I believe there are dragon kings. The good climate in our East Ocean city is due to the blessing of the East Ocean Dragon King." Yu Yang sighed slightly but didn't try to change Grandma's old ideas. She had some unpleasant arguments with Grandma before, and Grandma had some issue with her because of it even now. Grandma, since you believe in dragons, do you think in demons as well? Suhan asked with a smile, looking interested in this topic. Demons? Grandma froze for a second since she had never thought about it. She saw a dragon in her youth, but she had never seen a demon. When she was young, Grandma had asked the old people in the village, and they all said that there were indeed dragons, and some of them even insisted that they had seen dragons themselves. However, no one had seen demons, except in stories. If there are dragon kings, I think there should be demon kings too, right? Suhan looked at Grandma and asked lightly. Hao Ren looked from Grandma's wrinkled face toward Suhan, not understanding the deeper meaning behind her words. Suhan also turned her eyes to Hao Ren and met his gaze. Suhan recalled Hao Ren's vicious look when he beat Black Wolf. By visiting Grandma, she wanted to have a look at Hao Ren's family that he worked so hard to protect. Remembering Hao Ren's look when he continued to beat Black Wolf despite the wounds all over his body, she suddenly felt like it would be fortunate to be protected by Hao Ren. Demon kings, I don't know. It's possible, Grandma said after a moment of consideration. Chapter 470. Meeting parents, why are we talking about these mythical topics? Yu Yang smiled casually. Han, what course do you teach? Although Suhan was a teacher, she was many years younger than Yu Yang, and there was no problem for Yu Yang to call her Han intimately. Besides, working in a scientific research laboratory, she was always greeted by others respectfully as Ms. Yu. Right now, I'm teaching optical signal, Suhan said. Oh, really? Yu Yang was surprised since she thought Suhan, a beautiful female teacher, was a teacher of liberal arts instead of science and technology. Since she worked in the field of scientific research, she felt a natural intimacy toward girls like Xie Yujia who studied engineering. Although she liked Zhao Yanzi who was a little bubbly girl, deep inside, she appreciated Xie Yujia as well. This made her feel self-contradictory. In our meteorological work, the wind directional sensors use optical signals, Yu Yang said to Suhan as she found a common topic. You can observe natural bolts of lightning simultaneously with broadband electric field instruments and optical probes, Suhan said. Why, I didn't know that you are an expert in this area, Han. Yu Yang was pleasantly surprised. Suhan smiled graciously and replied, with you, Auntie Yu. Here, I don't think I can be called an expert. Hao Ren gasped, feeling unease. Her mom's appreciation for Suhan increased quickly. He wondered what would happen if the liking reached a breaking point. Suhan answered all the question Yu Yang asked smoothly. In fact, as one of the East Ocean University's outstanding graduates in her year, she had options of continuing her study at postgraduate and doctoral programs, going to MIT with a full scholarship, and teaching at the East Ocean University. Since Suhan's purpose of going to school was just to gain a reasonable identity in the city, she chose the easiest path, which was staying at the school as a teacher. Okay. You are talking about stuff that I don't understand. Grandma lifted her hand and interrupted Suhan and Yu Yang's conversation. Smiling, Yu Yang looked at Suhan in appreciation and realized that their conversation went very too deep, and she didn't want it to end. She had been an outstanding student when she was in school, and she felt like Suhan must have been the best among her peers. With her vast knowledge and quick responses, Han has the capability to study in the best university in the world. If Xie Yujia is a diligent student, then Suhan is a smart student, Yu Yang thought. She felt like Suhan was right on par with her, and she really liked her. Mom, you can talk with Han. Yu Yang and I have some work to do. Hao Zonghua stood up and said to Grandma. Ever since he came back from the meeting with the provincial government officials, he had been busy with the quarterly report of the Ocean Research Institute. Since he had been doing scientific research in the past, he needed Yu Yang's help with his report on the management of the institute. Okay. Go ahead. Grandma waved her hand. With the company of Xie Yujia and others, she was no longer as lonely as before. Besides, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were both staying in East Ocean City, so she had no reason to interrupt their work. Zhen Kongming and Wu Luoxue were still playing games, and Zhen Kongming lost again. Suhan stood up and walked to the window, looking out of it. In the yard, the plants were prospering. Uncle Wang, who had been taking care of Grandma, recently got a grandson and needed to go back home to help his son take care of the baby. Understanding his need, Grandma gave him some money and let him go. However, without Uncle Wang's constant care, the plants in the small yard looked more vibrant. Sitting on the sofa, Grandma looked at Suhan's figure and thought, this girl is like an immortal goddess. Grandma, at this moment, Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters came into the house. In this hot weather, Xie Yujia had a layer of sweat on her forehead and nose due to her walk from the bus station to here, making her look more charming than before. She was surprised at the sight of Suhan. She had gone to look for Hao Ren after the exams and was told that he left with Suhan. She then went with Ma Lina and the others to have a parting meal before summer vacation, not expecting Suhan here in Hao Ren's home. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili called out to Hao Ren cheerfully. From their looks, their exams went well. They had taken this place like their own home and thought it was natural to come back here after exams. Han, stay to have dinner with us, Grandma said as she looked up at the clock on the wall. No, thank you. I have other business, and I have to go now, Suhan declined politely. Seeing Hao Ren's cheerful and cozy home, she felt somewhat lonely. At this moment, she suddenly understood what Hao Ren had been trying to protect at the cost of his life. If one wanted to become an immortal, he or she must become immortal first. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were probably seeking this feeling. Are you leaving so soon? Grandma was reluctant to let her go. She felt close to Suhan, feeling that the latter was a lovely girl. Genial as Grandma was, she didn't like all the pretty girls, especially those girls who wore heavy makeup and fawned upon the rich and powerful. Oh, another thing. Tomorrow, we are going to play on the beach. Will you come as well, Han? Grandma asked. Suhan looked at Grandma and paused for 2 seconds before answering, hee, I'll pass. Looking at Suhan, Hao Ren felt her momentary hesitation. If Suhan goes to the beach wearing a bikini, her figure, Hao Ren couldn't control his imaginations. Suhan turned her gaze to Hao Ren who was standing by Grandma, and it seemed like she saw through his mind. Hao Ren immediately lowered his head and cleared his throat, trying to cover his expression by rubbing his nose. Grandma, are you going to the beach too? Suhan asked. I won't go. They'll be driving a boat, and I don't think I can take it. Since Zi's mom will take Ren for a vacation, I plan to live in the countryside for 2 months. It's cooler there, and I can chat with my old friends, Grandma said. How about I drive you to the countryside? Suhan suddenly suggested. Will you? Grandma's eyes lit up. She wanted to live in the village near Zhejiang for 2 months, but she didn't want Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang to leave their work and drive her there. She was pleasantly surprised after hearing Suhan's offer. Yeah, I'm on vacation anyway. Suhan smiled slightly. It was quick for her to drive Grandma to the countryside, and she planned to have a few words with the local dragons as an inspector and ask them to take good care of Grandma. If so, why don't you the night here, and we can leave together tomorrow? Grandma took the opportunity to keep her there. No, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Then, Suhan turned to Hao Ren and said, loan me the Ferrari. Okay. Hao Ren took out the car key and handed it to Suhan. Taking the key from Hao Ren's hand, Suhan smiled at Grandma and waved at Xie Yujia before walking to the door. Her smile could have melted an iceberg. After watching Suhan walk out of the house and listening to the sound of the Ferrari driving out, Grandma smiled cheerfully and said, Yujia, help me cook dinner. Okay, Grandma. Xie Yujia smiled at Grandma after watching the Ferrari driving away and hesitating for a few seconds. Meanwhile, in Zhao Yanzi's home, Luo Ying, the class advisor of Class 2 in Grade 8 at Lingzhou Middle School, was listing Zhao Yanzi's wrongdoings in the living room. Mrs. Zhao, I can't let things go so easily. After all, a student who is not from our school picked up Zhao Yanzi at the school gate. It was a disgrace. Also, this guy once even attended the parent-teacher meeting disguised as her cousin. Did he get your permission to do that? Now all the students are gossiping about it. I know that he's a student from East Ocean University instead of the City North First High School. It's not right for students from different schools to have a romantic relationship, not to mention the huge age gap between them. Yes, I admit that Zhao Yanzi has gained some progress in her studies and ranked 3rd place in the exams, but it doesn't mean she can do whatever she wants at school. If you can't solve the problem, I'll go talk to the department director at East Ocean University. Although it's common for university students to go out together, they can't come after our middle school girls. Besides, I heard that the guy, I think his name is Hao Ren, climbed the wall of our school and came into the campus several times. He even has hugged and kissed Zhao Yanzi right in front of the academic building. Sitting beside Zhao Hongyu, Zhao Yanzi pouted with a red face, but she didn't dare to argue with her class advisor in front of her parents. According to the tradition of Lingzhou Middle School, the class advisors would bring report cards to students' homes after the final exams and do a home visit in the process. However, Luo Ying had obviously come to Zhao Yanzi's home to complain about her. Zhao Yanzi didn't think her problems were serious, compared with the unruly behaviors of other students. Her only problem was that Hao Ren had once picked her up in the Ferrari, which was indeed quite eye-catching. If you don't keep your daughter in control, I, as the class advisor, Can't do it either. Red-faced, Luo Ying pointed at Zhao Yanzi with a shaking finger. After Zhao Yanzi was picked up by Hao Ren in a Ferrari, even the principal questioned Luo Ying and demanded her to get to the bottom of it, which was humiliating for her, a teacher who had been honored with the title as the outstanding class advisor for years. Okay, we'll disciple her, Ms. Luo, Zhao Guang finally said in his deep voice. Sitting upright by Zhao Hongyu's side, Zhao Yanzi shivered subconsciously. After all, the disciplining method of the Dragon King was. In fact, Hao Ren is engaged to our Z, Zhao Guang continued as he looked at Luo Ying, the class advisor. Chapter 471. Swimsuit Battle. Law, 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 le. Zhao Yanzi sat in Zhao Hongyu's SUV and hummed joyously. She still clearly remembered the expression on Luo Ying's face when she left their home last night. Thinking of this, Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but laugh out loud. She was initially worried that Zhao Guang would punish her, but she didn't expect Zhao Guang to send away Luo Ying and not scold her at all. Zhao Guang just asked her to pay attention to safety when they were out today. She successfully passed as top 3 in her class, so Zhao Hongyu promised to take her to the seaside to play. Of course, this beach was certainly not beside East Ocean City. They were going to take their private yacht to go somewhere further. The black SUV drove along the coastline, and the clean body shined with a glowing light. It flowed smoothly into the neighborhood on the seaside and to the door of Hao Ren's house. Hongyu. Seeing a big black car appearing outside the door, Yu Yang, who was in a casual t-shirt, came out to welcome the guests. Yu Yang. Zhao Hongyu rolled down the window and waved. Are the kids all ready? They're all up and having breakfast. Yu Yang walked over to the car and said with a smile. Hao Ren was not young, but Yu Yang still didn't look old, especially with her elegant temperament. It made her comparable to Zhao Hongyu. When they were together, they looked like sisters. Morning, Auntie. Zhao Yanzi, who was in a good mood, put her head out and greeted crisply. Good girl. Yu Yang reached into the car and rubbed Zhao Yanzi's face. Yu Yang was particularly fond of this little daughter-in-law, even more so than Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Yanzi stuck out her tongue and sat back. Mr. Hao is not going? Zhao Hongyu asked. Yu Yang seemed helpless. He is sulking with me, but he has been really busy recently. Yesterday, I helped him sort out the quarterly summary and stayed up until midnight writing it. Zhao Hongyu smiled and said, same for our family, saying that he is busy with work, so he can't go. She knew that Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua were fighting recently, and the focus of this conflict laid between Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi. They were fighting over who was more suitable for Hao Ren. It's fine that they don't come. We too will have good conversations, Yu Yang said with a smile. Yes, let them go. Zhao Hongyu said as well. She was a little upset about Zhao Guang too. Men were always busy with their careers, and they didn't care as much about their families. In this regard, Yu Yang and Zhao Hongyu were still very similar. Ren, Yujia, are you ready? Yu Yang turned her head and shouted to the house. Coming, Hao Ren, Xie Yujia, Lu Linlin, and Lu Lili answered in unison and ran out of the house. They were all dressed in very relaxed and casual wear, and the girls more beautiful than the other. A few days ago, Zhao Hongyu changed to a new car, jumping from a 5-seat SUV to the 7-seat SUV. It was larger and more spacious. The main reason was that during this time when she drove the studio staff to inspect the construction project, the big car could fit in a few more people. Since they were going out to play today, this big car fit in all the kids. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili brought a travel bag which contained swim rings and swimsuits, and they put it in the trunk of the car. Then, they each took one of Hao Ren's arms and sat in the last row of the car. Hao Zonghua was going to complete the quarterly report for the Ocean Research Institute soon, and then he would take Hao Ren to the US to see his old friends, Xie Yujia's mom and dad. Yu Yang wanted Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi to go on a holiday, and Hao Zonghua wanted Hao Ren to spend the summer vacation in the US. The two of them argued and wouldn't participate in each other's activities. However, in the end, Zhao Hongyu was softer and more tolerant. She was taking Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters out to play together, and then she would bring them to the US. Zhao Hongyu's maternal aura not only shined on Zhao Yanzi but also on Xie Yujia and the other girls around Hao Ren. The black SUV drove toward the dock a few kilometers away. Just half an hour later, a red Ferrari came to the door of Hao Ren's home. Ding dong, Suhan, who was wearing a black and white business suit, pressed on the doorbell. She wore a black short skirt and a white shirt today because she went to the staff meeting at East Ocean University. In this typical office lady attire, who knew how many male teachers' attention she had attracted, not to mention the beautiful legs and stockings under her skirt and her very full chest that forced her to unbutton the two upmost buttons of the shirt. Unfortunately, Hao Ren couldn't see Suhan in this black and white business suit. In this outfit, if she bent her back a little, Hao Ren would have a nosebleed. "Hey, Han." Grandma carried a big bag and walked out of the house. She knew that Suhan was driving her to the countryside today. So, once she sent Hao Ren and the girls out of the door, she sat in the living room, waiting for Suhan. "Grandma." Suhan smiled. She was 2 to 3 years older than Xie Yujia, so she looked more mature and elegant. Grandma stood at the door and looked at Suhan, who was in the red Ferrari, and she liked her heartily. "Ho ho, Han is really beautiful today." Grandma pulled out a big pair of sunglasses from her pocket, put it on, and sat in the red Ferrari confidently. Who said that Grandma wasn't fashionable? Suhan started the Ferrari, drove out of the seaside community smoothly, and then entered the highway. This smooth process made Grandma soon fell asleep in her sunglasses. A red energy sphere slowly surrounded the red Ferrari, and the car was gradually lifted from the road, flying to the sky. Upon a closer look, there was a white longsword at the bottom of the red Ferrari. Such an overbearing act of carrying a Ferrari in the sky could only be done by an inspector like Suhan. The Ferrari moved in a straight line, crossing the mountains and rivers and dashing in the direction of the rural area of Zhejiang that Grandma mentioned. At this time, Zhao Hongyu took everyone to the dock. This dock was not the terminal of freight ships, it was the dock near the tourist district. Attached to the poles on the shore, there were some speedboats for tourists to take. The owners greeted tourists with enthusiasm. Now entering summer, the beaches of the East Ocean were welcoming the peak season of tourism. Young men and women in swimsuits could be seen everywhere. Hao Ren's group, who all wore short-sleeved casual clothes, became the odd ones out on the beach. "Hey, beauty. Speedboat, 80 yuan an hour. Over here. My boat is newer than his. Also 80 yuan an hour. The 7 of you is enough to pack my boat. My boat is the largest, 120 yuan an hour. You sit together, 200 for 2 hours. Big boat, come on. My boat is the fastest, sit on mine." Seeing Hao Ren and his group coming to the dock, the owners who were sitting in the speedboat shouted. Since Hao Ren and others were not wearing swimsuits, they were not going to play in the water. Also, they were all dressed very beautifully, showing others that they were well off. As the group walked over, the competition between these owners of the speedboats was even more intense. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a white yacht not far from the dock broke through the waves and floated to the shore, precisely docking on the side of the board that extends out of the dock. Elder Sun, who was in a brown tang suit, stood on the deck in front of the yacht and waved. The owners of the speedboats who wanted to do business with Hao Ren were all dumbfounded. There were some speedboats here to attract passengers, but the people here had never seen a private yacht docking here. Whoosh! 6 black-suited men jumped out of the deck of the yacht and stood on either side of the dock. Even though the speedboat owners had seen all kinds of characters while doing business, they had never seen this kind of arrangement and hurriedly jumped back to their speedboats. In fact, they had to. The black-suited men left no space for them on the dock anyways. "Old son, why call over so many people?" Zhao Hongyu frowned, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Elder Sun cupped his hands in front of this chest and smiled. These are the elites of Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo, ensuring the safety of the 2 ladies. Visitors at the beach all saw the super luxurious yacht and the black-suited men, and they all turned their eyes to them. "There is no need to make a big scene. You stay, let everyone else go," Zhao Hongyu said. Her words were calm but emanated a majestic sensation. Elder Sun looked to the left, then to the right. "All of you, go back." The 6 black-suited men cupped their hands and walked to the beach. On the hot seaside, their black suits immediately caught the attention of many tourists. Zhao Hongyu put away the majesty, smiled at Yu Yang, and said, "This is the founder of Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo, Mr. Sun Yun. This yacht is also borrowed from him." "Hello." Yu Yang reached out her hand. "Hello, Mrs. Hao." Elder Sun didn't dare to shake hands and just cupped his hands. Then, he turned to make way and humbly put out his right hand. "2 ladies, please board the yacht." Yu Yang smiled softly, took Zhao Hongyu's arm, and stepped onto the deck of the yacht. Yu Yang knew that this Mr. Sun Yun, who opened the chains of martial arts dojo all over the country, was a rich person. However, from all aspects, she felt like he was obeying Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu, which made her speculate that the Mingri group was behind the scenes of the Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo. Zhao Yanzi cheered and jumped on the deck of the yacht. Zhao Hongyu told Yu Yang that this yacht was Elder Sun's, but Zhao Yanzi knew very clearly that this yacht belonged to the Mingri group. Normally, Elder Sun was in charge of it. Zhao Hongyu was afraid that Zhao Yanzi would get too proud, so she rarely took this yacht out. This time, it was summer vacation, and Zhao Yanzi's performance at school was excellent, so Zhao Hongyu was willing to bring it out. Be careful. Hao Ren grabbed Xie Yujia's smooth arm. Xie Yujia nodded softly, holding Hao Ren's palm and carefully moving over to the yacht. Her parents opened factories in the US, thus, she wasn't from a poor family. However, things like yachts were the toys of the super rich. Haha, this is fun. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were not afraid at all, holding hands and jumping onto the deck playfully. Ever since they came out of the East Ocean Dragon Palace, they had never gone on a boat, especially this very modern and luxurious yacht which was like a small house. Now that the ladies are sitting still, I'm going to sail now, Elder Sun said heartily. Thank you, Mr. Sun. Yu Yang said. She and Hao Zonghua often went abroad, and she had taken all kinds of yachts of some foreign rich friends. Therefore, she could immediately tell that this 20-meter-long, medium-sized yacht was not cheap. However, since Zhao Hongyu said that the yacht was Mr. Sun's, Yu Yang believed it. The fact that Zhao Hongyu could borrow this yacht was already quite remarkable. In East Ocean City, the number of private yachts wasn't more than 3. Thinking of this, Yu Yang suddenly had some concerns. The wealth of Zhao Yanzi's family is far better than ours. Now that Z is going to become our daughter-in-law, is it right or wrong? Is Xie Yujia more suitable for Hao Ren? Our family situations are similar, Yu Yang thought to herself. Yu Yang. Zhao Hongyu pointed to the large ocean in front. In 50 kilometers ahead of us, there is a small island called Coral Island. It is a tourist attraction jointly developed by the Mingri Group and the municipality. It has just been created this year and is not open to public yet. That must be very beautiful. Yu Yang smiled. The yacht banged and made a massive white wave, rushing toward the east. Damn, they're too rich. The owners of the speedboats couldn't help but shout as the waves swayed their boats. Zhao Hongyu stood on the deck and looked at the expansive ocean, letting the ocean breeze blow over her beautiful face. In fact, not only the Coral Island 50 kilometers away but also thousands of kilometers extending eastward was the territory of the East Ocean Dragon clan. All the treasures on and under the sea belonged to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. No matter how much modern science and technology improved, it just took away a small amount of wealth from the ocean. The East Ocean Dragon clan was as wealthy as a country, and it was no joke. Zhao Yanzi looked fierce on the outside, but compared with her family background, she was already really low-key. Zhao Hongyu was silent as she thought, it is almost time to let Hao Ren, the Fuma and the commanding general of East Ocean, to see how wide his territory is. Chapter 472. Being surrounded by swimsuits, Zhao Yanzi couldn't stand the sun outside, so she blocked her forehead with her hand and went into the glass cabin of the yacht. The cabin was covered with high-quality red rugs and had teak bulkheads, several antique paintings, and a wooden table with a set of teacups. Every item could be described using one word: luxurious. Since Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang were very strict with Zhao Yanzi's discipline, Zhao Yanzi could never show off his family's wealth at school, and she couldn't mention that her family owned a private yacht. However, a young girl like her still liked to show off. So, when Xie Yujia went on her family's yacht, she was still a little proud. In fact, before she knew Hao Ren, Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu would let Elder Sun drive the yacht and bring Zhao Yanzi to the island to play every summer. In the past, Premier Xia, Elder Xingyue, and Zhao Kuo often accompanied the Dragon King's family for the trips. Although it sounded like playing, it was a patrol of the territory of the East Ocean Dragon clan. The East Ocean Dragon clan controlled hundreds of islands. Even on the mortal level, there were more than a dozen islands directly owned by the Mingri Group. From the perspective of the East Ocean Dragon Palace, all the islands on East Ocean were controlled by the East Ocean Dragon clan. From the standpoint of the Mingri Group, there were more than a dozen private islands owned by Zhao Kuo's family. Gongzi, let's make some tea. Lu Linlin, who was wearing a fancy blue shirt and a miniskirt, took the initiative to walk in front of the elegant wooden table and picked up the teapot and tea leaves. Lu Lili, who wore the same clothes as Lu Linlin, was dragged by the enthusiastic Lu Linlin to the table. When it came to making tea, they were masters. It was only because Hao Ren's family did not have good tea sets, so they have never had the opportunity to perform their skills. They picked up the teapot and the teacups skillfully and moved them in a dazzling way. The Lu sisters were fresh and natural, just like two vibrant jasmine flowers. As they performed tea art, their 4 white arms were like butterflies that were flying, and they were smiling happily, which was pleasing to the eye. Xie Yujia smiled happily and sat next to Hao Ren. In the past, she thought the Lu sisters were very willful and didn't like them very much. But gradually as they interacted more, she thought that the two of them were very cute. Zhao Yanzi opened her big eyes and didn't expect so much art in making tea. When she used to come on the yacht, Premier Shah also made tea, but it was nowhere near as eye-pleasing as Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's skill. Gongzi, please drink tea. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily held 2 cups of tea at the same time and sent them to Hao Ren. The tea was light golden, and the strong aroma was coming from the cup. Hao Ren took over the small porcelain cup from Lu Lily's soft hands and tasted it. Suddenly, the fragrance spread from the tip of his tongue to his throat, and it was inexplicably moist. Lu Lily smiled shyly while Lu Linlin pouted in disappointment. It turned out that Hao Ren took Lu Lily's teacup, meaning that Lu Linlin lost to Lu Lily. Seeing their vivid expressions, Hao Ren smiled. In fact, he could hardly tell who the elder sister was and who the younger sister was. In the past, Lu Linlin had a single ponytail, and Lu Lily had 2 pigtails. Today they hurried out of the door, so they simply put their hair down. They both looked the same, beautiful and lively. Big Jumu, little Jumu, please drink some tea. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily then brought teacups to Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi pouted and muttered, "Who is the little Jumu?" However, when she tasted the tea that the Lu sisters made, she immediately shut her mouth. It was too fragrant. Premier Shah's tea was incomparable. She closed her mouth tightly and savored the thick aroma and faint sweetness between the lips and teeth. It was also Xie Yujia's first time tasting such good tea. While she was surprised, she was also happy. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily saw the 3 of them immersed in the tea and grinned victoriously. Yu Yang and Zhao Hongyu, who were standing on the deck in the ocean breeze, turned and saw them drinking tea in the glass cabin. They smiled at each other and walked into the cabin together. "Mom, you have to drink this tea, it's very good," Zhao Yanzi yelled at Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu smiled lightly as Lu Linlin and Lu Lily immediately brought over 2 small porcelain cups to her and Yu Yang. Zhao Hongyu stuck up her little finger elegantly, picked up the teacup, and took a small sip of tea. "It's great," Zhao Hongyu said with amazement. Hao Ren looked at her and thought that if Zhao Yanzi could learn half the elegance of her mom, it would be fantastic. Yu Yang also took a small sip. This tea was the best she ever tasted, and she couldn't help but look at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily differently, thinking that these 2 girls were not so simple. Xie Yujia paid attention to Yu Yang's movements and looks and thought, if I can have half of the temperament as Hao Ren's mom, how wonderful it would be. The white yacht, riding on the waves and breaking wind, traveled on the sea at a speed of about 50 kilometers per hour. At this rate, they could reach Coral Island in an hour. With the beautiful weather, the view and the scene on the ocean were even more spectacular. Yu Yang had been busy with work and rarely rested. Now, she could finally relax. "It's a bit hot." Zhao Yanzi could no longer see the coast from here and immediately turned to the bottom cabin. In this medium-sized luxury yacht, the cabin above the first floor was the lounge. People could watch TV, drink tea, and chat. A floor below were the bedrooms, bathrooms, and conference rooms. Zhao Yanzi went to the bedroom. She was impatient and went to the bedroom to change clothes. Zhao Hongyu and Yu Yang continued to drink tea and chat. Hao Ren looked fascinated by the ocean outside the cabin, and Lu Linlin and Lu Lily surrounded Xie Yujia for some girl talk. It was clear that the Lu sisters wanted to seize the opportunity to improve relations with Xie Yujia. After all, Xie Yujia was the big Jumu. Ta-ta-ta, the sound of footsteps appeared. Zhao Yanzi, who wore a shoulder-strap swimsuit with a Winnie the Pooh on it, appeared in the cabin on the first floor. She was petite, and her silky black hair covered her round shoulders. She looked very cute. The swimsuit also had some small folds like a skirt around her butt, adding to her overall cuteness. However, the petite body did not mean that she still looked like a little girl. She had the kind of curve that was close to maturity, so Hao Ren could not help but take a few more looks. "Oh, Z is very beautiful," Yu Yang praised. Auntie, Zhao Yanzi ran to Yu Yang's arms shyly, hiding her round chest. "Haha, let's change clothes too." Lu Linlin pulled up Lu Lily, grabbed the black bag in the cabin, and entered the bedroom. Knowing that they would go to the beach the next day, they especially went to the city to buy swimsuits. When they saw Zhao Yanzi wearing a beautiful swimsuit, they couldn't wait to show theirs. Hao Ren sipped the tea in the small porcelain cup and could hardly conceal his expectation. After almost 2 minutes, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, both holding hands, walked up the stairs. One of them had a long ponytail, and the other had 2 pigtails. Under the beautiful faces were the thin shoulders and the sexy collarbones. As they walked up, the full chests, slender arms, and smooth flat bellies were also revealed. Their swimsuits were 3-point bikinis. The fabric was tight on their skin and made them very sexy, and there were 2 lively octopus patterns on the chest. Oh! Seeing the octopuses on their chests, Hao Ren hurriedly picked up the emptied teacup and pretended to drink to cover up his embarrassment. As they swayed and walked up further, the Lu sisters' exquisite slender waists and beautiful long legs were exposed in front of Hao Ren. Lu Lily with the 2 pigtails was somewhat shy. But except for Hao Ren, who was a man, the other people in the room were all women, which finally ebbed her shyness a little. As they walked around, their hair swayed behind them, creating a special temptation. Zhao Yanzi looked at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and then looked down at her one-piece swimsuit. She suddenly felt defeated. Hee. Yujia still has not changed into her swimsuit. Zhao Hongyu looked at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and then turned to Xie Yujia. She treated the girls as her own daughters, so she was happy to see the Lu sisters being so beautiful. Oh, Xie Yujia shrank her shoulders and stood up. She was a little too embarrassed to think about changing into her swimsuit. Although when she was a child, she often followed Hao Ren in a small shirt and little underwear, now she was 18 years old. She bent down and went to the bedroom, and Hao Ren quickly filled himself with tea and put his gaze to the ocean outside. He couldn't appear to be looking forward to it too much. Not knowing if 3 minutes or 5 minutes had passed, Xie Yujia came back up. Hao Ren turned his head and saw Xie Yujia wearing a black 2-piece swimsuit suit. The difference between this swimsuit and the 3-point bikini was that the bottom piece was not a triangle but at a flat angle. However, since Xie Yujia's swimsuit was of a dynamic stretch fabric, her body stretched it out and showed perfect curves, even more so than Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's. Due to nervousness, her face was pink, and her 2 shiny eyes did not know where to look. Hee, Yujia has a really nice figure, Zhao Hongyu said. Indeed, among the 4 girls, Xie Yujia's body displayed the most feminine soft beauty. Zhao Yanzi's was cute, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were sexy, and Xie Yujia's was beautiful. Auntie, you are overpraising me. Xie Yujia walked over with a red face and sat in the chair next to Zhao Hongyu. She put 2 thin arms on her thighs and blocked her chest. She did not know that this only made her figure more beautiful. Humph. Zhao Yanzi snorted 3 times, regretting that she didn't want to give Hao Ren too much to look at and didn't buy a 3-point style bikini. However, she never thought that she would lose in the swimsuit battle. We're arriving soon. Ren, aren't you changing into your swimming trunks? Zhao Hongyu asked. Hao Ren saw the eyes of the 6 females looking at himself and immediately felt very stressful. I will go and change. Hao Ren stood up. His legs were slightly trembling. Having just admired Xie Yujia's swimsuits, now he had to accept their judging gazes. He entered the bedroom that had its door still open, and he saw his swimming trunks in the black bag at the door. Outside the porthole were constantly oscillating waves. In fact, this bedroom was at the bottom of the boat. The sun shined on the waves and came in through the portholes. It was a beautiful scene. On the soft bed, Hao Ren saw the undergarments the girls had just taken off. These clothes, which were touching the body, were randomly spread out on the bed, and there was a mysterious feeling in combination with the sunlight and waves. Cough. Although no one was around, Hao Ren coughed twice in embarrassment. Then, he sat down on the edge of the bed and took off his clothes. He hurriedly put on his dark blue swimming trunks and then quickly left the room that still had the girls' bodily fragrance. If he stayed for too long, what would the girls think? Stepping on the stairs, he went back to the cabin, only to see Zhao Hongyu and the girls staring at him as if they were holding a trial. They sat in a circle along the plastic steel glass of the cabin, staring at Hao Ren who just came out from the bottom compartment. Hao Ren had a feeling of being surrounded. He bought the swim trunks when he took a swimming class at the university a year ago. It seemed to be a bit small to wear now. At that time, he and Zhou Liren took a swimming class together. Zhou Liren specially bought 2 of the tightest triangle swim trunks, which they tried to use to attract girls. However, they didn't expect that the male students and female students took separated classes. In this tight swimming trunks, Hao Ren felt a bit awkward. He didn't know to stand or to sit. He did not expect that in just a year, the swimming trunks became even tighter than before. It felt like it strained him a little and that they would immediately tear open. Ren is also very sexy. Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren and said with a smile. This, Hao Ren scratched his head and opened the glass door to stand outside in a hurry. Zhao Yanzi, Xie Yujia, the Lu sisters, and Yu Yang all followed Hao Ren's strong back with their eyes. Hao Ren's body is not worse than those fitness coaches, especially his strong thighs and the elastic hips. Yu Yang suddenly became a little proud of her son. Splash! Hao Ren couldn't bear their burning gaze. He stretched his hands and leapt into the ocean. Chapter 473. Most shameless, little white. Ren. Yu Yang rushed to the deck when she saw Hao Ren jumping into the sea. She saw Hao Ren splashing waves by the yacht and swimming in the water with agile movements as if he were a dragon in shallow waters. This kid, Yu Yang was relieved. She didn't expect Hao Ren's swimming skills to improve by so much. Haha. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily let out a series of joyful laughter, and they plunged into the sea in a graceful angle like two white dolphins. They waved their beautiful limbs. In no time, they were by Hao Ren's side, one on the left and the other on the right. They were like two beautiful mermaids swimming by the dragon. Sun Elder was stirring the yacht. He quickly slowed it down when he saw Hao Ren and the Lu sisters in the water. The boat idled on the sea. I didn't think that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily could swim so well. Yu Yang smiled as she grabbed the railing. Hao Ren paddled deeper into the sea, and Lu Linlin and Lu Lily dived down after Hao Ren. Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren enviously. She couldn't swim as well as Hao Ren, so she didn't dare to jump recklessly into this endless sea. Zhao Yanzi could swim quite well but was not as crazy as Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. She didn't follow Hao Ren because she believed that girls should hold back a bit more. Half a minute later, Hao Ren popped his head out of the water. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily laughed joyfully behind Hao Ren, swimming even swifter than him. There was a beautiful spot called Sky Lake where they used to live. They would often go bathe or play around in the water there, so this type of calm sea was no problem for them. Hao Ren swam around the floating yacht and climbed up at a corner. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were all wet when they returned to the deck, and they helped each other to wipe off the water on their cheeks as water fell from their hair. With the bright sunlight, they looked even prettier. Yu Yang couldn't help admitting to herself that these twins were beautiful. Vroom, Elder Sun had restarted the yacht's engine. Hao Ren went up to the top floor of the yacht. He opened a folding chair and lied down comfortably. He jumped into the sea to wet his swim trunks so that it wouldn't be uncomfortably tight. Now after the short swim, he returned to the boat to enjoy the sun in comfort. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily lied on the folding chairs beside Hao Ren, trying to keep him for themselves. They were sitting under the umbrella and crossed their long legs. When they smiled, their eyes curved like a half moon. Hao Ren didn't know whether he should be happy or unhappy with the two sisters following him around so closely. It would take another half hour to reach Coral Island, so Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi also found chairs to lie down in. Their bodies were used to this temperature now, and they enjoyed their sunbathes. If anyone drove past this yacht and saw Hao Ren in between the four beautiful on the top deck, they would probably shout out, "Shameless." A green island gradually appeared before their eyes. The white rocks on the edges of the island had little holes in them since the waves washed them for years. Also, most of the trees were over 100-year-old. The tree roots wrapped around the rocks, and the tree branches hung over the sea. From afar, it looked as if these trees were making the island float in midair. Not far ahead was a pier with a three-leveled white cruise ship docked. Elder Sun drove the yacht over, and staffs, who wore colorful shirts, immediately came over to help with the anchoring and secure the boat. The sky was blue, the sand was soft, and the trees were green. It was 100 times prettier than the beach at East Ocean City. It was the first time Xie Yujia saw such a beautiful island. It was unbelievable to her, especially since this beautiful island was only 50 kilometers away from the East Ocean City. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily jumped off from the yacht and onto the beach. They landed on soft sand and left small footprints on the beach. Yu Yang and Zhao Hongyu came out of the cabin. They had already changed into their swimsuits. Although they weren't as young as the girls, they looked mature in a beautiful way. Yu Yang had a good attitude toward life, and she maintained herself fairly well and did not look like a woman in her 40s. Zhao Hongyu looked even younger than Yu Yang. Yu Yang was well known in her circle as she was the famous Zhao Zhonghua's wife, so her relationships with other people were relatively simple. Zhao Hongyu was an architect, so she met with different entrepreneurs and business people. Some didn't even know that she had a daughter who was in her teens. They all tried to pursue her since she was so beautiful. Of course, after Zhao Hongyu mentioned that she was the wife of the Mingri Group's CEO, those people all backed off. Mrs. Zhao. At this moment, the staffs all bowed as they saw Zhao Hongyu. This coral island was developed by Mingri Group. In a sense, Zhao Hongyu was the owner of this resort island. These employees who were all well paid knew who she was. "Are the rooms ready?" Zhao Hongyu asked. "We've got everything ready, madam," one of the staff members responded. "Mr. Sun, are you not coming?" Zhao Hongyu turned her head around and asked Elder Sun who drove the boat. "I don't like sunbathing, so I'll just relax on the yacht," Elder Sun responded. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Just when she was about to lead them to the hotel, a white shadow suddenly jumped out from the yacht. Little White wriggled its tail. It jumped onto the sand and curled its fluffy body by Xie Yujia's shaved legs. Then, it jumped right into her arms. Elder son, who was still on the yacht, was a bit shocked to see Little White. Even he did not know when this demon beast had sneaked on. Ruff, 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 Little White let out cute noises in Xie Yujia's arms. Then, it stood in her arms and jumped into Zhao Yanzi's arms. All the girls were in their swimsuits, and Little White was taking advantage of the girls. You little thing, so shameless, Hao Ren clenched his teeth as he thought. Wait until you successfully transform into your human form, I'll beat you up. Little White was a bin-level demob beast, and it could only reach level 6 at best, while only level 10 demon beasts could transform. It seemed like Hao Ren only had wishful thinking. Ah, you're still licking me. Zhao Yanzi twisted her neck a bit as she held Little White in her hands. Although she couldn't help but scream, she smiled from the ticklish licks. Damn, Little White, you thief. You've stolen the fruit of my labor. Hao Ren cried in his mind. Chapter 474. Brocass? Stepping on Zhao Yanzi's chest with its back legs, Little White stuck out its red, sandpapery tongue and began licking her small, tender neck intimately. How dare you make advances toward the girls? Hao Ren couldn't stand it anymore. He picked up Little White by its neck and threw it onto the beach. Wagging its head, Little White did not seem ashamed one bit. Its meticulous planning proved its high intelligence. By swimming on the surface of the ocean, it had long reached the deck of the yacht and was quietly hiding behind the lifesavers, all the way until they arrived at the island. This way, when it finally came out, Hao Ren couldn't send it back. Let's go. We can drop off our things at the hotel first, Zhao Hongyu suggested casually. Now in her swimsuit, Zhao Hongyu looked even younger than usual. Yu Yang suddenly felt fortunate that Hao Zonghua did not come with them. Men in their 30s or 40s would have no resistance to a mature beauty like Zhao Hongyu. Sticking up its butt, Little White dashed forward in excitement. Close to the beach, there was a 5-star hotel consisted of 20 floors. The shape of this building was not cubic like most typical buildings. Instead, it was shaped like a sea snail and was rotating slowly. With this design, it allowed most of the rooms in the hotel to have access to ocean views from various angles. Moreover, such design had made the building itself an exquisite view of the island, becoming one with the natural landscape. Following behind her, Hao Ren could tell from Zhao Hongyu's confident strides that all of the structures on the island must have been designed by Zhao Hongyu herself. He had been studying architecture under Zhao Hongyu for some time now. The more he learned, the more he realized that Zhao Hongyu's design philosophy was incredibly profound and unfathomable. Even if she weren't the wife of the East Ocean Dragon King, she would still become one of the top architects in this world. Behind the hotel, there are 52 single-story villas. The small villas can be rented, but they're not for sale. Their construction is not yet completed, so we'll be staying at the hotel today. But in the future, this will become a great resort, Zhao Hongyu explained as she walked. Nodding her head, Yu Yang admired Zhao Hongyu even more now. Even though she could see how gentle but career-driven Zhao Hongyu was, Yu Yang had no way of knowing that such elegance was a result of a few hundred years of cultivation. In actuality, Zhao Hongyu thought even more highly of Yu Yang. The decoration of the 5-star hotel was grand and luxurious. The suites that Zhao Hongyu had reserved was on the top floor, and they had the most splendid view of all. The girls can stay with us. Ren, you can stay in a suite on your own, Zhao Hongyu said to Hao Ren as they arrived at the top floor. When she was talking to Hao Ren, she pointed at a suite beside the big presidential suite. Sure, Hao Ren nodded as her lips twitched lightly. Such a tragedy, to be separated by them, he thought. Little White is staying with me, Zhao Yanzi demanded loudly. I know, Zhao Hongyu caressed Zhao Yanzi's head dotingly. Even Little White seemed to have a higher status than Hao Ren now. At the thought of that, the glance that Hao Ren shot toward Little White was full of murderous intent. However, wagging its tail, Little White looked back at Hao Ren with a little proud expression as it blinked its big watery eyes. Soon, Zhao Hongyu and the others brought their stuff into the presidential suite, while Hao Ren entered his suite after acquiring the keycard from Zhao Hongyu. Since his suite was right next to a presidential suite, the furnishings were also of outstanding quality. Still, it was a lot smaller in size, and it was more like a suite for bodyguards of important figures who stayed in the presidential suite. Looking out from the floor-to-ceiling window, the boundless ocean was magnificent. The island appeared like a piece of round-shaped emerald, ornamented on the silky blue ocean. Also, from the view above, the small villas that were in their last stage of construction were like white seashells popping up one by one, very beautifully allocated. As his swim trunks gradually dried up, it started tightening and hurting Hao Ren's waist. Since the others hadn't come out of the presidential suite yet, Hao Ren took the elevator down to the shop on the main floor to purchase a set of new swim trunks. Haha, isn't this my fellow schoolmate, Mr. Hao? A seemingly familiar voice came from the hotel lobby right behind Hao Ren. As Hao Ren turned around and looked out from the glass door of the shop, he saw Huang Zuji standing outside of the shop in his sunglasses and a Hawaiian shirt. Hao Ren was slightly surprised to see him here. However, he thought back to the cruise ship by the pier and understood that the island was open but in its testing phase. It hadn't been broadly promoted yet. Considering the fact that Huang Zuji was the son of the deputy mayor who was in charge of East Ocean City's economy, it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain an excursion ticket to Coral Island. Hence, it wasn't all that strange for him to appear here. What are you getting? I'll pay for it, Huang Zuji offered quite sincerely as he walked in. Hao Ren ignored him. He continued browsing through the shelves for a moment and said, "That black one over there." Yes. The young sales clerk took out a set of brand new swim trunks and laid it out in front of Hao Ren. While searching his body, Hao Ren suddenly realized that he was only wearing his swim trunks and forgot to bring his wallet with him. "How much is it?" "It's on me." Taking out his wallet from the Hawaiian shirt, Huang Zuji offered again. If only Hao Ren didn't know about Huang Zuji's true nature, he would honestly believe that Huang Zuji was not a bad person. Nonetheless, he knew that Huang Zuji was merely trying to please him. At school, Huang Zuji was unable to put aside his pride. But now that there were no other students here, he desperately wanted to become close with Hao Ren, trying hard to heal their relationship. This was all because Hao Ren was the son of Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang, and either one of the two was a big enough figure to shock the East Ocean City. "No." Hao Ren turned to the sales clerk and asked, "Can I put it on my room?" Just as the sales clerk was about to refuse, he saw the golden key card Hao Ren had strapped along his wrist with a rubber band and immediately agreed. "Yes, sir. You can use your key card and pay for all of your purchases at the end of your stay." "Great." Hao Ren picked up the swim trunks while handing over his key card for the sales clerk to keep on file. "Huang Zuji, who are you talking to?" At this moment, a distinctly sharp voice echoed through the lobby outside of the shop. Hao Ren turned and saw that Lin Li, the girl from class 3 from the same program, walking toward the entrance of the shop in a bikini. Lin Li seemed confused for a second as she saw Hao Ren standing behind Huang Zuji. Then, she said in a slightly upset but charming tone, "Why are you talking to this broke SS? The room is ready, let's go." Lin Li's dad was a businessman who worked in the clothing industry. He owned a big factory and had associations with some of the officials in the municipal government. This time, Lin Li was able to get excursion tickets through her dad's connections. As they were on summer vacation, she was ecstatic to be able to get Huang Zuji to come with her. Although she was shocked to see Hao Ren here, she was immediately convinced that Hao Ren was there for a summer job. No matter what type of reputation Hao Ren had been racking up in school these days, he is a child from an ordinary family after all. Maybe he does have a rich relative who lived abroad, had come to pick him up a few times, and even lent him their Ferrari. The money still belongs to the rich relative. Hao Ren might have some fun while riding in luxury cars, but he is still just a commoner, she thought. "I want this bikini. My chest measurement is 85. Just as Lin Li was walking over to Huang Zuji and blocking off Hao Ren's view, a clear and resonant voice came around from another corner of the shop. Hao Ren's glance traveled through the small gap between the shoulders of Huang Zuji and Lin Li and landed on Zhao Yanzi, who was in her one-piece swimsuit. Standing in the women's swimsuit section and on her toes, Zhao Yanzi was pointing at a green three-point bikini at the very top. Standing in front of Hao Ren, Lin Li noticed Hao Ren's blatant gaze and took 2 steps back. She thought Hao Ren was looking at her and felt that her exquisite body would be a waste for someone like Hao Ren to look at. As the most popular girl at school, she had many pursuers in the school, especially those in the engineering program. How could she allow someone like Hao Ren to see her in a bikini so easily? In fact, Hao Ren's gaze did not linger on her body at all. Rather, he was secretly amused by Zhao Yanzi. This girl came down early to get a new bikini just because she was afraid that Xie Yujia and the twins might outshine her. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Li took a few more steps back as she found Hao Ren's smile to be a little creepy. She glared at Hao Ren furiously and thought, "This idiot. He must be having some perverted thoughts upon seeing my body." "Huang Zuji, how come you're not reacting to this at all?" Lin Li was even angrier at Huang Zujia for being insensitive and slow. After their final exams, she finally got Huang Zuji to agree to be her boyfriend and to go on this trip to Coral Island, which was not officially open to the public. Yet, Huang Zuji had no reaction at all to Hao Ren peeking at his girlfriend's body. At the moment, Huang Zuji had followed Hao Ren's gaze and turned to look at the young girl shopping for swimsuits. He did not seem to have much of an impression of this young girl. Nonetheless, this girl who looked quite a few years younger had an immature body that was full of liveliness, and her every single movement was radiating cuteness and youth. While on her toes and anxiously waiting for the sales clerk to bring out the bikini she selected, Zhao Yanzi suddenly detected the gazes on her and turned around at once. She first met eyes with Hao Ren, and then she noticed Huang Zuji's gaze. Instantly, her face was filled with redness. Widening her eyes, she shouted, "What are you staring at? Here's the money." After throwing out a few 100 yuan bills onto the counter, Zhao Yanzi picked up the bikini that the sales clerk brought out and ran out of the shop toward the women's washroom located by the side of the lobby. Still staring at Zhao Yanzi's back, Huang Zuji was blanking out. He usually had no interest in girls so young, but he found this girl who had glowing cheeks to be so adorable and pretty. "Hao Ren, you are here. I was wondering why you didn't answer the door." Outside of the glass door of the shop, Xie Yujia said as she started walking over in her two-piece swimsuit. Upon hearing Xie Yujia's voice, both Huang Zuji and Lin Li turned their heads around. Seeing the two, Xie Yujia paused her steps for a bit. In her black swimsuit, Xie Yujia's perfect body was beautifully displayed. Standing right next to Lin Li, Huang Zuji was unable to contain himself and instantly fastened his eyes on Xie Yujia. He had come into contact with Xie Yujia in the school office a few times, but little did he know that Xie Yujia had such a flawless body underneath her usually conservative outfits. On the other hand, Lin Li, who was the self-proclaimed most popular girl at the school, was now immensely inferior in comparison to Xie Yujia. "I bought new swim trunks. Let's go." Hao Ren walked out and put his hand around Xie Yujia's small hand as they strolled toward the hotel's revolving door. He could not stand any other men checking Xie Yujia out. Meanwhile, Lin Li was left standing there in disbelief. Did this brocass seriously get a beauty like Xie Yujia to become his girlfriend as the rumor said? She thought. Chapter 475. Honeymoon. It was breezy on the beach where the beach umbrellas looked like mushrooms growing out of the sand. The coconut trees swayed in the sea breeze, adding a tropical feel to the scene. "You can find a spot to sit down while I go and change into my new swim trunks." Hao Ren let go of Xie Yujia's hand and said. "Okay." Xie Yujia nodded and watched him jog toward the washroom in the distance. She was about to find a spot to rest when Huang Zuji walked out of the hotel and smiled. "Hee hee, schoolmate Xie, why are you ignoring us?" After knowing Hao Ren's background, Huang Zuji knew he was no match for him. Since Hao Ren ignored him, he tried to find a breakthrough with Xie Yujia. Walking beside Huang Zuji, Lin Li's face turned dark. After all, Xie Yujia recently started to dress up and turned even more beautiful. At the same time, her popularity in their university seemed to have surpassed Lin Li's. The students in school paid more attention to her, especially after she was rumored to be Hao Ren's girlfriend. In short, Xie Yujia was more popular than Lin Li. However, despite her beauty, Xie Yujia was only an ordinary person, not in the same circle as Lin Li, whose family was worth tens of millions of yuan. What did Huang Zuji mean by talking to such an ordinary girl instead of keeping her company? She liked Huang Zuji, but her family was no less powerful than Huang Zuji's. "Well, you have fun." Xie Yujia nodded slightly and gave them a strange answer before walking to a shaded chair on the beach. A moment later, Hao Ren had changed into his new swim trunks and dumped the cheap old pair before walking out of the washroom. From a distance, he saw Huang Zuji bothering Xie Yujia. Displeased, he jogged back to Xie Yujia's side. Hao Ren's new swim trunks were a pair of elastic boxer shorts, which was more fitting compared with before, showing his explosive muscles. As a member of his middle school track team, his leg muscles had always been strong. After the recent hard practice of the fundamental boxing techniques, the muscles all over his body were in a perfect state, making him look magnificent in the high-quality swim trunks. Of course, his body looked natural, unlike those brawny men with huge muscles. Seeing Hao Ren running over to them, Huang Zuji swallowed back his words. Hao Ren's figure seemed ordinary under clothes, but now he looked much stronger than Huang Zuji. Lin Li, who was standing by Huang Zuji, was a little surprised to see Hao Ren's great figure in the new swim trunks, thinking, "This ordinary person has a good figure. Let's go." Hao Ren put his arm around Xie Yujia's back gently and led her to the beach, ignoring Huang Zuji and Lin Li. "Humph! What are you arrogant about?" Lin Li yelled in resentment. Hao Ren's good figure is probably the result of his hard work as a labor worker in his free time, and it's definitely not as elegant as our bodies since we train in the gyms. At this self-hypnotic thought, Lin Li immediately felt better. Wearing the low-profile black swim trunks, Hao Ren showed his dashing male figure. Beside him, Xie Yujia's black two-piece swimsuit revealed her great womanly charms. One was strong and muscular while the other was soft and curvy. Their swimsuits were of the same fabric and same color, making them look like a couple. Hao Ren realized this, and he felt a little awkward. He picked a pair of black swim trunks without thinking, and he didn't anticipate this. With Hao Ren's arm on her bare back, Xie Yujia blushed since their skins were touching. Their matching swimsuits, movements, and steps made them look like a pair of newly-wed couples on their honeymoon. The people who were enjoying the sun on the beach all looked toward them. After all, a handsome man with a beautiful woman was always an eye-catching sight. Since the Coral Island was still in its testing phase, only top-tier elites in East Ocean City were allowed here, which explained the smaller number of people on the island compared with the other beaches in the city. Gongzi! Gongzi! Waving their hands, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili ran from the hotel. Wearing sexy bikinis, they flew to Hao Ren like two butterflies, leaving 2 strings of footprints in the sand. The people who had been looking at Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were also interested when they saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lili. It was rare to see twins, especially such beautiful twins. In bikinis, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili showed their flawless, smooth skin like a pair of artistic statues worthy of collection. Kicking up fine sands, they ran to Hao Ren's side and almost crashed into his arms if he didn't step aside with Xie Yujia in his arms. Behind them, Yu Yang and Zhao Hongyu, who were wearing sunglasses and holding umbrellas, also came out of the hotel. Wearing swimsuits, beach sandals, and 2 pieces of gauze cloths around their waists, they walked out of the hotel with sunscreen on. Lying on the beach above waterproof pads, the mid-aged men's eyes lit up. It was nice to watch the young girls, but they were tempted at the sight of Yu Yang and Zhao Hongyu. However, some sharp-eyed men immediately recognized that the woman on the left was Zhao Hongyu, the wife of Mingri Group's CEO and the general manager of the Coral Island, and the woman on the right was Yu Yang, the science queen, who had recently returned from abroad and was now living in East Ocean City. They couldn't afford to mess with either of these women and immediately looked away, wondering how these 2 women had become good friends. "Where's Z?" Zhao Hongyu walked to Hao Ren's side and looked around before asking. "I suppose she'll come out soon." Hao Ren looked toward the hotel. Sure enough, the moment he said that, Zhao Yanzi walked out of the hotel wearing a green bikini. Similar to the bikinis the Lu sisters wore, Zhao Yanzi's bikini was purely green without any patterns. 3 silk strings were decorating the bikini, and it felt like the bikini would fall if someone pulled on the strings lightly. Size 85 inches. Hao Ren remembered the number Zhao Yanzi told the sales clerk. Chapter 476. A big blow. Zhao Yanzi ran toward Zhao Hongyu while the short green silk strings fluttered around her cute body, accentuating the vivacity of her figure. The mid-aged men who had been peeking at Zhao Hongyu knew she had a young daughter, and some of them had even seen Zhao Yanzi before at banquets. They envied her for having such a cute and pretty girl. The only thing that they were wondered about was the identity of that young man with her. Who is he? And why are there so many beautiful women around him? Haha, you changed into a new swimsuit. Yu Yang saw through Zhan Yanzi's thoughts and pinched her pink cheek. It's beautiful. Zhao Yanzi lifted her head proudly and gave Yu Yang a sweet smile. Indeed, after changing out of her one-piece swimsuit and into this sexy bikini with strings, she looked much more alluring with her smooth skin and well-proportioned figure. Even Yu Yang had seen through Zhao Yanzi, let alone Zhao Hongyu. With a smile, Zhao Hongyu said to Hao Ren, "Your mom and I will sit over there. You guys have fun. Ren, go and buy some drinks." Yu Yang added. As the only man in the group, Hao Ren was naturally the one to run errands. Okay. Nodding, Hao Ren walked toward the nearby shop. With almost all the people in the area watching him, Hao Ren felt exposed and took the opportunity to take a break. After all, men stared at him with envy, and women looked at him in surprise. However, after Hao Ren walked for 10 steps, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili ran after him and held his arms on either side, saying simultaneously, "We'll go with Gongzi." While holding Hao Ren's arms, the Lu sisters' smooth arms and bellies clung to Hao Ren's arms while their soft chests pressed against his arms as well. It was too tempting. Looking at their clinging figures, Yu Yang shook her head helplessly, thinking that Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were a bit too bold. However, on the second thought, she guessed that the young people nowadays were probably all like this. This also went to show that her son was quite an attractive man. Meanwhile, Huang Zuji had finished the registration in the hotel lobby and was walking out from the rotating door. He was stupefied when he saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lili, 2 super beauties, clinging to Hao Ren's arms on the beach. He could accept the fact that Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were vacationing here, but he was crushed at the intimate scene between Lu Linlin, Lu Lili, and Hao Ren. After all, Xie Yujia was an ordinary girl before, and she recently turned attractive all of a sudden, making the guys regret missing the opportunity to pursue her. However, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were undoubtedly the most popular girls at school, to begin with. In the eyes of the male students, the celestial beauties ignored all the guys and didn't care to speak with them. But now, they were holding Hao Ren's arms intimately while wearing bikinis. Huang Zuji also tried to pursue them, but he didn't have any chance to get close. After knowing that they were granddaughters of Lu Qing, the vice principal, he didn't dare to make a move. Now, the Lu sisters who had been calling Hao Ren Gongzi, jokingly, in school were holding his arms as if he was their boyfriend. If it were only one of them, it was still somewhat acceptable. But now, both of the sisters were holding Hao Ren's arms intimately. Standing by Huang Zuji, Lin Li was burning with jealousy, and she bumped Huang Zuji's arm with hers. She was surprised to see Lu Linlin and Lu Lili here, and more so when she saw the intimacy they had with Hao Ren. However, she thought, what's the use of beauty? My family is rich and does big business. As she was angry, she suddenly spotted a beautiful woman on the beach, and she immediately ran toward her while pulling Huang Zuji behind her. Hongyu, I sure envy you. You look to be in your 20s, and your skin looks so smooth and tender without applying any cosmetics. Yu Yang, I envy you for keeping such a great figure with a grown son, hee. I think it's the result of Mr. Hao's good care of you. He only has eyes on his research work and is fighting with me right now. You've got no extra fat on your belly. Do you usually keep fit at the gym? As Zhao Hongyu and Yu Yang were complimenting each other, they saw a young girl rush to their side while pulling a boy behind her. Auntie Zhao. Lin Li greeted Zhao Hongyu with a stiff smile. You are, lying on the beach chair. Zhao Hongyu looked at Lin Li in bafflement. Oh, I'm Lin Tianyang's daughter. I just saw you and came to say hello. I saw you once. Do you remember me? Lin Li kept her awkward smile and said. Oh, Zhao Hongyu didn't quite remember her, but she pretended to recognize her out of politeness. You're here to play as well? She had some impression of Lin Tianyang. Last month, when Mingri Group signed a 20 million yuan contract with an apparel distributor named Lin Tianyang, she was there to see the signing. The 10 million level deals looked big in the eyes of ordinary people, but it was a tiny one for Mingri Group. Zhao Hongyu couldn't have attended the event if she weren't bored. Yes, Auntie Zhao. This is my boyfriend, Huang Zuji, Lin Li introduced happily. Zhao Hongyu looked up at Huang Zuji and nodded calmly. We've met. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's lack of interest, Lin Li forced another smile and said, Auntie, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go and hang out with him. Okay, enjoy yourselves. Zhao Hongyu waved her hand. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Li answered with a soft tone before walking away with Huang Zuji. After talking a few steps, she whispered to Huang Zuji excitedly, Did you see that? The woman is the wife of Mingri Group's CEO and my father's business partner. I know her, and she knows me. Undoubtedly, Zhao Guang, the CEO of Mingri Group, was the wealthiest man in East Ocean City. From Lin Li's perspective, the fact that Zhao Hongyu knew her was compelling proof of her status in the upper class. In her mind, people like Xie Yujia, Lu Linlin, and Lu Lili were beneath her. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0V3LB1N site. As the son of a deputy mayor, Huang Zuji should ignore the ordinary beauties and stay with her, a privileged girl. Lying on the beach chair, Zhao Hongyu's sharp ears picked up Lin Li's words and frowned with displeasure. She pretended that she knew Lin Li out of politeness, and she didn't expect that the girl to show off with it. Huang Zuji exhaled deeply. What's wrong? Lin Li lifted her head proudly. She thought Huang Zuji had been holding his breath due to his nervousness of seeing Zhao Hongyu. What on earth are you thinking about? Impatient, Huang Zuji glared at Lin Li and said. Everyone said that beauty was inversely proportional to intelligence, but he felt like Lin Li was the dumbest one even though she was not the prettiest. He had been feeling low with Hao Ren's sudden emergence this term, and he reluctantly agreed to be the boyfriend of Lin Li, who was not bad looking and had been pursuing him with passion. However, he didn't think she was this stupid. Compared with Lu Linlin and Lu Lili, Lin Li was just low. You can find someone else. This is the end of our relationship. Frustrated, Huang Zuji threw off Lin Li's hand and said at her viciously. Huang Zuji, what's wrong with you? Lin Li asked in bafflement. Meanwhile, Hao Ren walked to the side of Zhao Hongyu and Yu Yang in the company of Lu Linlin and Lu Lili. As he placed the drinks and ice creams on the square table between them, Zhao Hongyu sat up immediately and helped him put down the items with a pleased smile. At this sight, Lin Li froze as if she had been struck by a lightning bolt. She was pleased when Zhao Hongyu said that she knew her, but to her surprise, Hao Ren was invited here by Zhao Hongyu. From the looks of it, Hao Ren and Zhao Hongyu were not just acquaintances but close like a family. A family? Lin Li shivered, wondering if Hao Ren's wealthy relative was the CEO of Mingri Group. Great. We have ice cream. Zhao Yanzi, who had been picking shells on the beach, ran over happily at the sight of Hao Ren's return. Huang Zuji, who was trying to dump Lin Li, gaped in astonishment at this sight. He realized that this super pretty and cute girl was Zhao Hongyu's daughter. In the bikini, her figure was many times more mature than before, and her face looked so cute that he didn't recognize her before. At the Dragon Boat Festival, Hao Ren's family and Zhao Guang's family had been together. And this time on the beach, Hao Ren also came to play with Zhao Guang's family. This all showed that the relationship between the two families was extraordinary. Surrounded by a big group of beauties, many smooth arms reaching out across Hao Ren's arms and chest to get to the drinks and ice creams, it was a joyous and happy scene. How did he? Lin Li looked toward them in bafflement. You are such a dumb girl. Huang Zuji stared at her in displeasure. No matter if it was intelligence, figure, looks or personality, Lin Li was no match for any of the girls around Hao Ren. Suddenly, Huang Zuji regretted coming here and hated Lin Li, who invited him. Compared with the celestial beauties around Hao Ren, Lin Li was really inferior. Chapter 477. I just like you, rough. After a fun swim in the ocean, Little White got back to the beach before racing toward Hao Ren. Little White, behave. I'll feed you. Zhao Yanzi bent down and opened the wrapper of an ice cream cone before placing it before Little White. Her smooth and tight skin, as well as her smile, made her look adorable. Ha! Little White stuck out its long tongue and licked the ice cream happily. Hao Ren looked at it helplessly, wondering when he could receive the same treatment. Gongzi. Take one, too. While he was thinking this, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili brought an ice cream cone to his mouth. Let me. Not daring to bite the ice cream directly out of their hands, Hao Ren retreated one step and took it from them. Seeing his reaction, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili covered their mouths and giggled. Clap. After swallowing the ice cream in a few bites, Little White shook its body. The seawater on its fur was instantly gone, and it looked smooth and bright again. However, Hao Ren, who was standing beside it, looked disheveled, wet with the seawater Little White had shaken off. Looking up at Hao Ren with its round black eyes, Little White knew he would grab it and immediately ran to the distance. Not far from them, Huang Zuji, who had been watching them, saw Little White running toward his direction. He suddenly remembered the incident a few days ago and immediately turned to run. Roar! Little White let out a loud bark and showed its fangs. This little animal that was the size of a palm had extremely sharp white teeth, and Huang Zuji sprinted and fled into the hotel, afraid it would bite his ankle. Ruff! Little White put on its cute face and wriggled its tail enthusiastically after. Wow! Such a cute puppy. Some pretty girls in bikinis who were walking out from the rotating door of the hotel saw Little White and picked it up. Ruff! Little White behaved even cuter and barked rhythmically, making the pretty girls fight to hold it. Damn! So shameless. Seeing Little White's antics, Hao Ren scolded it silently. However, since Zhen Kongming had gone to visit Wu Luoxue and didn't come to the beach, Little White was indeed bored with no one playing with it. Okay, you guys go and have fun. Zhao Hongyu waved her hand. Okay. Zhao Yanzi spread her arms and ran into the ocean barefooted. At this moment, a big wave rose. Alarmed, Zhao Yanzi immediately turned and ran back. Boom! The merciless wave pushed her down. As he laughed at her misfortune, Hao Ren ran over to pull her up before jumping into the ocean. While the sun rose gradually, the wind on the ocean also picked up, and the ocean waves got bigger. However, Hao Ren jumped into the ocean and swam with ease as if the waves didn't bother him at all. Xie Yujia got into the ocean, slowly testing the water. She was then quickly pushed back by the waves and decided to stay in the shallow water area of the beach, allowing the waves to brush her legs gently. As the princess of the East Ocean Dragon clan, Zhao Yanzi excelled in swimming, although she couldn't control the waves without her dragon core or dharma treasures. Seeing Hao Ren swimming freely in the ocean, she jumped in immediately. Hand in hand, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili walked into the water. The warm seawater pushed against them and nurtured their skin, and they felt like it was more comfortable than the icy sky lake where they used to play at the above realm. Boom! Another big wave crashed over. Many bold young people were pushed back to the beach by the waves. Only Hao Ren, Lu Linlin, Lu Lili, and Zhao Yanzi were still bobbing on the ocean like buoys. Suddenly, a teenager who was surfing was smashed off his board by the huge wave, and the lifeguard standing on the beach immediately swam toward him. Hao Ren, who was closer to the teenager, quickly swam over and pushed him toward the beach, following the force of the waves. Seeing the surfboard that was washed to his side by the waves, Hao Ren was struck with an idea and stepped onto the surfboard. When another wave came, he followed the force of the wave and surfed on it. Ha! Yu Yang, who was talking with Zhao Hongyu about skincare, looked into the distance and exclaimed in surprise. She didn't think that Hao Ren's swimming skills would be so great. More astonishing, she didn't expect Hao Ren to learn how to surf. She had neglected him for 1 year while she was abroad, doing climate research, and he had learned so many skills. A big wave came after the small wave, and Hao Ren maneuvered the surfboard and rode on the surging tide, surfing in the center of the vortex formed by the big waves. Wow! The crowd on the beach gasped. The teenager who was surfing a few moments ago only rode a few meters on the small waves, but this young man wearing black swim trunks is surfing like magic, they thought. Even Lin Li, who stayed on the beach, was dumbfounded. Surfing is a game for the wealthy people, but Hao Ren can surf so well, she thought. Riding on the last of the waves, Hao Ren returned to the beach on the surfboard as if he was flying. He lifted one foot and tilted the surfboard, returning it to the teenager. Amazed, the teenager took the surfboard from Hao Ren as he stared at him with admiration. Hao Ren smiled gently and walked back into the ocean to continue his swim. After all, he cultivated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, which allowed him to fly in the sky on sword energies. It was a piece of cake for him to surf on the waves. His great skills earned the silent admiration from the young men from the rich and powerful families on the beach, while the girls looked at him with adoration. Standing on the beach, Xie Yujia smiled joyously at Hao Ren's behavior, liking his true self. In the eyes of the girls, Hao Ren was like the boy next door, shy, ordinary with a bit of talent, kind, cautious, and bashful. He was never proud and discouraged, but he would stand up when someone messed with him or the people around him. The warm ocean water rushed around Xie Yujia's ankles while she laughed at the scene where Lu Linlin and Lu Lili chasing after Hao Ren in the ocean. She liked Hao Ren more each day, and her only wish was to stay with him. The day filled with happiness passed gradually while the sun slowly moved from the east to the west. When the ocean water turned cold, Coral Island was dyed in a mysterious golden color by the beautiful setting sun. The people on vacation all changed out of swimsuits into shirts or dresses, walking on the beach to watch the sunset. A truly beautiful place could present several different types of gorgeous views, and Coral Island was one of such places. Zhao Hongyu and the others were also walking on the beach. She and Yu Yang took the lead while talking animatedly with each other, and Little White ran around them energetically. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia walked behind them, enjoying the beautiful view of the sunset, and Lu Linlin and Lu Lili whispered to each other hand in hand. As to Zhao Yanzi, she was exhausted by the activities during the day and had gone to sleep in her room after dinner. Ka. Hao Ren's sandals left shallow marks in the sand while he walked with Xie Yujia shoulder to shoulder, silently watching their shadows move in parallel under the setting sun. Walking in the front of the group, Yu Yang and Zhao Hongyu were still talking. An entire day hadn't exhausted their topics. Ren. Zhao Hongyu suddenly turned her head and called Hao Ren. Hao Ren stopped immediately and looked at her in surprise. Subconsciously, Xie Yujia also stopped and stood beside with Hao Ren. Let's talk for a bit. Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren from 5 to 6 meters away and said. Yu Yang also nodded at Hao Ren. Okay, feeling unease, Hao Ren walked forward. Meanwhile, Yu Yang lightly took Xie Yujia's hand and said, Yujia, Linlin, Lily, let's head back to the hotel and rest. Obviously, she wanted to leave Hao Ren and Zhao Hongyu the space to talk privately. A trace of worry appeared on Xie Yujia's pretty face, but she followed Yu Yang back to the hotel. Standing on the beach with her hands crossed behind her back, Zhao Hongyu looked at the group while Yu Yang took the 3 girls back to the hotel. Then, she turned around and said, I need to say something to you in private. Okay. Hao Ren was suddenly nervous. Despite her gentleness and subtleness, Zhao Hongyu had a strong mind as the Dragon Queen of the East Ocean Dragon Clan. Hao Ren knew that Zhao Hongyu was someone with her own ideas. On some occasions, Zhao Guang had to listen to her. Zhao Hongyu resumed her slow walk in the ocean breeze. The fact is that I like Yujia quite a lot, and I know you two were playmates when you were little, right? Yeah. Hao Ren adjusted his steps to Zhao Hongyu's slow pace and walked with her. In his simple shirt, he looked manly in the evening breeze on the beach. Z is too naughty and needs discipline sometimes, Zhao Hongyu said. She's still young, Hao Ren said. Not so young, Zhao Hongyu corrected him gently. I think of Yujia as my own daughter and hope Z will take her as an older sister. I know you are cultivating hard and doing your best in everything. Hao Ren remained silent as he walked with her. I have only a small request, which is that you have to treat Z well in the future. As to the other stuff you do, I don't care. Zhao Hongyu suddenly turned her head and stared at Hao Ren. Hao Ren got nervous under her stare. I'll be good to Z. Zhao Hongyu smiled. That's enough for me. Suddenly, a gust of ocean wind blew up the sand, making the people on the beach close their eyes. Zhao Hongyu lifted her right hand casually, and a red energy sphere was created while the river mountain Qian Kun painting appeared under her feet, taking her and Hao Ren toward the ocean rapidly. Chapter 478, Demon Sea, Auntie, this is, Hao Ren was surprised. As the commanding general of our East Ocean Dragon clan, you should know the boundaries of our territory, right? Zhao Hongyu smiled slightly while the river mountain Qian Kun painting swept up a long wave. On the surface of the ocean appeared sporadic islands. Some islands emitted red auras, naturally protected by array formations and undetectable by mortals. With the great speed of the river mountain Qian Kun painting, they soon arrived deep into the ocean which couldn't be reached by mortals. Greetings to Dragon Queen. The shouts rose around them when a group of soldiers emerged from the sea. Nodding slightly at them, Zhao Hongyu steered the river mountain Qian Kun painting and flew over them. Controlled by the East Ocean Dragon clan, these islands act as scout stations, and the soldiers guarding this area will organize counter-attacks upon seeing enemies, Zhao Hongyu explained. The East Ocean Dragon clan controlled over a vast region, and it didn't mean that no one guarded the places far from the palace. In fact, all the ocean territory was guarded by hidden soldiers from the East Ocean Dragon clan, and any outside cultivators would be detected immediately as soon as they enter. While the river mountain Qian Kun painting flew at the great speed, Hao Ren released his spiritual senses and found that there were indeed troops hiding under the surging waves of the ocean. Judging from the vast territory, he could imagine the number of soldiers East Ocean had. Wherever the river mountain Qian Kun painting went, the East Ocean soldiers who were hiding in the ocean would come out in lines and greet. Each summer, Zhao Hongyu would do her routine inspection while Zhao Yanzi was on summer vacation. The size of the territory of the East Ocean Dragon clan was greater than Hao Ren had imagined, and they hadn't reached the boundary after flying for half an hour at the great speed of the river mountain Qian Kun painting. Ren, you must be aware that you are not only responsible for Z's happiness but also the livelihood of the tens of millions of members of the East Ocean. Okay. Hao Ren suddenly felt the burden on his shoulders became heavier. In the future, he could take over not only the elders and the senior generals of the East Ocean Dragon clan but also the low-ranked soldiers who were guarding the territory of the East Ocean Dragon clan. The end of East Ocean's territory is in front of us, Zhao Hongyu said. Hao Ren stretched his neck and looked hard into the distance. He looked in the direction that Zhao Hongyu pointed, but he could see nothing like a physical boundary. The river mountain Qian Kun painting beneath them slowed down gradually and finally hovered above the ocean surface. Around them, everything was quiet without any generals or soldiers coming out to greet them. This is the east border of the East Ocean. Zhao Hongyu pointed at a small island before them and said, with the immortal spirit island as the boundary, the anything to the west belongs to the East Ocean Dragon clan while the area in the east is, Demon Sea. Zhao Hongyu put special emphasis on the two words, Demon Sea. Demon Sea. Hao Ren found the name familiar as if he had heard it from somewhere. The area of the Demon Sea is about the combined territories controlled by the four ocean dragon clans. Situated in the center of the four ocean dragon clans, it's a forbidden area for both the dragon cultivators and human cultivators, Zhao Hongyu explained slowly. Demon beasts? Hao Ren asked tentatively. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Millions of demon beasts live in the Demon Sea, and it has lots of rival forces. Unlike Little White, many of them are transformed already with strength at least equivalent to the nascent soul realm. Hao Ren thought for a while and vaguely remembered that Zhen Kongming came from the Demon Sea. The Demon Sea is in peace with our East Ocean Dragon clan, right? Hao Ren asked. Zhao Hongyu smiled helplessly. The biggest reason that the four ocean dragon clans formed a close alliance is to guard against the Demon Sea. Most of the demon beasts in the Demon Sea is powerful, and the four ocean dragon clans have reached the agreement to guard against the Demon Sea with joint forces, preventing them from breaking out of the territory of the Demon Sea and threatening the safety of the four ocean dragon clans. Demon kings, are there such things? Hao Ren suddenly remembered something and asked. Once a demon beast could transform, it could rule one piece of territory and call itself a king. There are thousands of demon kings, big and small, in the Demon Sea, Zhao Hongyu said. Damn, they sound powerful, but there are just too many of them, they couldn't be that powerful, Hao Ren thought. The top 10 demon kings rule the 10 most powerful forces, and it said that each of them has the strength equivalent to or greater than that of that soul formation realm, and they could never die or be killed, Zhao Hongyu said. More powerful than the soul formation realm. Hao Ren immediately corrected his previous impression. He had witnessed the great power of the old grandma and experienced the strength of the old man living in the Kunlun mountain. Now, he wondered about the power of the 10 strongest demon kings in the Demon Sea. Of course, we got the information from some small demon kings. In the territory of our East Ocean Dragon Palace, there are dozens of demon kings. They have small forces, and they were squeezed out of the Demon Sea. They had nowhere to go and sought shelter in our East Ocean Dragon clan, Zhao Hongyu said slowly. While they were talking, huge waves suddenly rose from the peaceful ocean. Hundreds of East Ocean soldiers with long spears stepped on the waves and stabbed toward the surface of the sea. Suddenly, a dozen or so of black monsters like brutal bulls charged up, and they shot black light toward the soldiers of East Ocean. Bang! Bang! The hundreds of soldiers fought the dozen or so monsters fiercely and couldn't gain the upper hand. One soldier wearing white armor was stabbed by the hard horn of a brutal bull, and blood instantly splashed out. Meanwhile, these monsters ran wild on the sea surface and scattered the formation of the East Ocean soldiers. They had been fighting at the bottom of the sea, which gave the illusion of peace on the sea surface. As the battle escalated, they rushed out of the sea. With a wave of his right hand, Hao Ren shot out dozens of sword energies toward the brutal bulls. The brutal bulls turned to Hao Ren with a red light flashing in their eyes. If Hao Ren had been a mortal instead of a gen-level cultivator, he would be terrified. Dang! Dang! Sword energies hit the hard horns of the brutal bulls, and some of them were bounced off. Also, some sword energies pierced their bodies but couldn't cut them into pieces, making them even fiercer. They all rushed toward Hao Ren. Hao Ren was surprised that his gen-level sword energies, which were equivalent to that of the top-tier core formation realm, couldn't kill these demon beasts. 3 talents Heaven Earth. Initiate. The 320 sword energies suddenly formed 3 loops and connected, crashing toward the brutal bulls. With the 5 elemental sword energies connecting, the sword array's power significantly increased. With an explosion of 5-colored light, the arrays cut down all the brutal black bulls. Splash! Splash! The corpses of the brutal bulls dropped into the ocean. Thank you, Dragon Queen, for saving us. Hundreds of soldiers yelled toward the direction of the river mountain Qian Kun painting. It wasn't me. Zhao Hongyu waved her hand. It's East Ocean's commanding general who saved you. Hearing her words, the soldiers all looked at Hao Ren in surprise. They had been guarding the boundary of the East Ocean and had little information from back home. They didn't get to attend the dinner banquet during the Dragon God Festival but knew from sources back home that Third Lord was no longer the commanding general, and the person who took his place was the young Fuma, who was also very powerful. Seeing Hao Ren and hearing the words from Zhao Hongyu, they knew that this young man who helped them was indeed the new commanding general of East Ocean. I have an elixir pill. Take it this moment. After taking out a detox pill from his necklace, Hao Ren handed it to the soldier whose belly had been stabbed open by a demon beast. The soldier was a tough guy who was still alive despite the big wound in his belly. Pale-faced, this soldier thought he couldn't make it, but the commanding general handed an elixir pill to him. Although he didn't know how to make elixir pills, he smelled the intense nature essence from the elixir pill and knew it was not a low-leveled one. In fact, this elixir pill was a level 4 elixir pill made by Xie Yujia, and it was something the sects on 5th heaven would fight for. Take it immediately, Hao Ren urged him when he saw the hesitation on the soldier's face. Thank you, commanding general. The soldier looked at Hao Ren gratefully and swallowed the elixir pill. The moment the elixir pill entered his stomach, the wound began to heal visibly. Looking at the young and powerful commanding general, this soldier suddenly burst into tears. General Lu, he. The surrounding soldiers all looked sad. After looking around, Hao Ren saw no general among them and knew the demon beasts must have killed their general. The guarding of the boundary between the East Ocean and the Demon Sea was the most dangerous task that was shared by the soldiers of East Ocean in turns. Despite all this, some of them would die in the conflicts each year. The fierce demon beasts in the Demon Sea would launch sneak attacks on the patrolling East Ocean soldiers, and the soldiers couldn't back off since their retreat would mean dozens of meters of expansion of the Demon Sea's territory. It was fortunate that the mighty demon beasts lived in the center of the Demon Sea, while the demon beasts living near the boundary were comparatively low-leveled ones. After a moment of consideration, Hao Ren took out a bottle of elixir pills. These are some essence replenishment pills which are beneficial to both cultivations and wound healing. You guys use them according to your needs. He placed the porcelain bottle containing the elixir pills into the hand of the soldier who just got wounded, and it was meant for the whole team to share. Essence replenishment pills. The soldiers looked at each other in shock. The people who excelled in cultivation would try to become an elder of the dragon clan, and the ones who were less talented but still stronger were at least generals. However, the ordinary soldiers couldn't get more powerful than gen level due to their lack of talent, and they couldn't get many resources. That was why they only had heard about the essence replenishment pills but never saw one before, not to mention taking them. Wah! Wah! After a few seconds of pause, hundreds of soldiers all kneeled before Hao Ren and said, "Thank you for giving us the pills, commanding general. We swear we'll protect East Ocean with our lives." The uniform chant resonated in the area. Not able to face such a great show of respect, Hao Ren immediately returned to Zhao Hongyu's side and waved at them. Chapter 479. Top 10 Demon Kings. Under the gazes of the hundreds of East Ocean soldiers, Hao Ren and Zhao Hongyu headed back on the river mountain Qian Kun painting. In fact, it would take them more than one day to circle around the East Ocean Dragon Clan's territory even on the fast river mountain Qian Kun painting. By taking Hao Ren to the Immortal Spirit Island on the east boundary of East Ocean, Zhao Hongyu showed him the vast ocean area that was under their control. After the human cultivators went on and above Fifth Heaven, the land fell to the hands of the dragon cultivators. But even without the newly gained land, the territory of the East Ocean Dragon Clan was still huge. Even ancient emperors had no more territory than that. "Can we build array formations around the Immortal Spirit Island?" Hao Ren asked Zhao Hongyu as they stood on the river mountain Qian Kun painting. "It's useless." Zhao Hongyu shook her head. "The boundary between the Demon Sea and the East Ocean Dragon Clan is very long, and no array formation is big enough to engulf the whole area. Besides, even array formations can't withstand the attacks of the demon beasts." After a moment of consideration, she continued, "In fact, the 4 ocean dragon palaces discussed such an idea as you just mentioned, but sealing up the entire Demon Sea will turn it into a super big prison, and it's hard to predict the reactions of the top 10 demon kings who pretty much control the Demon Sea." Hao Ren froze for a moment and knew that his solution was too simple. The top 10 demon kings in the Demon Sea are fighting each other and have no time to deal with the situation of the surrounding areas. But if the 4 ocean dragon palaces built an array formation around the Demon Sea and turned it into a prison, in fact, the area around the Demon Sea is a battlefield where we train the soldiers. Under the watch of the Dragon God Shrine, the dragon cultivators only battle each other but couldn't really get that life and death experience, and the hundreds of years of peace on First Heaven has weakened the combat ability of the dragon tribe. However, as the core combat forces of the dragon tribe, the 4 ocean dragon palaces must maintain their fierce combat abilities, and the Demon Sea was a place that could let the generals and soldiers experience life and death situations, Zhao Hongyu said calmly. After hearing Zhao Hongyu's explanation, Hao Ren froze for a moment and then realized that this setup was the best for East Ocean. It may be a good idea to build array formations to solve the problem permanently with the least casualties, but the troops of East Ocean would gradually lose combat power without enough real battles. If enemies invaded them one day, how could the troops of East Ocean defend against them? He suddenly remembered that in Zhao Kuo's heavenly tribulation, tens of thousands of soldiers withstood the heavenly lightning with such great courage. That could only be obtained from life and death experience. When Zhao Kuo was the commanding general, he spent most of his time blocking the demon beasts' attacks and suppressing rebellions. We don't worry about the more powerful demon beasts, but some small demon kings would try to invade and occupy a portion of the territories of the East Ocean Dragon Clan each year with hundreds and sometimes thousands of demon beasts. Zhao Kuo's job was to beat them hard and push them back to the Demon Sea. Then, Zhao Hongyu turned to look at Hao Ren. "One day, you will go into battles and kill enemies." Zhao Kuo, who was a master at peak Qian level, so he had the power to suppress the demon kings who lived at the edge of the Demon Sea and those who had surrendered to the East Ocean Dragon Clan. However, Hao Ren's current strength. Recently, the Demon Sea has been quiet, and the area around it has seen no conflicts in the past 5 to 6 years, probably a result of internal fights in the Demon Sea. Due to the recent peace, the West Ocean Dragon Clan has the energy and military force to mess with us. Zhao Hongyu looked angry. After all, among the 4 ocean dragon palaces, the West Ocean Dragon Palace under Oldman Zheng's control was the most aggressive one, and the moment the Demon Sea quieted down, he began to make moves against the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, Hao Ren thought of something else. No matter if it is the Demon Sea or the West Ocean Dragon Clan, strength spoke the loudest on First Heaven. Is the Kunlun mountain equivalent to the 9 Dragon Palace on First Heaven? Hao Ren asked. The Kunlun mountain, after some thinking, Zhao Hongyu answered, the Kunlun mountain is the holy land of the cultivation sects. When the human cultivators moved to fifth heaven, only the Kunlun mountain was left on the first heaven as the result of negotiations. Seeing the bafflement on Hao Ren's face, she continued, strictly speaking, the dragon cultivators occupy the majority of the land and ocean, but there are some other forces around such as the Kunlun mountain, the demon sea, and the remote immortal mountain. As the birthplace of the human cultivation, the Kunlun mountain has always been the forbidden area for the dragon cultivators and ordinary human cultivators. It's said that only the soul formation realm cultivators are qualified to enter Kunlun. The demon sea is the territory of the demon beasts, and many high-leveled demon beasts live in there. The demon beasts which can transform into human forms are also called demon cultivators, and the most powerful ones who occupy territories in the deep ocean are demon kings. The remote immortal mountains are the immortal islands on the demon sea. Despite their origin from the Kunlun mountain, the people on the islands are far away from the land, and they have almost no connection with the cultivation sects. As a result, they weren't involved in the Great War between the 5 elemental dragon cultivators and human cultivation sects. They are on their own and referred to hermit cultivators. Soul formation realm cultivators, demon cultivators, and hermit cultivators. After Zhao Hongyu's explanation, Hao Ren had a clear understanding of their relationships. According to this classification, Zhen Kongming could be called a demon cultivator. However, he had just transformed into the human form, and his realm was between Kan level and Li level. Therefore, he was a very weak demon cultivator. The demon beasts who reached level 10 needed to pass the heavenly tribulation before they could transform into humans. Then, they must pass another heavenly tribulation when they reach the equivalent of peak Qian level or nascent soul realm. As the blessed creatures of the heavenly Tao, the dragon cultivators were born with dragon cores to help them cultivate. However, the demon beasts could only cultivate on their own. They had to first obtain intelligence and pass the heavenly tribulation before cultivating again. It was much more difficult for them to reach peak Qian level compared with dragon cultivators. How mighty are the top 10 demon kings who were dominating in the demon sea? Hee, don't worry. The demon beasts and demon kings in the demon sea have no interest in the land because of the nature essence intensity in the demon sea is much greater than the land. They must stay in the demon sea to progress faster. Zhao Hongyu said with a smile when she saw the surprised look on Hao Ren's face. Hao Ren smiled and thought about Little White who knew nothing but following the girls. It would probably be killed with a slap if it was tossed into the demon sea. Zhao Hongyu turned her fingers slightly, and the river mountain Qian Kun painting lowered while a red energy sphere appeared automatically, allowing them to dive to the bottom of the ocean. Greetings to Dragon Queen. Uniform chants sounded immediately. Zhao Hongyu put away the river mountain Qian Kun painting and stood on a rock at the bottom of the ocean. Hao Ren looked around and found that they were in front of a big military base where over 80 giant military tents were set up. This is the newly appointed commanding general, Hao Ren. Zhao Hongyu glanced at Hao Ren by her side and said, "Greetings to commanding general." Tens of thousands of soldiers and dozens of generals kneeled on one knee and cupped their hands. "Thanks for your hard work." After a moment of consideration, Hao Ren yelled back, "Wah! Wah!" The soldiers and generals stood up as one. Compared with the soldiers who attended the banquet in the East Ocean Dragon Palace during the Dragon Boat Festival, these soldiers and generals stationed at the frontier looked sharper. Each soldier was tightly dressed, and the weapons in their hands were very sharp while the archers kept the bows and arrows with them. Hao Ren looked at them in silent admiration. As to the generals, some wore white armor, and some wore golden armor. Each of them looked serious. From the looks of it, Hao Ren knew that they didn't just put on the armors hastily for this temporary occasion. This base was one of the thousands of military bases around the territory of the East Ocean Dragon clan. The moment Zhao Hongyu entered the sea, they all stood in lines to greet her, showing that they had been observing the situation above the sea surface all this time. From this military camp alone, Hao Ri could tell that the other thousands of the military bases were similar, and they must have strict military disciplines where all the soldiers and generals were doing their duty well. Seeing this scene, Hao Ren couldn't help but admire Zhao Kuo's strict management of the troops. "Let's go," Zhao Hongyu said. The river mountain Qian Kun painting spread out again, carrying Hao Ren and Zhao Hongyu up to the surface of the ocean. "Farewell, Dragon Queen. Farewell, Commanding General." Tens of thousands of soldiers and generals chanted all together. Zhao Hongyu turned the river mountain Qian Kun painting to its fastest speed, and it took them only half an hour to return to Coral Island. 1 hour had passed, and the sun had set. In the vague night scene of the Coral Island, the 5-star hotel was brightly lit like a bright conch in the dark night. Zhao Hongyu didn't say anything else to Hao Ren since she believed Hao Ren understood what she wanted to tell him. They took the elevator to the top floor of the hotel. Yu Yang was drinking wine with the girls in the presidential suite, and she was in a good mood. Little White moved around her feet, eager for a taste of the wine. However, only a few licks later, it couldn't stand still anymore. "Hongyu, you are back?" Seeing Zhao Hongyu's return, Yu Yang asked with a smile. "Yes," Zhao Hongyu smiled slightly. "Why didn't you invite me to drink with you?" "Auntie, cheers." Lu Linlin immediately picked up one glass and placed it before Zhao Hongyu. They were all a bit drunk, but they were in a good mood. "Ren, have a good night." Zhao Hongyu turned back and said to Hao Ren, who stood at the entrance. "Oh, okay." Looking at the red-faced girls, Hao Ren scratched his head and walked to his own suite in loneliness. Click. The door to the presidential suite closed, and crisp laughs sounded. The women rule. Hao Ren took out his keycard and sighed helplessly. Chapter 480. Failed poison pill plan. The presidential suite was soundproofed, and Hao Ren had no idea how crazy of a time they were having. Although it seemed like all Zhao Hongyu had to handle was only some trivial matters at home and to run a world-famous architectural studio, she was stressful. Yu Yang, on the other hand, was a strong woman in everybody's eyes, and she also had tremendous stress from both work and family. As they both let go of their statuses, they could definitely get along with Xie Yujia and the others with their youthful look and mentality. Differences between males and females, Hao Ren thought. Even if they were having fun all night, he still couldn't join. Hao Ren opened the window and let in the fresh air of the island. He sat down with his legs crossed and started cultivating. He comprehended a lot of things while patrolling the territory of East Ocean with Zhao Hongyu today. Although the East Ocean Dragon clan seemed peaceful, strong enemies were waiting for a chance to attack, and the situation was far more complicated than he expected. The East Ocean Dragon clan was the head of the 4 Ocean Dragon clans in name. If a war were to break out, the East Ocean Dragon clan would be the first to bear the burn. With great power comes great responsibility. Pure nature essences entered Hao Ren's body and exited from his acupoints. The cultivation of the 5 elemental essences was required to practice the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, and it led to slow cultivation progress. Hao Ren cultivated non-stop every night. In comparison, he was almost as hard-working as Suhan. The sun rose slowly from the east side of the ocean. Hao Ren, who sat down in his room all night, could easily watch the sunrise through the giant windows. The red sun gradually rose up and lit up the whole world. The suites located on the top floor of this 5-star hotel had the best views. If a couple saw such a beautiful sunrise from this suite, it would definitely be something that was worth remembering for the rest of their lives. Yet, Hao Ren looked at the room and let out a long sigh. A night of cultivation did not open any opening on the dragon core. "Ren, time for breakfast." Yu Yang knocked on the door and yelled. "Coming." Hao Ren rubbed his eyes intentionally and pretended to have just woken up. Then, he put on a jacket and opened the door. Zhao Hongyu, Yu Yang, and the 4 girls were all wearing swimsuits. "Let's go." Zhao Hongyu smiled at Hao Ren. "Rough, rough, rough, rough." Little White was standing by Xie Yujia, and it jumped up and down excitedly as if it was mocking Hao Ren since it spent the night in the presidential suite. Hao Ren smacked its head and followed the girls to the restaurant on the 3rd floor. Many men were jealous of Hao Ren, who was eating with a table full of beautiful women. "Did you sleep well last night?" At the buffet area, Xie Yujia passed Hao Ren a glass of milk and asked. Not bad. What about you?" Hao Ren asked her. "We were drinking for a bit, and everyone was having fun." Xie Yujia's face was slightly red. She continued, "I wanted to stay with you for a little bit last night, but I thought it wouldn't be appropriate." "It's okay. I can sleep alone." Hao Ren suddenly realized that what he said could be misinterpreted. As expected, Xie Yujia's face turned from slightly red to bright red. After she handed Hao Ren that glass of milk, she went silent and continued to grab food. Hao Ren left his mouth opened and slapped his face lightly. "This stupid mouth, that's why 2 years in university and still single." Xie Yujia said she wanted to find Hao Ren because she didn't want him to be lonely, but Hao Ren's comment made it seem like she was trying to sleep with him, which was definitely not what she meant. Gongzi. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were both holding a plate of meat and sat down on both sides of Hao Ren. They had a slight fragrance around them, and they looked lively in bikinis. "Gongzi, we were going to come to find you last night," they said sweetly while cutting the meat on their plates. Hao Ren looked at them and didn't know what to say. "Uncle." Zhao Yanzi, who was wearing her green bikini, sat in front of Hao Ren and asked, "How was your sleep last night? How late did you guys stay up?" Hao Ren asked in reply. "Around 12. Zhao Yanzi tilted her head and continued. I wanted to come and find you, but I was with my mom and was too scared to sneak out. Hao Ren looked at the girls speechlessly and thought, you guys planned this and are trying to tease me, aren't you? Not far away, Yu Yang and Xie Yujia were both holding their plates and walking back side by side. It looked like they were mother and daughter. How about, tonight? Zhao Yanzi leaned forward and grinned. In fact, she really wanted to stay with Hao Ren and tease him. Although Hao Ren had always talked to her like he was older, he was actually very shy. It would be fun teasing him all night, wouldn't it? What are you talking about? We are leaving today. Zhao Hongyu came by and lightly slapped Zhao Yanzi's head. Zhao Yanzi covered her head with her hands immediately and pretended to be in pain. Her natural reaction made her look extremely cute. We are leaving today? Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were a bit surprised as well. They came along this time with a carefully designed, poison pill plan. Yet, they did not expect that they would only stay on this beautiful island for just one night. Yeah. Do you guys want to stay for a few more days? Zhao Hongyu asked with a smile. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili had nothing to say in reply. Hao Ren did not know their thoughts nor their plans. He shook his head and smiled as he saw their reluctant looks. The sceneries at the Coral Island were absolutely gorgeous. Hao Ren was certain that after a year of development, the island would become a popular vacation spot. By that time, it would become a hot spot in the country and even the entire Southeast Asia. It seemed like Yu Yang and Zhao Hongyu had a lot to talk about. They walked along the coast and chatted at the same time. On the other hand, Zhao Yanzi and the rest went to the diving area at the back of Coral Island. Coral Island, just like its name said, had many corals around it. Although the diving area wasn't open to the public, they were allowed to enter because of Zhao Hongyu. Even though Xie Yujia wasn't good at swimming in the ocean, she was fine with the peaceful water in that area. Gongzi, try the water first. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili suddenly pushed Hao Ren from behind. Hao Ren was caught off guard and fell into the water, and Lu Linlin and Lu Lili stood on the shore and giggled. When Xie Yujia saw Hao Ren being embarrassed, she couldn't help but laugh as well. This area behind the island was like a super clear swimming pool away from the energetic ocean waves. Xie Yujia tested the water temperature with her toes and slowly slid down the rocks into the ocean water. Xie Yujia was already very beautiful in her black bikini. After entering the water, she seemed even more beautiful under the sparkling reflection of the ocean. She slowly swam toward Hao Ren. Compared to the Lu sisters, Xie Yujia had a better figure. Under the slow and gentle waves of the ocean, her skin looked even clearer and tenderer. Hey, uncle. Zhao Yanzi was not pleased when she saw Hao Ren staring at Xie Yujia. Plop, she jumped into the water like a cannonball and created a 2-meter high wave. Just like a little white dragon in the water, Zhao Yanzi swam to Hao Ren in an instant and punched him in the chest. However, under the resistance of the ocean water, her punch turned into a gentle push when her fist touched Hao Ren's chest. Hao Ren grabbed Zhao Yanzi's fist and pulled her toward himself. However, with the extra momentum in the water, their bodies touched each other in the ocean water. Zhao Yanzi was wearing a bikini, and Hao Ren was only wearing black swim trunks. Their skins touched, and Hao Ren's arm even touched Zhao Yanzi's chest, causing the latter, who was fierce, to blush instantly. Ouch! Hao Ren suddenly shouted in pain. It was Zhao Yanzi who bit into his shoulder after Hao Ren accidentally touched her. Humph! Zhao Yanzi then kicked Hao Ren's chest and swam backward. All these years, she had never been touched in the chest by a man, especially when she was wearing a bikini. Toom! Toom! The Lu sister jumped into the water as well. They lined up together and swam quickly toward Hao Ren like two mermaids. Haha, Gongzi made a very unwise move. They gloated over Hao Ren's misfortune. On the other hand, Xie Yujia shook her head and smiled as she swung her arms and swam toward Hao Ren. Zhao Yanzi, who was still angry, suddenly saw Hao Ren being surrounded by the three beautiful girls. She slapped the water forcefully and swam back to Hao Ren unwillingly. Hao Ren inhaled and dived into the water, and Lu Linlin and Lu Lili smiled and followed. Xie Yujia, on the other hand, activated the life death notes and pushed herself into the water as well. Oh, okay, ignore me. Zhao Yanzi smacked the water angrily as she turned around and dived into the water too. Because of the refraction, everything under the ocean water seemed exceptionally beautiful. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were swimming on Hao Ren's two sides, and their hair was fluttering like ribbons and looked very beautiful. Xie Yujia's skin seemed whiter and more hydrated in the water, and her face looked even more elegant as tiny bubbles stayed on her delicate skin. Zhao Yanzi, who was chasing from behind, rushed toward Xie Yujia, who was being stared at Hao Ren, and stared back with her fierce eyes. Ah, fierce wifey, all Hao Ren could do was to look away. He dived deeper. The water temperature was supposed to get colder as they dived deeper. However, perhaps it was because of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, or because it might be Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. Hao Ren felt that the water wasn't as cold as before. In fact, it was very warm. A field of natural corals appeared in front of their eyes. There were corals in various colors such as blue, black, white, and yellow. Of course, the red corals were the most beautiful. Xie Yujia was pleasantly surprised since it was her first time seeing real corals. She reached out and carefully touched these different colored and shaped corals. Since Zhao Yanzi lived in the East Ocean Dragon Palace in the past, she had seen countless corals before. She had even seen many corals that were over 10,000 years old. However, because of the beautiful sceneries on this island, it felt different seeing these corals that were unexplored before. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had seen many flashy treasures before, but swimming between the corals in the ocean made it feel particularly interesting. They were both very good at swimming since they could swim very fast. With just a light stroke of their arms and legs, they could move around agilely. Corals, pearls, and ambers were different types of treasures, and they had very high medicinal values and collection values. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily circled at the bottom of the sea and swam by Hao Ren's sides. On the other hand, Xie Yujia swam between the corals. She was so gentle that fishes laid down their guards and swam around her. A few beautiful fishes swam past her fingers as Xie Yujia lifted her hands, and some fishes even deliberately stayed on her palms. Zhao Yanzi tried to mimic Xie Yujia's actions and spread her arms. However, the fishes around her immediately swam away, which made her stamp her foot angrily under the sea. Hao Ren was swimming forward in the sea, and he suddenly felt two soft lips on his cheeks. Hao Ren turned his head and saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lily swimming away like two frightened fishes. Because of their slim figures, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were very agile in the water. Hao Ren knew he wouldn't be able to catch them, so he had to let them take advantage of him. As Hao Ren swam toward the girls, he gently grabbed Xie Yujia's hand and Zhao Yanzi's arm. Xie Yujia gazed at Hao Ren with her beautiful eyes and held onto Hao Ren's palm. Her palm was soft and was very comfortable to hold. However, Zhao Yanzi tried to pull her arm away from Hao Ren. However, it was no use, so she let Hao Ren hold her. Boom! Hao Ren suddenly released two sword energies under his feet, and he was moving very fast like a jet under the water. Due to the enormous impulsive force, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi were pushed against Hao Ren. However, they were extremely excited since they were dashing under the sea. It was thrilling, to say the least. Bang, 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 a white wave appeared on the sea surface as Hao Ren took them around the entire coast flying into the sky. Chapter 481. Big Jumu, Little Jumu bathing in the sun and covered in drops of water. The youthful bodies of Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi were truly translucent and seemed as smooth as jade. Holding their hands, Hao Ren spun around one more time and began briskly skimming over the surface of the ocean. Little White, who was enjoying itself as it chased after some fishes, also dashed out of the ocean. Soon, it saw what Hao Ren was doing and wanted to join in. After looking up and letting out a long howl, it jumped out onto the surface while returning to its snow lion form and going after Hao Ren. Hao Ren laughed as he used his light-splitting sword shadow scroll even more skillfully. Boom! Boom! He created multiple big waves behind him, letting Little White crash right into the waves and leaving it baffled. Hey, what is that? At the top of a hill on the island, a young man pointed at the surface of the ocean while asking his companion. Far away, a sheet of white waves shot up forcefully, and it seemed like there was something flying among the waves. Probably a speedboat, the other young man answered with some hesitation. The surface of the ocean was several centimeters below Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia, and the enormous waves created by their speed moved to their sides, acting as shields. Flush! After creating a big arc, Hao Ren abruptly dived into the ocean again. Blindly charging ahead, Little White realized that Hao Ren and the others were now underwater after a few seconds. As it immediately tried to break on the surface of the ocean, it ended up causing huge, sky-high waves. It looked around in confusion. Then with a rumble, it crawled into the water and went back into its small puppy form again. Utilizing its stubby legs, it dived into the ocean as well. The two young men on the hilltop were stunned. Is it a sea monster that stirred up the waves, they thought. The moment the waves dissipated, there was nothing to be spotted anymore. Still being held by Hao Ren, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi now returned to the bottom of the ocean. What just happened was so intense that they found it even more exciting than riding on a roller coaster. As a result, they were unable to calm themselves yet, and their chests continued going up and down. Although they were underwater, it was still evident that their faces had turned bright red and became very charming. Hao Ren laughed lightheartedly as he let go of their palms. Crawling in water, Little White came over and begun watching Hao Ren with a wronged and hurt expression on its face. It wanted to fly together with Hao Ren, yet Hao Ren left it far behind. Not only that, he further attacked it with waves stirred up by his sword energies, causing it to be blocked. Gongzi, we want to try that too. Waving their small fists and lightly wiggling their bodies, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili swam over to express their charming objection through their puffed-up cheeks. Hao Ren gently gave each of them a pat on the head before swimming toward the bay where they first dived into the ocean. Pouting, the Lu sisters looked unwilling as they followed Hao Ren closely. Lightly snorting through her nose, Zhao Yanzi began kicking her legs and went after Hao Ren. Perhaps attracted to her improved mood, many lovely and exquisite-looking fishes swam to her side. She slowly reached out her right hand, and a small fish swam into her palm and lingered there. Haha, Zhao Yanzi was now completely delighted. Nom, nom. Paddling its 4 legs, Little White opened its mouth and instantly sucked the fish into its mouth and swallowed it at once. Zhao Yanzi was left in shock for a moment. Quickly, her eyes widened, and her voice was filled with anger. Little White. Rocking its butt, Little White promptly accelerated and instantly swam far away. Coming out of the bay, Hao Ren returned to the shore while trying to shake off the water on his body. Behind him, Little White jumped out from the water and raced over to do its usual business in a nearby meadow. Zhao Yanzi was about to chase after Little White after she got out of the water, and she saw Little White in the grasses and leaving behind a classic golden pileup. Little White's behavior was no different than a tourist carving their name and date of visit on a tree. Seeing that, Zhao Yanzi stopped her forward motion and sought shelter by Hao Ren's side instead. After being washed and scrubbed by the seawater, her entire body had turned from a tender white to baby pink as if she were a porcelain doll that changed colors. The jade pendant on her neck was emitting radiance in the sun, making the skin by Zhao Yanzi's neck and chest look silky and delicate. This is the heavenly mystic jade, very precious and rare. While Zhao Yanzi was brushing her hair with her head tilted up, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili walked over and commented. As their eyes were directly glued to Zhao Yanzi's chest, a blush appeared on Zhao Yanzi's face as she hurriedly stepped back. Instinctually, she looked at her own chest and then peeked at the Lu sisters' chests. Immediately, she covered up her chest by crossing her arms. Little Jumu, you are going to have a great figure. Lu Linlin comforted her and added, your jade pendant is quite unique. In fact, they noticed Zhao Yanzi's jade pendant yesterday. They did not take a close look then, but they realized that the jade pendant was no ordinary jade pendant right now. Heavenly mystic jade was the most precious of all jades. A piece that was the size of a knuckle could cost more than 10,000 spirit stones, let alone this jade pendant which was the size of 2 fingers put together. Oh, what history! Zhao Yanzi's eyes widened with curiosity as she asked the sisters. She felt a little guilty since the jade pendant was snatched from Duan Yao of 6th heaven. Heavenly mystic jade has a very soft texture and therefore can't be made into Dharma treasures. However, it is the best medium for connecting with the nature essence and can increase your cultivation speed. Lu Linlin explained. Lu Lili nodded in agreement. She held up the jade pendant and examined it closely. Moreover, little Jumu, your jade pendant similar to Pixio jade. It's so dominating that it can devour the nature essence in the area. Little Jumu, you should take good care of it and not lose it. After hearing them, Zhao Yanzi thought, this jade pendant is awesome. Too bad I lost one of them, but I will definitely find a way to get it back in the future. Her mind was on getting the other jade pendant back and didn't pay attention to the fact that the Lu sisters were addressing her as the little Jumu. Plop, Xie Yujia popped up to the surface of the water. She was the worst at swimming, so she was the last to come up. Yet, it was the instant that her upper body popped out of water that took Hao Ren's breath away. Lightly kicking her legs, Xie Yujia swam to the shore, and Hao Ren bent over and reached out his hands to grab Xie Yujia by her arms, pulling her out of the ocean. Now completely out of the water, Xie Yujia looked bright and beautiful. From her smooth shoulders to her delicate toes, every inch of her body was flawless and impeccable. We're heading back, let's go, Zhao Yanzi announced as she abruptly got in between Hao Ren and Xie Yujia and started pulling them back to the hotel. Gongzi, the little Jumu is very fierce. The Lu sisters joined in as they said to Hao Ren smilingly. Then, they followed Zhao Yanzi toward the 5-star hotel. Chatting over their coffee, Yu Yang and Zhao Hongyu had already changed back into their casual outfits and were seated comfortably on the sofa in the lobby on the main floor. After they checked out of their rooms, Zhao Yanzi and the others also switched back into their summer outfits. Following Zhao Hongyu's lead, they returned to the yacht that was docked by the pier. Elder Sun had been waiting for the group for a long time. As soon as he saw that Zhao Hongyu and the group returned, he immediately started the engine of the yacht. Thinking that Elder Sun had to spend the night on the ship, Yu Yang couldn't help but feel sorry for him. However, Hao Ren knew that Elder Sun must have returned to the East Ocean Dragon Palace for a good rest last night. On their way back, the excitement had died down in comparison to when they were on their way here. This time, Hao Ren, Xie Yujia, and the others were relaxing in the sun and the ocean breeze on the upper deck of the yacht. While Hao Ren was dozing off, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili moved their chairs right next to Hao Ren's. Leaning against him, they placed their soft faces on each side of his shoulders. Even though Xie Yujia found the sisters to be playful and frisky, she didn't think they were bad people. Therefore, she couldn't bring herself to get mad at them. Instead, she felt a little helplessly toward them. Likewise, Zhao Yanzi wasn't hostile toward Lu Linlin and Lu Lili's attachment to Hao Ren. Her focus was on Xie Yujia, and she felt like the Lu sisters' involvement with Hao Ren could help keep Xie Yujia in check. The yacht did not end up stopping at the pier by the beach near Hao Ren's house but at a small pier close to the estuary of the Yellow Dragon River. It was more convenient for them to get off here since it was very close to downtown. Under Elder Sun's command, Zhao Hongyu's SUV had been shipped to the pier. Since Elder Sun was running martial arts dojos, he was never short of staffs to carry out tasks for him. Zhao Hongyu was in a great mood. After they got back from Coral Island, she drove the group to the most famous restaurant in the city for lunch. At the dining table, the atmosphere was harmonious as Zhao Yanzi and the others chatted away at once. Ren, you are going to the US with your auntie tomorrow. Be good and don't cause trouble. During their meal, Yu Yang prompted Hao Ren. Tomorrow, Hao Ren was surprised. Well, Yujia is going to the US to visit her parents, and your dad wants to take the chance to catch up with his good friend. As it happens, Hongyu and Z are going to see Z's second uncle who is also in the US. So I asked Hongyu to help us get your visas and book your tickets all together, Yu Yang explained. Hao Ren turned to Xie Yujia and then to Zhao Yanzi. It was true that Zhao Yanzi's second uncle was in the US, and it was nothing strange about Zhao Hongyu wanting to take Zhao Yanzi there to visit her uncle's family while on summer break. Since we are all going to New York, we might as well go together, Zhao Hongyu said with a grin on her face. Xie Yujia missed her parents dearly and planned to go to the US after they got back from Coral Island. However, she did not expect Zhao Hongyu to be so thoughtful and had already prepared the trip on her behalf. Upon learning about the trip, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili looked to Yu Yang in anticipation. Linlin and Lili, why don't you stay here with me in East Ocean City? Ren and the others will be back in a few days anyway, Yu Yang told them. Oh, the Lu sisters were a little disappointed. Nevertheless, the thought that these few days could be the best time for them to please and impress Hao Ren's mom soon came to mind, and they smiled sweetly. Is Jen Smart going, too? Hao Ren asked. He has no interest in the US since Grandma is going to the countryside. You and your father are going to the US, and I will be busy with work, we won't be able to look after him. Therefore, he'll be staying with Luoxue temporarily. Yu Yang clarified. So he's staying in Wu Luoxi's home. That means he gets to spend time with the girl he likes. He must be overjoyed. This guy is just as shameless as Little White. Hao Ren was suddenly envious of Zhen Kongming. After lunch, Yu Yang had to go finish up some work at her workplace and accepted a ride from Zhao Hongyu. After spending 2 days together, the relationship between the two moms had grown even stronger. There was nothing they couldn't or wouldn't say to each other now. Since the arrival of the sweltering summer season, all types of natural disasters including tropical storms and flooding could affect the East Ocean region at any moment. Therefore, Yu Yang had to stay in East Ocean City to keep everything in control. Besides, through their trip to Coral Island, Yu Yang found the island, which was 50 miles away from East Ocean City's shoreline, to be a great marine observation platform. As a result, she had been consulting with Zhao Hongyu about building a small-scale weather station on Coral Island. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Hongyu concurred with the suggestion readily. Hence, Yu Yang was now going to the Weather Bureau to dispatch personnel, hoping to get this project started and finish it as soon as possible. The two mature and sophisticated women genuinely recognized and appreciated each other so much, almost as if they regretted not having met each other earlier. After giving Yu Yang a ride to the Weather Bureau, Zhao Hongyu sent Hao Ren and the others to his villa by the beach. As Zhao Yanzi insisted on staying at Hao Ren's house, Zhao Hongyu could only agree after failing to convince her daughter otherwise. Tomorrow, Elder Sun will come and pick you up, and we'll meet directly at the airport. After dropping them off, Zhao Hongyu further reminded Hao Ren. Okay, Hao Ren nodded. He suddenly remembered that Xie Wanjun, Xie Yujia's cousin, should be on summer break right now and wondered how he was doing. Now that Grandma had left for the countryside, there was one unoccupied room in the house. Needless to say, this room on the second floor that was the most pleasantly cool had naturally been taken over by Zhao Yanzi. Hao Ren made a call to Grandma and found that Grandma had arrived at the village safe and sound. She was still staying in the same courtyard. As it was situated right against the mountains, it wasn't hot at all. Over the phone, Grandma couldn't stop praising Suhan. That she was attentive and considerate, gentle and kind, and how she was such a reliable driver that they arrived at the village in a blink of an eye. After finishing the phone call with Grandma, Hao Ren tried to call Suhan. But it was evident that Suhan did not bring her cell phone with her, since Hao Ren waited a long time, and no one came to answer it. Even though the inspector token allowed communication with inspectors nearby, for Suhan who was not in East Ocean City, it was outside of the token's communication range. Consequently, Hao Ren did not have the opportunity to express his gratitude to Suhan. Tonight, since Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua were each working overtime in their respective department, the villa was occupied by the children, only. Xie Yujia was cooking with the help of Lu Linlin and Lu Lili. Hao Ren was in charge of washing vegetables. Zhao Yanzi was responsible for eating only. Still, Little White was sprinting around aimlessly. It was messy but fun. "Ren, time to get up." Filled with huskiness, Hao Zonghua's voice traveled across the wall into Hao Ren's room. Rubbing his eyes, Hao Ren slowly sat up. He focused on cultivating the light-splitting sword shadow scroll so hard last night that he didn't even remember how he fell asleep in the end. Propping himself up with his hands, Hao Ren felt that both of his hands were resting on something very soft. He looked down and saw that in their small pajamas, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili each laid huddled up to his left and right side. Hao Ren's hands were positioned right on top of their tender bellies. Seeing that they had their arms around his waist, Hao Ren realized why he had such a comfortable and warm sleep last night. Cough. Bringing back his arms that were slightly numb and rolling his eyes around to observe the sisters, Hao Ren pinched their supple cheeks. "Stop pretending you're asleep." Lifting their attractive faces, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili opened their sparkly eyes while still embracing Hao Ren tightly with their arms. Watching them, Hao Ren felt a tingling feeling in his heart. Not only their pajamas were small and thin, but they also left their bellies and waists revealed. It was absolutely temptations. "Gongzi, come back soon," Lu Lili said sheepishly as her face reddened. The poison pill plan that Lu Linlin thought up was not executed on their trip to the Coral Island. Yet, Hao Ren now had to leave for the US right after they got back. "Ren, you have a plane to catch. I'll come in if you don't get up now." Hao Zonghua began knocking on the door. Chapter 482. New York, Headquarters. "Dad." "Stop." Hao Zonghua already flung the door open before Hao Ren could finish speaking. To him, going into his son's room was for sure not a problem. "Why is it so messy?" Hao Zonghua looked at Hao Ren and said to him in dissatisfaction. Hao Ren turned around and looked like Lu Linlin and Lu Lili who were enveloped by red energy spheres. He rubbed his nose because he was embarrassed, and he said, "I'll fold my blankets right away." "Hurry up." Hao Zonghua opened Hao Ren's closet and chose a pair of medium-length pants and a polo shirt. Then, he threw the clothes to Hao Ren. Hao Zonghua usually never cared to bother Hao Ren. Since they needed to catch their flight, Hao Zonghua had to rush Hao Ren today. "Change your underwear too." Hao Zonghua threw a new pair of underwear to Hao Ren. Because it was summer, Hao Ren was only wearing his underwear when he slept. It felt like at this moment, Hao Zonghua was supervising Hao Ren. "Dad." Hao Ren picked up his underwear and shouted. "What? Are you shy in front of me?" Hao Zonghua stared at Hao Ren. Hao Ren hid inside his blankets. Then, he took his underwear off and put on the new one. Lu Linlin looked at Hao Ren and put her hands over her mouth, trying not to laugh. On the other hand, Lu Lili blushed, but it was clear that she was trying to hold back as well. "Hurry up. Don't be so slow." Hao Zonghua dragged Hao Ren out and slapped him on the butt. This was something between father and son, but it was really interesting in Lu Linlin and Lu Lili's eyes. "Gongzi, we'll help you wash your underwear." The Lu sisters snuck into Hao Ren's blankets and said to him lightly when Hao Ren was being dragged out of the room by his dad. Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi were waiting in the living room. They were all dressed up and ready to leave. Xie Yujia had a large leather suitcase with her, and she had packed quite a lot of clothes because she was going to spend the summer in the US. Elder son's car was parked in front of the house. It was a stretched black Lincoln which looked incredibly stunning. It felt like they weren't just going to the airport to catch a flight. Instead, they were going to get married. Hao Ren remembered that Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were still in his bed, and he was a little scared. When he cultivated, he never fell asleep. It was probably because the sisters gave him some sort of medicine so that he couldn't stay awake. These two girls are getting more and more daring. I will have to talk to them after I come back, Hao Ren thought. Why is your hair still so messy? Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren and went over to help him smooth out his hair. Zhao Yanzi snorted and thought, I know that I couldn't just let these two be alone with each other. Hao Ren helped Xie Yujia carry her luggage to elder son's car, and the vehicle arrived at the airport in only half an hour. Zhao Hongyu was waiting for them, and she had a pile of photoids in her hand. Mom. Zhao Yanzi flew across the street and jumped into Zhao Hongyu's arms. Mr. Hao. Zhao Hongyu nodded elegantly at Zhao Zonghua while Zhao Yanzi was still in her arms. Mrs. Zhao. Thank you so much for this. Zhao Zonghua shook Zhao Hongyu's hand lightly. No worries. We're a family. It's my pleasure. Zhao Hongyu smiled gently as she led them to the VIP lounge. Zhao Hongyu booked first-class tickets for everyone. Since the flight from East Ocean City to New York City took over 10 hours, she didn't want them to suffer. The first-class cabin was filled with large and adjustable seats. Zhao Yanzi wanted to sit with her mom but also with Hao Ren. She hesitated for a moment and ended up choosing the seat next to Hao Ren. Hao Zonghua picked up a magazine and started to read. He liked Xie Yujia more than Zhao Yanzi. He didn't dislike Zhao Yanzi, but he just thought she was still too young. The plane flew into the sky, and their journey had just started. If Hao Ren, Xie Yujia, and Zhao Yanzi were riding on Little White, they would have arrived much faster. However, they wouldn't be able to explain how they got to the US to others. Hao Ren took Xie Yujia to the US since she missed her parents so much. Now that she came to the US legally, she was able to see them officially. She was filled with excitement. Hao Ren looked at her happy face and understood that Xie Yujia was a person with filial piety. Most passengers were sleeping through the long flight, but Hao Ren quietly cultivated his light-splitting sword shadow scroll. He could not risk getting complacent. He turned over to Xie Yujia and saw that she looked extremely serious. He knew that she too was cultivating, and she was probably working on the spell's origin note scroll the old grandma gave her. He then turned over to look at Zhao Yanzi who was sitting in front of him, and he saw that she was sound asleep. She even had opened her mouth wide, and her tongue was hanging out. She was only passionate about things for a very short amount of time, so she was only slightly more diligent than before in cultivation. The cabin lights signaled that they were arriving at New York City. Hao Ren looked out the window and saw the vibrant New York City under the thin layer of fluffy white clouds. The plane hovered for a while before finally landing in the Kennedy Airport. Mom! We're here! Zhao Yanzi shouted in excitement. She was so bored from the long flight. Zhao Yanzi had been to the US before, but back then, Zhao Hongyu took her here using the river mountain Qian Kun Mountain. Outside the airport, two luxury cars with Mingri Group's logo were waiting for them. Second uncle. Zhao Yanzi increased her pace and ran toward a thin and tall mid-aged man. Hee hee. Z, long time no see. This mid-aged man backed off 2 steps because Zhao Yanzi had jumped into him. Then he patted her shoulders. Hao Ren took this opportunity and started observing Zhao Quan. He was skinny, and his body wasn't as well built as Zhao Kuo. He had on a pair of gold-framed glasses and looked more elegant than Zhao Guang. Second uncle's 2 sons were beside him. One looked like he was in his late 20s, and the other was still a teenager. The young man wore a pair of silver-frame glasses, and he looked refined. He was probably working now. The younger one was in an American-style t-shirt, shorts, and running shoes, and he also looked like he was well-educated. Hao Ren looked more carefully and realized that second uncle still had light blue dragon essence. However, his 2 sons showed no cultivation strength. Since he was an inspector now and had his inspector's token with him, he was able to see others' cultivation strength accurately. It seemed like the sons of second uncle lost their dragon bloodline, and they were living as mortals. These 2 people who were cousins of Zhao Yanzi would never know that their father was a secret dragon cultivator. Zhao Quan, let me introduce you to everyone. Zhao Hongyu walked over and said, "This is Hao Zonghua, a renowned biology scientist. This is Hao Ren, Mr. Hao's son, and this is Xie Yujia. She is like a daughter to me. I've heard a lot about you." Zhao Quan shook Hao Zonghua's hand sincerely. He had heard all about Hao Zonghua but never had the chance to meet him. 2 years ago, Hao Zonghua was on the cover of Times magazine. Xie Yujia's dad was busy managing his own factory and had no time for magazines, but the president of the Mingri Group's North the US region definitely paid attention to these. Zhao Quan's 2 sons did not pay attention to Hao Zonghua but turned their attention to Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia was very beautiful and was close to Zhao Hongyu. These two factors combined made them very interested in Xie Yujia, hoping that Xie Yujia could live in their home. Yujia. A crisp and familiar voice came from behind them. Xie Yujia turned her head and saw her mom running toward her. She forgot that she was still greeting Zhao Quan and ran toward her mom. Mom. Xie Yujia hugged her mom tightly, and her voice was filled with sincerity and longing. Hao Ren, who was holding Xie Yujia's luggage, also turned and rushed over. Mom. Xie Yujia slowly let go of her mom and saw how her mom had aged a bit. Tears started falling from her face. What's the matter? Did someone bully you? Xie Yujia's mom cared a lot about her, and she hurried to get out her handkerchief to wipe off Xie Yujia's tears. Nothing, I'm just so happy. Xie Yujia cried, but she gave a bright smile. She used the back of her hand to wipe off her tears and caressed her mom's face with love. Sigh. If you're really having a hard time, come study in the US. Xie Yujia's mother looked at her daughter and said seriously. No, Xie Yujia looked down and continued to wipe off her tears. Uncle Hao's family is really kind to me. Auntie, uncle. Hao Ren went over and greeted Xie Yujia's parents. Ren, you have grown so much. Xie Yujia's mom looked at Hao Ren with surprise. She carefully looked at him and said, you've grown taller, stronger, and even more handsome. It was the way a mother-in-law would look at her son-in-law. Yes. He looks sturdier than the last time I saw him at East Ocean University. Xie Yujia's father patted Hao Ren's shoulders and said with a smile. Where's your dad? Xie Yujia's father turned around to ask Hao Ren. He's talking over there. Hao Ren pointed at the exit of the airport. Hao Zonghua, who was chatting with Zhao Quan, noticed Xie Yujia's parents and hurried over to where Hao Ren was. Z and her mom are going to catch up with her second uncle. Since we are splitting here, we can go now. Zhao Zonghua said open-hearted ly. Hao Ren knew that Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Quan must have had invited Hao Zonghua, but his dad chose to catch up with old friends and must have rejected them. Not far away, Zhao Hongyu waved at Hao Ren before she got into the car with Zhao Yanzi and second uncle's family. I've told you so many times to come, but you guys delayed it until when the weather is the hottest. Xie Ming patted Hao Ren's shoulders a few times again. We were too busy. Only recently did we have more free time. Since Yujia is coming over for the summer, we brought Ren over to visit as well, Hao Zonghua said with a smile. Although he had accomplished much more than Xie Ming, he would not forget his old friend who helped him when he was at the lowest moment of his life. Chang Qian. How's everything these years? Has Xie Ming been bullying you? Hao Zonghua asked Xie Yujia's mom with a smile. Everything's just the usual. It's not like you and Yu Yang who have accomplished so much. Chang Qian responded with a smile as well. Xie Ming and his wife had a relatively successful business in the US, and they were able to make a name for themselves here. They had opened 2 factories and were much better off compared to their friends from school. Xie Yujia's eyes were still a bit watery, but she couldn't help but smile when she saw the 3 enjoying themselves in a friendly conversation. Yujia. Guess who else came? Xie Ming asked Xie Yujia. Who? Xie Yujia looked around. There was a white van in front, and it beeped to greet them. Brother? Suddenly, Xie Yujia's eyes brightened up. Xie Wanjun was sitting in the car. He was in a blue worker's shirt and was sitting in the driver's seat. Xie Yujia lived with Xie Wanjun's family before, and Xie Wanjun was the person who she looked up to in school and life. They shared a deep bond, and she viewed him as her real big brother. Xie Wanjun also treated his little cousin like his real younger sister. If someone were to bully Xie Yujia, he would be the first to rush over and destroy that person. That was why no one dared to bully Xie Yujia from elementary school to high school. Only when she went to university did Hao Ren, the bad guy, appear before her. Xie Yujia was emotional when she saw Xie Wanjun, and Hao Ren also felt warm and a sense of familiarity when he saw Xie Wanjun. Stanford is also on summer vacation. He's going to help me out in the factory these 2 months, and he can get some work experience. Xie Ming smiled and said. Why are you still standing here? Let's go find a place to eat. Chang Qian reminded Xie Ming. Yes. Get on the car. Let's go. Xie Ming quickly walked toward the white van. This car is used to carry some sample products around. We can't fit everyone in our car, so we drove this car over. Hope you don't mind. Xie Ming got in the car, and he sounded a little bit embarrassed. Of course we don't mind, Hao Zonghua said with a big smile. He had been in the most luxurious cars when he went to international conferences. However, this type of standard car showed how close he was to his old friend. Xie Yujia didn't care whether the car was expensive or not. She was happy as long as she could be with her parents. Xie Wanjun drove smoothly and made a turn into the main road. He seemed familiar with the way around the airport. The signs here were all in English. Hao Ren felt a bit dizzy just by looking at them. Since Xie Wanjun was able to drive around so smoothly in such a foreign environment, Hao Ren believed that he was great at English. Xie Wanjun had obtained a full scholarship for a master's program at Stanford. Although he looked like he was just sporty, he was in no way simple-minded. Hao Ren's grades weren't even close to Xie Wanjun's, and even Xie Yujia, who often ranked first in their class, was no match for him. They went to a Chinese restaurant near Xie Yujia's parents' place. Zhao Zonghua, Xie Ming, and Cheng Qian were talking about their times when they were young, and they were extremely excited and delighted. Xie Wanjun had not seen Xie Yujia for months, so he kept asking her about things and people at school, especially the basketball team. When he found out that the school had got into National College Basketball League's champion under Zhao Zhiyi's lead, he was overjoyed. Zhao Zonghua and Xie Ming chatted non-stop, and Cheng Qian also asked a lot about how Xie Yujia was doing. Hao Ren didn't know what to say when he saw this. "Let's go take a walk outside." Xie Wanjun bumped Hao Ren lightly with his elbow. "Okay." Hao Ren stood up and walked out of the restaurant. Xie Yujia's parents were doing business with foreigners, so they didn't live in Chinatown where most Chinese people lived. Brooklyn was a better place to live compared to other parts of New York City. Both Michael Jordan and Mike Tyson grew up in Brooklyn. Not far ahead was Barclays Center, the new home of the Brooklyn Nets. Hao Ren and Xie Wanjun walked out of the restaurant, and they saw a fenced basketball court across the street. "Hey, Chinese man." The three African Americans who were playing basketball in there glared at Hao Ren and Xie Wanjun. They looked unhappy and gave Hao Ren and Xie Wanjun the middle finger. "What should we do?" Xie Wanjun asked. Hao Ren smiled and said, "What do you say?" They looked at each other and crossed the street. Chapter 483. Chinese Kung Fu. Those African Americans were a bit surprised when they saw Hao Ren and Xie Wanjun walking over. Brooklyn was the most populous district in New York City, and people from all over the world lived there. These African Americans had the impression that the Chinese around were all just businessmen or restaurant owners who weren't good at basketball. They also believed that Chinese kids were all good students and stayed at home to study all the time. Bam! Xie Wanjun pushed open the metal gate and walked into the basketball court. Two African Americans who were watching nearby quickly went over and shut the metal gate. Street basketball was like a tradition in Brooklyn, but most people who played street basketball were African Americans. They were extremely hostile toward other races entering their basketball court. A basketball that was a bit dirty was thrown at Hao Ren. Hao Ren caught the ball with one hand and dribbled it a few times. From his movements, the others could tell that Hao Ren was a newbie in basketball. Those African Americans shook their heads and looked extremely condescending. More than a dozen African Americans came over and surrounded Hao Ren and Xie Wanjun. Xie Wanjun was 2 meters tall, but these African Americans weren't weak at all. Their arms were all as thick as Hao Ren's legs, and their muscles filled up their t-shirts. Xie Wanjun held up 3 fingers toward them and then pointed to himself and Hao Ren with 2 fingers. He meant that it was him and Hao Ren against them 3. *T. The African American in front of Hao Ren suddenly grabbed the basketball from him. He dribbled the basketball, turned around with fancy footwork, and dunked the ball. The whole court roared with cheers. Ha ha ha. Since Hao Ren and Xie Wanjun were still standing still, they laughed even more. A few African Americans intentionally walked over and bumped Xie Wanjun's chest. "Ren, let's do this," Xie Wanjun said coldly. "Okay. I'll take the right side. You take the left side," Hao Ren responded. "Okay," Xie Wanjun said decisively. Just as they finished speaking, they started moving. They bumped into 5 or 6 people and dashed in front of the African American who had the ball at the speed of light. Po! Hao Ren's fingers poked lightly on the basketball, and it bounced out of the African American's hand. Hao Ren passed the ball with both hands. Xie Wanjun quickly caught the ball. He dribbled it a few times and then suddenly jumped up. Bam! Xie Wanjun had slam dunked on the basket that was standard tall. Dong! His heavy body landed, and the dust around his feet scattered around, forming a circle with his heels as the center. That was the so-called aura. Hao Ren used his inspector's token to check and found that there was a thin layer of invisible energy around Xie Wanjun's body. Through many basketball games, Xie Wanjun trained his body into the best condition. It was so great that it let out a strong aura. The African American who scored before was first shocked but then rushed to pick up the ball. 3 against 2. 2 of them went to guard Xie Wanjun while one kept an eye on Hao Ren. The basketball flew between the African American's palm and legs. It moved so fast that it turned into a series of gray shadows. Pia. Hao Ren suddenly got the ball miraculously, and it was now in his hands. This type of speed was still too slow for him. Hao Ren jumped and pretended to shoot, but he passed the ball to Xie Wanjun. The two African Americans rushed back to guard Xie Wanjun, but Xie Wanjun threw the basketball into the basket with incredible strength. Wah, wah, wah. Hao Ren also used fancy footworks and left a series of afterimage behind him, and the African Americans watched in astonishment. Hao Ren jumped up with might from the ground and also tossed the ball up into the air. As if he were wearing springs, he jumped up so high that he was almost above the basket. The height that Hao Ren reached was even higher than the basket. Hao Ren caught the basketball that almost flew away and slammed it into the basket. Not only the African Americans, but Xie Wanjun was also astonished. This jumping ability was monstrous. Hao Ren landed firmly and also sent a cloud of dust into the air. It was noon, and the sun shined brightly. Xie Wanjun suddenly smiled. Xie Wanjun suddenly smiled and remembered the time when Hao Ren and he faced another school in a basketball competition. "Come on, baby." Xie Wanjun provoked the African Americans. All the African Americans were furious, and they all rushed up at once. Xie Wanjun used his feet to kick up the basketball beside him. He slipped through all the African Americans and collided with a few as he ran through. Then, he suddenly passed the ball to Hao Ren. Hao Ren caught the ball and quickly turned around, easily dodged the 6 people who were charging at him swiftly. Whoosh! A three-pointer. Xie Wanjun rushed under the basket and got the ball. He bounced off a few African Americans and went outside the three-point line. He looked at Hao Ren and asked, "You have such good skills. Why not join the basketball team?" "I told you. I'm not interested in basketball," Hao Ren responded as he moved his elbows and dodged 2 African Americans who tried to grab his shoulder, and the 2 fell on the ground. "Yujia likes guys who play basketball," Xie Wanjun looked at Hao Ren and said as he dribbled the ball and went around the 3 defending African Americans. Whoosh! His aim was on point. "I know," Hao Ren smiled and responded. He quickly went back behind the three-point line, and Xie Wanjun passed the basketball over at an unexpected angle. Hao Ren swiftly took over the ball with his right hand and shot it again right there. Whoosh! He had scored again. "It's such a waste that you don't play basketball." Xie Wanjun was standing under the basket already. He bumped 2 other African Americans and jumped high to catch the falling basketball. "How's your university life?" Hao Ren asked Xie Wanjun to switch topics. The African Americans who surrounded them were all knocked over, and Xie Wanjun and Hao Ren passed the ball to each other without any obstacles. They were playing while just chatting casually. "It's okay." Xie Wanjun dribbled the basketball for a while and came over to Hao Ren. He lightly bumped Hao Ren with his shoulder and asked, "Seriously though, what do you think of Yujia?" "Pretty good," Hao Ren said dubiously. "You said that before. How is it still this?" Xie Wanjun stared at Hao Ren with his eyes opened widely. He looked dissatisfied. Bam! The basketball hit the frame and bounced sideways. Hao Ren jumped and caught the basketball. Then, he slammed the ball into the net. Slam dunk. The African American by the basket was bounced over by Hao Ren's knees, and he fell to the ground. The basketball rolled over to Xie Wanjun. On the basketball court were 6 to 7 African Americans who had all fallen to the ground. They were either covering their stomachs or noses. The other African Americans slowly backed up. They didn't dare to get close anymore. "Listen," Xie Wanjun picked up the ball and said slowly, "If you dare to treat Yujia poorly, I swear I'll kill you." He pressed the basketball with his hands, and it suddenly exploded. The African American who provoked Hao Ren and Xie Wanjun first was shaking and used his bad Chinese to shout out, "Chinese, Kung Fu." "Yes, Chinese Kung Fu." Xie Wanjun glared at him. He led Hao Ren over to the metal gate of the basketball court, and the African American who was guarding the door rushed to find the key to open the door. Today would absolutely leave a deep mark in their minds. They would know that some Chinese people really knew Kung Fu. 2 blocks away, Little White dramatically came out from the shadows of an alley. He had chased the plane across the Pacific Ocean. Now, it felt that Hao Ren was close by. In the alley, a few fierce-looking dogs were all wounded, and they let out sad whines. Little White just lifted its claw and was proud of itself. Chapter 484. A special day. Xie Yujia's parents' place in New York City was in a quiet residential area, and it was a 2-story house. All the houses looked similar, and there were some 6-story apartments nearby. The homes and condos here looked quite different compared with the structures in East Ocean City. New York City was an expensive place to live in, so it was quite amazing that they owned their own place. Yujia. Xie Wanjin's parents came out to greet them immediately. Uncle, auntie. Xie Yujia greeted them in excitement. Xie Yujia's father's business in the US was expanding rapidly, and he had a plan to open a new factory facility in the West. Xie Yujia's parents were still going to be in charge of the main factories in New York City, so they were planning to let Xie Wanjin's parents manage the new factory. Xie Wanjun was studying at Stanford, which was near San Francisco. If his parents were in charge of a factory on the West Coast, then their family could get together more often. Xie Wanjin's parents knew they could see their son more, so they decisively sold off their business in China and came to the US. Xie Wanjin's dream was to play in the NBA. However, he also had the potential of becoming a good entrepreneur. Xie Ming wanted to turn his business into a giant family business, and he had been making progress. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia's classmates thought that Xie Yujia was from an ordinary family. However, Xie Yujia was from a much wealthier family compared with Lin Li, whose father owned a clothing distribution business in East Ocean City. Hurry and come in. It's been hot these days in New York. Xie Yujia's aunt grabbed Xie Yujia by the arm and pulled her into the house, and the inside was cool. This house was a standard American house. There was a garage, a backyard, and trees by the house. In terms of size, it was larger than Hao Ren's home by the sea. Xie Yujia came to the US every summer, so she was familiar with the house. However, Hao Ren felt a bit uncomfortable in this new environment. Oh. So, this is the little older brother that Yujia always talked about. Xie Yujia's uncle and aunt smiled and said as they handed Hao Ren a drink. Xie Yujia immediately blushed and murmured, "Auntie." Hao Ren smiled and looked a bit embarrassed. He looked out the window and saw the grasses and English signs outside the house, and he realized that he was still not used to the US. "Mom. I'm going to go upstairs and rest." Xie Yujia looked at Chang Qian and said. It was indeed boring sitting there, especially when the adults were making fun of her. Xie Yujia would rather go up to her room and rest. Go, go. Chang Qian waved her hands. Xie Yujia grabbed Hao Ren by his elbow and dragged him toward the stairs as well. The two-story house was made of wood, so it was different from the buildings in China. It was light and very quiet. Xie Yujia's room was on the second floor, facing the backyard. They could see the busy streets afar from the window, but the noises there could not be heard here. Her parents had reserved the room for her, and there were all sorts of things in it. Since Xie Yujia was coming, they cleaned it so that it looked spotless. Xie Yujia had parents that cared a lot about her. On the wall, there a heartfelt picture of their entire family by the beach. The Xie Yujia in the picture was a bit younger, so it was probably from a few years ago. How long are you staying this time? Xie Yujia sat by her bed and asked Hao Ren. I'll let the old friends catch up, so I'll stay for 3 to 4 days, Hao Ren said as he walked over to the window and looked at the small road in front. I'm not really familiar with New York. When I spend my summers with them, I just read a bit and go take walks at the universities here, Xie Yujia said. She was sitting on the edge of the bed with her hands supporting her body as she swayed her legs. Hao Ren knew Xie Yujia's parents were busy people. Xie Yujia was a good girl, so she didn't want to disturb her parents' work. When Hao Ren saw how calm she was, he suddenly felt like he should treat her better. Let's go and take a walk. Hao Ren walked over and pulled her up. Xie Yujia was a bit surprised, and her eyelashes curled up as she opened her beautiful eyes widely. Hao Ren dragged her off the edge of the bed. Xie Yujia was in a short skirt, and her skirt fluttered slightly, showing her white legs. Dong, 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 Hao Ren led Xie Yujia down the stairs. What's up? Chang Qian asked while she was making dumplings. We're going out for a walk, Hao Ren said. You just got off the plane. Why don't you take a rest and get over your jet lag? Chang Qian asked. No need, Hao Ren responded and ran out of the house with Xie Yujia. Xie Ming looked at them and laughed. It's okay. Young people are full of energy. Zhao Zonghua also smiled. It's Hao Ren's first time being in the US, he must be excited. Xie Yujia's palm was delicate and cool, and Hao Ren felt comfortable held her hands as they crossed the street. After being on a plane for tens of hours, normal people would be exhausted. However, they were in first-class cabin and were cultivators. Today, Xie Yujia was wearing a light brown short skirt, a pink and white striped t-shirt with lace on the sleeves, and a pair of white sneakers. She looked especially youthful and beautiful. She was at the peak of her youth at the age of 18. She was no longer naive but not yet mature enough to lose interest in things. Right now, she was like a blooming flower. Hao Ren was only half a year older than her. When they were kids, she called him little older brother all the time. Now that these two childhood sweethearts had grown older, the half-year difference was no longer a big matter. They had suddenly grown into their golden age. Taxi. Xie Yujia waved a taxi by the road. She dragged Hao Ren in and spoke a bunch of English to the driver. Hao Ren never knew that Xie Yujia was great at speaking English, but that was because she spent her summers in the US each year. The taxi drove through the roads in Brooklyn, and Xie Yujia looked outside to see the sceneries flying past them. From the look on her face, she had never toured around New York properly. The taxi stopped in front of a big church, and Xie Yujia paid the driver before pulling Hao Ren out. There was a stone plate by the church's entrance, and Xie Yujia put a finger by her mouth and bent down to read it carefully. Hao Ren had studied with Xie Yujia a few times. He knew when she put her finger by her mouth, she was reading attentively. The light brown skirt was slightly lifted because she bent down, and Hao Ren saw more of her white thighs. Her legs were straight as she put one hand on her knee and the other by her mouth. Her eyes brightened as she read the information on the plate. The old church that was gray and black created an excellent background for Xie Yujia, who was in her pink and white shirt. This scene was even prettier than the ones on postcards, and it was a pity that Hao Ren didn't bring a camera, or else he could have recorded this down. This is our Old Lady Loretto Church, and it was built in the early 20th century. It has a long history. Xie Yujia turned over and looked at Hao Ren. She went around the church and found that there was no entrance into the building, and she looked a bit disappointed. Hao Ren saw how excited she was and couldn't help but laugh. When she came to the US before, she didn't wander the streets of New York. It wasn't because she wasn't interested, but it was because she didn't have anyone to go look around with her. There are still many tourist spots in Brooklyn. There's the Brooklyn Heights and Cobble Hills, Xie Yujia said happily as she walked over to Hao Ren. Let's go take a look, Hao Ren said with a smile. Okay. Xie Yujia nodded and ran over to wave down another taxi. Xie Yujia was excited about each tourist spot. New York City was large, and Brooklyn was the most populated district and wasn't small in size either. They went to the most famous tourist spots and walked across the famous Brooklyn Bridge. It was also the bridge that connected Manhattan and Brooklyn. Xie Yujia is very happy and smiled brightly like the sun. Although she had been to New York multiple times, she wasn't a girl who loved to go out and play. That was why she only spent time with her parents and didn't go anywhere else the first few times she was in New York. Now that Hao Ren was with her, she could really look around. With a map and her faint impression of New York, she went to the tourist spots one by one. Hao Ren's English was nowhere as good as Xie Yujia's, so he followed her closely. There were some places where he thought they were nothing special, but he understood why they were famous after Xie Yujia's careful observation and interesting explanation. New York was an exciting city. The streets felt different compared to East Ocean City. Xie Yujia led the way passionately. She would point to here and there, and when she got lost, she would look at the map and start over. Hao Ren followed her, listening to her novice explanations. Suddenly, he felt like he didn't know Xie Yujia at all. This was a very strange feeling. Hao Ren felt like he traveled to New York alone and coincidentally met a girl who was also traveling in New York alone, so they decided to go around together. Hao Ren followed Xie Yujia everywhere. Xie Yujia was in a short skirt, pink and white striped t-shirt, and running shoes. Who wouldn't like this type of girls who were positive, cheerful, youthful, were definitely wife materials. From Broadway to the Empire State Building, from Chinatown to Wall Street, from the Metropolitan Museum of Arts to the American Museum of Natural History, Xie Yujia had gone to all the places she didn't have a chance to go to before. Their final stop was Columbia University, which was situated in the heart of New York. Now, they had the opportunity to catch a glimpse of life at an American university. The architecture style of this historic American university was very different compared to the modern style of East Ocean University. Each building here looked like a church. The grasses were green, and there were trees all around. Blonde girls and boys were sitting on the grasses. Some were chatting while others read quietly. It felt very different compared to East Ocean University. If Xie Yujia came to the US for university, she would be able to get in such a prestigious school for sure, Hao Ren thought. Let's take a break. Hao Ren led Xie Yujia over to a grass field. Unlike the summertime at the East Ocean University, most of the students here didn't go home. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia ventured into this world-renowned university as if they were international students who didn't go home for the summer. The grasses were warm in the sun. Hao Ren was a bit tired from walking around the whole day with Xie Yujia, and it was the perfect time for a break. The American students who were chatting looked over at Hao Ren and Xie Yujia as they walked past them. Hao Ren was the stereotypical handsome Eastern guy, and Xie Yujia was an Asian beauty. Together, they were a perfect match. They caught the attention of many American students since they looked perfect together, creating a beautiful, calm and peaceful scene. Hao Ren found a spot in the shade, and he lied down on the grasses comfortably. Xie Yujia took a spot next to Hao Ren, and she pulled her skirt down and carefully lied down as well. Hao Ren put his arm behind her head, acting as her pillow. Xie Yujia was a bit surprised, and she turned to look at Hao Ren while her face was a bit red. Moments ago, Xie Yujia was energetic and running all over the place. Now, she turned into a quiet and reserved girl. The sky was blue, and the clouds were white. Their toes pointed at a pointy old tower. Hao Ren felt Xie Yujia's hair on his arm, and he had the impulse to play with her hair with his hands. Her hair was black, smooth, and soft. It resembled her personality. Xie Yujia looked at the sky with her beautiful eyes, and it felt like there was something in her mind. She suddenly sat up and said something to a few American students that walked by, and she ended up borrowing a book from them. Hao Ren smiled at Xie Yujia and thought that she was pretty confident and capable of many things. Not to say that his English wasn't good, but he would never be able to borrow a book from strangers. Xie Yujia opened the English book and lied back on Hao Ren's arm. The sunlight shone through the leaves, and light spots appeared on Xie Yujia's soft body and beautiful face. She gave out a mysterious type of beauty. Maybe it was because she wasn't lying in a comfortable position. She adjusted herself and rested her head by Hao Ren's shoulder before settling down on his stomach. Hao Ren's belly was firm because of his abs, and its shape was a perfect pillow that followed the natural curve of Xie Yujia's head. Lying down, Hao Ren looked at Xie Yujia and felt like he discovered her playful side. He reached out to touch her forehead. It was smooth and fine. Xie Yujia rolled her eyes as she gave him a slight glare. Hao Ren couldn't help but giggle. He reached out to rub her cheeks, and they were soft and smooth and very firm. Xie Yujia finally turned her head around, and she pouted and closed her eyes, acting as if she wasn't bothered by him. Hao Ren looked at her and suddenly got a special feeling. He felt like he loved Xie Yujia. Two students were kissing in front of the academic building. Xie Yujia felt that the look on Hao Ren's face was changing, and she suddenly blushed when she saw the kissing couple. She had kissed Hao Ren once before, but that was under impulse. The feeling and atmosphere now were much different. Time seemed like it had stopped, and Hao Ren approached Xie Yujia's red and plump lips. Xie Yujia blushed. She closed her eyes, and her black eyelashes quivered slightly. Paw, something wet and hot was curling around Hao Ren's cheeks. Hao Ren turned over and saw Little White. It was wriggling its tail happily, and it started to lick his cheeks. Chapter 485. Young people should be proactive. Little White stretched its legs, digging against Hao Ren's chest, and its furry body rubbed against Xie Yujia's face. Little White, why are you here? Xie Yujia was surprised when she saw Little White, and her blush slowly vanished when she saw it. Although her heart was still pounding hard, she tried to act calm in front of Little White. Little White chirped and looked at them with watery eyes. Zhen Kongming was staying at Wu Luoxi's place, so he didn't even bother with Little White. Little White missed Hao Ren, so it followed their plane to New York. Then, it used the faint connection it had with Hao Ren to track him down. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia had been wandering the city for the whole day. They had taken taxis, subways, and buses, running around the city. Little White had searched for them around this big city. Finally, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia stopped at Columbia University to take a rest, allowing Little White to catch up. There was a telepathic bond between Little White and Hao Ren since their relationship was spirit beast and owner, so Hao Ren suddenly pitied this little animal since he felt how much it had been through. Okay, I won't leave you alone anymore. But you're the one to blame for being so close with Zhen Kongming, Hao Ren said as he patted its head. Little White looked up and smiled delightfully. Xie Yujia laughed when she saw its energetic figure, so she reached to rub its soft white fur. She stood up and returned the book to the American students. Then, she went back to Hao Ren's side. Just when she was going to reach for Little White, it ran toward the stone path across the grasses. A pretty blonde girl bent down to play with it, and Little White lightly bit her finger and then jumped into her arms. Damn you, Little White, Xie Yujia couldn't help but cuss. How shameless. It wouldn't even let go of pretty blondes, Hao Ren thought. He just felt a bit sorry for Little White, but he now wanted to choke it to death. It was almost dusk. Although the nightlights in the heart of New York City were pretty, Xie Yujia wanted to go home and have dinner with her family. They took the subway back to Brooklyn, and they went back just in time to enjoy the freshly cooked dumplings made by Xie Yujia's mom. Little White was now locked up in Hao Ren's necklace. Because Zhen Kongming was on Little White's side before, Hao Ren didn't put it in his storage space. However, he couldn't let it run around now, so he had to lock him up. Since everyone was there for dinner, it had a great atmosphere. Xie Yujia looked happy and a bit more charming than before with her pink cheeks. Ren, why not stay here for the summer? Xie Ming suddenly asked after a bite of dumpling. Hao Ren looked up with a surprised look, and Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren with anticipation. That would be good. I'll stay here for 2 more days, but Ren can stay here. I'm sure his visa allows him to stay here, Hao Zhonghua said. That's not a problem. Staying for the summer is not a problem at all, Xie Ming said as he patted his chest. Yeah. I like Ren. Stay for the summer with Yujia, Xie Yujia's mom, Chang Qian, said with a smile. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were childhood sweethearts, and the two families were very close as well. Xie Ming asked Hao Ren to stay with them not only because they wanted to match Xie Yujia and Hao Ren up. It was also because they wanted to thank Hao Ren for taking care of Xie Yujia at East Ocean City. Of course, Xie Yujia and Hao Ren were a perfect match after taking both family background and age into consideration. If they wanted to date each other, Xie Ming and Chang Qian would never object to it. Instead, they would support and encourage them to be together. They had been in the US for a while now, and they were more open. If Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were in a stable relationship and wanted to live together, it was fine by them. Moreover, they thought Hao Ren was a good kid. If Ren doesn't want to stay here for 2 months, we'll give you some money. You guys could go to Niagara Falls, Disneyland, the Grand Canyon, San Francisco, Mead Lake, Hollywood, we'd pay for all your expenses. If you want to go to Canada for a few days, we'll organize it for you as well. Xie Ming looked at Hao Ren and said with generosity. Ming, you said it yourself. Zhao Zhonghua pointed at Hao Ren happily. I said it. Xie Ming patted his chest again. As long as you two want, I'll pay for everything. Xie Yujia originally just wanted to spend a peaceful summer with her parents. Now that her dad said this, she wanted to go a little bit. It's okay, uncle. I'll pass this time. Hao Ren shook his head and smiled. I'm not too familiar with the US. What's the matter? It's a good opportunity. Treat it as a trip. Xie Ming tried to convince him. Dad. Xie Yujia started talking, looking a bit embarrassed. If Hao Ren doesn't want to go, you don't have to force him. Hao Ren looked at her and felt a bit guilty. If it were before, he would have stayed and played in the US for the whole summer. However, he had promised to go through the special training with Zhao Kuo. Therefore, he couldn't stay at Xie Yujia's place. Our Ren is a bit shy. He's too used to home. Hao Zhonghua tried to make the situation less awkward. Then, he glared at Hao Ren, not understanding why he didn't accept Xie Ming's invitation. It would be beneficial for his English if he stayed in the US for 2 months. Don't worry. Treat this as your home. Chang Qian smiled and reached out to pat Hao Ren's firm shoulder. There were usually multiple kids in an American family, and Xie Yujia's parents' neighbor had 4 kids. Chang Qian helped her husband with their business in the day and missed her daughter at night. Sometimes, she wished she had a son. However, she couldn't have any more children at her age. That was why she liked Hao Ren and treated him as her godson. Xie Ming and Zhao Zhonghua were men who were more careless, and they didn't think through a lot of stuff and weren't as delicate and thorough with many things. Chang Qian was a woman and tended to pay attention to details. She could tell that Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were a secret couple through things such as how they looked at each other, how they held hands when going up and down the stairs, and how they went out together. Chang Qian knew her daughter well and knew she had a crush on this little older brother. The timing was perfect for the two to slowly progress into an official relationship. It was going to be beautiful. Mom, why are you staring at him? Xie Yujia looked a bit discontent as she poked Chang Qian with the back of her chopsticks. Hee hee, Chang Qian giggled a bit. Hao Ren looked better and better in her eyes. What a dumb daughter of mine. She needs to hold tight to such a good guy. Obviously, Ren liked Xie Yujia, she thought. Xie Yujia was pretty and kind, smart and considerate. She hadn't even held a boy's hand before since this little older brother was always on her mind. In a sense, she was extremely conservative. There was no way Hao Ren didn't like such a good girl. Young people should be proactive. Chang Qian was shouting on the inside. Mom, Xie Yujia murmured when she saw her mom staring at Hao Ren. Kids your age should go out and see the world. You guys could travel by yourselves and book your own hotels. Your dad and I won't interfere at all, Chang Qian said to Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia was clever, so she understood what her mom meant. Going out together for several weeks on their own, they would be in the same room all the time. It wouldn't be hard to guess what could happen then. Hao Zhonghua smiled and looked at Hao Ren. Ren, why don't you reconsider? He liked Yujia. In his mind, if the two were to date each other, it would be a great thing. With Hao Ren's personality, he would for sure treat Xie Yujia well given his character. Xie Wanjun was also very attentive to this conversation. He thought Hao Ren was a bit weak and unreliable before. However, now he knew that Hao Ren was honest and strong. In a way, he admired Hao Ren. If Hao Ren stayed in the US this summer, they could play a lot of basketball together. No, it's really fine. I'll just stay for a few days, Hao Ren said. Sigh. Xie Ming sighed helplessly. Cheng Qian also looked disappointed. She didn't understand what Hao Ren was thinking. She knew he liked Xie Yujia, so she couldn't understand why he wouldn't stay. It seemed like Xie Wanjun was a bit disappointed as well. He was hoping that Hao Ren, who he became appreciated, could really become his cousin's boyfriend and husband. Mom, I'm full. I'm going up to rest. I'm tired today. Xie Yujia put down her chopsticks and smiled. Then, she walked straight upstairs. Hao Ren was very observative and saw that her eyes were a bit red. I'm full too. Hao Ren followed her up the stairs. Xie Ming watched them leave and smiled powerlessly. Just let them figure it out, he said. If Hao Ren hurts Yujia in the future, I'll break his leg. Hao Zonghua made a promise to Xie Ming. He and Xie Ming were best friends for tens of years. He liked Yujia from the bottom of his heart because she was kind and considerate. If Hao Ren were to break her heart or play with her feelings, Hao Zonghua would not spare his son. Not only would he give Hao Ren a lesson, but grandma also would. It's all right. Let the kids figure it out themselves. Xie Ming opened his hands and shook his head. From Xie Ming's perspective, even if Xie Yujia and Hao Ren's relationship didn't work out, it shouldn't destroy his friendship with Hao Zonghua. With Yujia's appearance, temperament, and his own relationships, Xie Ming felt like he could easily find a good guy to protect her. In Hao Ren's mind, he wanted to hurry up and improve his own strength. This was a time when the strong devoured the weak. If he were weak, he wouldn't be able to protect the ones he loved. Since there was one black wolf, there would be thousands who were like him. Chapter 486. The Trading Center on Fifth Heaven, Yujia. Hao Ren rushed to the stairs and turned around immediately to stand in front of Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren, and then she tightened her lips and went to her room. Yujia. Hao Ren reached out his hand, trying to stop her. Xie Yujia didn't pause her steps. Therefore, her soft belly ran into Hao Ren's arm. My parents just want you to stay for a bit longer. Why are you saying no to that? Xie Yujia pouted and felt a bit upset. She didn't have too much expectation for Hao Ren. All she wanted from him was for him to spend some time with her parents. After all, she had been staying at his home for a while and was taken good care of by his parents, so she figured that it was time for her parents to look after him in return. As for the trip around the US and Canada, she didn't really care about that. Xie Ming and Cheng Qian had cared for Hao Ren when he was a child. Xie Ming and Cheng Qian tried to run some businesses in those days, so Xie Yujia's family was more well off. On the contrary, the financial situation of Hao Ren's family was quite tight since Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were only focusing on scientific research. Luckily, Xie Ming always helped out Hao Zonghua and brought Hao Ren snacks and toys as if Hao Ren was his own child. Sometimes when Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were too occupied with their research that they didn't have time to take care of Hao Ren, Xie Ming and Cheng Qian would take Hao Ren back to their home and let little Yujia and little Ren sleep under the same blanket. Today, Hao Ren flatly refused Xie Yujia's parents' sincere invitation, which really upset Xie Yujia. It wouldn't be a big deal to her if Hao Ren hurt her feelings, but he hurt her parents. As someone who could never think that detailed, it was impossible for Hao Ren to figure out what was on Xie Yujia's mind. All he knew was that Xie Yujia was in a bad mood. Therefore, he touched her arm and said, I know your parents are very nice, but I have something really important going on in the summer. What? Xie Yujia looked up at Hao Ren with her watery eyes. Zi's third uncle wants to tutor me on cultivation, which might take over a month, Hao Ren said. Zi's third uncle. Xie Yujia wrinkled her pretty nose and faintly remembered how incredible Zhao Kuo was during the battle with Hao Ren at the Dragon God Shrine. Hao Ren stared at Xie Yujia, trying to figure out her reaction. Xie Yujia raised her head with a slight pout. She looked quite adorable from such a close angle. Fine. Since he is willing to teach you, you should try to learn from him, Xie Yujia said. She used to cultivate from scratch by herself. Therefore, the results were never satisfactory. However, many of her issues had been solved after Suhan offered to tutor her, and she elevated a lot faster. Therefore, she understood how much of a difference it would make when someone had guidance. Although Suhan only taught her for a couple of days, her cultivation speed increased over 3 or 4 times. Hao Ren would level up even faster if Zhao Kuo could guide him continuously for a month. Xie Yujia was sincere and didn't try to act at all when she said those words. Alright. Hao Ren didn't beat around the bush and nodded. He is really simple-minded. He isn't even trying to comfort me further, Xie Yujia thought as she looked at Hao Ren, feeling powerless. I'll go to fifth heaven with Little White in a bit. Are you coming? Hao Ren asked. I'm not going. I want to spend more time talking with my parents since I just got home tonight. Slightly lowering her head, Xie Yujia opened the door to her bedroom and answered. Underneath her silky black hair, her beautiful neck gave out a soft luster. Hao Ren lowered his head and smiled as he looked at her figure. Xie Yujia turned around and said suddenly, the room my parents prepared for you is next door, and the bathroom is down this way. Okay. Hao Ren gave her a slight smile. Leave Little White with me before you go back. I have to take care of the spiritual herbs on fifth heaven, Xie Yujia added. All the anger on her face had disappeared, and she was as sweet and soft as she used to be. Okay. Hao Ren couldn't help smiling. Humph, Xie Yujia stared at him before closing the bedroom door. Hao Ren went into his room while lightly slapping his face. No one could be as considerate as Yujia. Whoosh, Little White couldn't wait anymore. It jumped out of the storage space instantly as Hao Ren got in his room. It looked around the room anxiously while shaking its butt, which made it apparent to Hao Ren as to what it wanted to do. No, not now. Hao Ren rushed to grab the bag on the table and covered Little White with it. Poop. As soon as Hao Ren finished his words, Little White's golden poop came out of its butt and fell into the bag that Hao Ren was holding. Hao Ren felt disgusted even though it wasn't stinky. However, the poop was the perfect fertilizer for the spiritual herbs, which couldn't be thrown away. You damn dog. Go to fifth heaven. Hao Ren slapped it on the head. Little White felt aggrieved and started to wail. Based on its strength, it was strong enough to beat Hao Ren. However, it didn't have the gut to fight back. Stop pretending. Hao Ren slapped it on the head again. Let's go to fifth heaven. Rough. Little White jumped out the window and transformed into its snow lion form with a red energy sphere around it. It was already a level 2 spirit beast, and it wasn't dumb. It already learned how to create the red energy sphere from Zhen Kongming, which was a basic technique. Hao Ren also jumped out of the window and sat on Little White's back. Then, they flew to fifth heaven. A streak of golden light appeared in the east and flew toward Hao Ren. Buzz. The inspector's token on Hao Ren's waist started to vibrate, and he instantly realized that the person flying toward him was also an inspector. Soon, that person also realized that Hao Ren was an inspector, so he circled around and flew back to the corner in the east. There are inspectors even in New York, Hao Ren thought, and flew to second heaven while sitting on Little White. However, it wasn't something that was unbelievable. Since there were many inspectors all around the world, it wouldn't be strange to see some in a big city like New York. Even Qin Xiaoyang had traveled to Europe for a few years before. Since Xie Yujia would be living in New York for a while, she would be monitored by the inspectors in New York. However, she had the mark on her shoulder which was left by old grandma, so there would be no inspector who dared to take the risk and bother her. Whoosh! Little White created a multicolor streak of light in the red energy sphere and flew toward fifth heaven. The area between second and fifth heaven was where dragon cultivators and human cultivators could meet. Among the human cultivators who were hanging around, there was no one brave enough to get close to them. Since Hao Ren didn't have any interest in dealing with these people, he and Little White just flew to fifth heaven directly. Bang! Hao Ren broke through the fragile array formation, and the air filled with nature essence caressed his face. Clouds and fogs were everywhere on fifth heaven. There was still some distance from where Hao Ren and Little White entered to Ethereal Summit. Spirit beasts were good at looking for directions. Moreover, Little White had been trained by Zhen Kongming, which made it even more impossible for them to get lost. They flew over many summits, but not one single sect dared to stop them. Little White's speed was equivalent to the speed of nascent soul realm cultivators. Whoever wanted to block a nascent soul realm cultivator on fifth heaven was looking for death. Bang! Little White flew into Ethereal Summit while carrying Hao Ren on its back, and a streak of white light was left wherever Little White flew by. The spiritual herbs in the valley seemed like they changed a bit after a few days. Hao Ren opened the bag in his hand and poured it into the field. Little White's poop fell into the middle of the field bit by bit. Its poop was the perfect fertilizer for the spiritual herbs since it could give the herbs over 10 years of energy. Go to the valley. Hao Ren threw away the bag and slapped Little White on its head. Little White flew to the valley aggrievedly. Hao Ren noticed that there were more messages left on the bulletin board at the entrance of the valley, but most of them were messages that were asking for elixir pills or wanting to trade elixir pills, dharma treasures, and cultivation techniques. Hao Ren didn't need any of them and ignored them. However, there was one message that drew Hao Ren's attention. 3 10,000-year golden trees for 30 beauty pills. Since this spiritual herb could be used for cultivating the 7-core 5-color lotus, Hao Ren was thrilled. He went back to the valley while stepping on his sword energy. He entered the treasure light pavilion and found a jade board snatched by Zhao Yanzi before and a red pen. He then went back to the entrance of the valley and switched the small piece of wooden board on the stone wall with the jade board. Hao Ren didn't expect the short message he left on the board at the entrance of the valley would spread so fast. Right now, the board was covered with all kinds of information, and many of the characters couldn't be seen. 3 10,000-year golden trees for 30 beauty pills. Hao Ren copied the words down onto the jade board using the pen and added the word, filled, at the end. 30 level 4 foundation establishment pills for 2 10,000-year black herbs. Hao Ren revised the original exchange information. He lowered the number of spiritual herbs and elixir pills. Afterward, he marked a star at the end which indicated that the information was important. The red pen wrote the characters, and they stood out even more on the white jade board. After thinking for a while, Hao Ren laid his finger on the jade board and released a sword energy which left a neat and thin line in the middle. Host, guest. Hao Ren used his finger and left 2 words on the board, one on the top and the other one under the thin line. In ancient time, even the top martial art masters would have a hard time leaving marks on jade with their fingers. However, Hao Ren just did it without any difficulty. He could now be considered as an immortal by mortals. On top, there was the buying information from Ethereal Summit. On the bottom, there were the requests from the outside cultivators. Now, the information was obvious at one glance. Whoosh, whoosh, Hao Ren drew a vertical straight line down the middle. On the left were the items that were being offered, and on the right were what were being sought after. Hao Ren looked at the jade board with satisfaction and brought Little White back into Ethereal Summit. What he didn't expect was that the formal format he randomly left here created the first trading center on 5th Heaven. It was later rumored that nascent soul realm cultivators liked in the valley, which made it impossible for anyone to erase information from other cultivators, controlled operations, private management, and a monopoly. All the cultivation resources would be gathered here. Chapter 487. Asking the master for elixir pills. Hao Ren uttered a long sigh of relief. The all-night-long cultivation on 5th Heaven enabled him to half open an opening. With the reminder from old grandma, Hao Ren realized that cultivation couldn't be rushed. As a result, he started to be more cautious. Since Hao Ren would be under Zhao Kuo's special training in a few days, he wasn't in a rush to break through his levels. He would rather follow Zhao Kuo's guidance to reach a better level. Whoosh, 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 the 320 sword energies came out of Hao Ren's arms. The 3 talents heaven-earth array formation was being performed in the air of the valley. Its formation was neat and beautiful. Little White ran out of its small cave, and it went to the grassland on the foot of the hill and started it, first pile of the morning. 3 talents heaven-earth array formation. Sitting in the cave, Hao Ren shouted abruptly. Little White, who was about to wipe its butt on the grass, ran away immediately as it saw bunches of sword energies suddenly coming toward it. The sword energies followed its butt while the bright lights around them cut off all the grasses around Little White. Knowing that there was no way to hide, Little White finally lied on its back and spat a giant fireball. Haha, sitting in the cave, Hao Ren laughed as the 320 sword energies spun together to put out the fireball. Then, they stabbed toward Little White on its round tummy. Little White cried and looked around but didn't see Hao Ren. It knew that it couldn't get away from the sword array formation, so it just released 5-colored light from its paws and slid against the grass. Then, it shook suddenly and spat 3 fireballs. Those fireballs were extremely hot and chased Hao Ren's sword energies around. Vroom, the unstoppable sword energies annoyed Little White, and it started to howl in a low and fierce tone. Its golden claws emitted golden sparks, and it transformed into a giant snow lion, which allowed it to block dozens of sword energies that were coming toward it. Little White had evolved to level 2, and its golden fur had spread from its paws to its legs, making these body parts the toughest parts of its body. No weapons would be able to hurt it, and even regular Dharma spells couldn't damage it. As a result of that, every part of a spirit beast was a treasure, especially the fur of high-level spirit beasts. Snow Lion's fur would turn golden if they evolved level 5, just like Luya, which was owned by Duan Yao's father. No regular weapon could do any harm to Luya at all. As for the Snow Lions on level 6, they were more powerful than a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. In terms of strength, it could even reach a draw while battling with cultivators below the soul formation realm. The reason the Sky Mountain sect could firmly occupy the mountains that contained plentiful nature essence was that a level 6 Snow Lion guarded them. Bang! 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 Little White used its front paws to smack off the sword energies that were shooting toward it. It then took the chance to fly and spat another fireball. Boom! The fireball exploded in the middle of the sword energies and melted down tens of them. Hao Ren, who was sitting in his cave, felt his chest tighten. Then, he rushed to control the rest of the sword energies to encircle Little White. Roar! Little White let out an angry howl and waved its paws as fast as the wind. Boom! The 160 sword energies formed into a twin dragon array formation and dashed toward Little White. Roar! Roar! After spitting 2 small fireballs, Little White finally was unable to shoot anymore. As the sword energies were about to cut its ears, a massive block of ice came out of Little White's throat. The huge ice formed into a barrier that froze all the sword energies close by. The legendary ice and fire elemental Snowlion, Little White finally exposed its potential. Sitting in the cave, Hao Ren smiled with content. His sword energies were like Dharma treasures, but not exactly. If they were regular Dharma treasures, they would be frozen by Little White already. The sword energies turned into tiny sparks of nature essence and went back to the cave where Hao Ren was. Little White was powerful but was also too lazy. Therefore, the only way to improve its strength was to push its limit. That block of ice melted all of a sudden, and it crashed onto a big piece of land. Luckily, where Hao Ren battled with Little White was the corner of the valley. If it were in the middle of the valley, and he ruined the spiritual herbs, Xie Yujia would be very upset. The sword energies went back to Hao Ren's cave and returned to his body. He lost some of his nature essence during the battle with Little White, but he still felt happy. Little White, Little White. Hao Ren clapped his hands toward Little White. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0v3L Bean site. Little White looked back at Hao Ren, who was standing in the middle of the hill. Then, it turned around and ignored Hao Ren. This little beast seemed angry now. Hao Ren laughed. He poured 6 elixir pills out of the bottle and threw them at Little White. The elixir pills flew steadily to Little White over the valley. The elixir pills fell beside Little White on the grasses, but it chose to ignore them. Fine, Little White. Hao Ren flew over and petted its head. Ruff, ruff, aggrieved whispers kept coming out of Little White's mouth. Alright, I will inform you before any battle from now on. Hao Ren rubbed its soft neck gently. Little White lifted its head, stared at Hao Ren with its teary eyes, then chewed on the elixir pills that were on the grasses. Good. Hao Ren rubbed its round head and realized Little White was innocent sometimes. Although this animal liked beautiful girls, food, being lazy, rolling around, and pretending to be little, it was still very loyal. After eating the elixir pills, Little White licked Hao Ren passionately. It was close to him again. Hao Ren might look unhappy with Little White, but he actually cared about it a lot. If anyone ever tried to bully Little White, Hao Ren would be the first one to avenge. We'll go back shortly. Hao Ren rubbed Little White's ears. Then, he went back to check the entrance of the valley. According to rumors, there was a nascent soul realm cultivator living in Ethereal Summit. Thus, there shouldn't be any cultivator trying to get close at night. However, Hao Ren still went there out of curiosity to see if there were any new messages left on the jade board. The array formation of the valley opened, and Hao Ren noticed 2 people standing at the entrance as he was about to check on the board. One of them was a beautiful lady, and the other was a pretty girl. Both of them were wearing Taoist robes that were common on 5th heaven, but one of them was kneeling while the other was standing. The girl who was kneeling had some terrible wounds in her face that looked new, and there were still bruises on both of them even though they got cleaned. They didn't expect people to show up, so they were shocked to see Hao Ren. Seeing Hao Ren, who was dressed strangely and young, they got so surprised that they didn't know what to say. What's the matter? Staring at them, words jumped out of Hao Ren's mouth subconsciously. Master, please grant us some elixir pills. That beautiful lady looked at Hao Ren and finally talked. We were thrilled to see you come back to the valley last night, but we were afraid to interrupt your cultivation. Therefore, we waited here on our knees the whole night. Chapter 488. How dare you? Hao Ren stared at this beautiful lady and vaguely remembered that she was the sect master of Qin Yin, one of the 3 small sects nearby. As for the person who was on her knees, she was probably a disciple of the sect. Living in Ethereal Summit actually meant that Hao Ren had taken away this spiritual valley owned by all 3 sects before. However, since the 3 sects believed that a nascent soul realm cultivator was living in the valley, they didn't dare to fight against it and were very respectful. As long as Xie Yujia needed some material and announced it, all 3 sects, especially Qin Yin sect, would try their best to get them. Hao Ren had observed the 3 small sects recently and found that they were well behaved and quiet compared to other sects on 5th heaven. All that they focused on was training their own disciples. Although they would have conflicts from time to time, they never tried to provoke other sects. What is going on? Hao Ren looked at the sect master of Qin Yin and asked. It was like this. The sect master of Qin Yin faced Hao Ren with respect and explained, yesterday, Kongtong sect, which is 250 kilometers away, suddenly attacked us and robbed all the foundation establishment pills and beauty pills that were rewarded to us. All the disciples of Qin Yin sect tried to defend, and even Seven Star sect and Changhua sect offered their help. However, we still lost to the masters from Kongtong sect. She looked at Hao Ren and realized that there was no change on his face, so she kept going. Wu Yan is a disciple of Qin Yin sect, and she just reached core formation realm. However, those evil cultivators damaged her golden core. I, Lu Yan, wish that you could help to cure Wu Yan. The sect master of Qin Yin was about to get on her knees in front of Hao Ren as she was talking. Hao Ren looked very young, but the sect master of Qin Yin didn't dare to look down upon him. From what she knows, a great cultivator of nascent soul realm lived in the Herb King Valley, and she had at least a male disciple and 2 female disciples. This young man doesn't seem powerful at all, so he might be a disciple of that great nascent soul realm cultivator, the sect master of Qin Yin thought, and didn't dare to neglect Hao Ren. After all, a nascent soul realm cultivator was too mysterious to a small sect like Qin Yin. They couldn't take the risk even though this young man might just be a little disciple. Did you suffer any casualties? Hao Ren asked with a cold expression. 6 disciples died, and 2 were seriously injured. Lu Yan answered in a low voice. Humph, Hao Ren snorted. Lu Yan looked at Hao Ren anxiously. She didn't know what that snort meant. Is he angry that we are coming to him for this incident? Does he think that this incident is too small for the nascent soul realm cultivator to care? The sect master of Qin Yin thought. To a nascent soul realm cultivator, small sects on 5th heaven were as weak as insects. They could wipe out a small sect with just one finger. If this nascent soul realm cultivator in the Herb King Valley wasn't kind to Qin Yin sect and didn't often give them elixir pills, the sect master of Qin Yin wouldn't dare to come here because of the deaths of her disciples. Are you lying? Hao Ren looked at Lu Yan and asked. After hearing Hao Ren's questions, Lu Yan looked at Hao Ren anxiously. Everything I said is true. There is absolutely no lie. I would never lie to master. Please investigate. The female disciple who was kneeling in front of the valley in sorrow and was too scared to interrupt suddenly raised her head and said, as long as master is willing to avenge for my sisters, I, Wu Yan, is willing to be your cauldron and help you increase your realm. Cauldron was a term in dual cultivation. It was where the female cultivator sacrifices all her cultivation strength to make the male cultivator improve in strength. To a female cultivator, after being a cauldron, her foundation and future would be ruined. This is a detox elixir pill. Crush it, and you can use it to cure injuries. This is an essence replenishment pill which helps with recovery. Here is a foundation establishment pill that helps with stabilizing realms. Hao Ren took 3 elixir pills and handed them to Lu Yan. Thank you for granting us the elixir pills. Lu Yan was moved to tears, and she could finally let go of the breath she was holding in. Even the elixir pills given by the nascent soul realm cultivator's disciple are excellent level 4 elixir pills, she thought. Here are some more essence replenishment pills. Keep them with you and give them to the other injured disciples. Hao Ren put some more elixir pills in Lu Yan's hand. All the elixir pills that Xie Yujia gave Hao Ren were the best. Therefore, the elixir pills he took out of his necklace were all level 4. None of them were level 3 elixir pills. After seeing that the sect master of Qin Yin was too excited to say anything, Hao Ren looked at the female cultivator who was still on her knees and asked, where can I find Kongtong sect? On the Yellow Dragon Mountain, which is 250 kilometers in the west. Wu Yan raised her head and said determinedly. Okay. Hao Ren nodded and entered the valley. Wu Yan, who was still kneeling outside the valley, looked at her sect master, feeling confused about Hao Ren's reaction. Only a little while after, Hao Ren came out of the valley. He now changed to a traditional robe on 5th heaven and a pair of ordinary shoes. There was also a longsword on his back and a flying sword in his hand. Oh my god, Zhao Yanzi even took away their shoes, Hao Ren thought as he walked out of the valley. The young disciple, Wu Yan, and the sect master of Qin Yin, Lu Yan, both looked at Hao Ren in surprise. I don't know that place. Come with me and show me the way. The flying sword in Hao Ren's hand seemed to have a soul of its own as it flew below Hao Ren and took him into the air. Wu Yan paused for a second before nodding determinedly. All right. Come on. Hao Ren said to Wu Yan. Wu Yan got on Hao Ren's flying sword with caution. This flying sword was of good quality. Even though Zhen Kongming would never be interested in it, it was good enough for Hao Ren to use as a disguise. What Zhao Yanzi robbed could be useful sometimes. Whoosh, a streak of white light appeared, and Hao Ren instantly flew thousands of meters away with Wu Yan. Lu Yan watched Hao Ren disappear in the distance and was surprised. She didn't expect that this young man could be so incredible. Countless sects filled up Fifth Heaven. Even the sect masters didn't know how many sects were there. All the sects were roughly divided into 4 tiers. The first tier sects on Fifth Heaven were affiliated with the sects on Sixth Heaven. For example, White Sand Sect was affiliated to Sky Mountain Sect, which was on Sixth Heaven. The second tier sects were associated with first tier sects, which meant that they had a little connection to the sects on Sixth Heaven, and they were still considered powerful. The third tier sects had nothing to do with the sects on Sixth Heaven at all. Among those sects, they were grouped based on their strength. Battles and killings happened very frequently. The fourth tier sects were small sects like Qin Yin sect that occupied a small area, and the number of disciples they had was limited as well. If Qin Yin sect, Changhua sect, and Seven Stars sect merged, they would barely make a third tier sect. Kongtong sect, the sect that attacked Qin Yin sect this time, was a second tier sect on Fifth Heaven. It used to be the same size as Sky Mountain sect when it was still on land. However, several generations of its sect masters didn't attempt to make progress, which caused the decline in its power. Moreover, most of its masters died during the Great War in the cultivation world that happened hundreds of years ago, and this sect wasn't qualified to enter Sixth Heaven. As a result, it could only stay on Fifth Heaven as a first-tier sect. Slowly, it deteriorated into second tier. All it did was to take advantage of third-tier and fourth-tier sects. Wu Yan was one of the most talented disciples in Qin Yin sect. Before Kongtong sect attacked them for the elixir pills, she just reached the core formation realm by taking a foundation establishment pill given by the Herb King Valley. Foundation establishment pills were extremely effective for Qi refinement realm cultivators to reach foundation establishment realm, and they were also useful for reaching the core formation realm. Since Xie Yujia gave elixir pills to Qin Yin sect, the number of foundation establishment realm cultivators had increased a lot. Wu Yan became the second core formation realm cultivator other than the sect master, which triggered Kongtong sect's greediness, resulting in them coming here to steal the cultivation resources. "Someone from your Qin Yin sect got injured a while ago?" Hao Ren asked as they flew to the west. "Master, my senior sister, Yi Su, was hurt by a nearby sect when she went to the mountains to collect herbs for Master. Thanks to your elixir pill, she was able to keep her cultivation strength," Wu Yan replied with great respect. "How was she during the attack from Kongtong sect?" Hao Ren asked. "Master, the other person who got seriously injured alongside me was my senior sister," Wu Yan said. Hao Ren remained silent. The law of jungles applied to Fifth Heaven as well. Even female cultivators had to face the brutal competition. "Actually," Wu Yan said after a few seconds of hesitation, "this was not the first time that we got injured. Sometimes, the injuries weren't that serious, so we didn't want to bother Master for help." Hao Ren nodded and kept silent. Qin Yin sect was the most earnest when collecting spiritual herbs for Ethereal Summit, which would obviously cause conflicts with other sects in the area. Xie Yujia didn't like to argue or fight with others. Therefore, when she saw the disciples of Qin Yin sect getting injured while collecting herbs, she would give them more elixir pills as compensation, and the idea of revenge never crossed her mind. As for Qin Yin sect, the disciples never expected that the nascent soul realm cultivator would seek justice for them. They were thankful already when they got elixir pills. Standing on the flying sword, Wu Yan looked at Hao Ren's face and didn't say anything. What she didn't know was that even though Hao Ren looked calm and cool, he was mad deep inside. The cultivators of Qin Yin sect were all females who never stirred up any conflicts. When they were collecting spiritual herbs, they were trying to find them in the wilderness. Therefore, it was unreasonable that other sects kept hurting them. Especially this time when Kongtong sect came to Qin Yin sect like robbers. They seriously hurt 2 disciples and killed 6. If Qin Yin sect didn't try its best to defend and didn't get help from Seven Star sect and Changhua sect, their losses would be even worse. Chapter 489. Destroy Kongtong. Hao Ren could probably figure out what Kongtong sect was thinking. These days, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were busy preparing for their exams and went sightseeing on Coral Island afterward. They hadn't been to Ethereal Summit for many days, which convinced Kongtong sect that the nascent ancestor wasn't in the Herb King Valley. Kongtong sect also believed that a small 4th-tier sect would be an easy target, and they bet that Qin Yin sect didn't dare to trouble that nascent soul realm cultivator. After all, The nascent soul realm cultivators usually ignored the little sects, and Kongtong sect believed that this cultivator was the same. To them, they felt like this cultivator giving Qin Yin sect some elixir pill was like a rich man giving a beggar a coin. If another beggar took that coin later on, the rich man wouldn't be bothered to do anything. However, they were wrong. Hao Ren wasn't a nascent soul realm cultivator, and he wasn't ignorant. Soon, a sect that occupied thousands of acres of land appeared before Hao Ren and Wu Yan. Kongtong sect is right there, Wu Yan said as she pointed ahead. Even though Kongtong sect had fallen, it still had a bright history and thus was able to get this large stretch of land. However, it was nothing in Hao Ren's eyes since he had seen big sects on 6 Heaven as well as the huge East Ocean Dragon clan. Bam! Hao Ren sped up and instantly passed through Kongtong sect's gate. At the same time, the longsword on his back flashed, chopping the gate into halves. Bam! The longsword shined again, destroying the grand protective array formation of this sect. He wanted to avenge for Qin Yin sect, but he also didn't want to reveal his light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Therefore, he picked up a good sword and used his nature essence through it. It was still very powerful. Good techniques. More than a dozen core formation realm cultivators, who were elders, appeared over the place and shot their dharma treasures toward Hao Ren. Buzz. Hao Ren's longsword buzzed, and a sharp sword energy appeared. It knocked away the first dharma treasure that was flying toward Hao Ren and also injured this elder. Then, the sword shined even more and dashed forward. The accumulated rage exploded along the sword energy. The sword energy turned into arrows and hit 2 of the elders so hard that they flew away while puking up blood. Then, the sword energy extended hundreds of meters and hit the middle of a mountain. All the paths and side palaces were crushed into pieces. Standing on Hao Ren's flying sword, Wu Yan looked at Hao Ren in shock. She didn't know that he was so powerful. He is the first disciple of the nascent soul realm cultivator after all. The more she thought about it, the more she felt how shallow she was. Who are you? These core formation realm elders yelled loudly even though Hao Ren had severely beaten them. Herb King Valley, Ethereal Summit. Hao Ren stated 5 words, and the longsword in his hand drew out another streak of glorious light. The lotus pond in front of the main palace also got exploded into pieces. The disciples of Kongtong sect started to run everywhere and had no intention of facing their enemy. The tip of Hao Ren's sword emitted bright light. Shortly, a ball of lightning came out of the sword and blew a hole in the middle of Kongtong sect's main mountain. Whoever injured the disciples of Qin Yin sect, come out right now. Hao Ren's angry shout could be heard clearly anywhere in the territory of Kongtong sect. All the foundation establishment realm disciplines of Kongtong sect hid in their cave abodes. No one had the guts to come out. As for the Qi refinement realm disciples, they rushed out of Kongtong sect, and some of them even had packed their belongings. It was way more important for them to save their own lives when a powerful enemy appeared. Come out. Those who killed the disciples of Qin Yin sect, Hao Ren yelled again. Hao Ren was seriously raging this time. Although he didn't have much of a relationship to the small sects nearby, they were still under his watch. The 3 small sects spread around Herb King Valley, and they supported each other even though life was hard for them. The reason Xie Yujia shared some of the elixir pills that she made with great efforts with them was to help them out. However, Kongtong sect acted surprisingly unreasonable as they didn't only rob but also killed the Qin Yin sect's disciples. Bang! Hao Ren threw another sword energy and cut a 2-meter deep trail on the square practice field. If these people didn't react, Hao Ren was going to demolish the entire Kongtong sect. What Hao Ren had learned from cultivation was that tolerance would only make the enemies more arrogant. Those core formation realm elders surrounded Hao Ren from a distance but were too terrified to make a move. They had never heard of Ethereal Summit, but they knew Herb King Valley, the valley behind Qin Yin sect where the rumored nascent soul realm cultivator lived. This young cultivator is incredibly mighty. He is probably a disciple sent by the nascent soul realm cultivator to take care of the conflict. The nascent soul realm cultivator has this young cultivator's back, and that is probably why he doesn't hesitate to demolish Kongtong sect, they thought. Kongtong sect had a glorious past since it used to have many nascent soul realm cultivators. However, they had fallen now. They didn't even have one nascent soul realm cultivator. The strongest cultivator they had was peak core formation realm, which gave them no confidence to fight back. Wu Yan stared at Hao Ren gratefully. She could feel that he was mad. She thought that with the support from that nascent soul realm cultivator, this young man would scold Kongtong sect. However, dressed in a golden robe, the sect master of Kongtong flew down from the back of the main mountain as he realized that the situation would get out of control. Please calm down. We will take care of this, Hao Ren didn't respond to him at all. Instead, he looked back at Wu Yan and asked, "Point out the people who killed in Qin Yin sect." Wu Yan looked at those elders as she tightened her teeth and lifted her soft hand. Him, and that guy. She was ready to risk anything. On Fifth Heaven, small sects had to give in when big sects bullied them, and there was no way for revenge. If Hao Ren only gave simple warnings to Kongtong sect during this trip, as soon as he moved out of Herb King Valley, Qin Yin sect would be in big trouble. But, Wu Yan felt that this young cultivator was different. She was willing to trust him and bet Qin Yin sect's future on him. If anything bad happened to Qin Yin sect, she would kill herself to apologize. Hao Ren looked at the four elders Wu Yan pointed at, and he slightly closed his eyes and brought out his longsword. The four elders were ready to use their killing techniques as well. They would fight until their deaths if Hao Ren were going to kill them. 4 kinds of Dharma treasure shot toward Hao Ren. However, Hao Ren's long sword emitted 4 dashes of colorful light. Boom, 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 boom. After 4 crisp sounds, the 4 Dharma treasures were destroyed. Hao Ren's longsword couldn't take such strong nature essence and cracked immediately as well. The residual energy in the 4 sword energies hit the 4 elders on their bodies and went through their stomachs. Hao Ren was still using the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, but it was in a different form. He was at low-tier gen level, but the strength he exhibited was mid-tier to even top-tier gen level. How could the core formation realm elders defeat Hao Ren when they weren't that strong in the first place? The 4 elders fell to the ground one after another, and they realized that all their golden cores had been shattered. They would never have the chance to cultivate again. Based on their statues and realms, they would never get the chance to get rare spiritual herbs and elixir pills to restore their golden cores. They weren't different from dead after losing their ability to cultivate. The face of the sect master of Kongtong paled. He was planning to say some nice words, make up some excuses, and return the stuff they took along with more treasures to get this over with. He was even willing for his sect to become a force under this nascent soul realm cultivator. However, he didn't expect Hao Ren to leave no negotiation room and directly end the 4 core formation realm elders. 4 core formation realm elders, this meant that Hao Ren damaged almost half of the strength of Kongtong sect. Kongtong sect would soon be downgraded to a 3rd-tier sect. Moreover, with the considerable loss of its disciples and buildings, it wouldn't take too long for Kongtong sect to drop to a 4th-tier sect. The news would spread wildly on 5th Heaven. Qin Yin sect, 7-star sect, Changhua sect. Whoever dares to bully these sects, I will kill them without mercy. After leaving his warning, Hao Ren threw away the rest of his sword, stepped on his flying sword, and flew toward the east. The broken sword he threw out stabbed into a stone plate beside the main palace, and it was so deep inside that only the handle could be seen. The rest of the core formation realm elders stared at each other in dismay. Then, they looked at the mess around Kongtong sect and started to make their own plans. Take some of the treasures in the sect and leave this place, a lot of them thought. They could still get elder positions in small sects based on their core formation realm strength. Hao Ren's flying sword left a streak of white light in the sky, and they returned to the entrance of Ethereal Summit shortly. The sect master of Qin Yin, Lu Yan, wasn't at the entrance anymore, so Wu Yan got off the flying sword. It looked like she wanted to say something to Hao Ren, but she hesitated and didn't do it. Honestly, Wu Yan was a pretty girl. Hao Ren knew what was on her mind, so he waved his hand and said, "You can go now. Your sect master really cares about you. Have some good rest and try your best to assist her so that Qin Yin could get stronger." "I will remember your words." Wu Yan bowed to Hao Ren with her eyes full of admiration. Then, she turned around and left. She respected Hao Ren from the bottom of her heart since he was so determined and decisive, but she didn't fall in love with him. She knew that she wasn't good enough for this young man, and she didn't want emotions to bother her future cultivation. Since this young cultivator didn't need her as a cauldron, she would go back and concentrate on her cultivation. After watching her leave, Hao Ren sighed in relief and went back to the valley. There was no doubt that what Hao Ren did would help the situation of the 3 small sects near Ethereal Summit. He might not be able to change the culture on 5th Heaven, but he could at least guarantee peace around Ethereal Summit. Chapter 490. It's okay to sleep together. Hao Ren and Little White left the valley and returned to 1st Heaven. Then, they returned to Brooklyn. Hao Ren entered the room through the window. Then, he put away the red energy sphere and messed up his bed. He had to pretend he had slept through the night. Very soon, Hao Zhonghua came knocking on the door. "Ren, did you wake up yet?" Hao Zhonghua shouted. "Just woke up." Hao Ren opened the door with a yawn. Hao Zhonghua looked over Hao Ren's shoulders to see his bed. Then, he looked at Hao Ren's expression and said, "Yujia's mom made breakfast. Come down and eat." Okay, I'll go wash up. Hao Ren walked toward the washroom on the second floor. You didn't sleep in your own room last night, right? Hao Zhonghua questioned. Huh? Hao Ren was shocked and observed Hao Zhonghua carefully. I wanted to have a father-son conversation with you last night, but you weren't in your room, Hao Zhonghua said. Hao Ren didn't know how to explain this, and he thought whatever he says would make things worse. You were in Yujia's room, right? Hao Zhonghua looked Hao Ren in the eyes and slowly asked. No, just when Hao Ren uttered a word, he was interrupted by Hao Zhonghua. There are only a few rooms in this house. If you weren't in your own room, then you could only be in Yujia's. I understand how impulsive you could be at this age, but I just don't want you to let Yujia down. Hao Zhonghua's words were calm, and he looked at Hao Ren seriously. Hao Ren looked at his dad and didn't know what to say. According to standard logic, there was no way that he could have jumped down from the second-floor window. Also, he didn't have the keys to this house, so there was no way he could have sneaked back in. The only possibility left was that he stayed in Xie Yujia's room. Hao Zhonghua already had Hao Ren at Hao Ren's age, so he understood Hao Ren. Men need to be responsible. Hao Zhonghua patted Hao Ren on the shoulder and walked toward the staircase. Hao Ren watched his dad leave and hesitated for a few seconds. After some thought, he had realized that his dad's words were not complete nonsense. After washing up, Hao Ren went down to the first-floor kitchen to eat the homemade breakfast made by Xie Yujia's mom. That was when Yujia came down from the second floor. She was wearing white slippers, a pair of short jeans, and a simple white shirt. She looked like a liberal American girl but still had the gentle softness of an Eastern lady. Hee. Yujia, why did you sleep that late? Hao Zhonghua greeted Xie Yujia enthusiastically as he took sips of his milk. He knew the things that bad boy, Hao Ren did, so he was very nice and intimate toward Xie Yujia. I was chatting with my mom last night. That's why I slept late, Xie Yujia responded with a smile. Her smile was sweet and warm. With your mom? Hao Zhonghua was confused, so he quickly asked again, where did your dad sleep? He was in my room. My mom and I wanted to have a mother-daughter talk in private, so I made him go to my room, Xie Yujia answered openly with a big smile on her face. Mother-daughter talk in private. Hao Ren was drinking his milk and thought about why that was. He looked up at Xie Yujia, and her face was pink like an apple. He couldn't help but imagine what Xie Yujia and her mom talked about last night. He didn't really care about what he missed out on with his dad because he could guess what his dad wanted to speak to him about. Hao Zhonghua looked at Xie Yujia and then at Hao Ren. Even with his world-class intelligence, he was still confused. If Xie Yujia was with her mom, and Hao Ren wasn't in his room, where did he sleep? He thought as he turned to the 2-meter-tall Xie Wanjun who was eating a piece of buttered toast by the table. This kid was probably in the washroom during the 2 times I went to find him. I thought he was with Yujia, it made me happy for nothing, Hao Zhonghua thought. Let's go out together today. There are a few coffee shops that are pretty good, Xie Ming said with excitement. Last night, Xie Yujia and her mom whispered secrets all night, forcing him to another room. He felt a bit left out, but there was nothing he could do about it. He was still happy that his daughter came to visit them. Also, his good old friend Hao Zhonghua and his son had come to visit him, so he had to do everything he could to make them feel at home. Alright. Hao Zhonghua came to New York a few times already, so he was quite familiar with this city. The last time he came to New York, he bumped into Xie Ming on the streets. Only then did the 2 families reconnect with each other. Now that the 2 families could hang out in New York together with their kids would be a fun thing to do. It is a pity that Yu Yang didn't come. She likes Yanzi more, Hao Zhonghua thought as he felt a little bit disappointed. They often had arguments on scientific topics. However, they tended to agree with each other and didn't argue in life. However, after living together for 20 years, they had differing views when it came to Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi. Yes, the 2 families could go out together. Too bad that Yu Yang is not here, Cheng Qian said as she loosened her apron. Her relationship with Yu Yang was great back then. While Hao Zhonghua and Xie Ming talked about politics, they would be tidying things up and talking about kids. Those were old memories, and reminiscing upon the old times made Cheng Qian feel nostalgic. If Yu Yang came to New York this time, they would be able to decide on their children's marriage as moms. A sense of disappointment fogged up Cheng Qian's mind. The weather of the summer season is the most unpredictable by the coast. Yu Yang was promoted this year, and she's even higher ranked than me. Therefore, she has more responsibilities and can't leave her position, Hao Zhonghua said in a self-mocking tone. Although Yu Yang liked Zhao Yanzi more, she was still very fond of Xie Yujia's whole family. She looked as if she were a bit angry with Hao Zhonghua. but she would still be willing to visit Xie Ming and Cheng Qian in New York if she had the time. Okay, don't think I don't know. She's more powerful than you outside, but you're in charge at home. Were there decisions you made that Yu Yang didn't support? Hao Ren and Xie Yujia smiled at each other as they watched their dads joke around. Xie Wanjun wanted to create an opportunity for Hao Ren and Xie Yujia to be together. He knew what to do and didn't follow. Xie Wanjun's parents had to go back to the factory, so they didn't go with them either. Xie Ming drove a white Chevrolet, and the two families crossed the Brooklyn Bridge and wandered leisurely through Manhattan. Xie Ming acted as the tour guide, and Xie Yujia and Hao Ren were able to enjoy New York in another way compared to yesterday. When Xie Yujia came to New York City for the first time, her dad had taken her around New York quickly, and she felt like there was nothing special. Now that she was with Hao Ren, everything seemed new and fun. Xie Ming was in a good mood, so he told many stories. Hao Ren was amazed by how knowledgeable Xie Yujia's dad was. If Xie Ming weren't a businessman, he would be an excellent academic. Xie Yujia walked close to Hao Ren. They could see their reflections on the windows of the shops, and she cherished the time she had with Hao Ren. The memories of little older brother when they were small to Hao Ren now formed a perfect circle. Suddenly, Xie Yujia saw the reflection of a pretty girl in a miniskirt on the shop window. "Uncle." A crisp voice sounded from behind Hao Ren. Chapter 491. Good Alliance. Hao Ren turned around and saw Zhao Yanzi standing behind them. She was in a white miniskirt. Zhao Hongyu was beside her, dressed elegantly. Second uncle and his two sons were also there. New York was a fashion city, and Zhao Yanzi's miniskirt that had lace and floral prints looked very fresh. Under the sunlight, it projected many light spots onto her legs as if they were enjoying the bits of sunshine as well. She was also wearing a black tank top and a pair of black sandals, and they made her pop out from the crowd. "Hee hee, I didn't think we would bump into you here." Zhao Hongyu greeted Hao Zonghua. She looked very fashionable and had an elegant temperament. She wore a pair of silver earrings, which was enough to give out the grace of femininity. "We're just wandering around and we're just about to get coffee," Hao Zonghua said with a smile. Zhao Hongyu looked at Xie Yujia and saw that she dressed up today, making her look prettier. The short jeans she wore made her legs look long and slender, and the white shirt made her look graceful. She paired her look with runners, which made her look energetic. Compared to Zhao Yanzi, who was pouting, Xie Yujia looked more energetic and mature. Zhao Hongyu thought to himself that if she were Hao Ren, she would like Xie Yujia more. They are Yujia's mom and dad, Cheng Qian and Xie Ming. This is the boss of LOM Architectural Design Studio, Zhao Hongyu, Hao Zonghua introduced. "Hello." Zhao Hongyu reached out her hand. "Hello." Xie Ming shook her hand. Xie Ming had a relatively successful business in the US even though he wasn't accomplished enough to be in the upper class here. He was well-mannered so that he wouldn't turn stiff like how ordinary men do when they saw Zhao Hongyu for the first time. After all, ordinary men were all stunned by her beauty. "Let me introduce you guys to each other." After shaking hands, Zhao Hongyu walked to the side and said, "This is my brother-in-law, Zhao Quan. He's currently the president of Mingri Group's International Business Unit." Xie Ming nodded and shook Zhao Quan's hand. Zhao Quan was in a pair of gold-framed glasses. He looked like a gentleman and an accomplished leader of the Chinese-American circle. "Mr. Xie, you should have worked with Mingri Group's subsidiary in New York a month ago, right?" Zhao Quan asked while looking at Xie Ming. "Yes. Our factory signed a contract with one of your subsidiaries," Xie Ming said. "I hope we can work well with each other." Zhao Quan nodded and said with a smile. "Absolutely." Xie Ming also smiled. A month ago, his business had received a contract from a subsidiary of Mingri Group, a company that they had never worked with before. That order made Xie Ming's factories incredibly busy, but Xie Ming reaped hundreds of thousands of profits from it. He didn't understand how he got the contract, but now he understood. It was Hao Zonghua who got him the relationship. This Zhao Hongyu is the sister-in-law of this president of Mingri Group's International Business Unit, so that means her husband is the CEO of Mingri Group, Xie Ming thought. Xie Ming had completed the contract very successfully, delivering the products on time and passing all inspections. That was why Xie Ming was confident that Mingri Group would work with him again. Others could help him build relationships, but the actual business dealings depend on oneself. Xie Ming learned this principle through tens of years of doing business. Zhao Quan appeared on a magazine cover before. Cheng Qian whispered after she bumped Xie Ming's arm. She read American business magazines often, so she remembered Zhao Quan. Last week, she bought Fortune magazine, and it featured Zhao Quan on its cover as one of top 10 business leaders in America. The Chinese in New York had their own Chamber of Commerce, and Zhao Quan was its president. Cheng Qian had gone to the Chinese New Year event hosted by them in Xie Ming's place, and she had seen Zhao Quan giving a speech there. If Xie Ming was a small businessman in America, then Zhao Quan was a business tycoon. "Z, you are beautiful today," Zhao Zonghua looked at Zhao Yanzi and praised. Zhao Yanzi smiled happily but then turned unpleased all of a sudden. It was no use for Hao Zonghua to say these things to her, it needed to be Hao Ren. However, Hao Ren just stood stiffly by his dad, and he looked at her but didn't say anything. Zhao Yanzi's two cousins stood by Zhao Quan's sides, and they looked at Xie Yujia cautiously. Xie Yujia looked prettier than when they saw her at the airport. Her appearance today gave out the best of her. "Hee, since we bumped into each other, let's go take a look at Mingri Group's New York headquarters," Zhao Hongyu said after everyone finished introducing themselves. "Okay," Zhao Zonghua immediately agreed. He had no interest in the New York headquarters of Mingri Group, but if he went along today, he could help his best friend Xie Ming build a good relationship with them. Zhao Hongyu nodded with a smile as she moved toward, and Zhao Quan hurried and walked past her to lead the way. Zhao Quan respected this sister-in-law very much. He knew that he was losing the dragon essence and chose to marry a mortal. His direct family would never step foot in the East Ocean Dragon Palace ever again, and his descendants would probably need to rely on the East Ocean Dragon clan to protect them. Hao Ren walked in the back, with Zhao Yanzi on his left and Xie Yujia on his right. Zhao Yanzi's two cousins walked slower, trying to talk to Xie Yujia. However, they saw that she was walking with Hao Ren closely, so they walked faster and caught up with their dad. Hao Ren looked at the backs of Zhao Yanzi's two cousins and knew that they couldn't cultivate. They would never know that they were descendants of the East Ocean Dragon clan, and their future goals would be to become elites in the business world in the US under Zhao Quan's watch. This might be a blessing in disguise. Since they weren't eligible of inheriting the throne of the East Ocean Dragon clan, and Zhao Kuo didn't have kids, the future of the East Ocean Dragon clan depended on Zhao Yanzi. Because of this, Zhao Guang had to find different ways to test Hao Ren to see what his abilities and personality were like. Zhao Yanzi didn't realize these things. All she cared about was that Hao Ren was hers, and she didn't want him to be stolen away by Xie Yujia. She intentionally walked closer to Hao Ren, forcing him to go a bit more to the right so he would push Xie Yujia away. Xie Yujia didn't expect that, and she almost tripped. She bit her lower lip and walked closer to Hao Ren as well. She initially wanted to go along with Zhao Yanzi, but the latter was agitated from the moment she saw her. Hao Ren walked ahead, and his feet moved left and right. When he bumped into Zhao Yanzi, she didn't give up and bumped Hao Ren on the shoulder. Hao Ren was in the middle, being pushed left and right. He didn't want to be stuck here forever, so he moved forward a little. Zhao Yanzi missed Hao Ren, so she almost fell and bumped into Xie Yujia directly. Xie Yujia got bumped and almost collided with someone else on the street. Zhao Hongyu turned around and scolded her. Zhao Yanzi wrinkled her nose and massaged her shoulders. Then, she ran a few steps and caught up to Zhao Hongyu. She didn't hurt herself from the bump because her head bumped into Xie Yujia's chest, which was incredibly soft. However, this bump also told her the gap between her and Xie Yujia, making her felt inferior instantly. Therefore, she ran back to her mom to prevent further contrast from Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia and Hao Ren had no clue what weird thoughts were going on in Zhao Yanzi's mind. Xie Yujia didn't want to fight with Zhao Yanzi, so she walked a few steps in front to catch up to her parents. Hao Zonghua smiled helplessly as he turned around and looked at Hao Ren. He deeply understood Hao Ren's troubles. Over 20 years ago at East Ocean University, Hao Zonghua was the center of attention, and a lot of girls pursued him. Xie Ming, his best friend, was somewhat envious over his charm. Genetics, Hao Zonghua repeated this word to herself and continued to chat with Zhao Hongyu. The New York headquarters of Mingri Group was in the famous Empire State Building, located on 5th Avenue in Manhattan. Such an expensive location and building, one could tell Mingri Group's status. Yesterday when Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were touring New York, they had passed by the Empire State Building. However, they only saw the exterior because they didn't have time to line up to go inside. Now under Zhao Quan's lead, they were able to go directly inside without waiting. Mingri Group's international headquarters was on the 96th floor, only 6 floors away from the rooftop, 102nd floor. From here, they could see the best sceneries of New York. The entire 96th floor was all Mingri Group's territory. It was decorated with high-class marble and fancy designs. Everything showed off how powerful Mingri Group was. Mingri Group has 2 headquarters. One is in China at the center of East Ocean City, and the international headquarters is situated here in the center of New York. The one in China oversees the domestic market while the international headquarters is in charge of global expansions, Zhao Quan explained as he led them around. Zhao Guang was the chairman of Mingri Group and the CEO of the domestic business unit. Zhao Quan, whose whole family was in New York, was the CEO of the international business unit. He was in charge of everything outside of China, so he was extremely powerful and rich. One of his sons was still in high school, while the older son had graduated from a prestigious American university and worked under him in the New York headquarters. Xie Ming wanted to create his own family business, so he had Xie Wanjin's parents come over to New York to help out. Mingri Group was a huge corporation but was still a large family business. Xie Ming toured this headquarters and quietly tried to absorb as much information as possible. He had a daughter and a nephew who was studying at Stanford. He was going to let his brother oversee the San Francisco factory. Even though his business was far from reaching the size of Mingri Group, the family business structures were similar. As long as he was able to build good relationships with Mingri Group, there would be no problem earning 3 or 4 times the profit. Mingri Group's chairman and CEO, Zhao Guang, must have a headache in choosing the proper successor. Haha, I'm okay because I already have a good candidate, Xie Ming thought as he looked over at Hao Ren and smiled. Chapter 492. Zhao Horan's mansion. After walking out of the Empire State Building, everyone was more familiar and no longer looked like they were strangers. Mr. Xie. About the factory you want to build in the West Coast, I'm a bit interested. Why don't we find another place to discuss this in more detail? Zhao Quan smiled and said to Xie Ming. If Mr. Zhao is interested, we could definitely sit down and chat about it, Xie Ming said politely. They had already sat down and chatted in Mingri Group's office. Now that they left, Zhao Quan still wanted to continue talking with Xie Ming. Since he couldn't return to the dragon tribe, he wanted to do his best as a mortal, focusing all his energy on becoming more successful in the business world. After talking with Xie Ming, he felt that Xie Ming had good business acumen. Not only did Xie Ming have interesting ideas, but he also had the execution abilities. Creating a factory on the West Coast was not an impulse. The idea was from understanding the American economy and seeing which areas could be further developed. Now that Xie Ming had the expertise, experience, and ambition, he was only missing capital investments. Zhao Quan was willing to fund this investment to support Xie Ming's plan. Mingri Group was quite successful in its international expansions, and a lot of it had to do with Zhao Quan's intelligence and vision. Zhao Quan would never let go of an opportunity that could expand and strengthen Mingri Group. The US was full of risks and opportunities, and one business deal could lead to more significant business opportunities. Compared with Zhao Guang, who still had the East Ocean Dragon clan, Zhao Quan was now in the US, and there was no turning back for him. Mingri Group was his future, and it could bring prosperity for the generations after him. Of course, Zhao Quan could tell that Zhao Hongyu and Xie Yujia were close. Therefore, working with Xie Yujia's dad could also satisfy Zhao Hongyu. Hee, since you guys have to talk business, you guys should take your time. Zhao Hongyu seemed happy, and she looked at Hao Zonghua and asked with a smile, Mr. Hao, you don't mind if I take Hao Ren with me for a while, do you? Of course not, Hao Zonghua replied casually. Zhao Hongyu turned around and looked at Hao Ren. Hao Ren didn't know where Zhao Hongyu was taking him, but he didn't ask. Yujia, you stay here. Hao Ren, Z, and I will be back soon, Zhao Hongyu said to Xie Yujia. Okay. Xie Yujia nodded elegantly. Zhao Quan and Xie Ming needed to find a coffee shop to sit down and chat, so she went along with them. Zhao Hongyu, Hao Ren, and Zhao Yanzi walked toward the parking lot underground. Zhao Yanzi also looked confused. She did not know where Zhao Hongyu was taking them as well. A red Porsche drove out from the garage. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi looked at each other and jumped into the car. Zhao Hongyu didn't say anything as she drove the Porsche across the Hudson River in New York. The car drove across bridges and entered a beautiful valley. This valley had many ranches and farms, which was very different from Manhattan that had many skyscrapers. Zhao Yanzi softly nodded, and it looked like she already knew where Zhao Hongyu was going to take them. Where are we going? Hao Ren asked Zhao Yanzi quietly. Humph. Zhao Yanzi was still mad at Hao Ren for being so close with Xie Yujia. Sigh. Hao Ren bumped into a wall and could only shut up. He didn't know what to do with Zhao Yanzi. Every time he tried to be nice to her, she wouldn't accept it. However, every time he was close with Xie Yujia, she would be extremely jealous. The Porsche stopped in front of a large mansion, and it had a large and refined black steel gate that automatically opened. This mansion was situated by the river, and everywhere around it was filled with natural sceneries. The car quietly drove on the smooth roads, and Hao Ren estimated that this gorgeous land the mansion was situated on was tens of thousands of acres big, which was larger than 10 East Ocean University put together. Besides the mansion, there were several other structures. There was also a private golf course, a small forest, and a few natural lakes. Zhao Hongyu stopped the car in front of the large white mansion. When inside this 4-story mansion, one could see the entire surroundings from here. In this beautiful place, one could no longer feel the hot weather of summer. Instead, it could calm one's soul. Azure Dragon Guard, Black Tortoise Guard, White Tiger Guard, and Vermilion Bird Guard, greetings, madam. 4 strong men in suits walked out from the mansion and greeted Zhao Hongyu. You've done great, 4 generals. Zhao Hongyu nodded at them. She turned around and said to Hao Ren, who was getting off the car, this was Z's grandpa's living space in New York. Hao Ren looked around, and this peaceful scenery calmed him down. Hao Ren only met Zhao Horan a few times, but the latter left a vivid impression on his mind. Even now, there was Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength in Hao Ren's body. From the perspective that Hao Ren owed Zhao Horan and was of a younger generation, he should treat Zhao Horan like a grandpa as well. Zhao Hongyu led Hao Ren into the mansion. The flooring was all marble, so it looked very high class but was also incredibly cool. The decorations on the first floor made this place look like an art gallery more than a home. Zhao Hongyu led Hao Ren to the second floor. Zhao Horan's 4 guards followed closely. They were all Qian-level cultivators. When Zhao Hongyu, Zhao Yanzi, and Hao Ren were still tens of kilometers away, they already knew they were approaching. Since this mansion was protected by 4 Qian-level cultivators, even inspectors didn't dare to go near this mansion by the Hudson River. This area became a restricted area for cultivators in New York. This area, along with remote Immortal Mountains, Demon Sea, and Kunlun Mountain, became the few places even the Dragon God Shrine couldn't touch. This is where Grandpa cultivated, Zhao Hongyu said as they reached the second floor. There was a large empty room on the second floor. From the glass walls, one could see the green golf course outside. Zhao Yanzi followed behind Hao Ren and looked a bit nervous. The third floor is Grandpa's living area, Zhao Hongyu said as they walked up toward the third floor. Hao Ren followed Zhao Hongyu, and the footsteps echoed in the mansion as they walked up the stairs. The old Dragon King, Zhao Horan, was a hero of the century. After he retired and started living in New York, he was actually very lonely. Hao Ren had sympathy for him. Thinking about Zhao Horan made him think about his grandma. Before, Grandma lived in the house by the sea. Although it seemed like life went well, she was actually very lonely. Even though Zhao Horan had his gorgeous mansion and was extremely wealthy, he was for sure lonely. However, Grandma would always nag and try to get Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang to stay in East Ocean City with her. She could also get the girls to spend time with her and chat with her. Zhao Horan, on the other hand, couldn't give up his pride, so he couldn't keep his children and grandchildren by his side. Zhao Kuo was aiming for the heavenly dragon realm and was addicted to cultivation. Zhao Quan was in charge of Mingri Group's international business unit and was busy with his work, and Zhao Guang was busy managing the domestic operations of Mingri Group as well as the East Ocean Dragon Clan. Zhao Horan also didn't want to disturb his 3 sons, so he chose to retire in New York. He didn't want to affect Zhao Guang's authority in the East Ocean Dragon Clan, and he didn't let Zhao Quan's family come and visit him often. He had high hopes for Zhao Kuo, but he never called him over, afraid that it would interrupt his cultivation. Looking through the door, Hao Ren saw that the bed and room were well organized, and he felt a bit sad. The room was empty. Here lived an old man who used to be a great ruler in the dragon tribe. The 4th floor is where Grandpa paid respect to the dragon god. Zhao Hongyu led Hao Ren up. The style upstairs suddenly changed to an ancient Chinese theme. There was a huge statue of the dragon god on the 4th floor. The dragon god was the ancestor of all 5 elemental dragon clans. In front of the statue of dragon god was a small memorial tablet with the words, Zhao Horan, written on it. Zhao Hongyu went over quietly, picked up 3 incense sticks, and lit them up before placing them in the incense burner. Hao Ren also moved forward and lit 3 incense sticks as well. He was paying respect to the dragon god as well as Zhao Horan. Zhao Yanzi looked at her mom and hesitated a bit before doing the same. Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird stood quietly by the door. They had been by Zhao Horan's side for hundreds of years and were the closest with Zhao Horan. When Zhao Horan took them in, they were still children. They had all reached Qian level under Zhao Horan's teaching and instructions. Time slowly passed by. Zhao Hongyu stared at the incense sticks as they burned down bit by bit. She seemed to be praying quietly. Hao Ren was also paying respect to Zhao Horan. He had Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength and still remembered how Zhao Horan out his essence dragon soul into the black dragon spike. I brought you here today because Grandpa said that if Z has a Fuma, we should bring him here to let him see, Zhao Hongyu said suddenly. Hao Ren turned around and looked at her. But it seems like I've been too slow. Zhao Guang and I were scared that Grandpa wouldn't be satisfied with you, so we were trying to find a good time to explain this to Grandpa. That was why we didn't bring you here right away. If it weren't for him going back to East Ocean, he wouldn't have seen you, Zhao Hongyu continued to explain. Hao Ren stared at the black memorial tablet. He knew Zhao Hongyu regretted things like this. She shouldn't have kept this secret from Zhao Horan. Wah! Zhao Yanzi suddenly cried out loud. When she discovered the news that Zhao Horan had passed away in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, she was only shocked and didn't have other thoughts. She was only in her teens, so she didn't have deep feelings for her grandpa who was far away. However, now that she was standing in this mansion, she remembered a lot from the past. Zhao Horan always looked stern and didn't smile or say much. However, when Zhao Yanzi visited him twice a year during the summer, she could eat and do whatever she wanted in this mansion. Zhao Horan satisfied all her desires. Zhao Yanzi once broke a rare porcelain jar from the Song dynasty. When she was so scared and tried to hide the broken pieces, Zhao Horan walked by calming and didn't scold her at all. Also, Zhao Yanzi once suddenly wanted to cultivate, so she ran over to the golf course, destroy all the grasses. Not only did Zhao Horan not scold her, he even taught her how to cultivate in happiness. She was scared of this stern-looking grandpa and just came every summer to see him because she had to. However, she missed him a lot now after he was gone. Madam, the old Dragon King has something to give to Fuma, Azure Dragon Guard said. Chapter 493. Having children, Zhao Hongyu turned around and asked, "What is it?" Azure Dragon took a square box from his storage ring and put it in Zhao Hongyu's hand. Zhao Hongyu looked down at it but didn't open the box. She directly handed it over to Hao Ren. Hao Ren didn't think Zhao Horan would leave things for him. Surprised, he opened the box right there. Everyone here was close to him. 4 were Zhao Horan's trusted aides, and 2 were his family. In the box, there was a jade slip that was only the size of a palm. Hao Ren grabbed the jade slip and found that it was blank without a single word. He tried to inject his nature essence and spiritual sense into it, and he felt some mysterious characters spinning in front of his senses. Floating atop these densely packed characters were 4 words, Mystic Water Sword Technique. Among these characters were some moving pictures. Hao Ren only observed for a brief moment, and he already felt dizzy. Therefore, he pulled his spiritual senses out of the jade slip instantly. He had seen all kinds of techniques before, but they were all printed in scrolls or books. This was his first time reading a jade slip which required spiritual senses. The 4 guards saw Hao Ren's facial expression, and they were somewhat surprised that he could read the jade slip. They didn't think that with Hao Ren's low-tier gen-level realm, he could still read the jade slip. They were loyal to Zhao Horan and didn't read the jade slip unauthorized. Still, they knew this kind of jade slip imposed a high requirement on spiritual senses. Cultivators whose realms were too low couldn't even open it. Rumor said that this method of embedding techniques or records into jade slips was once very popular in the cultivation world. But after that Great War, this method was slowly lost over time. Some said that it was because spirit stones were becoming more precious, and the sects didn't want to waste materials. Others said that cultivators were afraid that their descendants and disciples couldn't access stored techniques due to their low realms, and outsiders might rob the techniques. In some, jade slips became obsolete. "Ren, keep it," Zhao Hongyu said. Hao Ren put the jade slip into his storage space. This jade slip initially had dozens of arrays protecting it, but they were all broken. When Hao Ren's spiritual senses entered the jade slip, he sensed faint layers of resistance, but he still reached the deepest place in the jade slip and saw the floating characters and pictures. "What did my father-in-law say?" Zhao Hongyu asked them. "The old Dragon King said that if Fuma is here one day, hand this to him," Azure Dragon said. Zhao Hongyu nodded. She finally knew that Zhao Horan prepared to die when going back to East Ocean Dragon Palace from the US depended on whether Zhao Hongyu or Zhao Guang would bring Hao Ren along to where he lived. Hao Ren may or may not receive this treasure. Zhao Yanzi sobbed, and her eyes turned red as she walked over to Hao Ren and Zhao Hongyu. She just saw the black memorial tablet with Zhao Horan's name on it and got more heartbroken. Although she was willful, she was still a good person. Especially in these months, she got closer with Hao Ren's grandma and began to understand the feelings of elders. Now, she could only think of Zhao Horan's loneliness. "Third Lord, came a few days ago," Azure Dragon said after some thought. "Oh?" Zhao Hongyu was a little surprised. Third Lord had been sitting on the hill outside for 3 days now. He didn't eat, didn't drink, and didn't sleep. There was pouring rain 2 days ago, but Third Lord didn't repel it using his cultivation strength. Zhao Hongyu went silent, and her expression was sad. Among Zhao Horan's 3 sons, Zhao Kuo was closest to him and had the highest realm. Zhao Kuo would visit Zhao Horan 3 or 4 times a year and spend some time with his dad. But ever since Zhao Kuo failed to reach the heavenly dragon realm, he thought he didn't have the face to see Zhao Horan again, so he had never visited him afterward. Now, Zhao Kuo must feel immense regret in his heart. Thinking that Zhao Kuo was silently sitting in the rain to wash away his regret, tears poured down Zhao Yanzi's face again. She and Zhao Horan were separated by generations, and now she finally felt how considerate Zhao Horan was toward her. Hao Ren could imagine Zhao Kuo in the pouring rain, clenching his fists, and sitting motionlessly. Perhaps in the rain, this iron-like man could hide his tears with the rainwater. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, aren't you coming back to the East Ocean Dragon clan with us? Zhao Hongyu looked at them and asked. They all shook their heads. Zhao Hongyu faced Zhao Horan's tablet and bowed deeply. Father-in-law, Zhao Guang is not coming because he's afraid he'd get too heartbroken. You know his personality. He looks cold on the outside but is soft on the inside. Zhao Quan already left the East Ocean Dragon clan and is peacefully conducting his mortal business. As for Zhao Kuo, he swore to become a heavenly dragon and take you to the dragon tomb in the heavenly realm, Zhao Hongyu said calmly. After that, Zhao Hongyu slowly turned around and took the crying Zhao Yanzi out of this big room that had the statue of the dragon god. Hao Ren followed Zhao Hongyu out. However, he turned around and stared at the memorial tablet. He felt like Zhao Horan was watching him. Madam, take care. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird stood at the door and said respectfully. The red Porsche started slowly and leisurely cruised through the road. Along the private highway, the car passed by a lake. The car suddenly slowed down and parked on the side of the road. Zhao Hongyu looked at her hands on the wheel and said gently, "Z, go ahead." Zhao Yanzi opened the car door and ran to the lake. Sitting in the car, Hao Ren went blank for half a second before hurriedly following her out of the car. Zhao Yanzi ran forward wildly in her mini skirt, and Hao Ren stepped on the grasses beside the lake and instantly caught up to Zhao Yanzi's side nimbly. Zhao Yanzi suddenly sat on a patch of grasses beside the lake, and tears rushed out of her red eyes. Hao Ren stopped and sat down beside her. Zhao Yanzi wiped her tears with her hands and felt sadder as she cried. Zhao Horan was her only grand-level family member, and now he was gone. Thinking of this, her tears slid down her face uncontrollably. She lived with Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang and didn't think much of it at the beginning. But now that she was back at Zhao Horan's mansion, saw the place where her grandpa used to live, and thought back to the times when she played here as a child, Zhao Yanzi's tears could not be held back. Wah! Zhao Yanzi turned into Hao Ren's arms, and her hands pulled on his sleeves and almost tore his buttons. Hao Ren reached his arms and hugged her around her round shoulders. Then, he patted her back and tried to comfort her. Zhao Horan was Zhao Yanzi's last grand-leveled family member. They had the same type of relationship as Hao Ren and his grandma. The difference was, Zhao Horan was in the US so that Zhao Yanzi couldn't always see him, but Hao Ren could always accompany grandma. I used to think he was stern. In Hao Ren's embrace, Zhao Yanzi grabbed his sleeves to wipe off her tears. Hao Ren gently massaged her shoulder. Her body was soft and gave out a faint fragrance. But now, Hao Ren was hugging her out of pity and sympathy. He didn't think of anything else. The scenery here was beautiful with chirping birds and fragrant flowers. Since Zhao Yanzi's childhood, she had intermittent memories of this place. Because she thought Zhao Horan was too scary, she rarely interacted with her grandpa. Therefore, Zhao Horan mostly watched her play in the yard from the balcony. Now that Zhao Yanzi thought of these scenes, she felt a pain in her heart. Actually, this grandpa of hers who always looked expressionless and didn't say a good word about Zhao Guang wanted to play with her. If she knew this day would come, she would bring out her pettish charm and cling on to her grandpa, try to get him to talk about the past. Grandpa, Zhao Yanzi cried and was sadder than when she heard about Zhao Horan's death. Alright, don't cry. Hao Ren wiped off the tears at the edges of Zhao Yanzi's eyes with his finger. Zhao Yanzi sometimes wanted to prove that she was independent and not a child, but she was still not an adult. Wah! Zhao Yanzi only cried harder. Hanging onto Hao Ren's neck, she directly jumped into his arms. Hao Ren was knocked back on the grasses, and Zhao Yanzi lied on Hao Ren's body, taking it as her mattress to cry on. Zhao Hongyu stood on the highway dozens of meters away from the lake. She had her back against the Porsche, and her eyes turned red when seeing Zhao Yanzi crying so hard. Wah! Zhao Yanzi cried out all her emotions and finally wiped her tears. Then, she got up from Hao Ren's body. Hao Ren's shirt was entirely ruined by her, and a few buttons were missing. Little White jumped out from Hao Ren's storage space and licked Zhao Yanzi's wrist. Little White, Zhao Yanzi hugged Little White tightly, and her tears slowly stopped. She knew that Zhao Horan was already 1,000 years old and would die one day, but she couldn't help but feel sad when her grandpa passed away. Hao Ren stood up and pulled up Zhao Yanzi from the grasses. Zhao Yanzi wanted to get rid of Hao Ren's arm instinctively, but she suddenly felt deeply dependent on him and in turn held onto his wrist. When she was sad, only Hao Ren could comfort her. Hao Ren had too good of a relationship with Xie Yujia, which made her jealous. But on the other hand, Hao Ren cared about her as well. When they returned to the highway, Zhao Hongyu was already in the car. The red Porsche drove toward the gate of the mansion on the private highway. Little White snuggled into Zhao Yanzi's arms and gently licked her palm. When the Porsche crossed the bridge on the Hudson River, Zhao Yanzi was already asleep. "Auntie, there is one thing I'm not sure if I can ask. Has she ever met her grandma?" From the back seat, Hao Ren asked Zhao Hongyu. Hao Ren thought back to how close Zhao Yanzi was to his grandma, and he wondered, had she ever met her grandma? Zi's grandma passed away after giving birth to Zhao Kuo, Zhao Hongyu said. Oh, Hao Ren nodded slightly. In fact, Zhao Hongyu paused for a few seconds and peeked at Zhao Yanzi through the rear-view mirror. After seeing that she was completely asleep, Zhao Hongyu continued, "The stronger the individual in the race, the harder it is to reproduce. That is a natural law." What auntie means is, Hao Ren was a little confused. In a sense, dragons are a kind of demon beasts, but we are different from ordinary demon beasts. Dragons are born in the human form and have the cultivation treasures, dragon cores. The stronger the demon beasts, the harder it is for them to have offspring. For example, in the demon sea, one demon king may have dozens of demon queens, but he would be fortunate to have more than one kids. However, for those demon beasts that couldn't transform into the human form, it is easier for them to reproduce, Zhao Hongyu said while driving. Hao Ren had some ideas now. Zi's grandma spent all her energy in the process of giving birth to Zhao Kuo. This risk is hard for you to understand. The higher the realms of the parents, the greater the risk it is to reproduce. However, the benefit of that is the offspring would be much more talented and stronger. For the Dragon Kings, to guarantee the strengths of the descendants, they always decide to reproduce when their powers are at the peak. Zi's grandpa reached Qian level when he was 700 years old, and then he decided to have children, Zhao Hongyu said. Hao Ren nodded. He looked at Zhao Yanzi who was asleep beside him and understood why Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu had her when they were almost 300 years old. Zhao Hongyu took the risk of dying for Zhao Yanzi to have better talents. In fact, on whether I should give birth to a son, Zhao Guang had some disagreements with his dad, and it affected their father-son relationship, Zhao Hongyu said calmly. Hao Ren understood it. For Zhao Quan, due to loss of dragon essence, his descendants lost the chance of inheriting the East Ocean Dragon clan. Zhao Kuo was determined to reach the Heavenly Dragon realm and also decided not to have children so that the East Ocean Dragon clan wouldn't have a potential civil war when it came to the right of inheriting the throne. Among the three brothers, only the elder son Zhao Guang could inherit the East Ocean Dragon clan, and his descendants were the most suitable to become the next generation Dragon King. However, since Zhao Guang was worried about Zhao Hongyu's safety and didn't want to have another child, it separated the father and the son. Cultivation is inherently going against heaven's will. My realm is not as high as Zi's grandma, and it was already very dangerous when I gave birth to Zi. If I have another child, it's hard to say whether I can keep my life. Zhao Hongyu slowly pulled over and turned to look at Hao Ren. So, I hope you treat Zi well. Hao Ren looked at her and suddenly realized that they were already back at the center of New York City. Zi was still asleep with Little White in her arms, and her lips glittered in pink. I know. Hao Ren suddenly understood Zhao Hongyu's request more deeply. Chapter 494. An item of the immortals. When Zhao Hongyu found Zhao Quan again, Zhao Quan and Xie Ming were chatting happily in an outdoor cafe on Fifth Avenue. Hao Zonghua and Cheng Qian were talking about some latest development in technology. Zhao Quan's two sons wanted to speak with Xie Yujia about China, but Xie Yujia was reading an English magazine and had no intention of engaging in a conversation with them. Therefore, they didn't bother Xie Yujia and instead talked about the NBA match with each other next week. What's going on? Who's bullying you? Zhao Quan looked up and saw Zhao Yanzi's red eyes. Cousin. Who's bullying you? We'll fight him for you. Zhao Yanzi's two cousins hurriedly stood up. Zhao Yanzi was a few years younger, and her two cousins were protective over their cute cousin even though they didn't see each other often. It's nothing. Zhao Yanzi rubbed her eyes and turned to look at Hao Ren. Hao Ren was wearing a new shirt. It was bought in a nearby store when Zhao Hongyu was looking for Zhao Quan. Things sold on Fifth Avenue were expensive, and an ordinary shirt cost more than $1,000. But Zhao Hongyu didn't even flinch when she slid her credit card. "Ren, why don't you stay the night at our place?" Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren and said. Hao Ren looked to Zhao Yanzi who was pouting and didn't speak. "That is okay. I'll stay at Uncle Xia's place tonight," Hao Ren said. "You?" Zhao Yanzi tilted her head to the side and widened her eyes. She thought, "I was heartbroken today, and I still haven't recovered. I thought he would at least." "Haha, that's fine. The return trip is tomorrow. Just like before, we'll meet at the airport." Zhao Hongyu didn't force Hao Ren and said gently. "Sure," Hao Ren answered. He was not familiar with Zhao Yanzi's second uncle, so he didn't want to spend the night over. Xie Ming and Zhao Quan were almost done chatting. The remaining details for their partnership would be discussed another day. The two groups went separate ways, and Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren with a wronged expression on her face. The few times that she cried her heart out were all in Hao Ren's arms, so she developed an indescribable dependence on him. Xie Ming was especially happy after chatting with Zhao Quan, and he showed Hao Zonghua around New York. With help from Mingri Group, his expansion plan in the US would soon begin. They went home and had a great farewell dinner. Xie Ming wanted Hao Zonghua to stay longer, but he knew the latter was busy in China and coming to the US for a reunion was already an achievement. Xie Yujia was reluctant to let go of Hao Ren for a while, but she wanted Hao Ren to become more powerful. She didn't need Hao Ren's protection, but if Hao Ren became more powerful, he could protect himself better. Considering this, Xie Yujia didn't force him to stay. After all, it was an excellent opportunity to have a master guide his cultivation. Xie Ming drank with Hao Zonghua lamentingly, and the two drank until their ears were red. Xie Wanjun and his parents also joined, making the atmosphere even more turned up. "Let's go out for a walk." Xie Yujia gently pulled Hao Ren's arm. Hao Ren was dragged outside by Xie Yujia. The streets in this residential area were very quiet, and two-story houses of the same style were aligned in a straight line on either side of the roads. Since it was close to the Independence Day in the US, many families had the US flags on their balconies which were fluttering in the wind. The two walked along the street in silence. At the end of the residential street were the busy city streets. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia turned back as they walked in the night's breeze, still not talking. However, this silence was somehow heartwarming. Everything was said in silence. When they went back to the house, Hao Zonghua and the others were still drinking. Xie Yujia and Hao Ren went up to the second floor, and Hao Ren took Little White out of his necklace and put it by Xie Yujia's hand. "In the following month, Little White is yours to take care of." Xie Yujia took Little White between her arms. Little White was struggling when it was held up by Hao Ren, but it immediately became tame in Xie Yujia's arms. Many cultivators are requesting elixir pills on Fifth Heaven. "Don't work too hard and take care of your body first," Hao Ren said. "Okay." Xie Yujia put Little White in her bracelet. Her bracelet was modified by Zhen Kongming as well. This jade bracelet was given to her by old grandma when they were at the trading convention on Fifth Heaven, and it was later turned into a storage space by Zhen Kongming. Even though its storage size was incomparable to Hao Ren's necklace, it was more than enough for Little White. Hao Ren smiled and walked into his room. Today, he got the jade slip Zhao Horan left him, but he had not properly studied it. Worrying that his dad would come and check on him, Hao Ren didn't plan on going to Fifth Heaven but instead stayed in his room. After locking the door, Hao Ren sat on his bed and meditated quietly so that his body returned to its calmest state. Then, he gradually released his spiritual senses. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll required the cultivation of all 5 elements and the control of tens of thousands of sword energies at once. Since it was extremely demanding on the spiritual senses, Hao Ren's spiritual senses was a few times higher than cultivators in the same realm. The spiritual senses slowly entered the jade slip, went through dozens of broken array formations, and accessed the core content. This tiny jade slip contained dense characters and images. Through his spiritual senses, Hao Ren studied the jade slip and saw the content clearly little by little. This mystic water sword techniques had no introduction and directly went to the techniques. There were 32 sword techniques, and each of them had 18 variations. In sum, there were 576 strikes documented. Hao Ren used to practice the fundamental boxing techniques of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Compared with this mystic water sword technique, it was extremely crude and primitive. Although the fundamental boxing techniques required the physical coordination with nature essence, it was far from any variations in this sword technique. Hao Ren had helped Zhao Yanzi study the Big Dipper constellation scroll. That sword technique was also a cultivation technique. Zhao Yanzi could increase her realm by practicing the sword techniques. When the 7th level, Yaoguang, was achieved, she would have mastered this technique and become very powerful. As for this mystic water sword technique, there was no mentioning of how to gather nature essence and how to increase realms. Everything was about sword strikes. The variations were hundreds and thousands of times more ingenious than the ones in Zhao Yanzi's Big Dipper constellation scroll. Hao Ren concentrated on reading the first variation of the first sword technique. He deciphered the characters according to the images, and his hands moved and gestured in the air. Hao Ren slowly practiced the movement of nature essence, which was precise to acupoints, and he suddenly became exhausted. His spiritual senses were entirely drained by the jade slip and got kicked out. Hao Ren touched his chest and back and found that his whole body was drenched in sweat. Reading the jade slip alone was more exhausting than practicing the fundamental boxing techniques dozens of times, not to mention practicing this sword technique. It was completely silent outside. Hao Ren checked the time and realized that it was already midnight. Zhao Hongyu was knowledgeable and knew that the techniques stored in these types of jade slips were incredibly precious. Therefore, she told Hao Ren to cultivate on his own and never mention it to others. Azure Dragon handed the jade slip to Hao Ren in the mansion because it was a place where even the inspectors from the Dragon God Shrine couldn't spy on. It was said that treasures attracted misfortune. The jade slip Hao Ren got might catch the attention of the Dragon God Shrine. In fact, there were some things about this jade slip that Azure Dragon didn't mention in detail. About 20 years ago, Zhao Horan got this jade slip from somewhere by chance and decided to live in seclusion in the US, handing the East Ocean Dragon Clan to Zhao Guang. This tiny jade slip was protected by dozens of array formations. Zhao Horan felt that this was the last chance for him to break through to the heavenly dragon realm, so he spent 20 years carefully disarming the array formations one by one. The ingenious and complex sword techniques within made Zhao Horan realized that this was an item of the immortals. It was probably from the heavenly realm, which was above 8th heaven, and Zhao Horan dedicated himself to studying it. However, his spirit was limited. Breaking the array formations took him 20 years. By the time he studied half of the sword techniques, his body was already on the brink of collapsing. At this time, there was news about the West Ocean Dragon Clan invading the East Ocean Dragon Clan, and Zhao Horan decided to give up on studying the Jade Slip and fight for East Ocean Dragon Clan one last time. He passed the Jade Slip to Hao Ren because he saw Hao Ren practice light-splitting sword shadow scroll, which was a type of sword cultivation. Also, whether Hao Ren would come to his mansion or not was the ultimate test. If he had known that he could obtain a set of immortal sword techniques in his old age, he would have switched to cultivating the light-splitting sword shadow scroll after the war ended several hundred years ago. He handed his dying wish to Hao Ren, which was also why he passed on his 1,000 years of cultivation strength to Hao Ren. It was all about fate. When Zhao Horan saw Hao Ren, even though the latter was weak, he knew that the kid was trustworthy and righteous. Loyalty, faith, righteousness, benevolence, and courage were the 5 virtues Zhao Horan valued the most, and Hao Ren had them all. Wah, wah, the night wind blew outside, and Hao Ren got up to close the windows. Suddenly, he thought of something and tried to practice the first variation of the first sword technique. He picked up a feather duster by the window and activated his nature essence. Following one acupoint after another, the feather duster drew a bright arc. Hao Ren turned slightly and gently flicked with his fingertip, and the feathers on the duster all stood up straight, looking sharp like blades. Hao Ren wanted to turn once more but found himself unable to do so. This one move drained all his nature essence. Chapter 495. Special training with Z. Hao Ren's arms were sore, so he put down the feather duster and took a long breath. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll was used to tune the body by absorbing nature essence. By the same principle, it could also release nature essence and condense sword energies. Sword array formation was an effective way of organizing sword energies that amplified their power, but Hao Ren's only effective combat techniques against enemies in close range were the fundamental boxing techniques and using his Hunden lightning on his hands. When fighting against a master like Zhao Kuo, there was no chance for him to use his sword array formation at all. Zhao Kuo was very proficient in using tri-point double-edged swords. If he wanted, he could get someone to forge a tri-point double-edged sword for him that was as powerful as Dharma treasures. Then, he would be able to pressure Hao Ren and defeat him easily. Human cultivators favored bombarding each other with Dharma treasures, So Hao Ren's light-splitting sword shadow scroll was sufficient for dealing with them. As for dragon cultivators, they were inclined to engage in close-range combat. For example, before Hao Ren could release a sword array formation, Suhan could already place her long sword on Hao Ren's technique even though her sword technique wasn't the best. Hao Ren sat on his bedside and slowly restored his nature essence with the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. The dragon core was like a reservoir. With more openings, its capacity grew bigger. It was difficult to expand the reservoir, but it only needed time to fill it up again. Also, the process of continually draining and filling it up again would put pressure on the reservoir, making it grow in size and potentially get another opening in the dragon core. Hao Ren used to create openings on his dragon core using brute force. Even though it could increase the volume of the reservoir quickly, the reservoir may end up cracking and collapsing one day. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The birds sang outside the window, waking up Hao Ren, who was immersed in cultivation. It was another sunny morning. Hao Ren sorted his clothes and put them in his small luggage before walking outside of the room. Downstairs, Xie Yujia was making breakfast with her mom. Hao Ren. Seeing Hao Ren coming down the stairs, Xie Yujia waved enthusiastically. In shorts, a cartoon t-shirt, and slippers, Xie Yujia looked casual and cute. Chang Qian saw Hao Ren and smiled as well. Xie Wanjun was practicing boxing outside. In front of the garage hung a huge sandbag, and Xie Wanjun would practice for 2 hours to maintain his strength every morning. A moment later, he came in full of sweat, and he nodded at Hao Ren. "Wanna try?" "No thanks." Hao Ren rejected with a smile. "Look at your physique. You can jump, but you lack strength." Xie Wanjun slapped Hao Ren's shoulder with his strong arm and said. "Hey." Xie Yujia rolled her eyes. She clearly knew Hao Ren's capabilities. Xie Wanjun thought he himself was strong, but he couldn't take on Hao Ren even if there were 100 of him. Therefore, Xie Yujia tried to stop Xie Wanjun from embarrassing himself. "Haha. Just kidding. Just kidding." Xie Wanjun thought Xie Yujia didn't want him to tease Hao Ren, so he wiped his face with a towel and shut his mouth in a hurry. After they had breakfast, Xie Wanjun drove Hao Ren and Hao Zonghua to the John F. Kennedy International Airport. The best of friends must part. Hao Zonghua's career was in China, and Xie Ming's was in the US. Their gathering could only be brief. Yesterday when I called Zhao Jiayi, he said that the finals would be pushed back to mid-August because of issues with the venue. If I have time, I'll go over to see him play. Xie Wanjun looked at Hao Ren and said. Okay. Hao Ren nodded, expecting Xie Wanjun to return to China again. If you play basketball, you would be a superstar, Xie Wanjun said. Haha. Hao Ren laughed but didn't speak. His ambition wasn't in basketball. Zhao Kuo and Suhan both pursued after the heavenly dragon realm, and Hao Ren was silently aiming toward the same goal. Zhao Hongyu appeared with Zhao Yanzi at the airport, and they were seen off by Zhao Quan's family. When Zhao Yanzi saw Hao Ren, she immediately ran over. However, she suddenly came to a halt and ran back to her mom's side. Xie Yujia saw Zhao Yanzi's family and peeked at Hao Ren. After all, she was reluctant to see Hao Ren leave. "Mr. Hao." Zhao Hongyu gently waved her hand and walked over. Zhao Yanzi followed her mom tightly. It seemed like she was unwilling to see Hao Ren, but she had to come over. "The plane tickets are booked, and there is only 1 hour before boarding." Zhao Hongyu handed the plane tickets to Hao Zonghua. Booking plane tickets through Mingri Group was effortless. "Take care." Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren. The thousands of words on her mind could only be condensed into 2. A. Hao Ren nodded, peacefully looking at Xie Yujia. Humph. Zhao Yanzi put her hands on her waist and snorted. She was Hao Ren's fiancée. How is it Xie Yujia's turn to care for Hao Ren? She thought. But then again, she didn't seem to care about Hao Ren this way. Hao Zonghua waved goodbye to Xie Ming, and Hao Ren took one last look at Xie Yujia. Zhao Yanzi couldn't hold it anymore, so she reached over and dragged Hao Ren over to the security check. Standing beside Xie Yujia, Chang Qian looked at Zhao Yanzi and said to Xie Ming jokingly, "That little girl's relationship with Ren is not bad. Zonghua got me another big contract. It's going to be busy." Xie Ming looked at his daughter and then at Hao Ren at the security check. Then, he looked down and chuckled. Xie Ming thought about his business, and then his daughter. However, Chang Qian was thinking about her daughter's happiness from the beginning to end. This time seeing Hao Ren after many years, she was extremely satisfied with this boy, such that she wanted her daughter to marry him tomorrow. She thought to herself, my dumb daughter is in the same class as Hao Ren, but she still hasn't gotten him. She isn't like me at all when I was chasing after her dad. After about a dozen hours of airtime, the plane landed in East Ocean City. East Ocean City was not as busy as New York, but Hao Ren felt exceptionally comfortable when he returned to the land that spoke Chinese since he wasn't that great at English. Mr. Hao, in the following month, I'm going on a vacation to an island with Z. Ren is coming with us as well. I talked to Yu Yang about this already, Zhao Hongyu said to Hao Zonghua as they walked out of the airport. Yu Yang mentioned it to me, Hao Zonghua responded. He initially intended to let Hao Ren stay at Xie Ming's place and experience the American life, but he also had no issue with Hao Ren going on vacation with Zhao Yanzi's family. With Hao Ren away, Grandma taking a summer vacation at the countryside, and Zhen Kongming staying at the mayor's home, he could finally work on his science research project day and night, and Yu Yang could work with 100% focus as well. If Hao Ren knew that his parents wanted to work on scientific research projects and were more than happy to leave him to Zhao Yanzi's family, he would puke up blood. Ren, follow your auntie, Hongyu, and behave, Hao Zonghua said before jumping on a taxi and going to the Ocean Research Institute. Zhao Hongyu turned to look at the stunned Hao Ren and smiled gently. Ren, let's go. Boom. Boom, suddenly, rain poured from the sky. The crowd outside the airport went into hiding, and the rain turned the streets white while quickly decreasing visibility. Zhao Hongyu raised her hand, and the River Mountain Qian Kun painting was laid out beneath the three. A red energy sphere was created, and they soared toward the ocean in the rain. After a few moments, they flew out of the rain zone, crossed the coast, and went deeper into areas of the ocean. Soon, a large island appeared in Hao Ren's vision. At the center of the island stood a palace, and a red energy sphere surrounded the island with waves crashing against it. Zhao Hongyu drove the River Mountain Qian Kun painting straight into the island. Your humble servant meets you, Dragon Queen. Premier Shah performed a full body bow. Get up. Zhao Hongyu put away the painting and asked, are Elder Lu and others here yet? Dragon Queen. Everyone including Elder Lu, Elder Sun, and Elder Xingyue have already arrived on Purple Bamboo Island. They are now patrolling East Ocean with Dragon King. Good. Zhao Hongyu waved her hand. Premier, you may mind your business. This Purple Bamboo Island was one of the secret islands of East Ocean Dragon Clan that had palaces on them, and it got this name since purple bamboos growing all over the island. Different from Coral Island, Purple Bamboo Island was in the red energy shield and couldn't be discovered by mortals. Every summer, Zhao Guang would stay here for a month or two. He managed all affairs of the Dragon Clan on the island and supervised the training of the soldiers. This was called Summer Patrol. During Summer Patrol, Zhao Guang usually took with him Elder Lu, Elder Sun, Elder Xingyue, and Premier Shah. You're finally here. I've been waiting for a long time. A loud voice suddenly sounded. Zhao Kuo in a gray robe flew down from the palace on the mountain, and it took him just a moment to reach Hao Ren. He punched toward Hao Ren's chest. Hao Ren sidestepped and used the fundamental boxing techniques to counter it. After blocking Zhao Kuo's iron fist and leaving a dozen footsteps on the beach, Hao Ren immediately chopped at the back of Zhao Kuo's head. Not bad. Zhao Kuo groaned and released a strong aura from his body, directly pushing Hao Ren away. 5 elemental essences gathered on his fist and went straight toward Hao Ren's face. Third uncle. Zhao Yanzi shouted in a hurry. She did ask Zhao Kuo to train Hao Ren in the cruelest way possible in private, but how could they fight when they just met? Would third uncle's fist deform Hao Ren's face? She thought. Wah! Wah! Hao Ren took 2 steps back and was prepared to use one technique from the fundamental boxing techniques. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. A sword energy appeared on the tip of his finger, and he used the first variation of the first sword technique from the mystic water sword techniques. Nature essence went through Hao Ren's acupoints in a unique pattern, and the sword energy drew a bright arc along Hao Ren's finger. What? Zhao Kuo was somewhat surprised, and that moment of hesitation made his fist wounded by Hao Ren's sword energy. Blood instantly gushed out. Hao Ren! You dared to injure my third uncle. Zhao Yanzi, who was worried about Hao Ren, suddenly took Zhao Kuo's side after seeing Zhao Kuo being injured. Zhao Kuo retracted his fist and covered the injury with his nature essence. The bleeding immediately stopped. He glared at Hao Ren and said, no rest. Run 20 laps around the island, now. Good. Good. Third uncle should teach him a lesson like this. Zhao Yanzi clapped happily. She had been jealous of how intimate Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were at New York, and she couldn't wait for Zhao Kuo to put Hao Ren through a hell-level training. You too. Follow him. Zhao Kuo stared at Zhao Yanzi and shouted. Chapter 496. Preparation before having children. Ah! Zhao Yanzi was so surprised that her mouth opened wide. Now, go. Zhao Kuo said. Mom, Zhao Yanzi looked at Zhao Hongyu for help. However, Zhao Hongyu ignored Zhao Yanzi's plea as she stepped to Zhao Kuo's side. Go! Zhao Kuo shouted again, and he released a sword energy from his fingertip, striking the sand near Zhao Yanzi's ankle. Bam! Yellow sand grains splashed and prompted Zhao Yanzi to run in a hurry. After all, Zhao Kuo's sword energies were stronger than bullets. Hao Ren took a deep breath and put strength into his legs, catching up to Zhao Yanzi's side. Zhao Yanzi was a marathon champion at school, but 20 laps around Purple Bamboo Island was too much even for her. The coastline of Purple Bamboo Island was around 12 kilometers, so 20 laps were 240 kilometers. Even if it took 4 minutes to complete a kilometer, it would take 16 hours. Is this a joke? I just got off the long flight, and I haven't even rested yet, Zhao Yanzi thought. Thinking of this, she felt wronged. Before, third uncle would spoil her on every occasion. Why did he suddenly become so strict? Hao Ren didn't think as much as she did, and he was only quietly adjusting his breathing and firmly running on the soft sand. When he was in middle school, he was also on the field and track team. All his old habits were coming back. Hey! Zhao Yanzi saw Hao Ren running in front of her and couldn't help but shout. She increased her pace and caught up with Hao Ren. She looked at Hao Ren aggrievedly and ran shoulder to shoulder by his side. It seemed now that third uncle was not going to take care of her. Only Hao Ren would go through thick and thin together with her. Hao Ren turned to look at her and smiled helplessly. He adjusted to Zhao Yanzi's rhythm and ran at her pace. At this moment, the blazing sun was high in the sky. Only a few hundred meters in, Zhao Yanzi was already sweating all over her body. The sand grains were burning, which didn't make stepping on them any easier. They finished one lap on the beach around the island, which took them almost an hour. This was already far beyond an ordinary person's endurance and speed. If Zhao Yanzi didn't reach the Foundation establishment realm, she would have collapsed in only half an hour. Let's take a break, Zhao Yanzi gasped. She saw that Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Kuo were out of sight and shouted toward Hao Ren. As Hao Ren was going to slow down with her, a sword energy suddenly shot down from the high ground. Bam! It landed by Zhao Yanzi's foot. Zhao Yanzi was ready to sit on the beach but was forced to jump up. Bam! Bam! 2 more sword energies hit Zhao Yanzi's left and right side. The smoldering craters were only a few centimeters away from her feet, and Zhao Yanzi clenched her teeth and ran again. Bam! 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 A few more sword energies landed behind her, making her unable to slow down. She was literally about to cry. She had never been treated like this. Come! Hao Ren, who was half a meter in front of her, reached out his hand. Zhao Yanzi clenched her teeth. She hesitated for a few seconds and finally reached out her hand to grab Hao Ren's. Hao Ren held her hand and sprinted. Bam! 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 A dozen sword energies tightly followed their ankles. On the mountain peak, Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Kuo stood in a pavilion as they looked at Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. To reach higher realms, strong bodies are basic requirements, Zhao Kuo said. In this coming month, you should not spoil Z. Zhao Hongyu looked at the 2 small black dots far away and said faintly. I know. I only have a month before I go anyways, Zhao Kuo said. Zhao Hongyu turned to look at him. What about Elder Xingyue? I will come back and marry her after I reach the heavenly dragon realm, Zhao Kuo said. You confessed? Zhao Hongyu asked immediately. Zhao Kuo's dark face faintly blushed. No, not yet. Zhao Hongyu sighed helplessly. Hao Ren didn't want to choose, and Zhao Kuo didn't dare to face his feelings. Zhao Hongyu suddenly thought that the two were quite similar. Zhao Kuo saw Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi slowing down and shot another dozen sword energies. He switched the topic and said, this kid Hao Ren, I think he's not bad. Indeed, it is only that Z's realm is too low compared to Ren. Zhao Hongyu looked at Zhao Yanzi by the shore in worry. One day, she is going to have a child. You're afraid that her realm is too low and might face danger during childbirth? Zhao Kuo asked. I certainly have this worry. Zhao Hongyu nodded. You know, Zhao Guang was afraid that something might happen to me, so he wouldn't let me have another child. This I know. My brother loves you very much. When my dad asked him to marry another woman, he didn't do it, Zhao Kuo said frankly. It was not only for me but also for Z. If Z has a half-brother, it would be hard to tell whether she could live happily, Zhao Hongyu said. Zhao Kuo thought about it and nodded. Zhao Yanzi was the princess of the East Ocean Dragon clan, so all elders in the palace surrounded her. If she had a brother who would inherit the throne and become the future Dragon King, and the mother of the future Dragon King was not her biological mother. So, you are taking care of Xie Yujia for Z's sake as well? Thinking of this, Zhao Kuo asked Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu smiled but didn't answer. By the shore, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were getting tired. Hao Ren was still okay. But Zhao Yanzi was almost dragging her feet across the sand. If they weren't forced to run fast, 20 laps wouldn't be too difficult. However, Zhao Kuo's sword energies forced Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi to stay at the same fast pace, which challenged their bodies' limits. The bodies were like containers for storing nature essence. The sturdier the bodies were, the more nature essence they could store. Challenging one's body to the extreme could temper the body and also work the mind. The sun gradually set into the ocean in the west, but Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were still running. Zhao Yanzi had never suffered so much before. Her cultivation path in the past was relaxed and easy, and it was nothing like this. She was deceived by third uncle and forced to train this hard. Hao Ren's footsteps were still calm and stable. He held Zhao Yanzi's arm and continued to run along the coastline. On the mountain, Zhao Kuo stood still and supervised them. If they slacked slightly, unrelenting sword energies would land by their feet. The moon was bright, and the stars began to fade. It was almost morning again. Third uncle. I can't run anymore. Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but beg for mercy. She wanted to reach the core formation realm to defeat Duan Yao, but she would instead give up this thought after this tortuous experience. Third uncle's training method was too difficult. On the peak, Zhao Kuo didn't answer. 3 sword energies arrived and wrecked Zhao Yanzi's shoes. I can't run anymore. Zhao Yanzi sat on the beach, determined to make a scene. She knew Zhao Kuo cherished her and wouldn't really hurt her. If you don't finish running, don't call me as your uncle in the future. Zhao Kuo roared toward Zhao Yanzi fiercely. Zhao Yanzi was so scared that she trembled all over. She had never seen third uncle being so cruel to her, so she knew third uncle was not joking. She held tears in her eyes and finally got up and continued running. Standing on the peak, Zhao Kuo felt somewhat apologetic. But as Zhao Hongyu said, the more relaxed they were now, the more danger they would be in the future. His mom was a Qian-level cultivator. In 100 years, she gave birth to 3 sons and passed away afterward. With Zhao Yanzi's low realm, she might not be able to stand it after giving birth to 1 dragon baby. As her third uncle, Zhao Kuo wanted to hold his grandnephew or her grandniece. As for himself, he had decided not to have children. Therefore, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi's baby in the future would be treated by him as his own grandson or granddaughter. Thinking of this, Zhao Kuo released dozens of sword energies that followed Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. They forced the two to scream and ran furiously. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Kuo laughed happily. Soon, the sun once again slowly fell to the west, and Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi finally completed the 20 laps. They were rumbling with hunger and trembling all over. Hao Ren had to carry Zhao Yanzi on his back to finish the last 3 laps. Starting from tomorrow, 5 laps a day for Z, and 10 laps a day for Hao Ren. But Hao Ren, you have to run with tires, and the number of tires increases by 1 each day. Zhao Kuo pointed to the forest to his left. In the forest, there were dozens of tires piled up, and they were the big tires for heavy trucks. I will guide your cultivations as well. Z's cultivation session is in the morning, which is after 5 laps. Hao Ren's cultivation session is at night, which is after 10 laps, Zhao Kuo said. After cultivation, may I go play or sleep? Zhao Yanzi pouted and looked at Zhao Kuo pitifully. If she knew it was such cruel training, she wouldn't have begged third uncle to train her in the first place. You can, but after you complete your homework, Zhao Kuo said. Homework? Zhao Yanzi was thrilled. I have completed all my summer homework a few days ago. Your mom got you 3 grade 9 textbooks. This summer, you must finish reading them, Zhao Kuo said. Zhao Yanzi opened her mouth wide in surprise. Then, she swung Zhao Kuo's arm in a pettishly charming manner and said, Third uncle. Zhao Kuo began to sweat on his forehead. I cannot help you. It is what your dad instructed. Pa. Zhao Yanzi sat on the sand, and she felt like crying. How is this a summer holiday? This is hell, she thought. Also, Hao Ren, I have arranged your residence. You will be sleeping in the forest. Zhao Kuo pointed to a hut in the forest. Live there. You'll feel the heaven and earth better. Hao Ren opened his eyes wide and thought, this is out of envy. You think I'm too intimate with Zhao Yanzi, right? Z, you must be hungry. Let's go and eat. Zhao Kuo revealed his spoiling expression and said to Zhao Yanzi as he took her to the glamorous palace. He suddenly looked at Hao Ren again with another expression. Oh, Hao Ren, you must find food by yourself on this island. This is a form of cultivation as well. Hao Ren looked at him, stunned. A few days later, the ragged Hao Ren had several ropes tied around his waist as he dragged several giant tires and ran along the beach. After 10 days, he was up to a dozen tires. After more than 30 days, more than 30 tires were dashing on the beach, sending sand grains into the sky. The barefooted Hao Ren strode forward, and his body was full of strength. The muscles on his body were bulging, and the tires that were being pulled left deep grooves around the island, looking like a moat without water. Chapter 497. Defeat Zhao Kuo. Swoosh, swoosh, hundreds of green sword energies swept across the ocean surface. Hao Ren stood steadily on a gray sword energy above the ocean surface. Boom! 120 black sword energies shot up from the ocean, and Hao Ren flew up swiftly and shot out 160 red sword energies from his hand. Swoosh! Swoosh! More white sword energies glistened in the high sky. In his gray robe, Zhao Kuo stood on the ocean wave. Hundreds of colorful sword energies fought with each other under and above the ocean surface. Hao Ren's clothes were torn, but the sword energies emitted from his body weren't something to be taken lightly. Bang! Zhao Kuo released a strong aura. Hao Ren tempered his body with heavenly lightning bolts while Zhao Kuo toughened his body with the 5 elemental essences. Hao Ren's lightning cultivation technique could break everything that was comprised of the 5 elements, while Zhao Kuo's 5 elemental technique could absorb everything of the 5 elements. Bang! Hundreds of sword energies collided with each other in the center of the ocean. The collision left a crater in the ocean, and huge waves surged up while ocean water rushed back into the crater. Hao Ren focused his attention and shot out sword energies from more than 100 acupoints on his body. The sword energies formed a sword array formation and crashed toward Zhao Kuo. Standing on the waves, Zhao Kuo laughed wildly while his hands shot out hundreds of sword energies to block Hao Ren's. Both Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo cultivated the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll, and only Hao Ren could fight Zhao Kuo with sword energies in such a magnificent way. In the past 30 days, Zhao Kuo spent 2 hours answering Hao Ren's questions on cultivation every day and another hour fighting with him with the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll. Each time they fought, the ocean around Purple Bamboo Island would turn dark, and the generals and soldiers guarding the area would immediately keep clear of them. Bang! Hao Ren's sword energies and Zhao Kuo's sword energies crashed into each other again. The nearby ocean surface hissed with green smoke. The powerful energies evaporated hundreds of tons of ocean water. Ding! Ding! Hao Ren's 320 sword energies were bounced off. Zhao Kuo's 320 sword energies formed a line and dashed toward Hao Ren. Zhao Kuo, who had reached Dewey level, was reserving his strength and didn't release all 640 sword energies. Third uncle, watch out for my attack. At this critical moment, Zhao Yanzi suddenly flew up from the ocean. With a silver longsword in her hand, she stepped on the ocean waves and slashed the sword toward Zhao Kuo. Walking on waves was the basic technique of dragon cultivators, especially the water elemental dragon cultivators. Without using flying swords, Zhao Yanzi could move swiftly by maneuvering the ocean waves. Zhao Kuo stepped aside to dodge her attacks, and 2 huge waves over 30 meters tall exploded around him like 2 water bombs, drenching Zhao Kuo. Tianshu. The Tianshu sword technique in the Big Dipper constellation scroll was used. The nature essence circulated in her body and unleashed great power. Since Zhao Yanzi's purple-green treasure sword was left on 5th heaven, she borrowed this sword from Zhao Hongyu. Third uncle, there's more. Seeing Zhao Kuo trying to dodge her attacks, Zhao Yanzi changed her sword technique and stabbed at Zhao Kuo. Tianxuan, the second technique of Big Dipper constellation scroll. As the name of the scroll indicated, each sword technique represented the unique feature of the 7 stars in the Big Dipper constellation. Tianxuan had an ancient name of Greedy Wolf, meaning that this technique was direct and magnificent in damage, and Tianxuan had an ancient name of Giant Door, signaling that this technique was great at defense as well. After Zhao Kuo's devoted tutoring sessions in the past month, Zhao Yanzi had reached mid-tier foundation establishment realm, and she learned the 2nd chapter of the Big Dipper constellation scroll. Smiling in a relaxed way, Zhao Kuo released 5 sword energies from his palm. Dang! Dang! Zhao Yanzi blocked all 5 sword energies with her sword. Meanwhile, Hao Ren's 320 sword energies returned with water, forcing Zhao Kuo to retreat 3 steps. Under the cover of Hao Ren's sword energies, Zhao Yanzi dashed forward and used Tianxuan and Tianshu together. The greatness of the Big Dipper constellation scroll didn't only lie in the fact that the sword techniques was the same as the cultivation techniques, where improvement in one would lead to improvement in the other. In addition, all 7 techniques could work together in different combinations. Zhao Yanzi had just reached mid-tier foundation establishment realm and was not familiar with Tianxuan's sword technique, but to her pleasant surprise, the nature essence injected into the longsword was very powerful. Hao Ren's 320 sword energies and Zhao Yanzi's sword techniques worked with each other and forced Zhao Kuo back another 3 steps. Standing on the viewing deck of the Summer Palace, Premier Xia turned to look at Zhao Guang and said cheerfully, "Princess Z is a rare cultivation genius. Congratulations." Standing by Zhao Guang, Elder Lu also nodded and added, "Princess Z has gained great progress recently. It seems that she will reach the core formation realm in a short while." Watching the battle on the ocean surface, Elder Sun nodded gravely. Princess Z's sword techniques are indeed exquisite. Fuma must have taken great efforts to acquire this set of techniques for her. Zhao Guang stared at the battle for a few seconds before asking Elder Xingyue, who was standing by Zhao Hongyu, "Elder Xingyue, what do you think of Z's recent progress?" Elder Xingyue was responsible for the cultivation of all the female members in the East Ocean Dragon clan, and her status was equivalent to the principal of a female-only school. Since she had taught Zhao Yanzi in latter's earliest cultivation days, her appraisal of Zhao Yanzi's cultivation progress would be the most accurate. Elder Xingyue focused her attention on the battle for a few seconds. Princess Z has great cultivation talent, but she was a lazy cultivator. From what I can see, her talent and intelligence are no less than Suhan's. She uses the sword techniques swiftly but carefully and steadily, knowing how to reserve her strength and hide the changes in techniques, which is not an easy task. Hearing Elder Xingyu's words, Zhao Hongyu smiled with satisfaction. She knew that Zhao Yanzi was talented, but she couldn't force Zhao Yanzi to cultivate hard when the latter was reluctant. Now that Zhao Yanzi lost her dragon core and felt the urgency put on her by Xie Yujia, she was eager to learn. While they talked, Hao Ren suddenly withdrew his 320 sword energies into his palm and formed a solid sword made from essences. The sword energies from the light-splitting sword shadow scroll were made of 5 elemental essences, and everything in the world was made of the 5 elements. This sword that appeared in Hao Ren's hand was like a natal dharma treasure with balanced 5 elements, which was connected with Hao Ren's spiritual senses and mind. With the 5 elemental sword in his hand, Hao Ren stood by Zhao Yanzi's side and struck toward Zhao Kuo. His sword techniques came from the mystic water sword techniques. In the past month, Hao Ren jogged around the island while dragging tires behind him during the day, received Zhao Kuo's tutorials on cultivation in the evenings, and stayed alone in a small hut in the forest during the night, cultivating and understanding the contents in the jade slip. After 1 month, Hao Ren understood the first 6 variations of the first sword technique, and he could practice them with proficiency. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but when he used the mystic water sword technique, he had a vague feeling of connecting with heaven and earth, which had never happened even when he practiced the powerful light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Hao Ren's nature essence entered the 5 elemental sword abruptly through his meridians while some essences from the surrounding got sucked in. With one strike of his sword, it seemed like all 6 variations were used at the same time. Wah! Wah! Zhao Yanzi used Tianshu and Tianxuan in one breath. Zhao Kuo retreated half a step. With a splash, he fell into the ocean. Ha ha! Third uncle lost. Zhao Yanzi yelled cheerfully, Hao Ren can live in the palace now. The moment she said it, she turned her head to look at Hao Ren by her side and said with a straight face, I didn't defeat third uncle for you. Hao Ren smiled and dissolved the 5 elemental sword which turned into sparks before returning into his body. On the viewing deck of the Summer Palace, Premier Xia laughed while stroking his goatee in a pleasant surprise. I'm surprised that Fuma and the princess could force back Third Lord. Zhao Guang shook his head with a smile. Zhao Kuo lost the fight on purpose to make Z happy. Elder Xingyue looked at the ocean surface and remained silent, thinking that Zhao Kuo was indeed forced back at that moment, but he didn't want to hurt Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi and chose to fall into the ocean. Wah! Drenched all over, Zhao Kuo rose from the ocean waves and instantly dried his clothes with fire elemental nature essences. Since Zhao Kuo had reached a certain realm by tempering his body with 5 elemental essences, his body could change to different elemental attribute freely, and he could use any kinds of dharma spells. He was on a different path compared to Hao Ren who tempered his body with lightning. Holding Zhao Yanzi's hand, Hao Ren flew up onto the viewing deck of the Summer Palace. In the past month, he had lived in the forest. According to Zhao Kuo's condition, if Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren could defeat him one day, Hao Ren could live at the palace. To reach this goal, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi had joined forces to fight with Zhao Kuo each day. For Zhao Yanzi, she was just being rebellious toward her third uncle for being mean to her, and Hao Ren treated it as a test of his strength and mastery of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Now that Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi had forced Zhao Kuo into the ocean, Hao Ren finally was qualified to enter the palace. Back on the viewing deck, Zhao Hongyu smiled at Hao Ren, who looked like a wild man, and turned to Premier Shah. Go and get some clothes for Ren. As you wish. Premier Shah immediately backed out of the viewing deck. You've worked hard recently. Zhao Hongyu glanced at Hao Ren and comforted him. Not to interrupt his cultivation, while Hao Ren lived in the purple bamboo forest, no one had ever visited him. However, in the last month, Hao Ren had gained great progress, jumping from low-tier to mid-tier gen level with 182 openings unlocked. In the past, he had been bothered by all kinds of mortal business. Now, he finally truly experienced the great benefits of cultivating in seclusion. Zhao Kuo was at peak Qian level before, and he was very experienced in cultivation. He had helped Hao Ren understand the proper speed of cultivation and gain better control of his dragon core. Mom, I've worked hard too. Looking at Zhao Hongyu, Zhao Yanzi asked for compliments. Okay, you've worked hard as well, Zhao Hongyu said with a smile as she patted her daughter's head. She could see that Zhao Yanzi had indeed worked hard, judging from her use of the two sword techniques and her mid-tier foundation establishment realm. After all, without her dragon core, it was difficult for Zhao Yanzi to make progress. The dragon cultivator could only slow down after reaching Dewey level, which was equal to low-tier nascent soul realm. Stepping on a golden light beam, Zhao Kuo returned to the viewing deck as well. Zhao Yanzi was about to tease her uncle when he cupped his hands at Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang with an especially serious expression. Big brother, sister-in-law, I've broken through to top-tier Dewey level, and I plan to use the mystic crystal today. Chapter 498. Using the mystic crystal. Hearing the words, Hao Ren was slightly surprised. Hao Ren didn't know that until now, Zhao Kuo still hadn't used the 7-core 5-color lotus he had given him. Zhao Guang's face turned serious as well. Good. We must be careful with it, and I'll triple the guarding forces around the purple bamboo island. You can use it without interruption. Thank you, big brother. Zhao Kuo cupped his hands and strode into the palace through the viewing deck. Fuma, here is your robe. Premier Shah returned to the viewing deck with a blue robe. Hao Ren pulled it on and turned to Zhao Hongyu. Is it dangerous to use a mystic crystal? Of course. Zhao Hongyu nodded. After all, it's against the laws of nature to cultivate and take the life essence from nature. It's a blessing from nature for the dragon cultivators to have dragon cores, and it's natural that one can't gain any progress after reaching Dewey level. Planting the mystic crystal into the body is against nature, so it's a very dangerous practice. Hao Ren understood the situation now. Although Zhao Kuo succeeded before, it didn't mean that he could successfully plant the mystic crystal this time, which explained why Zhao Guang and Zhao Kuo suddenly got so serious. All Qian level and Kun level masters including Suhan had experienced life and death moments, and many had died in the process of planting the mystic crystals into their dragon cores after acquiring the materials. Accepting the 7-core 5-color lotus from Hao Ren, Zhao Kuo was also doing the experiment for Hao Ren. After all, none of the previous dragon cultivators had ever cultivated 5 elements at once before. Also, none of the dragon cultivators had tried planting a mystic crystal that had all 5 elements into their dragon cores. With his cultivation experience, Zhao Kuo was experimenting at the cost of his life. He was trying things out and teaching them to Hao Ren, just like how he had taught everything he knew about the light-splitting sword shadow scroll to Hao Ren. At this thought, Hao Ren had zero regrets for giving Zhao Kuo the 7-core 5-color lotus. Instead, he felt more respect for Zhao Kuo. Concerned for Zhao Kuo, Zhao Yanzi immediately turned and ran toward the palace. Feeling uneasy, Hao Ren also hurried into the palace. Third uncle, Zhao Yanzi called out. Zhao Kuo paused and looked at Zhao Yanzi while a smile appeared on his black face. Your third uncle will be fine. Third uncle even survived the heavenly tribulation. I'm sure you'll be fine, Zhao Yanzi said confidently. Yeah. Zhao Kuo nodded and glanced at Hao Ren, who just jogged over. Kid, I'll fight you again after I plant the mystic crystal, and you must use all your strength. Okay, Hao Ren promised. Elder Xingyue walked over and said, I will guard for you. The gentle words contained infinite care. Zhao Kuo stared at her for a few seconds and cupped his hands. Thank you. Pooh. Even Hao Ren felt like Zhao Kuo was a bit too dull. You're welcome. Elder Xingyue waved her hand and walked toward the secret chamber in the summer palace with Zhao Kuo. These two, exasperated, Hao Ren followed them while holding Zhao Yanzi's hand. Zhao Kuo and Elder Xingyue entered the secret chamber while Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi had to stay outside. One must make full preparations before using a mystic crystal, and the cultivator who would act as the guard must possess a high realm and a close connection with the cultivator they guarded. This way, the guarding cultivators could offer help at the critical moment. Elder Xingyue was guarding for Zhao Kuo, which meant that their minds were in sync. With the stone door of the secret chamber closed, Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren stood outside without any knowledge of the situation inside. A while later, Zhao Guang, Zhao Hongyu, Elder Lu, and Elder Sun came to the door of the secret chamber one after another. "Mom, will third uncle be okay?" Zhao Yanzi asked anxiously. "Silly girl, what are you talking about?" Zhao Hongyu glanced at her helplessly. "It takes at least 1 day to use the mystic crystal. I guess your third uncle will be fine since he did it before." She didn't sound very convincing. After all, no one could be certain about what would happen during the process, especially when the mystic crystal had all 5 elements. Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang didn't plant mystic crystals into their dragon cores because they didn't want to get to higher realms. Zhao Guang was busy managing the East Ocean Dragon clan and didn't have enough time for cultivation, while Zhao Hongyu wasn't sure if she could succeed and didn't want Zhao Yanzi to lose her mom in the process. Zhao Yanzi clenched her fist anxiously. She hadn't been born yet when Zhao Kuo planted his mystic crystal last time. However, Zhao Kuo's failure while he charged at the heavenly dragon realm left a deep impression on her mind. She hoped that nothing would happen to her third uncle. "Your Majesty, we tripled the guarding forces around the Purple Bamboo Island." Premier Shah came to the door of the secret chamber and reported to Zhao Guang. "Okay." Zhao Guang nodded gravely. He looked at the stone door of the secret chamber anxiously. After all, he had a deep brotherly bond with Zhao Kuo, who was also the only master who could charge at the heavenly dragon realm in the East Ocean Dragon clan. Most of the dragon cultivators who reached peak Qian level were at least 800 to 900 years old. If they failed to pass the heavenly tribulation, they would be turned into dust. Even if they survived, they wouldn't have another chance to charge at heavenly dragon realm again. However, Zhao Kuo was only 200 years old when he failed, and he could start over again. What did the heavenly dragon realm mean? It meant a transformation of the entire situation. In any case, Zhao Guang hoped no accident would happen in the process while Zhao Kuo used the mystic crystal. As time ticked on, the secret chamber remained quiet. Hao Ren's heart was in his throat, and Zhao Yanzi grabbed Hao Ren's wrist nervously as sweat began to seep from her slim fingers. "Premier Shah, how much time has passed?" Zhao Hongyu asked suddenly. "Dragon Queen, 12 hours have passed," Premier Shah answered. 12 hours, Zhao Hongyu murmured to herself before glancing at the gray stone door tensely. Boom, boom, boom. Huge noises suddenly came from the outside of the palace. Startled by the noise, Hao Ren looked toward Zhao Guang. "Ren, Zi, Elder Lu, Elder Sun, go out and help with the defense," Zhao Guang issued the order. Even though he didn't understand the situation, Hao Ren followed Elder Sun and ran up to the ground through the stairs, and Zhao Yanzi followed Hao Ren closely. When Hao Ren ran outside of the palace with Elder Lu, he realized that crazy wind and thick clouds were forming around the Purple Bamboo Island. The heavy dark clouds swept toward the Purple Bamboo Island while ocean waves as high as 5 to 6 meters crashed against the edges of the island. If the summer palace were built lower on the mountain, such giant waves would have swallowed the palace. Under the crushing force of the ocean waves, the red energy sphere blinked. Since it was only built to block the sight of mortals, it couldn't even keep the rain out. When a storm came a few days ago, Hao Ren was drenched in the rain while he cultivated in the purple bamboo forest. The reason the energy sphere became unstable was probably that the spirit stones which were used to build it had been loosened by the crashing ocean waves. "Elder Lu, what's wrong?" Hao Ren asked. "Demon beasts." Lu Qing said 2 words while he looked around cautiously. "Third Lord is using the mystic crystal, and it has caused some special temporary changes in nature, attracting the demon beasts to this place. Most of these demon beasts are very close to the transformation realm and are looking for chances to pass the heavenly tribulation. That is why they came here," Elder Sun added. Situated in the deep sea, the Purple Bamboo Island was not far from the Demon Sea. Therefore, the violent changes in nature attracted large groups of demon beasts. However, if Zhao Kuo used the mystic crystal in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, which was close to the coastline, the violent changes in the weather would affect the mortals. "Don't worry, Gongzi Hao. These demon beasts came here to seek thunder tribulation and usually won't attack Purple Bamboo Island," Elder Sun told him. "Humph. We'll kill all of them if they attack us," Zhao Yanzi said with confidence. After mastering the 2nd chapter in the Big Dipper constellation scroll and forcing back Zhao Kuo together with Hao Ren, she felt very powerful, not having a clue about the so-called demon beasts at the transformation realm. Boom. A huge whale emerged from the ocean. More than 300 meters long, the huge whale opened its huge red mouth, and large amounts of ocean water poured in. Astonished, Zhao Yanzi swallowed her boasting words. The moment the huge whale appeared, another giant black fish came out of the ocean, and it was more than 10 times bigger compared with the huge whale. It looked like a small island that suddenly emerged from the ocean. The black fish shot out a black beam of light from its mouth and immediately cut the huge whale into 2 halves. The remains of the huge whale turned into a pile of flesh, and the gigantic black fish instantly swallowed its white internal core. Dumbfounded, Zhao Yanzi was at a loss for words with the longsword in hand. Whole island on guard. Premier Shah stood on the high platform at the mountaintop and called out. The troops there were under Zhao Kuo's command. Since Zhao Kuo was planting the mystic crystal, Premier Shah took his place in this urgent situation. Yes. More than 5,000 soldiers all over the island answered in unison. The soldiers lifted their long spears, pointing them outward of the island. They were ready to strike down any demon beasts that tried to attack the island. Boom! Boom! Lightning flashed, and thunder boomed in the dark clouds. As a cultivator who had broken through several realms, Hao Ren knew that cultivators' elevations of realms would cause special changes in nature, a symbol of communication between the cultivators, heaven, and earth. The higher the realms of the cultivators, the more violent the changes in nature would be. The violent storm with lightning and thunder represented the violent reactions inside Zhao Kuo's body. Wah! Wah! 2 huge pythons shot up into the sky from the ocean. Whipping at the ocean surface with their tails that were as thick as a skyscraper, they flew up into the high sky with great efforts. Crack! Crack! 2 bolts of heavenly lightning shot down from the dark clouds and struck the bodies of the 2 pythons. After cultivating in the ocean for years, the 2 pythons would go through the heavenly tribulations in a few years before reaching the transformation realm. Feeling the special changes in nature, they had swum here from a distance since the streaks of heaven lightning caused by a high-level cultivator's elevation in realm might give them a chance to transform into humans beforehand. Even if they couldn't transform this time, they would get a feeling of the heaven lightning, which could help them pass the future heavenly tribulation. Bang! Bang! Struck by 2 streaks of heaven lightning on the heads, the 2 pythons fell into the ocean, sending up huge waves as high as 100 meters. Having never seen such a view, Zhao Yanzi was stupefied while she watched. Princess, some demon beasts don't dare to fight with the heaven lightning. But due to their grudges against the East Ocean Dragon Clan, they probably would take the opportunity to attack the Purple Bamboo Island. You must be careful, Elder Sun warned her when he saw the dazed expression on her face. Chapter 499. The magnificent commanding general. The moment Elder Sun said the words, a fierce beast with a sharp horn rushed out of the violent ocean waves. Z! Hao Ren yelled while he shot out sword energies. Zhao Yanzi retreated half a step and slashed out twice with her longsword. The Tianchu sword technique instantly cut off half the sharp horn from the demon beast. The demon beast immediately retreated to the sea, and Zhao Yanzi broke out in a cold sweat. Roar! Roar! Dozens of demon beasts leapt out of the ocean into the sky. More than 10 streaks of heavenly lightning struck on some of the demon beasts, and the low-leveled demon beasts were instantly killed. Despite it, more and more demon beasts rushed out of the ocean. This level of heavenly thunders was much less powerful than the thunder tribulation for transformation. While the low-leveled demon beasts got a taste of heavenly lightning bolts this way, the high-leveled ones tried to use these streaks of heavenly lightning as their heavenly tribulations to transform. In the sky, dark clouds got even thicker, and the dim sky instantly turned even darker than night. However, it was weird that no rain came from these dark clouds. Roar! Hundreds of demon beasts that looked like white horses rushed together into the high sky. Crack! One lightning bolt crashed down and instantly destroyed and shattered these demon beasts. Their flesh fell into the water, and the demon beasts that were waiting in the ocean opened their huge mouths and swallowed the fleshes. The bodies of demon beasts were nutrients to other demon beasts. Xie Yujia used spiritual herbs to make elixirs, but some elixir masters used demon beasts' blood and internal cores to make certain kinds of elixirs. Wah! Wah! With another surge of waves, several more demon beasts got close to Purple Bamboo Island. Zhao Yanzi used Tianquan's sword technique, and her longsword released a sword energy. The demon beasts were fast and lifted their paws to block Zhao Yanzi's sword. The demon beast that tried to sneak attack Zhao Yanzi a moment ago was a demon beast without a level, but these demon beasts were level 1 demon beasts with strength equivalent to that of core formation realm cultivators. This time, Zhao Yanzi understood the great power of demon beasts in the ocean. While she retreated, she yelled, Hao Ren, Hao Ren. Hao Ren was surrounded by 2 demon beasts right now. He shot 60 sword energies into the belly of a demon beast that was chasing after Zhao Yanzi. Severely wounded but with its internal core intact, that demon beast retreated in pain. Fuma, be careful and don't kill too many of them, Elder Lu warned. Zhao Horan, the old Dragon King, was a great candidate to elevate to the heavenly dragon realm in the dragon tribe. However, in the sudden war in the cultivation world, Zhao Horan had killed dozens of nascent soul realm cultivators from the cultivation sects to protect the East Ocean Dragon clan, which resulted in his intense murderous spirit and the inability to advance into the heavenly dragon realm. Although Elder Lu and Elder Sun didn't expect Hao Ren to get into the heavenly dragon realm, having an intense murderous spirit would have an adverse effect on his future cultivation. Great. Hao Ren released 120 sword energies which broke the feet of the two demon beasts that had rushed to his side before pushing them into the sea. In fact, he didn't like to kill as well. With his current strength of mid-tier gen level, which was equivalent to the top-tier core formation realm, it was easy for him to force back these level 1 demon beasts with light-splitting sword shadow scroll. If Little White were here, its level 2 demon beast aura would have frightened off these weak demon beasts. Seeing that she couldn't defeat these demon beasts, Zhao Yanzi ran back to Hao Ren's side and fought together with Hao Ren. Her Tianshu and Tianxuan sword techniques were quite effective working together with Hao Ren's sword array formations. The morale of the generals and soldiers who were guarding the palace increased greatly when they saw Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi fighting the demon beasts courageously. At the same time, the generals and soldiers' loyalty to the East Ocean Dragon clan rose to a new high instantly. While more and more demon beasts tried to get close to the powerful heavenly lightning, the number of demon beasts that were trying to get close to the purple bamboo island also rose. Guarding a region of the beach where the demon beasts could easily crawl up from the ocean, Hao Ren eventually felt like his 320 sword energies were not enough to block the demon beasts. With her nature essence running out, Zhao Yanzi began to feel tired as well. However, seeing Hao Ren still fighting, she clenched her teeth and wouldn't retreat. Fuma Hao. Let's retreat, Elder Sun called out. Around the palace, there was another array formation. Once they were inside, they could block the level 1 and level 2 demon beasts. Swoosh! Hao Ren's hand released a gray sword energy into the clouds. Waves of silver lightning flashed. After a pause about half a second, the bolts of heavenly lightning crashed down from the high sky like raindrops in a storm. Those demon beasts that entered the outer edges of the island were all hit by the dense heavenly lightning without any time to react. Hundreds of demon beasts were died or injured. Elder Sun and Elder Lu, who had retreated into the array formation, were stupefied, and the spirits of the generals and soldiers around the palace rose immediately. Magnificent commanding general! Magnificent commanding general! Magnificent commanding general! Standing in the key positions around the palace, they raised their long spears and chanted together. Those demon beasts that were close to the transformation realm had intelligence, and they were shocked at the sight of dancing heavenly lightning bots around the purple bamboo island. The level 1 and level 2 demon beasts were their food, and they didn't care about them. However, the stunning scene of the many heavenly lightning bolts attracted their attention. The level 4 and level 5 demon beasts that were lurking in the sea around the purple bamboo island all fled when they sensed the approach of level 8 and level 9 demon beasts. Hao Ren felt goosebumps spread on his skin when the level 8 and level 9 demon beasts stared at him. A level 6 snow lion was equivalent to a mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivator, so the level 8 and level 9 demon beasts' strengths were. Just before these powerful demon beasts rushed to Hao Ren, the necklace around his neck released a faint light. At this sight, the high-level demon beasts shivered all over with fear and turned to flee as if they had seen something more terrifying than heaven lightning bolts. Who dares to mess around in the territory of the East Ocean Dragon clan? With a huge noise, Zhao Kuo in his gray robe broke 3 floors and shot up into the high sky from the secret chamber. Wah! Wah! 1280 sword energies spread to all directions. The demon beasts that were still challenging the streaks of heavenly lightning were all pierced by the sword energies and dropped into water, creating huge splashes. Those demon beasts lurking in the sea couldn't escape either, and the sword energies shot into the water and pierced big holes in their bodies. Boom! The 1280 sword energies reacted to each other and created a huge crater in the ocean that had a diameter of 50 kilometers. All the demon beasts below level 6 were sent flying in this explosion. Ha 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 ha! Zhao Kuo raised his head and laughed overbearingly. Kid, come and fight with me. Chapter 500. Mind Battle. Before he could regain his balance, Hao Ren felt a huge force sucking him into the sky. The dark clouds above the island quickly disappeared, and the dark sky suddenly turned bright. It meant that Zhao Kuo had succeeded in his elevation of the realm and the planting of the mystic crystal. The demon beasts all fled. The low-leveled demon beasts fled as fast as they could at the sight of Zhao Kuo's great power, and the high-leveled ones who had activated their intelligence knew the demon kings in the Demon Sea had signed a peace treaty with the East Ocean Dragon Clan. They wouldn't join the stupid low-leveled demon beasts in attacking the island that belonged to the East Ocean Dragon Clan. Now that all the heavenly lightning bolts disappeared, the high-leveled demon beasts also rushed back to the Demon Sea. Wah! Wah! With the surging of the ocean waves, the demon beasts, low-leveled and high-leveled, all swam toward the direction of the Demon Sea. In the commotion, no one knew how many low-leveled demon beasts were swallowed and eaten by displeased or wounded high-leveled demon beasts. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 1280 sword energies returned to Zhao Kuo's side and rotated around him slowly. Zhao Kuo hovered in the high sky while his sword energies hummed and blinked in 5 colors. Hao Ren flew to the sky and steadied himself with sword energies. Then, he looked at Zhao Kuo and felt the presence of a true master. Suhan level. Through his inspector's token, Hao Ren immediately sensed Zhao Kuo's realm. Before he used the mystic crystal, Zhao Kuo had been at top-tier Dewey level. While he charged at a higher realm, he used the mystic crystal that had a considerable amount of energy, and it helped him break through to Suhan level successfully. Despite his magnificence right now, it must have been extremely dangerous when he charged at the higher realm and planted the mystic crystal into his dragon core. Hurry up! Seeing Hao Ren standing on the sword energies without moving, Zhao Kuo suddenly shifted half of the sword energies around him. Boom! The 640 sword energies rushed toward Hao Ren. You are no match for third uncle. Surrender! Zhao Yanzi called out from the beach. Hao Ren's hands waved slightly and shot out all 320 sword energies. Hiss! The sword energies collided with each other while making ear-piercing grinding noises. Zhao Kuo's 640 sword energies drew an arc, taking Hao Ren's 320 sword energies for a run with them. For an instant, Hao Ren felt like he lost control of his own sword energies, which were glued to Zhao Kuo's sword energies unshakably. Too weak! Zhao Kuo scolded. Suddenly, his sword energies let go of Hao Ren's, and more than 1,000 sword energies swiftly returned to his body while only 120 sword energies remained outside, spinning around him. Although he cultivated the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll later than Hao Ren, he was on a higher realm, and his mastery of the technique far exceeded Hao Ren. Despite his crude looks, Zhao Kuo was not dumb at all. Instead, he was a cultivation genius. He took out a piece of black cloth and tied it around his head twice, covering his eyes. Hao Ren looked at him in surprise. Is third uncle going to fight with his eyes covered? While Hao Ren was hesitating with doubts and alarm, Zhao Kuo's 120 sword energies suddenly attacked. Here they come. Hao Ren's 320 sword energies flew toward Zhao Kuo's sword energies. However, Zhao Kuo's sword energies only touched Hao Ren's sword energies lightly before bypassing the bulk of the sword energies and heading straight toward Hao Ren. Be careful. Standing on the beach, Zhao Yanzi blurted out her warning. Watching them, Zhao Yanzi was angry and exasperated. Like two nemesis, they fought fiercely in the Dragon God Shrine and now on Purple Bamboo Island. The moment the sword energies collided, Hao Ren knew that Zhao Kuo was using his sword energies as his eyes. Hao Ren practiced fighting with Little White using sword energies while sitting in the cave abode. Zhao Kuo was using the same method. With Zhao Kuo's current strength, 120 sword energies were more than enough to deal with Hao Ren's 320 sword energies. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N.O.vel. B. in. Bang! Hao Ren circulated all the nature essence in his body. The power of the 320 sword energies increased greatly. Ach! Zhao Kuo was slightly surprised by the change in Hao Ren's sword energies. This kid was reserving his strength before, he thought. Stepping on his sword energies, Hao Ren unbuckled his black cloth belt and covered his eyes as well. Standing on the beach, Zhao Yanzi was stupefied. Hao Ren, how can you fight my third uncle with your eyes covered? Third uncle, please. With his eyes covered, Hao Ren sensed the surrounding environment with his spiritual senses and heart. Okay. Zhao Kuo yelled heartily and moved the 120 sword energies, attacking Hao Ren from 3 directions. These sword energies were so swift that each of them could rival a natal Dharma treasure. Dang! Dang! With a wave of rapid collisions, Hao Ren's sword energies stood up and spun around, bouncing off Zhao Kuo's sword energies. Even though he couldn't see through his eyes, he could sense each of his and Zhao Kuo's sword energies clearly. This was something called Mind Sword. Standing on the high platform of the palace, Elder Lu and Elder Sun both looked surprised. They had never seen or heard of two people fighting each other with their eyes closed. The generals and soldiers who were guarding different places on the island were all excited while watching Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo fight fiercely in the high sky. Having not watched the battle at the Dragon God Shrine, they felt this battle was incredible while seeing the sword energies flying in the sky, thinking, the previous and current commanding generals are really powerful. Hee, Third Lord is asking Fuma to help him stabilize the mystic crystal, Premier Shah said after watching for a while. Stabilize the mystic crystal? Elder Lu and Elder Sun looked surprised. You both have planted mystic crystals before. How come you don't know that? Premier Shah tossed the question back. Elder Lu and Elder Sun looked at each other in bafflement. As Kun-level cultivators, they both had water elemental mystic crystals and knew that the process of using a mystic crystal included preparation, breakthrough, and stabilization. The mystic crystals which were just planted were not stable since they wouldn't merge with the meridians completely. To stabilize it, one way was to spend half a month or even months to merge them gradually with the meridians, and the other way was to find a cultivator with a similar elemental attribute to help with the stabilization. Elder Lu and Elder Sun both used the first and safer way. At this thought, the two elders immediately understood that Zhao Kuo was not fighting Hao Ren. Instead, he was trying to nurture his 5-elemental mystic crystal with the help from Hao Ren's 5-elemental nature essence. Among the many cultivators, only Hao Ren trained using the rare light-splitting sword shadow scroll which absorbed all 5 elements. Looking up again at the sword energies in the high sky, Elder Lu and Elder Sun finally realized that the two were not fighting each other fiercely but dancing and hovering around each other. Their nature essence Elder Lu and Elder Sun lamented silently in wonder. Compared with the way of nurturing meridians with palms touching, the method of coordination via nature essence was a more sophisticated way. The nature essence that Zhao Kuo couldn't consume from the mystic crystal was released to Hao Ren, and Hao Ren returned the nature essence he couldn't withstand to Zhao Kuo. In this way, they moved the adjustment inside the body to the big natural environment outside their bodies. It was a bit like the rare technique of Heavenly Dragon. Elder Lu and Elder Sun had heard that the demon beasts could heal injuries and cultivate by touching each other's internal cores as long as they were of the same elemental attribute. However, for mature dragons, they couldn't spat out their dragon cores unless they returned to their dragon forms. And for young dragons like Zhao Yanzi, it was rather careless and dangerous to lose their dragon cores. The way Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo were exchanging nature essences was similar to how demon beasts exchanged their nature essence through touching internal cores. Bang! The sword energies that were entangled in the high sky suddenly exploded, and Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo flew back more than 10 meters. Zhao Kuo spat out a mouthful of blood while a streak of blood oozed from the corner of Hao Ren's mouth. However, compared to the violent movements of the nature essences in their meridians, the sword energies released by Hao Ren got much more powerful. Zhao Kuo was looking for a conductor to release the extra energy from the mystic crystal that he couldn't absorb, and Hao Ren's sword energies were good conductors. Most of the used energy disappeared into nature during their battle, but a small part was absorbed by Hao Ren's sword energies. It was an excellent gift for him indeed. Hao Ren withdrew the sword energies into his body and felt surging nature essence all over his body. Although his dragon core didn't change, the purity of his nature essence greatly increased. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Zhao Kuo laughed wildly. The 7-core 5-color lotus he planted in his dragon core finally became stable after the excess energy went to Hao Ren. Surging energy from nature continuously entered his body. The small 7-core 5-color lotus was indeed the most powerful mystic crystal with balanced 5 elements. The dragon core which had reached the cultivation bottlenecks suddenly turned lively with the aid of this awesome treasure. Swoosh! Zhao Kuo's finger released a sword energy casually. Boom! A small island several kilometers away was shattered into pieces. Good. Very good. Excellent. Zhao Kuo's dragon core didn't change much, but the quality of his nature essence was 10 times higher than before, and it was comparable to the most vital energy in nature. These were the effects of the 7-core 5-color lotus. Seeing Zhao Kuo hovering in the high sky while laughing overbearingly, Elder Lu and Elder Sun smiled with satisfaction. Judging from the power released from his finger, they knew that Zhao Kuo who had just reached Suhan level was stronger than them who were Kun-level cultivators. It was quite possible that Zhao Kuo will one day enter the heavenly dragon realm. Also, the stronger Zhao Kuo got, the more helpful he would be to Hao Ren. Just like how Zhao Kuo needed Hao Ren to help him stabilize his realm, Hao Ren would need Zhao Kuo's help when he breaks through. After all, in the entire world, they were the only 2 dragon cultivators who practiced the light-splitting sword shadow scroll.